Alright, I'm back. Sorry it took so long. Let's check out the scare cam pranks to start off here. I want to see if these are good or not. Let's check it out. Smack him with the good. That didn't work. A black man's face. Doesn't realize that huge ass smile.
حط يا رجل متنا اللي عن جدارنا. ايش
Rubber snake. That was a good one. What the hell? It's a dummy. It's not even. It's all afraid. What the? Oh. Evil nun.
Run.
Yeah. sorry. What the hell?
Duh.
Sleeping father.
Duh.
It's a loud screech. Surrender. He wasn't happy about that. That's funny one. No. Fucking cut out. Fucking cut out of Michael Myers from the movie Halloween. What was that? Oh, it's a shrimp.
You gonna beat him?
The hell?
Today.
Okay, that's fake. Oh, she farted.
Stay. Stay.
Oh, fuck that. The face. Even she sees it. His wife.
Mom. Mom.
I know that one. That's playing on the TV. Watch. I think it's a commercial, but watch. It's an old one.
Hey, baby. Thank you.
Danny.
Where is it? The fucking fucking in the car. Let me tell you.
Started.
That's good. He's freaking it. He tricked him. Shove her away. He's like, holy fuck. Holy fuck. Well, fucking look at that shit. That looks fucking scary. Look at that. Fucking white glowing eyes. Fucking teeth. White fucking mouth. I do the same thing too. I'd be like, holy fuck.
What are you doing?
Stop fucking playing with me, Angelica.
Qué impresión, boludo. Ah. Ay, ay.
Gel gel.
Hey, that funny.
Oh shit. Oh, into the water she goes. To the pool. Snake. Snake.
Fucking shit! Fucking shit!
Her face. Eyes wide open, screaming fucking real loud.
Fucking shit!
The hell? Oh, I made him spill his coffee.
Fucking.
I'm here. Behind you, look. Behind you.
He's like. She said to come up the stairs. Oh, give me a beating. And she goes flying. Oh, you fucking. Looks like Boxer's gonna fall. Oh, stuff all over us. And the showdown out of nowhere, yeah. No. He spit on him. He scared him so much. He's like, my heart. Holy fuck, my heart. And he's like, oh, you bastard. He spits in his face. Oh, he scared his woman. Hey, what the?
Okay, Luis, everyone wants to know how we met, so go ahead and tell them the story for me.
Oh my god.
Yeah. He has a bug phobia. His bug phobia. So it's like he's like freaking out.
Please tell.
Oh my.
His face is like, oh fuck.
Okay, Luis, everyone wants to know how we met, so go ahead and tell them the story for me.
Oh my god.
How we met. Please tell.
Him too.
Babe, you don't really?
No. He doesn't like bugs. She jumped.
Good morning.
No. Oh. Well, she's drinking. Oh yeah, thanks for the follow, Deck Ship. Rubber snake. No. Oh shit. Frying pan.
Yeah.
Denganku.
Look at ourselves. Oh, he's gonna beat them.
He's
They're freak out. Watch out. Watch out.
Come on, motherfucker.
He's like, the fuck?
What is it, Rob? Backseat and scaring my mom.
Oh. Okay. Clumsy feet. Two left feet, that guy. Two left feet. Little baby doll. The high pitched scream. Okay. All right, let's check out something else. Yeah, what are these whores up to?
Yourself, but then you get into.
He told her to stay in the kitchen, so she cooked him.
Literally.
90,000 likes. Scroll down.
It's funny though.
Okay. Well, what was he wearing? Did he try to tell her to stop? 44,000.
That's good.
Okay. When you use a group A joke with a group B, I'm not sure what that means, but
Isn't
okay.
most close friendable
It's like
retarded
type A, type
anyway
B.
anymore?
This would have not happened if she stayed on the kitchen though. Okay, scroll down. Why would he get drunk like that alone? He should have known better.
Oh, this one. This is, I don't know. A lot of women, well, of course a lot of women do. A lot of feministic women in the West and other first world countries. A lot of women are going to find this funny, but this lady right here, her male friend was making a joke saying that, I think he said something like, women should stay in the kitchen or something, or she should stay in the kitchen or something like that, as a joke. And then she set him on fire. Yeah, he got hurt. He didn't die. He just got burnt pretty bad. She didn't go to jail or anything. And women are praising a lot of feministic women, lots of them, especially in Canada and America and other first world countries where women are basically brainwashed by feminism. They're praising this woman and they laugh about it. They think it's funny that this lady set her friend on fire for making a joke. Now imagine if it was the guy setting the woman on fire. The woman made a joke about him. Let's say she made a joke saying that I don't know what kind of joke would be. I don't know. No guy would set a woman on fire with a joke, but you know what I mean. Like imagine that if it was the other way around, the guy set a woman on fire, everybody would be freaking out, especially women, and that guy would probably go to jail for sure. This woman didn't even go to jail. She didn't serve no time or anything. It's fucked up.
What does that mean? Like,
There's like a lot of situations where women are consenting to having consensual sex. There's not a lot of situations where people are consenting to have someone lit on fire. And further, even if you do consent to being lit on fire, the perpetrator of that is still going to be subject to some sort of criminal penalty, regardless of if there was consent or not. Yeah. Although you could make some arguments. But whatever. Scroll down. Did he loudly and clearly state that? Okay, anyways, you get the idea. The comments, that's just on the Instagram. It's been posted all over TikTok, all over Twitter. I think the comments are egregious. They're horrible. They're disgusting. Some of you guys were laughing, but I mean, like, let's remember here, there's a guy who
ridiculous.
like, this guy's going to be permanently injured and disabled for life. Like, burns are serious.
They're horrible.
Like, they're disfiguring. You're going to have permanent pain issues. So just like to point that out.
I think I was laughing because it was and this probably isn't going to get me any likes. I don't mean that kind of likes, but
Sure.
Because it's mocking all the false accusations from women for SA.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
What?
Not because the man was
it's irony,
of
you're
what
saying.
happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? The
I
fuck
don't know
is
if
she
that makes it
talking
any
about,
better,
stupid
but
bitch?
that's
It's just the internet.
It's so silly and ridiculous.
Everyone,
She's laughing
they
'cause
want
she's-
to. They want to get likes on their comments.
She's a
That's what
feminist.
it really
Yeah,
is.
like I don't think that comedy is about taking her side. It's about finding the irony, using that kind of humor.
I think a lot of people actually are taking her side.
Oh, well,
Really?
Oh yeah.
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 Oh my
Let's
god.
ask
I think
the
all of them
feminists.
were
The
taking.
femmes,
yeah.
the femmes are.
I've never
Oh
even
well,
seen the
you
story.
you
Sickening.
were,
Very
you
sickening.
disavowed the violence.
Disgusting.
If I recall. Yeah. We're gonna let a couple chats come through.
Oh, TTS. Ooh.
Christopher Scott, great thanks for the endorsement. The next time a woman is being a misandrist, I can light her on fire, and if she stops being a misandrist, it's a net positive. What a love. Response to this, Jazz?
How is misandry affecting you in your day to day? Because misogyny, I think we all can agree in some way has affected
Looking
us personally.
disgusting, man.
I disagree.
What is misandry?
Especially like
It's
hating men.
Hatred, contempt, or prejudice towards
Oh,
men.
I didn't know that there was a terminology for that.
I didn't.
I mean, I disagree with your categorization. So this is like a common and feminist argument. Essentially, you're saying misogyny kills, misandry hurts feelings. Basically,
Yeah.
Is that your position? That's your argument?
I wouldn't have worded it that way, but I don't disagree with the way that you just.
Well, that's the common and
described it.
feminist framing of it. Is
It's like when
misandry is either harmless or not that bad, whereas misogyny is like very harmful and kills women essentially.
He made a women in the kitchen joke. Like that was it. You know how? Like that's just funny. People can't laugh anymore about anything.
Can I ask you a question? So if misandry being
Absolutely
non-lethal, which I don't grant, it's very disputable, but if it makes it less of a concern, wouldn't it logically follow that every other kind of bigotry it's not as big of a deal as long as we ensure no one is killed?
what do you mean?
Well, essentially, your position is well, misandry not really that bad, but misogyny, like at its worst, women are killed.
Well, I'm
right?
okay. I'm saying the reason for misogyny is, and also I'm not necessarily a misogynist, but I'm saying if somebody says they hate men, it's most likely because they have experienced some sort of violence from men.
Or wait,
Whereas,
sorry, go ahead.
if someone's a misandrist, I mean, that's what I meant. If they're a misandrist, and they've probably experienced some form of violence against man. Whereas if a man is a misogynist, they're not really experienced violence from women. They just hate women. I'm reiterating the statement.
Yeah, how do you come to that conclusion? Like, that's just an assertion. How did you arrive there?
Because the numbers.
The numbers.
Yeah. Violence against women, assault, murder.
A couple, I suppose, counter arguments here. First, I would point out that if you look at homosexual relationships, so you look at lesbian relationships, gay relationships, and also I'll include the heterosexual stats on that. The incidents of domestic violence are the highest in lesbian relationships. They're the lowest in gay relationships, so 2 men. And then, so it's lesbian relationships, 2 women, highest levels of domestic violence. Yeah. Then you have heterosexual relationships, man, woman, and then the lowest incidence rate of interpartner violence.
Yeah, it's
is
fucking disgusting, man.
Gay
Fucking
men.
disgusting.
So how could it possibly be when you have 2 men in a relationship where conceivably men are allegedly more violent than women, they're the least violent, but when you have 2 women in a relationship, they're the most violent. How could that be?
Men are more violent against women, not against other men.
I don't.
You get what I'm saying?
I think my husband
it's not
is
really
so-
the same
sure.
argument if it's woman on woman.
Here's my secondary argument in response to that. So if we're going to just completely ignore my arguments as it relates to if we're looking at homosexual relationships and the rates of domestic violence in those, fine, we can just look at heterosexual relationships. If we look at the rates of non-reciprocal interpartner, is it intrapartner? Non-reciprocal violence in heterosexual relationships. So this is where one person is beating
Disgusting,
the
man.
other,
Fucking disgusting.
and there's not reciprocal violence. Women are far more likely to be one-directionally abusing their male partners than the reverse. It's actually 50-50 if you look at they're both beating each other. It's 50% equal.
Okay, but what are the stats on like violence and murder?
Well, you mean in
It's
relationships?
not equal. No, I'm outside of relationships.
Oh yeah, men are more likely to be victims of violent crime.
By other men.
Why would that matter?
Well, I'm just saying they're also more likely to be the perpetrators of crimes against women. violent crime.
Yeah, I'd be willing to grant that.
Yeah, you could look it up. It's
Yeah, but just so I better understand,
They all
if bad thing
idiotic
happens to
about this,
woman,
that crazy
Okay.
ass chick
and
that searching
man
it,
is the
she didn't like
perpetrator,
her friend was saying
did he
this
do
also
the
proves
crime
drugs and alcohol have
because
negative-
she's a woman?
no, not necessarily.
Okay. So then how can you point to incidences of domestic violence or murder that occur to women? It must be the case that it happened because this person is a woman, or it happened due to sexism.
Again, I blame it on the gender construct and how we suppress male emotion, and I think it comes out violently, and subconsciously maybe they hold some sort of resentment against women who get to express their emotions and have those feelings, and that's what makes them act out in those ways. I think it's just the pressure of, or the way men exist in society now,
Cherubin's full of shit.
is what creates that, not just that she's a woman, so he beats her.
Yeah, and going back to your previous point, though, you were saying how, with the comparison between misogyny and misandry, that when women say things like, if they say they hate men, it's because they themselves have could have experienced violence from a man in their past. A couple clarifying questions for you on that. Do you think their statements or their misandry is perhaps fair or justified? And look, just let me preface this by saying violence towards anybody is wrong.
Yeah.
Women who experience violence at the hands of men, absolutely abhorrent, completely wrong. They should be prosecuted. But if a woman does experience violence at the hands of a man, does that then give them carte blanche to to be misandrous, or to say, and it seems like that's your position, to say that they hate men and that that's an acceptable thing to say?
No, I don't think it's acceptable. I think if you say a statement so simplistic, you're not really looking deeper at, again, I think the structure of gender is the reason that they have these opinions of men, and it's not necessarily. I think it's very shallow and like an empty statement to just say, I hate men. I don't think they're looking at the structure of gender and thinking it's not really men, it's the socialization of men and how we create them to be.
But I'm a little confused because earlier it sounded like you were essentially trying to justify women saying these things.
Saying that they hate all men.
So your position was.
It makes sense, but I think it's not deep. I don't think that they are.
I agree with you. It's not
into
deep,
it.
but what are you you trying to get at when we're talking about the comparisons between misogyny and misandry? When you say, well, it's not so bad when women say that they hate men or that they're misandrists.
Well, I'm
Is that
saying,
your position?
I think widely women have more of a reason, like a very basic observational reason to say this is why I hate men, whereas when men do it, it's because
what?
Because they just don't like women. But I think
But do those women just not like men?
Again, I think that statement is very empty. It doesn't really hold much nuance, but I think if they were
there's a reason.
Yes.
And is the reason justified?
Justified? No, because I don't hate all men point blank statement. I hate the structure of gender as how
for
it exists
example,
today.
if you heard a female friend of yours,
I would understand her sentiment.
yeah, but if she said, I hate all men because I went through XYZ negative experiences with 1, 2, 3 or more men in my past, would you correct her clearly bigoted statement?
For her door escorts once a month.
I think if she's my friend, we probably have a common understanding that it's because men are socialized to be that way, and it's not necessarily their fault. It's not so.
It's not their fault. What? If a man's violent towards a woman, I would blame him directly.
Sure, independently, but I mean, when we're talking structurally,
once a month ain't good enough.
The reason that those statistics exist and that men act out violently is because of the pressure they're put under.
I mean, I suppose there's all kinds of life factors that.
I would understand their sentiment. I wouldn't necessarily agree with it without adding nuance.
Right, but I mean.
I think Brian's asking, would you challenge her on hating all men?
Infrastructure, yeah.
Even though what you're saying is, it sounds like what you're saying is her reason is some kind of trauma response that she hasn't fully explored. Fine. Would you still challenge that notion that all men should be hated or that that's okay? Or like,
Yes.
would you challenge it? Would you push
Yes.
back on it?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking, Brian? Kind of?
Yeah, well, at least for that part, yeah.
Yeah, I think we'd have a discussion about the existence of gender, how it exists today socially, rather
Yeah,
than
but
just...
would you, like, let me ask you, if a male friend of yours that you were hanging out with, he said, I hate women, would you
Set them on fire.
be like, whoa, that's kind of a sexist, misogynist thing to say?
Yes, in the same way that saying you hate all men is...
But would you have a similar sort of conversation with your female friend?
Yes. Yes.
Would you?
Yeah.
Okay. But again, I'm still really trying to get to the substance of, you're saying misogyny essentially worse than misandry.
Yes.
Okay. And are you to some degree excusing misandry?
Excusing, I just don't think that it ends deadly for men. Like misandry doesn't end in extreme violence and death and grape for men
No, you wouldn't,
as
'cause-
the counter does.
I mean, there's some dispute there with some of those claims, but let me ask you
Wendy.
this. If a white person had one or more negative encounters with someone who's black or some other minority
Duluth
group,
model.
could be Latino, could be Asian, and then they become racist towards that minority group, you would then, I assume you would give them some, you would understand their racism because of their own negative experiences with that racial group?
I would be like, I understand the sentiment, sure, but you also need to realize that race is socially constructed as well. So if you're having similar experiences with a certain race, it's because of our class structure. You know what I mean? I mean, this is a totally different conversation, but again, it's just another social construct.
But
So it's way more nuanced, and I would understand the sentiment of them deciding to be racist or whatnot, but I think that they just lack an understanding of the structure that we live under.
And this would also apply to females who are misandrist.
Yes, and I applied
Okay.
them equally, yeah.
But would you give the same sort of leeway when it comes to misandrist statements made by women as you would to someone who's, say, like a member of the KKK, and this person themselves has had numerous, maybe they were victims of violent crime. Maybe a family member was murdered by somebody of a racial minority. Would you then give them a pass for their racism because of their own lived experience?
Again, I'm not giving a pass to any of these. I'm just saying I understand the sentiment, but you're misunderstanding the structures of society.
Okay. And then to dive a little deeper on
How?
that, if we were to look at, for example, would you say in the same way there's a differential between men and women? You're saying, well, misogyny worse than misandry. Let's say there's a black person who's had negative encounters with white people, and then that black person has prejudice or bigotry towards white people because of their lived experiences. Would you say that you might not even categorize it as racism, but I'll just, for the simplicity, I'll just say they're prejudiced towards white people. Would it be less harmful than on the individual level than if there was a white person who held racist
Yes.
or bigoted prejudiced
Yes.
beliefs, even if that white person had just as bad or even worse violent encounters where
I
they
get enough of that. Try to listen to those damn whores. Their stupid, feministic, idiotic prattle. All right, let's check this out.
Your man is trash. There ain't no reason for a man not to wear his wedding ring. And don't come at me with, oh, he's afraid his finger's gonna get ripped. If you aren't willing to lose a finger...
Oh no, shut the f up. No. What do you mean? Hi YouTube, welcome back in how. My name is Cypress and today we'll be watching another Advocate video. This is Womansplaining Men to Women 55 to 59.
Telling my husband everything we need to do before people come.
Okay. I'm shuffling dirt.
what the hell?
What are you doing?
Cooking a glizzy.
Cooking a glizzy.
Crab mac and cheese with peas and garlic bread.
Oh.
I love garlic bread.
I spent like 2 hours cooking.
I will eat it.
What did...
I will eat it.
It's a little bougie.
Bougie.
It's really buzzy.
That's disgusting.
What?
Well, it's not disgusting. Oh.
What is he doing?
This right here is exactly what people mean when they say that women hate how little it takes to make men happy.
I don't hate it. I would love it if you only needed the glizzy. But at the same time, I do feel like he could have been a little bit more appreciative. I mean, maybe he did. Maybe he was a little bit more appreciative off camera. Because this is the only thing that we see, of course, so we don't know. But at least from what we saw, I don't really like that it looked like he didn't appreciate at all that she did that.
So easy to please this man that she could have the easiest life in the world just slinging glizzies. But instead, she's going to be eternally frustrated.
Life would be so good. Every day, that man just wants a glizzy. Easy.
By the fact that this man will never give a single solitary shit about how pleated the quilts are. This is the type of man who time and time again will wipe his oily hands on the decoration towels because they were in the towel spot. I bet you this woman perfectly folds fitted bed sheets every time and no one will ever know or celebrate. Honestly, if you bagged yourself a glizzy king, just sit back.
It is fine if he prefers glizzies, alright? But my only thing is, would have been nice if he would have been nicer about the fact that she cooked, right? So like, oh yeah, thank you for making that, but you don't need to make me fancy stuff like that. I just want a glizzy every day. Something like that.
Relax and just accept the fact that all that extra shit is only going to be for you.
Telling my husband everything we need to do before people come.
Him shoveling dirt off the road.
Oh, so he's not doing the thing that she said he needed to do. To be fair, my mom always, when we would have any guests coming over, we would have to clean the whole house upside down. Even places that the guests would never ever see. And that just doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe it doesn't make any sense to him either. And shoveling dirt off the road somehow does. I don't know. Maybe it is really dirty. We don't have the same priorities. No one has the same priorities. But I guess like women in general have like similar priorities with each other and men also with each other.
Okay, I think I can womansplain this one. This is one of those it's his house too moments. Now, whenever anybody posts something like this, people in the comments always go right for weaponized incompetence without allowing at all the benefit of the doubt.
Weaponized incompetence? It's not like he's not doing anything. He's just shoveling the road instead.
Maybe people just have different priorities than you. The ultimate benefit of a woman providing a list for a man is not because he doesn't have his own list of things that need to be done around the house. It's so that he knows which ones you care the most about so that he can adapt accordingly. However, that does not mean, and this was a tough pill for me to swallow too, is that her list is more correct or important, nor that he has to put her list above his own.
Exactly.
He is
yes.
still an autonomous man, thank God. Okay, so to a woman who has grown up her entire life feeling responsible for the inner workings of a domestic household, you of course are going to be focusing on the countertops and the vacuuming.
Yeah, that makes
for
sense,
how
yes.
you will be judged. But men grow up their whole lives believing that they're responsible for the outside of the house. So this.
Oh wait, yeah, that makes sense. That's why he's cleaning the road. When I was growing up, I was always expected to help clean inside the house, and then my brothers were expected to help with like lawn mowing and stuff like that.
Dude might have honestly been worried that his father-in-law was gonna roll up and be judging the hell out of him for all this dirt.
This
on the
makes so much sense.
And their neighborhood look kind of bougie too, so if they're in like a HOA thing, they might have some strict ass zoning laws, and they can be annoying. In our neighborhood, you can get a $150 fine if you have a rock driveway instead of a concrete porch.
Oh my god!
Who cares?
Yeah,
And in
who
any neighborhood like
cares?
this, you definitely have to maintain the sidewalk. So I guarantee you, if this guy ever got a ticket in his name for such a thing, he did not forget about it, especially before attracting a bunch of attention to his house by throwing a party. One of the frustrating things about living with any other human being is that they're not going to make the same choices that you would.
That is true. That's absolutely true. You have to keep reminding yourself, like, when people don't think about doing the kind of stuff that you think is important, it's not out of something malicious. It's not at all. People just think differently.
You, because you don't understand why they did what they did, assume that it was for nefarious purposes. And just, it might seem like guys are doing things out of defiance or malicious strategy, but 9 times out of 10, the reason that he's not doing things the way that you would do is just because he's not you.
Be wondering why my husband isn't as affectionate as he once
Why they stop initiating?
Get off of me!
If that happened to me, I would be so scared to initiate ever again. But She realizes it. That's a good thing.
Yep, it's a slow and painful death for a man, and it starts right there. As soon as you start
Makes
acting
sense.
like you're doing him a favor, he's done. A lot of men will continue to trudge on through to make the marriage work, but after years of rejection, he is going to stop trying.
If he gets treated like that, I can't blame him.
To realize that's why. Can someone please explain to me why my husband always picks female characters in every game?
I know. It's because they're hot. They're pretty. Every time that I play a game, I only pick females too for the exact same reason. You want to look at something that is pretty. There's nothing weird about that. It just makes sense. You're gonna be playing the game hours on end. Do you want to look at something that you think looks ugly? No.
Yeah, so if you ask most men, they'll give you the logical gaming mechanics reason. Smaller frame characters have a smaller hitbox, making them a smaller target to hit.
Oh yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah.
Edge when you play as them. But that's not the reason guys play as female characters. The very real reason, and it's pretty simple, is because they're pretty.
Yes.
Men do like pretty things. They just like them on women. And female characters tend to have dope skin.
Yeah, that is true. That's why I keep playing female characters as well. They always have like the really aesthetic skins and the pretty clothing. It's not like I would not play a guy, but they're not really attractive to me the way that guy characters are being made. Not in all games though. In League of Legends, some of them actually look hot, but but I just can't play them. I also don't really play League of Legends. I'm just saying as a example, no one kill me here. I don't play League of Legends. I have just played it a little bit in the past. I'm not playing it right now. But some characters in League of Legends, guy character, look attractive to me if they have a good skin. But most games don't really have attractive male characters, so I always go pick the females.
And really flowy outfits. And let's be real, voice matters. Yes, a dude would rather hear a woman than a dude groaning in his earpiece all day. Don't be weird about it. Besides, dudes always make their female characters look like their girlfriends anyway. Exhibit A, this is his character, right? This is the girl who filmed
it does look like her.
That's you.
Yeah,
He made you.
This is you.
He made it out like there was an emergency.
Me to get up to help you wrap your wraps.
You did a good job. Oh.
When a man does this, it is not because he's so dumb that he doesn't know how to wrap his own lunch. We all know that orange get up, okay? This is like the one pocket of time that this man has before a long, miserable last day at work. That he could possibly maybe see you, and you are his shining, bright beacon of light. Yes, even with your sweatpants, messy hair, unbrushed teeth, a little bit sweaty. Actually, especially like that. That is like the final form of women to men.
Oh, is that true? The final form? I mean, yeah, it's a rare thing to see, yeah.
Ridiculous things to get the woman.
If you're a guy.
Yeah, because it's real. Like a lot of women, they're so insecure that they have to try to, they put tons of makeup on, they dress really fancy or dress the best feminist, not feminist, but the most feminine way that they can. Like, we appreciate that too, but we appreciate when they dress, like if we're going to an event or a wedding or something like that, we appreciate that. Or maybe to a fine dining restaurant. We appreciate that. What we appreciate the most is when we see a woman for real. Like when we see her without her makeup, hair's not done, it's just relaxed, casual, and she's wearing regular homey clothes, like indoors, like sweatpants, t-shirt, and she's just relaxing. That's one of the sides of women that we appreciate the most as well. Well, it's getting less and less than that now, unfortunately, because of feminism.
Into a messy top knot, no makeup, and the sweatpants she's had since college. At 5 a.m., you are his Mona Lisa. Yeah, you don't have anything to worry about with this one. He's crazy about you, girl.
Yeah, I find like the way that he said it sounded so sweet. You did a good job at it.
Don't take this the wrong way, but you've just been kind of hanging around a lot lately, which isn't a bad thing.
It's getting towards the end of FIFO Hub's break, and you're over picking up empty export cans and moving his wallet and Sonny's off the kitchen. What the fuck is FIFO? A FIFO husband refers to a man who works in a fly-in, fly-out job. This means he travels to a remote location for work, often for extended periods, and then flies back home for a set period before returning returning to work again. This lifestyle can pose unique challenges and opportunity for relationships, including the need for strong communication and clear boundaries. Wait, so she is complaining about her husband not doing anything when he's back from his job, while he has to go to his job for weeks when he does work? That is very weird to me.
It's also not a good thing.
I think the most offensive thing to a woman is the concept of a man doing nothing. Like, if you're a man and you want to just exist without laboring, you might as well also hold up a sign.
That is true. Like, that's the same thing. I watch videos. If you watch my channel before, I've like reacted to videos where women are complaining about like guys playing video games. And then when you ask them, what do you want them to do instead? It's always do something productive. Why is your husband not allowed to chill? Why do you want your husband to be working 24/7? This guy already works really hard. He needs to leave his whole family for an extended period to work. And when he's back, you want him to work even more? It's so weird.
And he says, I'm worthless.
I know, that's fucked up. Like, let a guy relax. Holy fuck. Like, he wants to be at home. He wants to unwind from whatever bullshit he's been dealing at work, especially manual labor jobs. He just wants to relax, chill. You know, fucking release all that stress by not thinking about work. Enjoying something, like either watching a movie or watching a show, his favorite TV show, or the game, or even playing a video game. You know, like, just let a guy relax, man. Jeez. A lot of these, well, it's because of feminism. All these women are saying, no, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to do everything. It's like, Jesus. Come on, like, really?
So these are men spending weeks working constantly away from their family, pets, children, and when they finally get home, there's no excuse to slack off. But it is really clear that it takes no time at all for resentment to start forming the second this man dares sit his ass down.
This is so weird.
Very pervasive and haunting societal belief that men only hold value if they are providing income. Earning, working. The sad reality of this is that the reason this joke is successful and relatable to so many women is because it's societally acceptable for women to casually joke about how little they want their partner around. Me dreading my partner coming home on Wednesday in the most loving way I can. Oh, thank God, I'm beginning to think I had ended up on the wife-bashing side of TikTok. Right, wouldn't want to end up there. I mean, it would probably feel awful if your husband was publicly talking about how annoying you are and how he can't wait to get away from you. I mean, wouldn't it just be devastating?
Yeah, I find it so weird. Some people on the internet find this a normal thing to joke about. Why do you sound like you hate your husband?
To your mental health to have someone make you...
Yeah, it's fucked up, all these women doing that stupid TikTok shit. Again, it's TikTok, social media brain rot. All these idiotic, feministic women just doing all this stupid, retarded stuff online.
You feel like you're only good for your paycheck and it's better off if you're not even around? Nah, better to stay on husband bashing TikTok where we can do it to him instead. Here's what your man isn't telling you, because there's a lot of reasons he doesn't want to. If your man is a blue-collar worker or laborer of any kind, if he works in a factory or a warehouse, is on his feet all day. He's not telling you this, but your man is sore. His back is sore, his arms are sore, his neck is sore, his feet are sore. And that man would melt like butter in your mouth if he got a back rub. If a woman ever asks a man if he needs a back rub, it is like winning the World Cup. And for the guys who don't like back rubs, because there are some guys like that, walk on his back. I'm serious, have him lay down in the middle of a door frame, use the door frame for support, and then just slowly walk up his back. You will hear that man crunch like a Dorito bag. You'll feel the demons exercise out of his body. Before you come at me with, well, women deserve a massage too, we work hard.
Yeah, I don't like massages, but yeah, but I would like if I had a woman, like if I had a girlfriend, but I don't because I stick to escorts. But if I did, I would have my woman, I would lay on the floor and I would have her, like I said, like they said in the video, she would use the door to balance herself. And I would lay down in the doorway on my stomach and she would slowly step on my back. Oh, that would be so, it would be so relaxing. It would be so much relief because I have knots in my back sometimes in the muscle. And it's hard to get rid of for myself sometimes. So that would be awesome if I had a girlfriend. She could do that. Oh, yeah. It'd be so much relief.
Look, I agree with you, but we advocate for ourselves, okay? When
we need to treat each other well,
we slide our
men and
right
women.
on his lap and wiggle him around until he does something about it. But he's not going to do that to you because he knows it gives you the ick and he doesn't have the privilege. Now, if you're watching this and you're keeping score in your relationship and you're like, Lauren, my man doesn't deserve a back rub, look, that's fine. I'm not going to argue with you. You don't have to rub it. It's not like a genie is going to come out. But someone who does love and walk on her husband regularly, I don't need a genie to make my wishes come true. I'm just gonna say that.
To get a girl's attention, you gotta either be attractive or be funny. If you're not attractive and you're not funny, then you gotta have money. If you're not attractive, not funny, and broke, don't be mad that women don't want to talk to you. It's that simple.
She's only talking about herself.
Okay, it's people like this who I don't ever want to hear saying, "Where are all the good men?" Because
Yeah, that's the feministic attitude
you're
right
like,
there.
I want to talk to you. Money.
There's a lot of women like this, unfortunately, like a lot in first world countries, including Canada and USA, where feminism is very well. Gotta sneeze. Ooh, boy. See that? I'm allergic to bullshit. I'm allergic to feminism. Yeah, there's a lot of women like this where feminism has run rampant, where feminism has taken over a lot, taken over and brainwashed a lot of women. A lot of women who are infected by feminism think like this. They want. I'll let her speak. I'll let her speak.
I
for
don't
it.
need a genie to make my wishes come true. I'm just gonna say that.
To get a girl's attention, you gotta either be attractive or be funny. If you're not attractive and you're not funny, then you gotta have money. If you're not attractive, not funny, and broke, don't be mad that women don't want to talk to you. It's that simple.
Yeah, that is feminism 101 right there. That's unfortunately how a lot of them think, women who are infected by feminism.
She's only talking about herself.
Okay, it's people like this who I don't ever want to hear saying, "Where are all the good men?" Because you're never going to find them. When your personal qualifiers are so superficial,
Exactly,
they make
yes.
Khloe Kardashian's face look vegan. I mean, you basically just said that you only pay attention to good-looking dancing monkeys who pay your bills. Why aren't you paying attention to guys who are kind, faithful, and hardworking? So when asked, what about just being a good person, she snidely responds, list 3 characters of a good person that you think most men have. I'll wait. 2 seconds later, someone gave a very basic response that we all learned in the 1st grade and ratioed her into the shadow realm. I'm just so sick of women who choose to response that we all learned in the 1st grade and ratioed her.
Look at. He got 22 likes. She only got 6. He got 24. Oh no, she got 24. Polite, caring, smart. She shut her ass up after that.
Her into the shadow realm. I'm just so sick of women who choose to exclusively date men who are nothing but hot and loud, and then when it magically doesn't work out, they start talking about how all men are like that.
I noticed that too with the women who make these TikToks. They always talk about men are this, men are that. And I'm like, that's just the men that you dated. That doesn't mean that all the men are like that. Like, stop generalizing every guy.
Yeah, it's because a lot of those women, they're chasing after the guys that are rate high in attractive scale. The attractive scale is between 1 and 10. So a lot of guys in the 8s, 9s, and 10s, these women are chasing after. And then when these men don't commit to them, don't marry them, don't stay in a long-lasting relationship with them, they only stay with them like for a few weeks, maybe less than a year, then they take off for another woman, then they get all mad.
Telling guys what to do since you're clearly still on Bumble looking for dates yourself.
I just need a date for my friend's wedding in Italy this summer. You know what I want? What?
Since we're sharing advice, here's mine to you. You have to actually get out of the shallow end of the pool if you ever want anything deep.
Yeah.
Yes, your man is trash. There ain't no reason for a man not to wear his wedding ring. And don't come at me with, oh, he's afraid his finger's gonna get ripped. If you aren't willing to lose a finger...
Oh no, shut the f up. No. What do you mean? This is so weird to me. Why the f does he need to lose his finger for a stupid wedding ring? Why is that wedding ring more important to you than his finger?
Because you love me? Then I don't want no part of this relationship.
You should be willing to lose a finger for me. No, this is so weird. Is she willing to lose a finger for him?
Who does it remind me of? I guarantee you this woman has never Googled degloving injury in her life. And if she did, I guarantee you there is no man that she would be willing to undergo that for. If you don't already know this, any activity that involves force, speed, weight, and your wedding ring can result in traumatic injury.
Can also happen to the ladies. Like I said before in one of the videos, I actually know a girl that lost her finger because she was wearing a ring. That's why I do not get people like this.
There are probably more activities that you shouldn't be wearing your ring for than you should be. But you want to know the craziest part is that's not the scary truth about men and wedding rings. The real scary truth about men and wedding rings, that all these yes queens in those comments who apparently would never let their man leave the house without his ring and don't want to hear, is that men with wedding rings get hit on more. A 2009 study in the journal.
Yeah, it is weird for some reason. Yeah, when a lot of men, this is true for Canada and USA, but I don't know about other first world countries like Spain and France or whatnot. But definitely in the United States and Canada, I noticed that I got a friend who was married, and he would get hit on all the time. Practically every week, he would get hit on by a woman, and he would tell him, "No, I'm married," and they will still try to flirt with him, even when he's trying to ignore them, even when he's being rude to them. They would still try to flirt with him and keep talking to him. That's fucked up. That's so fucked.
Of
Interesting.
experimental social.
I guess maybe because that shows that they are a good man, a good husband. He is taken, so that must mean that he is a good catch, if that makes sense.
Psychology found that women mate poach more often than men, meaning that women are more interested in a man who has already been vetted by another woman.
Oh my god, that's
If your end goal is
disgusting.
that you want women to stay away from your man, you're better off if they think he's some slimy bachelor. At the end of the day, you either trust your man or you don't. The ring doesn't make your man loyal.
Exactly, trust him. If you can't trust him because of a stupid ring, then maybe you shouldn't have gotten married, man.
Well, his character does.
Hi, thank you so much for watching.
got the
If
video
you
like-
liked it, please don't forget to give a like to the
That was a good
video
video.
and subscribe to my channel. I also stream live on Twitch and on YouTube, so follow me on Twitch or just turn on the notification bell on YouTube to know when I go live. I hope to see you there. Bye.
Okay, I'm gonna go for a little break here. I'll be right back, but I'm gonna let this run for you here, so that way you're not just staring at the "Be Right Back" screen.
In the South,
Yeah.
first off, so in the
refresh it.
South,
Yeah.
first off, so that's just the majority of the men I come across, but
Shut up.
to people who are driven and hardworking and confident, and a lot of times those happen to be like narcissist, and again, in the area that I am, they're most likely conservative as well.
Wait,
So it's just a bad mix all around.
Would you say of the guys you've dated, what proportion of them completely diverge from you when it comes to like politics?
Oh, they weren't a boyfriend if we completely disagreed, but I've definitely
one.
dated for or kept seeing like some, and we would have like, the reason it went on for however long it did is because we would have like pretty intellectual conversations,
Right
and we would
away.
have these kind of talks with each other, you know, one-on-one over drinks, stuff like that. So I find that like enticing, just if anyone's able to like open to talk about things like this.
Okay, so but of the men you've dated, perhaps a majority of them have
Yes.
not aligned with you politically
Because of my location, yeah.
because of your location. Okay.
I would love to find someone who.
So
Is
you
there
just-
any men out there who read like feminist literature?
they're all in LA. LA and New York.
Ten.
Soy boy. Don't catch
New
your
York,
return.
I'll go
London. London, the boys are like, they're down as fuck there. Also,
The fuck?
Do liberal men pay for like dates?
fuck yeah.
Yes.
They do?
Yeah.
Which gets me into my next thing. Thanks for bringing that up, Savannah. I want to go around the table and we're going to do show of hands from everybody. So we'll keep it centered here for a moment. Show of hands, should men pay for first dates? Is that everybody except for you? Okay.
Start with someone else.
Show of hands, should men be protectors from everybody?
What does that mean?
Protect
Yeah.
you. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell right away that sure one has been dating
Or what about a woman?
men that
Or
are
are you gonna
8s,
throw down
9s,
with
and
the
10s
How often
on the
are women
attractive
attacking?
scale
I see, bro, I
of
see
1 to
that
10.
shit.
Yeah,
Those
no,
men
these
have
bitches be
options, including
crazy.
women. So why would
She
they
works in a
settle
strip
for just
club. I
one
mean,
woman?
shit, she
True.
saw
I'm
some
just
stuff.
not in the right location.
I got jumped by so many girls. Like, it's crazy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know, girl.
I've never gone to a 5 p.m.
Wait, you live
stripper,
in
man.
Atlanta? Or sorry, you live in Georgia?
Wait, yeah, Georgia,
I know,
bitch.
right?
Yeah.
It goes down
It was
in
lucrative
Georgia.
in our day.
Yeah.
It's in
I'm
the
not
South.
in the
Deadass.
bars. I'm not in the club.
Have you ever pulled out a girl's weave?
Wait, what?
Me?
Yeah, have you
Hair
gone to
pull.
fight
Or
with
I
a girl?
really love their hair, Brian.
I've not
Just
even
hair
gotten
in general.
into
Learn how to
that.
fight.
There we go.
Don't pull hair,
Hair in
man.
general.
All right.
Leave fucking hair alone.
So, really quick, protectors, men should be protectors. Show of hands. No, okay. Show of hands, should men be providers?
Without the
Those are
preclusion of
shittiers,
women
too.
Okay.
being able to also.
Show of hands, should men open your car door on a first date or dates?
Yes.
Chivalry is
Okay.
good.
Is that a thing?
Yourself for just one
Show
day.
of
It should be.
Oh, shit.
Show of
Well, it used
hands,
to be.
should men be chivalrous?
Yes.
All right, some of these things
You're
I
saying
just-
so many
hold on.
terminologies I don't know. I feel stupid right now. I like actually feel dumb.
It's okay.
Oh, fuck.
Like a gentleman.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, actually. Like
Show of hands. Should men observe the sidewalk rule? So this is when you're walking with your date or girlfriend, wife. The man should typically walk on the side of the sidewalk closest to the street where the cars are. Okay.
That was the thing.
Show of hands. Who here thinks if you have a boyfriend or husband, and then in an instance where only one person can survive, should he sacrifice his life to save you?
This guy's gonna get that.
Can we?
Should he take the bullet?
I think
Yes.
whoever's able to
Take an arrow, a bullet, be
Yeah.
pushed over a cliff, whatever.
Okay. And then, so hold on. Here's where I'm a bit confused, Jazz. And I'm not trying to pick on you, but I think you're probably
I'm picked on.
you're getting a little bit.
All right,
picked
so I'm
on,
gonna
but
be right
you're-
back for a
you're-
quick wash break.
It's kind of a more conservative
bitch.
panel, I guess.
Like-
So, of all the first dates you've been on, who paid?
The men.
Have you ever paid on the first date?
I probably have split a tab out of kindness.
On the first date?
Yes.
Okay. But overwhelmingly majority of the man paid.
Yes.
Okay. And then when it comes to initiative, like, are you making the first move, like maybe approaching a guy, or is the guy almost overwhelmingly the one making the first move?
I'd say it's pretty even, I think.
Okay. Pretty
like
even?
first move is like asking them out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty even.
Pretty even. Okay.
Yeah.
And let's see here.
They think I'm trolling. I'm not trolling, bitch. I'm just like this. Anyone who knows me knows.
That's her.
No, I literally
That's
anyone who knows me knows I'm always sucking on a lollipop. If you see me out in the club, see me anywhere, I always got a ring pop on me.
God, who the hell
I know.
cares?
Okay.
Fucking bitch. Suck my clit.
What the fuck?
But you couldn't, because you couldn't afford it. What the
fuck? WTF?
You can, by the way, Mary, you're able to pull these up. You can show the super chats. I don't.
Oh, it's in the chat.
Nah, this motherfucker thinks I'm trolling. The fuck?
And then I guess final question for you, Jazz. In terms of physical attraction, well, we kind of went over this, but not factoring in like later revealed political positions. Generally, like, do you find conservative or liberal men more attractive?
Anyone I can talk philosophy with, because that's just my interest. So I find that to be pretty even.
But like, of
politically.
the liberal men that you do encounter, do they measure up in terms of, like, I understand for you would probably find it attractive if somebody meshes with you when it comes to your politics, right? Like, you'd find that to be a pro or a benefit. But disregard, I guess, sort of putting that aside, well, comparing the conservative men and the liberal men, like, would you almost wish that the conservative men weren't conservative because the other characteristics they possess, you find those attractive, or you just find them they're just happen to be more physically attractive?
Well, maybe not physically attractive, but in the area I live, the liberal men are more artsy and they're driven in a sense, but I like men who go to work and you know what I mean? So most of the time, if we're disregarding like political views, conservative men usually have the traits outside of politics that I am attracted to. So yeah, I'm looking for like the perfect mesh of a person that doesn't exist at all.
It's tough. It's tough out there in Georgia. And so you.
Oh, you live in Georgia.
Yeah.
Oh, like you still live there?
There's so many good men in Georgia.
Oh.
It's such a lie.
Oh, you flew out here, bitch. Okay.
Maybe not the liberal.
Wait, you live in Atlanta?
Blue-haired.
Well, sure, but if we're speaking in general.
Sure. And I think the other thing I was going to ask was, can you reconcile, because when you were discussing what feminism is, you're like, well, as it relates to feminism, you think that pretty much across the board, men and women have equal rights, at least as bestowed upon them by the government. Or you don't think men and women have equal rights?
Well, at the moment, Roe v. Wade was turned over federally, so that's a law that has control over women's bodily autonomy, and there is no law that controls men's choice over their body, so I think that's a discrepancy.
Actually,
men also can't get pregnant.
Actually, so hold on. There's three things I'll give you here.
It went right back where it was supposed to go. Back to the States. That's where it's supposed to go.
It's true.
Right back where it's supposed to go, and it was enacted the year I was born.
I'm back.
I think it's important to set federal precedents for
it
things
wasn't.
So,
as important as that.
So I guess my counter here would be
What you talking about?
one, as it relates to reproductive rights, men don't have any reproductive rights. So in terms of there being a comparative inequality between men and women, I would actually say that if you wanted equality between men and women, and that was your stated goal, despite perhaps what women want or female advocacy, you would actually have to entirely roll back abortion rights completely for there to be a semblance of equality between men and women.
Bingo.
Because men have no reproductive rights, ergo equality would dictate women should have no reproductive rights also. I know that that wouldn't be what women want, but that would actually create equality.
Well, not necessarily, because
Abortion
women
was
are the
never
only
right.
one in the equation that can give birth.
I agree with
What is
you.
a woman? It takes
I
to
agree with
get
you, but
pregnant.
if we're doing a comparative...
Men don't ever have to make the choice of if they should hold a baby in their stomach or not.
Yeah, sure. I agree with that.
So the reason that women should be allowed to choose is because they will be holding the baby, whereas the men don't have that option. Therefore, there isn't a law to
I
suggest
agree with
otherwise.
you to the degree that, yes, you're right, only women, well, I don't know if, well,
Go
depends
on.
your, yeah.
People with a uterus, sure.
Well, that's your words, not mine.
Yeah.
I agree with you, yes, only women can get pregnant. But again, if we're doing a comparison when it comes to, well, what rights do men have that women
Abortion
don't?
was never right. It was
Again,
just
I would just
enforced
say if
by
we're doing a
the courts
comparison of
because of
equality
misguided opinions and
between men
beliefs.
and women, you would not be able to say that it's something that uniquely impacts women. But if we're doing a comparison of rights between men and women...
I'm saying we're fairly equal on paper, sure.
Sure, okay. So, but your
paper,
position
okay.
was more so geared... Yeah, so we'll just move on to that. Your position was more so geared towards... Or wait, hold on. There's one other thing I want to say. You said men don't have any constraints on their bodily autonomy. This is actually state down, so that I'll give you 3 examples. I mentioned this before. Circumcision. I prefer to call it infant genital mutilation.
I'd agree.
Well, infant male genital mutilation, because baby girls don't have their genitals mutilated in the United States. There's maybe like some, I don't know if it's like under Islamic, even then I'm
Selective
pretty sure it's
service
outlawed
zero protected
in the
rights.
United States anyways.
We're not equal.
So this would be evidence of baby boys not being able to give their informed consent to have their
Yes.
genitals mutilated upon birth.
But there is an option. The parents hold the option. It is normalized that it does get cut. It usually gets cut without asking, but there is the option. So there is the choice.
I would say it's systemic in the sense that...
If it were illegal, that would be the issue, and that would be an equal discrepancy that you could
Right, but
suggest.
I would argue that there's no law, which I think there should be, preventing this barbaric
Okay,
and
I
outdated
would agree.
practice.
I would agree then.
And so I think there ought to be a law that is...
choice.
No, there's no choice.
Oh, that you can't snip them
I don't
at
care
all.
what your religion is, you
Okay.
can't mutilate the genitals of a baby boy.
Yep.
That's my position. I don't care what your religion is. There's
Yeah.
no religious grant. I think this is a barbaric practice.
Yeah, I agree.
And
I don't think the health standard exists either. I don't think it's...
Well, and I also think it's systemic too, because the entire healthcare system is systemic. You have an abundance of female pediatricians that are performing this thing. You have single mothers who are choosing to have their baby boys have their be circumcised, and then you have like a cultural and social phenomenon which kind of relates. I mean, there's like this argument about like it's healthier and cleaner and more hygienic. There's some disputes there. There's clearly other countries where there's not circumcision, and you can clean, the penis without the need for that. But the other component here would be like women's own stated dating preferences once they become adults is like, well, I prefer. So what impact does that have socially and culturally, where women have a really strong preference, genital preference, for men who are circumcised?
Yeah.
And I would say that that's like another factor there. But that relates to bodily autonomy. The second thing I would argue is forced military conscription. The draft, that's clearly the state down saying, men, you can be ultimately sent off to some foreign country, or if it, in the event of like an invasion, I suppose, whatever, you could be sent to go and die effectively, or be harmed, or go to war. That would be taking away men's bodily autonomy. Further, if men don't register for the selective service, they can be, well, there's a whole bunch. They can't vote. They lose out on certain federal jobs, certain federal aid. They lose out. It's technically a felony, $250,000 fine. So there's all kinds of negative.
So you're against any laws that restrict male bodily autonomy, like being sent to the draft?
I'm against circumcision. The draft, I think, war bad, but also war is just going to be, unless there's some sort of like total massive shift in like a technological singularity where like the world we live in 50 years from now is like so far beyond. This would probably happen through AI or like advancements in technology so far beyond what our human minds can even comprehend that war has just completely been eradicated. I don't think that'll be on the scale of 50 years, but I would say that as it currently stands, war is an inevitability. And so there are circumstances where I don't think it should be the case as a male advocate that men should be subject to war, and war is a specifically gendered male grievance, but it just is sort of a reality that nations and countries are not going to reject their ability to call upon its citizenry in the event of like an invasion or a war. Yes, the nations are going to reserve their right to force men to fight. Go ahead.
I just have to have something to add about war.
Okay.
My father was not drafted into Vietnam for one reason. And it was funny because we were, right after dinner, we were talking about it, and I have 2 other sisters. And my dad, he never had anything to drink at dinner, and still he had his milk right after dinner. And he was standing at the sink, and we're like, yeah, Dad, why weren't you drafted? Well, he was like, my balls were too big. Yeah, I guess bone spurs is a thing. And I guess having balls that are too big is a thing too. I don't know, I've never seen my dad's balls, but shit, right?
Shit.
Shit, yeah.
Shit, man.
Shit is right.
That's crazy, son.
Yeah.
Shit.
Somebody's balls are too big to get into military. There you go, or be drafted.
Testicular
there
torsion.
It is. Just like Trump with his bone spurs,
That
it's
makes
true.
sense. I totally-
And a ball's too big is also freaking
Giant.
true.
Your dad had.
My
elephant
father
balls.
has got elephant, and of course he's the one with prostate cancer. So, but he didn't get the. He's not neutered. He's not neutered. He's not neutered like that. He just got the prostate removed. But yeah.
Okay.
So,
And
just
then look, my final point here is when it comes to the men lacking bodily autonomy. In the event of, so for example, if the state can force men to work. And so we've done away, I think in the 18th century, or maybe it was the early 19th century, I forgot the exact date, we did away with debtors' prisons. So if you have a debt to somebody, they used to be able to send you to prison, right?
Correct.
No longer can you be sent to prison for a debt.
Nope.
Except as a man, if you owe child support to a woman. Now, again, to be fair,
If she
this
requests, she can request it.
Hold on. So this is gender neutral, to be fair. A woman who's behind on her child support could arguably also be sent to prison. Although I would argue, first off, the majority of child support, I think it's 93%, goes in the direction of men to women. So it impacts some women, but it's overwhelmingly men. In the same way that you might argue that like SA, we would agree that men are also victims of SA, but you would probably say this impacts women more because they're more likely to be the victim or whatever. So in this case, that would be another example of men lacking bodily autonomy because the government can basically say, for example, and it could be under like really kind of shitty circumstances. Like, for example, a female teacher could essay one of her underage students, and she could get pregnant by that student, where essentially she raped him, and then she gets pregnant. The state can then force that child to pay child support to her, despite there being a crime that occurred, and so forth. So that's kind of an extreme example, but another example that's probably a bit more frequent. There's a couple, maybe they're in a situation.
So do you support male bodily autonomy, or do you not?
Well, hold on, I'll get to that. But
okay.
So the more realistic example might be like there's a boyfriend and girlfriend or a situationship. They're sleeping together, but the guy's not wanting to have a child, and she gets pregnant. She unilaterally chooses to keep the child because women can do that. They can choose to get an abortion. and the man can't do anything. They can choose to keep the child. The man can't do anything. He can't opt out. So the men can essentially be forced into fatherhood and basically be debt slaves for 18 plus years, or sometimes even up to 21 plus years, depending on the state. So I'm in favor of male bodily autonomy, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I find it funny that you're in favor of male bodily autonomy, but not women's.
You didn't even hear my position on...
I did.
No, you didn't.
On abortion. What's my position on abortion?
Oh, go ahead then. Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Well, it's really hard to say on that one. I would say...
Or just say if you support women's autonomy.
I would say that there are very compelling arguments for the pro-life side. So I'll just go ahead and say, yeah, pro-life. However, what I am going to say is, I would say that if I'm looking at the current state of affairs descriptively, there are states where women retain the right to have an abortion. For example, California, women can have an abortion in the state of California.
Yes.
My argument from a men's rights perspective is, in any state, because I'm just working with within the current system, right? So it would be a fair proposition if abortion was completely outlawed, then yes. If a man gets a woman pregnant, despite him not wanting to be a father, he's on the hook for child support. Sure. But in states where women secure the right and retain the right to have an abortion,
comes great responsibility.
men should have a corresponding right to called legal paternal surrender. Men, in the same way that women can murder their unborn children, men should be able to walk away and essentially sever their relationship if they so choose. They shouldn't, obviously they can't force the woman to get an abortion, but in states where there's abortion rights, men should have some corresponding legal paternal surrender where they can say, well, I don't want to be a father. I don't want the paternal responsibility. I don't want to be financially responsible in the same way you would probably say a woman who isn't ready to be a mother or isn't financially ready to raise a child, you would say that would be a justified reason to have an abortion. So too should it be the case that men should be able to escape responsibility from child support or any sort of paternal responsibility.
Yeah, I think gender-specific laws, like you're suggesting that men have to take care of a child that they maybe don't want because the woman wants it, is unfair.
Sure.
Can I add something? I think we've come to a point in society where nobody wants to take responsibility for their actions. And every time you have sex, no matter what contraceptive you're on, they're not all 100%, you are risking a possible pregnancy. So every time you have sex, you have to be okay with the fact that there's, a 5 to 10% chance that I could get pregnant having sex. But the problem is nobody wants to take responsibility for their actions, so everyone's using abortion as birth control, right? And I don't even agree with the fact that a father should be able to walk away from a mom and let her struggle and be a single mom and not pay child support. I think when you take that action, when you have sex, you should therefore have the responsibility of that child because your actions have consequences.
You don't believe in abortion?
No, I don't believe in abortion.
But what if it's
she's saying is
the
true, though.
eptopic?
Like when two people have sex,
That's
there
not
is
abortion.
always a percentage.
You're assuming a risk, no matter what.
Yeah, you're assuming a risk, but if you simply don't have the resources to take care of a child,
then you make it work. You sacrifice.
Really? But what if that child has a terrible life?
Exactly.
And what if the baby daddy is actually criminally horrible?
Wouldn't it be worse to murder the child than to give it a chance?
How is it murdering if it's in the beginning stages?
It's a life.
You believe life.
Science.
Kids can have bad lives with moms and dads too. It just depends on how you want to treat your kids, man. You got moms and dads that are married and they treat their kids like shit. So if a kid turns out bad, well, it can be a lot of factors, but you don't have to keep.
Let me give an example for you. So I had a friend. This man who got her pregnant told her she was gonna be a terrible mother. She was not gonna be a terrible mother. He just totally brought her down. He said he didn't want to be in the child's life. He basically forced her to get an abortion. What do you say in that circumstance?
So he can't force a woman to get an abortion.
He basically did. He said, I don't want to be part of the child's life. I'm not gonna be a part of this. So what do you say to that girl that has no means?
He didn't force her. He's just saying, I'm not gonna pay for it.
But what do you say to a girl that has no means to provide for that child who
I say you figure it out.
So do you have a 2-parent household?
What do you mean?
Do you have a mom and dad?
I do.
So you don't understand because you have not been in that circumstance.
Poverty is also a cycle. So if you already lack resources and you feel like you can't take care of a child, you have a child.
There are over
You can give a
3,000
baby up for
pregnancy
adoption.
resources in America. There's over 3,000 pregnancy resources. We live in such an individualistic society where everybody is like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen to me? Like,
Your body,
we live in a
our
really
choice.
selfish society.
Yeah.
So when someone gets pregnant and there's like, oh, well, I can't
put
financially
my recliner?
afford this
Oh,
child.
really?
I
Oh, they
can't
took it
take
off? No.
responsibility for
Oh.
my actions. So I'm just going to kill it. That you're giving the child a worse life by killing it than bringing it into this world and figuring it out.
Most children that come out of that type of circumstance don't really have a great grand
I would love
life.
to see a statistic on that.
I don't have a statistic. I have friends that have come from that circumstance, and I feel like you have it. Like where were you raised?
Chair 2.
Why does that matter?
Because it does matter. You're a
No.
part
You're
social-
trying to be condescending because
Oh, it's not
I grew up
condescending, baby.
poor. Yeah,
It's,
it is.
It's just straight up forward. Like,
do you know who gets the most abortions?
So what's your statistic? I'd love to hear.
Black women.
Yes,
and they get them
disenfranchised groups of
over
women.
and over again as
Yes,
birth
because
control.
of lack of education and resources.
Lack of education. Everybody knows
Yes.
sex produces a child. That is like I knew that at 5 years old.
Yes,
if
but
I have
I'm
sex,
glad
I'm
you
gonna-
knew that you were well
So
educated
what
on sex and reproduction. Like
Well educated.
education systems are based on the funding is based on property taxes. So if you live in Section 8 or lower income housing, your schooling isn't funded as much.
I didn't learn
And aren't liberal places have the
Where'd
most
you learn
money?
sex from? I'd love to know.
I thought liberal places, liberal bastions have the
From your
most money.
two-party
spent.
household?
Oh.
Yeah, a lot of people don't come from a two-party household. They come
Exactly.
from broken families, and that's like the majority.
So you're saying
that's why
So you're
poverty's
saying
a
they should
cycle.
kill their child if
It's
they
not
can't
killing.
financially afford it.
It's not murder if
I don't
it's in the
think-
beginning stages.
How is it not murder?
I don't because life doesn't begin at conception.
Yes, it does.
Period. Yeah, it does.
Science has proven that. The Bible proves it.
Science
Like,
has
The Bible, we're
Feminism
not
exists
debating the
because-
Bible. We're not in a religious debate, baby.
It doesn't matter.
I think at 6
It doesn't-
weeks is the first time that the nerve.
We're just
endings
having a
have-
conversation that's non-biblical.
Sure.
Oh, I
You
mean,
know, there
you
is
can
a light
call
that
it
happens when the
non-biblical.
sperm meets the egg. If it actually anybody wants to find
the
out if
zinc
life
spark.
happens
Try it
and
out
actually
and-
act, and you know what? A woman can feel it. I know I felt it when I got pregnant with my daughter. And why? It's because it's calcium sulfate mixed with magnesium.
Okay,
the
I feel when a guy
the
nuts in me,
egg,
does
the
that mean it's
ovum
conception?
is the calcium sulfate, and the
Bitch, I
sperm
feel-
is the magnesium.
I feel when a guy nuts in my mouth. Is that conception? I literally feel when a
you're
guy.
just being raunchy.
Well, no,
You're just
it's
being
not
raunchy.
raunchy.
It's
It's just like
acidic.
it's straight up. I think you're very like.
I don't think calcium and magnesium combined create.
And it does. It creates
does.
it creates a bang in the uterus. It does. A light.
Of conception. It's
Yes,
called,
it does.
It's called the zinc spark.
Yes.
But
And you
I
can
will-
feel
I will
it. Some
agree.
women feel it.
I will agree with what you said about
The prattle.
the environment at home not being
Andrew is ready, Brian.
right to bring a child into the world. I do agree with that.
Yeah.
But we do have the option. And granted, I think I used to have a different view, and I agree. I used to believe the way you did. So, it's not a baby yet. But I believe. But I believe differently now. and yes, it may be not desirable to carry a baby around for 9-10 months, but you do have the option of giving that baby up for adoption.
I don't think that's
do
the
gotta move
argument
on.
that I'm
We
making.
can come back to it.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
can
of course.
come back to it
Of
later, time
course.
permitting. Really quick, some chats, and I think we're going to get Andrew here in just a moment. Kat Spencer with the 100 British pounds. Thank you. Or wait, is that the... Yeah, okay. I'd like to remind women that men made laws to protect them, and those lucky enough to be born in the West should be grateful. It doesn't follow Abrahamic law. Feminism exists because men allow
Very true.
it. From
Very
Kat.
true.
Spencer, thank you for your super chat. Appreciate it very
Very
much.
true.
Then we have Chef Dill Pickles here. Uh-oh.
Chef Dill
Chef
Pickles.
Dill Pickles donated $200. Life begins at conception.
Cope
harder to hers.
Cope harder. I love that word. Harder.
I love it.
Wait, where
I
is
like beer league. Hoovers.
She was a hoa.
Yes.
B, she was a hoa.
That's true.
All right. Thank you for that, Chef Dill Pickles. Good to see you in the chat, man. He has a follow-up, and he says, Chair 2, what substance are you on tonight?
I'm on life, baby. This is me all day, every day. Anxiety. I have like the most high-strung anxiety.
Okay.
But if you were wondering, it's Lalo. No preservatives, no additives. We don't do tequila that has chemicals in it. Gross.
Okay. Clay, Chair 1 is a victim of idiocy, also a victim of woke
Chair 2
culture.
is-
Chair 2 has an obvious...
I do. Oh my God, I have an oral fixation. Thank you, baby. Klain.
Okay, Chair 2.
Klain, slide
love
into my
your-
DMs.
Or Chair 7, love your arguments. Where is Andrew? Need some more decent arguments. I think we're going to get him pulled up here. in
Chair
just a
2 is
moment.
brain damaged in some way.
Thank you, Klain.
You,
Appreciate
honestly,
it.
you're valid.
Thank you,
Yes.
thank you.
Mhm.
And let's see here. Well, Chair 7's you're
She's-
married.
Yeah. But
Oh.
she has a book
But she's
too.
a psychiatrist. Or
She's like an actual
therapist.
Oh, okay.
Chair
I thought
2
he
is
was
brain
hitting on you,
damaged.
but no, he's just saying he loves your arguments.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right.
She's a book too, everybody.
so-
Check out her book.
Thanks, girl.
All right, I'm gonna go back there in just a sec. Wait, Felicity, are you able to just take my seat for a moment while I? Oh, you're getting some water. Okay.
Where are you going,
Once you're
Brian?
back, I'll have you just take my seat, and then we'll get Andrew pulled up. And
Andrew!
I'm gonna have to use the restroom before Andrew.
Yeah, just
I like actually.
just wait though.
generally
Somebody's
anxiety.
there.
Yeah. Of course,
Pasty,
of
thank you
course.
for the soup chat. Appreciate it. Here, while I'm just waiting on that, let me see if there's anything we needed to get into here. I'll do one quick note before we get Andrew pulled up. What is it? Actually, we'll come back to it. Okay, guys, if you can talk amongst yourselves. I don't know if you had another question for them.
I mean,
If you
I
wanna
want
get
to.
back
I
to
just
it
want
real
to keep
quick.
going on the abortion argument.
Oh, we're
because
gonna
I
keep
don't-
going?
Well, I don't think we ever got to like a conclusion.
I don't think there's ever like an actual conclusion with the abortion
There's someone,
argument
Andrew
because there's
Wilson,
such
the
a
master of logic and
differentiation
debating.
or whatever, like between, is that the word, differentiation? So I'm not really
We're
good
just
on.
not. We're never gonna agree.
Yeah, no,
on
yeah,
it.
of course, yeah.
There's a lot
Have you
of
had an abortion before?
No.
I'm fucking with you. I know you
Obviously not.
haven't.
Have you?
No, I've not. But I have friends who have, and they were in really bad circumstances. And like I saw from their perspective what they went through. And before I had a different viewpoint, and then I saw what they went through. I was like, wow, like I understand now.
Do they regret their abortions?
No, why would they regret it?
Because 90% of women regret their abortions.
No, the baby, like, it was not gonna have a good life. Like the baby was not.
How would
So
you
we
know that
just
though?
kill it.
How
We
would
just
you know
murder.
it doesn't have a good life? Like you can't just eliminate their life based on chance.
Have you had an
know what I mean?
abortion?
No.
Do you know anyone who has?
Yeah, I actually do know somebody.
If you've had an abortion.
Yeah,
I
let's
mean,
raise our
come
hand.
on.
Brian, how many have you had to cover the cost of?
I don't know.
Brian, have you?
Have I been pregnant? Yes.
Yes. Have you been pregnant, Ryan?
I just want to say there's a lot of discourse in academia of how much we should consider morality and religion when it comes to creating or having these discussions, but when it comes particularly to creating policy. So these conversations are important because there are people who believe there is religious backing and moral backing to why there should be a law, or there's other people who
And
think
let's look at who's making these stupid ass bag policies in Washington right now. Yeah, no, I wouldn't trust any of these fuck bags making fucking policy at
all
all.
money.
At all. At all.
Abortion can damage your body, and I have a friend who had done it, and now she can't have a baby at all.
How long did she like wait to have the abortion?
I'm not sure, but she
Oh, shit,
tried
I'm
it
old
like 2
fuck.
times, and she can never have a baby at all, and she wanted children. So what do you have to say about that?
I wonder what the statistics are on how often someone becomes unable to bear children after an abortion.
I also wonder what
if
her
it's a
health
safe
was before.
abortion. If it's a safe abortion, usually there's no issue with conceiving
Mhm.
after. I don't know the statistics though.
I
I
don't
do
know
think it's rare, but that is very sad.
Since I've had one, I will say I was
Brian
very
got a
young.
brutal baby in the oven. He never
I
quit.
was not in the position to. I made bad decisions.
Andrew.
I chose to take the pill,
He
go home,
never
and
aborts.
pass it, and it was very
The hell?
traumatizing. I bled everywhere, and it was gnarly. I can't say that I regret
Sorry,
it
baby.
because, again, like some people maybe think that child would probably not have a decent life, even though I would have made it work if I would have had it. But I have had a child, and he's healthy, and it was just 20 years ago, it was different, and it was just a decision, and I can't go back, and that's it. I'm not.
Would
gonna
you have
make
changed
it-
your mind?
No regrets. What?
You wouldn't have changed your mind if you were back then, like knowing
No.
what you know now?
No.
I don't.
I made a decision, and I stick with it, and that's it is what it is.
That's how I feel.
can't go
I
back.
feel like when you make a decision, you
No
make the
regrets.
decision.
Cool.
You shouldn't like I understand the morality of it. Like,
one
oh
time, I'm
no,
not condoning
you're
it,
gonna go
like-
to hell. You're killing somebody, but
even if we take religion out of it, you were mentioning removing religion and morality
Women
out
who abort
of
are basically murderers and cope to no end to
Well,
justify
no,
it.
not removing it. It's just there is conversation of how much of morality and religion should we consider when we create policy.
I think if we're not considering morality, then why?
No, we are. It's just to what extent do we think, oh, what if this child cured cancer? It's like that debate, whereas we could realistically look at the position the woman is in now and if it would benefit her life or if it would benefit the child's life. So it's just kind of this balance of morals and religion and literature and academia and just having these discussions. I think it's a balance. I don't think we should remove morality. I think there should just be a level of it to consider.
I guess now that I'm thinking about that,
murderers?
I guess I couldn't really pose that question because I have other views that potentially would go against morality. So
exactly.
I'm considering
especially when
that.
it comes to like
But killers are
Morality is
in
so
the court
subjective.
system.
It's
Well, more so,
damn
I'm thinking
subjective.
about crime and
I don't think
consequence,
murder is
right?
subjective.
Well,
I
that,
think that's
I mean-
pretty
Well,
like.
we have a different opinion on if it's murder.
Okay,
though,
so why when a pregnant woman gets shot or killed, why is it a double homicide?
Put
because
down
it
her
wasn't
second.
her choice.
Okay, what if it's killers?
That
Like,
literally
if she
makes
was-
no sense.
If she was trying
Right?
to carry the
That
child,
literally makes no
well, if
sense.
she wanted to carry that child to a human being,
wait,
then yes, it is
what?
double homicide.
That's a good question.
It's still but it's
Because
still
it
like a
wasn't her
child.
choice?
If she wanted to bear the child,
So what? So what?
To
so
a
like
human.
If I think in my head about killing
Yeah, keep your
somebody,
legs closer.
am I murdering them?
no.
Okay, no, right? So if it's not a life by your standard, how could it be murder?
If she
regardless of
was
the
wanting
intent?
to carry
hang on. Regardless of the intention of the mom, how in the world could it be murder just based on her intention? That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. Can you explain that to me, please? Like, use really small words.
If she was trying to carry that child to birth,
Yeah.
and that option was taken from her because she was murdered, and therefore it killed the baby, then that's a double
That's not a
homicide.
baby,
sure.
though, by your standard, right?
I guess it depends when she was, but again, it's a senseless murder, and if she
Go,
wanted
Andrew.
to carry it to full term, then it would have
But
been a
that's not
child.
a baby by your standards. Is that correct?
At what point? Like 6 weeks, like 4 weeks?
Whatever the point is where you think it's not a
If
baby.
she hadn't decided to have an abortion and she wanted to
Why
carry
does
that
her,
child,
her decision doesn't matter here?
we just have different opinions because I'm
No, there's no
pro-choice.
difference of opinion. We're just doing a logical consistency check.
What's the cutoff for you? When are you saying?
woman, right? Whether or not it is the case that she wants to have the abortion or not have the abortion, from your view, is that a baby or
Yeah.
not a baby?
Yeah.
Do we have like the Jeopardy theme song? I don't.
I just don't know how to answer your question. So.
Well, at what term do you think
hang
an
on,
abortion?
Hang on.
Even
What do you
if
mean you don't know how to answer the question? Is the thing inside the woman's belly a baby or not?
so,
Yes,
even
it
if
is.
she were murdered before what I consider to be a life of a child, which is, I think legally it's like 6 weeks, you can have an abortion if it's
Yeah.
up to 6 weeks. So even if she were murdered at the 3 week mark, the 4 week mark, if her plan was to carry that child and bear that child, then I do think, yes, that's the reason it's double
That
homicide.
doesn't make any sense. Is that child, from your view, an actual baby or not?
No, not before 6 weeks.
Then why would it be murder?
Because the senseless action, if that didn't
Yeah,
happen,
she
it would.
got murdered.
Yes,
She
but if
got
that didn't
murdered.
happen, she would have had a baby.
Yeah, okay, so you're making a case against abortion. If she hadn't had an abortion, she also would have had a baby, right? So she's a murderer by your logic.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Like I
That's
don't
your
know
logic. Like that. So
So
here's
a
your
prego
logic.
homicide is a double
If it is
homicide,
the case
but
that
an
the
abortion
woman
is
intended
not
to
a
have
homicide.
the baby, she would have had the baby.
Should I have the opinion
Right?
that it shouldn't
But
be a
if
double?
it is the case that, hang on, but if it is the case that the woman aborts the child,
Of course, drink some more.
before it comes to term, then that's murder.
So-
And we know it's murder because if She's murdered with the baby in her
keep
womb.
drinking.
Even if it's before when you consider it to be a baby, you consider that murder because the baby's not brought all the way to term. So no matter what, from your view, abortion would be murder.
So you think my stance should be that it shouldn't be considered a double homicide? That would be me aligning with my own stance.
Yeah, that would be at least the consistent stance.
Sure, that would be the consistent stance, but I just think there's more nuance to it. I think if it...
What's the nuance? Like, how do you
intend
intend something to be alive or not? It either is alive and it is the thing, or it's not. You don't
Yeah,
like.
I think we just-
can't so like, could I be like, you killed the chair, because my intention is that the chair is alive. That's just that's not factual though, right? The chair isn't actually alive, so you can't murder the chair. From your view, this is not a baby,
Rachel,
so
what's one
how could the guy be charged for 2 homicides? That makes no sense.
I'll
makes no
fix
fucking
my
sense.
stance and say that if it's after 6 weeks, then it should be a double homicide charge. If that makes you feel better about
Should
me
women
having
be
a
able to have
consistent.
abortions after 6 weeks?
You're asking if we should be able to have abortions past 6 weeks? No. So now I'm changing my stance from the double homicide that if it's prior to 6 weeks, if you want my argument to
women should not be allowed to have abortions past 6 weeks.
That's a heavy debate. So
Well, no, it's just an internal. In this case, it's just consistency.
Well, it's heavily debated at what point, because a lot of women don't know until the 6 week mark, and then they don't have the time to make a choice. But I mean, I'm not a biologist.
When you do like a meta thing, when you give commentary about the status of something, it's kind of actually irrelevant to the question. So like if I go, how is the weather outside? And you go, well, that's heavily debated. It's like I'm not.
Well, I'm letting you know that I don't have a specific opinion.
Hang on, I'm not asking you what Jim, Paul, and Chuck think. I'm asking you what you think, right? So, is it murder after 6 weeks, or isn't it?
I don't necessarily have an opinion on that. I think there's discrepancies. Yeah, Brian didn't give his opinion on if he was pro-choice or pro-life. He said both sides had, or pro-life had, a lot of information that he agreed with as well. So, I mean, you can hold double. You can.
Yeah, I understand that's Brian's position.
Okay, in my position.
But when you make a stance that you say something is murder, then you're giving us a value for life. So if that's the case, then you must think that there's value, that this is an actual life past 6 weeks at least, right?
Emotional damage.
Sure.
Yeah, so I mean, if that's the case, then you would at least have to admit that if a woman has an abortion after the 6 week mark, she is actually killing a baby.
Yes, I think there's scientific backing that life begins at around 6 weeks because of neurons or nerve endings or something like that. I'm not well versed.
Or something like that.
Yeah,
I get it.
I'm just
Right,
not
I
well versed on
understand.
this topic. I just listen to the scientists and think if that's the cutoff that they think is allowable and not extremely immoral, then so
Well,
be it.
scientists don't determine morality.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all opinions at the end of the day, but legally, it's the 6 week mark.
Yeah, so all scientific consensus is that life begins at conception. That's not refutable. That's a human life at conception. I promise. I'll tell you what. I'll make a bulletin right now. Bet you $100. If you look up right now, scientific consensus of when human life begins, it will say at conception. I'll bet you right now if you think I'm wrong.
I believe you. I was just under the impression that was
That's
a
what I said the whole
religious sentiment.
No, that's the scientific consensus. Is that human? I mean, it would have to be, right? That's when there's basically new DNA. That it would have to be categorized as human life. So that's when scientists, via consensus, think human life begins. Just saying.
So does that change your stance?
Not necessarily, because again, they have the 6 week benchmark for some reason. I think it's when the child at that point has like
What the hell?
more like autonomy and ability than previously before that makes it more lifelike. I don't know the science behind this. I'm not the one to argue this point.
Well, these are not scientific claims. Like the moral implications of abortion, those aren't questions that science can answer. They could maybe give us an idea of when consciousness begins or when life begins or things like that, but science isn't in the business of giving us any type of ought claims. They're only interested in descriptors, really.
But no, that
This is how thing works, right? Like science could tell us how a nuclear bomb works, but couldn't tell us when we're supposed to use one.
Welcome, Andrew. Welcome. Good to see you, man. I'm going to let one chat come through, then we're going to get right into some really good stuff. Clane, thank you for the 200. Appreciate it.
$200. I will never jump into your DMs. I've tried to change a woman before.
Priscilla.
I can build a house, rebuild a car, cook, and fly jets. I also open doors and pay for nights out. I'm not taking on another project.
Yo, Clane, thank you for the TTS. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. All right, so, and Andrew, do you have what's your heart out for tonight? Or you want to just go?
Well, I started late. We'll just see how it goes.
Okay, sweet. We'll see how it goes. Since Andrew does have some limited time, though, there were two people on the panel who kind of wanted to, had perhaps specific notes for them. So there's other things we're going to get to a little later on in the show, but we're going to focus on those for now. I'm going to jump to you briefly because you wanted to specifically talk to Andrew, but then Jazz, you had some notes that were directed kind of at both me and Andrew. So
I won't remember mine off.
Okay.
By the way, to the panel, it's nice to meet you all. My name is Andrew Wilson.
Hi, Andrew. You look very well groomed tonight.
I was a little late because I was catching up on my beauty sleep. As you can see, I definitely need more of that. So, but that's why I was a little late.
You look great. What are you talking about?
Agreed, but I could look even greater.
No, he shaved his beard.
Yeah, you shaved it up. You were looking a little rough last week on the debates.
Yeah, I was looking a little homeless. I agree.
I wish you were here. We would have had a shot together.
Nah, shut up, sure.
She brought tequila. So.
I know. I was looking for. I genuinely thought you were gonna be here. I was like, fuck.
You know, it's like vodka next time.
No, I brought Lala with no preservatives, additives.
All right. So, Julie, you said that. Let me see. Let me look at the notes.
I would have drank it. I'm not gonna lie.
I know you would have.
I would have had a shot.
You are low-key a degen, just like I am, but not in like the extremity I am, but like in other ways, the gluttonous way.
I'm not a glutton.
So to drink to get drunk is gluttony.
I don't drink to get drunk. I drink in celebratory, usually in the purpose of celebration, or sometimes it'll be to calm my nerves or things like that. But
that's gluttonous.
I don't actually seek out drinking to get drunk, at least not often. Maybe if I'm at like a friend's wedding or something like that, I'll be like, hey, we're going to get wrecked tonight on a special occasion or something like that. But those are pardonable sins.
I would argue because when you were here last, you're like, I need a shot. When like the male feminist is sitting right here, you're like, I need a shot, Brian. So like, no, you do need alcohol to cope. You need alcohol to cope. That's a form of gluttony. That's overindulging. So, but it's okay. I'm a degenerate too. So we're both in the same league. We're besties. We're kindred spirits. We're like the same. We're one and the same.
Categorically wrong. So do you know what people used to say in the 1800s?
No, I wasn't around at that time.
Yeah.
What did they say? Did you know? Were you there?
I mean, you know that there's books from those times, right? I'm sure you've never read
but
one,
things have been written and rewritten all throughout history.
Yeah, I know, but do you think that it's just one person
She's such
who
an
writes
idiot.
the book and nobody ever rewrote the book?
No shit, it was not one person. Like what?
It wasn't just.
Do you know them? Wait, can you? Okay, so what was your point? I'd love to hear it.
Yes, my point is that sometimes people would drink alcohol to do what they call fortifying themselves. So it could be for any number of different reasons. Sometimes it was especially helpful if you were working outside. It would take the tension off if you had a quick drink, or if you hadn't seen a friend for a long time, you'd have a nip with your friend. Things like this, in order to relieve tension. Or one way that men often greet each other is to say, "Hey, man, you want to go have a beer?" Do you think that the church would consider it sinful to go have a beer with your friend?
So what my statement was saying is that when you were sitting here with the male feminist, you were like, I need a drink for this. I wouldn't categorize that as having a drink with the boys or having a drink to combat like work life. That was you trying to compensate for.
How is that not combating work life?
So you wouldn't claim that you're an alcoholic slightly? I'm an alcoholic. At least, at least
I'm not an alcoholic.
Oh, I would argue the latter. We're both alcoholics. We're one and the same.
Anyway.
I'm just trying to. We're together in this.
Lady, stop filibustering me and listen.
What does that mean?
Alcoholics are dependent on alcohol to function.
You don't think you are? You had to function. You had to depend on it to function with the male feminist.
Stop spurging, lady.
You couldn't even like deal with him sober.
Stop spurting, lady. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay, you're right.
I literally go for months without having a drink. Months and months. I do it all the time. And
Okay, I didn't see it here.
So what? I had a drink in the studio?
I'm just,
oh my God.
I'm just arguing that you
What a fucking
you
DJ.
partake in gluttony, so you
Yeah,
can't
well,
you
here,
can't come at
let
people
me-
you can't come at people saying abortion is wrong when you literally
Here.
you
Oh, God.
hey no.
Hold on, I
you
gotta see if I
literally
could,
come into the 7 sins, the deadly sins or whatever you pertain to the Bible. Yeah, light that cigarette, baby. I wish I got a joint with me. Fuck shit, we can get. Yes. Honestly, I wish you were here. We can take a shot together, Andrew.
Where's
Love
that,
you.
All right, let's get into the
Oh, no,
substance.
hang on. I'm not done, actually.
Oh, okay.
There's a
No,
trigger
you
strip.
wanna?
Let's go, Andrew. Come on.
shit.
I'll sit here
Oh,
and
fuck you.
try to calculate how many shots of alcohol I've ever taken if you tell us how many dicks you've had to suck. In your
Oh
life.
yeah,
There
I
we go.
love
There
a
it
dick
is.
in my mouth. It's,
How many?
Oh, gross.
How many?
I can't tell you how many have you had.
You don't remember, do you? Now,
Do you
true, I
remember
don't
yours?
how many- I don't remember how many shots I've had in my life.
No, I'm not talking about
much
shots.
is it,
If I say
TCS?
to a
How
woman,
many
I
vagina
don't remember
holes have you
how
put
many
your
shots
dick
I've had,
inside
it's the
of?
equivalent of saying to a
Wait,
woman,
I have a question.
Hold on.
What is
hold
your
on.
body count, Andrew? I would love to know.
Displayed.
So anyway,
Read
so
answer.
again,
Oh, $99.
real quick, I'm trying to
Instant.
dive into this.
Okay, let's go.
Text
Isn't it the
speech.
case that if I told a woman I don't remember how many shots I've had in my life, that she's going to respond to that the same way a man will respond if you say I don't remember how many dicks I've sucked in my life?
What is that? Wait, hold on. Say it again. That was like said really weird. I'm sorry.
Do you
I'm like
think-
I'm neurodivergent slightly. I'm sorry.
Yeah, do you think that me telling a woman I don't remember how many shots I've taken in my life, that she would take that and respond to it a lot better than you telling a man you don't remember how many dicks you've sucked in your life?
Well, it's two different species of male and female, so
It's
like
two different species, huh?
yeah, I agree
Male and female are two different species.
completely.
Well, you didn't think that one through, did you?
No, I didn't. But I've seen your arguments.
100%
You,
positive.
hey,
Males and
Andrew,
females are
you,
the same
hey,
species.
Andrew, you have argued that male and female are two different species. So don't ever,
I've never argued that males and females are two different species.
Oh shit! Okay, maybe I heard your argument wrong. Shit, I fucked it up. My bad.
Be quiet.
Two different species?
Genders.
Like men and women are like dogs and humans? Like what are you?
Dogs and cats.
No, I've never made an argument that we're a different species because I'm not fucking stupid.
Oh, so you think women are stupid?
Not women, but one woman I'm talking to.
Oh, you think I'm stupid?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Well, at least one woman.
So, all right.
Why pluralistic? Like if you say that woman over there is stupid, she's like, so you think all women are stupid? Does that even make sense?
I never proclaimed to be smart. Am I saying right now I'm the smartest bitch at this table? No. Like I've acknowledged I'm neurodivergent, so you're basically mocking my like lack of brain cells.
Neurodivergent means you have a lack of brain cells?
I have a lack of working brain cells, yes.
I agree.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you.
I'm glad you guys common
Thank
ground
you.
there. That was
I love the common ground.
That was good. That was good.
Love you.
All right, we're gonna get into some substance here. So let's see here. We'll do a few from you, Julie. Then we'll come back to them later because I think we're gonna Jazz and Andrew are gonna square up a little bit. So okay. And Andrew, these are Julie's notes. We're going to try to move through these ones quickly so we can't linger too long on them. But Julie, you said staying in marriage for kids. Women can't have sex when they don't love the other person. You can't. Men need sex. Furthermore, men will sacrifice everything for their family. Women are generally not capable of doing so despite trying. Do you want to elaborate on that a bit?
Sure. So obviously there's a bunch of tangents there, but I know I've listened to you before and you've spoken about people staying in marriages, right? Kind of working through everything. I mean, so one of the questions I have for you is, for example, if a woman, if there's, say for the fact that they didn't get along, without going into detail, over several years they didn't really get along, and eventually that caused distress for the woman to where she fell out of love. I think for a lot of women, or at least for me, I can't have sex with someone if I'm not in love with them.
Keep drinking that glass of water, sure.
And I think that men need sex. I think it's just innate, it's natural, nothing wrong with it whatsoever. So do you think it can still work through that? Can they move beyond that? I probably didn't explain that very well, but.
Sorry, are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, this is for you, Andrew.
Okay, so let me make sure I get a couple things clear, just to make sure I got it right. When you say that you can't have sex with anybody unless you're in love with them, right? Does this mean that if you found a man to be extremely attractive, that you would just be unable to have sex with him?
Let me go back. So in the beginning stages of a relationship, when two people are very attracted to each other, I would agree that there's still some element of waiting. But when you get to that point at which you have these strong feelings for another person, right? So there's that at that point at which you can be intimate with someone, right? And then obviously you fall in love and so on and so forth. So I do agree that there's that initial piece when you're, in the initial stages. But beyond that.
You mean the attraction piece?
Right. Like if I went out and was really attracted to someone, I still can't do it. I have to have feelings involved, some rather serious feelings before I can do that. So once you get into a marriage and you've been together for years, and I'm not just asking for myself, I'm just asking in general for many people, because I think there's a lot of marriages where that's the case. I think more so it's challenging for men. So how do you think that works?
What's the challenge?
Or I guess two pieces, and I apologize for being all over the place.
No problem.
How does a man stay in a marriage for years and years, potentially, without receiving sex from his wife? And then I guess the other part that I didn't ask was, how does women have a harder time, I think, hiding or faking emotions to look happy for the children, because ultimately it's necessary, right? You don't want your children growing up with people that are unhappy, or who are unhappy. So how do you, in your eyes, how do you make that work? Like, what does that look like to you? And I'm only asking because I've been listening to several conversations.
So from which view? So are
from
you asking
both, I guess.
How would this work from the Christian view, or how would this work from the non-Christian view?
Either way.
Okay, so from the Christian view, she's not fulfilling her duties inside of the marriage, and there would be probably ecclesiastical intervention from the priest and community to try to assist with whatever the problem is. Maybe he's fat, or he stinks, or maybe who knows what the actual issues are. Or it could just be that she's no longer attracted to him. There could be all sorts of various issues, but I mean, that would be how that would be dealt with. It would be dealt with inside of the community, and generally is, right? Even people who seek marital help are basically doing the same thing. They're looking for some kind of like third party or arbiter to assist them with whatever those marital issues are. So I don't know if you're asking me something beyond that, and I'm missing it, or
no. I guess I'm just thinking of the greater good in certain circumstances, right? Whether it's Christian or whether it's what's ideally best for children. So either way, I mean,
it is best. Right? It is generally best for children for their parents to stay together. It's not monolithic. There's obviously going to be some cases where that's not the case, but overwhelmingly, it is the case where if the parents stay together, their children are definitely going to have way better outcomes.
Mm-hmm. So ultimately, I mean, what if there isn't a way to work around that? What if the woman has tried, has done her best to do her duty, and it's
the
miserable?
thing is like, this is an interesting question, and I talk about this a lot with various people from all over the place. But when I start to hone in on the specifics, because in this case we're making like kind of a general statement. It is generally true that if parents stay together, even if they don't have that spark or whatever it is, it's probably going to be better for the children. That is factually true. But then the question is like,
Chair 3 doesn't
what
agree.
if it's the case that they just are so bad for each other that they can't make it work? But anytime we discuss it, I hone in on the specifics. If there's not abuse or drug addiction or things like this, usually it's just one person's not trying at all. They just don't want to participate in the relationship.
Can I pipe in on this real quick?
No.
On this thing? It's me.
Sure.
This whole stay together, for the kids thing. Kids are not stupid. Okay, that's the thing about parents and about adults. They try to underestimate kids. Kids are not fucking stupid. They see and they know everything. They hear everything. They know when their parents are fucking in their beds, okay? I know I did. I could wake up and, 2 o'clock in the morning and hear the waterbed sloshing. I mean, that's how old I am. I had a waterbed parents. Remember waterbeds? Yeah. But don't stay together because of the kids. No, because they know when you guys fight, they know when you guys are being fake. And you know what? That's not good psychologically for a child to know that you don't give love to your spouse. You don't give love to the person you're supposed to love, okay? The person that you conceived with to bring them in the world with. And all of a sudden you don't, and then you're just like acting like fucking roommates? Are you kidding me? You think a kid doesn't realize that? Stop it.
So I'll address kind of your arguments here. I've heard them a million times from feminists.
And if it's because of child support payments, well, you know what? Guess what? You're gonna pay fucking child support whether you like it or not.
So I'll address everything you just said. I've heard this a million times from feminists, but
I'm not a feminist. I don't like feminism, and that's why where we are today with this bullshit gender bullshit because of feminism.
Do you remember how I didn't cut you off at all and let you finish your entire thing before I said anything? Maybe you can do me the same courtesy.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why you're thanking yourself and then welcoming yourself, but anyway, back to this. So,
sorry, not sorry.
Okay. So anyway, the reason that these sorts of arguments don't hold up is because, first of all, children in their tender years don't really remember shit.
Right, they don't. That's called their formative years.
Yeah, so here's the thing. When do they need the formulation of mom and dad the most?
Always, because always kids know when parents are being loving to each other.
Can you tell me what does the word most mean? Do you know what that word means? So when do they need it most is the question I asked you. Not do they always need it, but what?
Are you gonna give me a fucking statistic on most, really? I mean, a kid, when they see their parents together, and when they see their parents loving together,
hang on. Can you stop freaking out and just calm down for a second so I can ask the question? If you
I'm not freaking out. I'm just answering the goddamn question.
So anyway, if you had to pick a set of years in which were the most important years for a child, which years would you put those in?
0 to 5. Formative years.
Right. Exactly, the formative years. There we go. So those would be the.
So if you don't show your wife or she don't show you love in those formative years, that kid is not gonna know what love is. Either if you show your kid love, they are not.
Yeah. So I mean, how come all of the research on this is completely against you? That even if it's the case for abuse, especially for
what research, Spock?
Yeah. I'm
Dr. Spock. Dr. fucking Spock.
Yeah, here's what you can find. I understand that it's difficult for you because this morning was maybe the first time in weeks that you had to get off of your back. But if you could just
no.
You can actually dive in.
I ain't had no fucking dick in about 2.5 years, and that's not even the reason. I don't even want it, man.
Yeah. So anyway, so the thing is like. If we look at the stats, yes, this is indeed the case that it's cohabitation.
Epitome of my fucking misery is what y'all are.
Where you find the abuse. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you just don't want to have a conversation. You just want to freak out.
Can I ask a question? When you say that it's always better that the parents stay together, as long as there's no abuse or anything like that,
Actually, that's not what I said.
Okay.
I didn't say it's always.
Clarify
better.
what you.
What did I? Hang on. So I get straw man constantly. The reason is because like ladies I was just talking to, they can't be quiet long enough to listen to what I'm saying. So even though
I listen to you.
Even though I will listen to everything they just said, when I'm giving a response, they just can't even chill out for 5 seconds to even hear what I'm saying. So that's what happens is people strawman me constantly. I didn't actually say in all cases. I wouldn't say that because that would be a monolith. I'm just saying that generally this is true.
Okay.
So most cases, we could say at least in most cases, this is true.
Generally, better than.
And there's that most thing that you were talking about again.
Okay, well, hold on. I want to make a point. So better
than.
Yeah,
remember how I used that word in context so it actually made sense?
Better than what? Better than divorce across the board? Better than a child living in two different homes. Better than what?
Well, the conditional divorce most
she looks
often
about
leads to
40 years
cohabitation
older.
between you and somebody who's not the parent of your child. And it's in the cohabitation where you see the largest forms of abuse, either from single mothers or from their partners. You rarely see this type of abuse inside of homes where you have the biological father and the biological mother. The abuse rates drastically decrease almost across the board, even if the parents report that they're not particularly happy.
Would you say that's the same, that translates also
Rachel
to
Wilson.
like having a stepchild where you have one non-parent and one parent, and then also a child that is of the marriage?
So I'm a step, I'm
Yeah,
a
the
stepfather
Sherwin Ridge
myself. So again, it's not monolithic, but it is the case, generally speaking, that you're going to see a whole hell of a lot more abuse of your children from step-parents than you are from their biological parents.
Yeah, Sherwin
no
Ridge.
ifs, ands, or buts about that. Every stat you'd ever look at would reaffirm that that's the case. But cohabitation is where it's the most dangerous. And cohabitation, even for the unaliving of men, when they unalive themselves, those rates skyrocket during cohabitation as well. Far less likely even than if you're divorced than if you're cohabitating to unalive yourself.
Only
So
dust.
almost all of these. So if divorce generally leads to cohabitation, which means you're living with a person without marrying them, generally leads to these kind of wildly bad outcomes for people, then it would seem that keeping marriages intact would be a better idea for society, or at least
Some of them have good outcomes. Some blended
What's that?
some of them have good outcomes. A lot of
She got scared
I mean,
eventually.
there's a presumption
Oh,
here
never
that divorce leads to cohabitation in abusive households. There are a lot of divorces that result in two happy homes.
No, there's not. Well, here's the thing. There are cases where that is true, and I wouldn't dispute that. Again, I'm not putting things in a monolith,
Okay.
but generally speaking, it is not actually good for the children to come from broken homes. Most children from broken homes have way worse outcomes than children who are not in broken homes. And if children are raised in cohabitation homes, they have way worse outcomes. In fact, you can
that's
look
funny.
at things like this one blew my mind. If you have two parents who are abusive to their kids, and then the state comes in and removes those children from the abusive household, they're actually far, far more likely to die in state custody than if you had left them in the abusive home.
Well, yeah, because they've just
Like-
been ripped away from their biological parents. Yeah.
Well, right. You see, but you see how divorce rips you away from your biological
Well,
parents.
no, it depends on the
That's what
custody
happens.
arrangement.
Exactly.
Well, no,
Yeah,
actually,
exactly. Like you're saying, it depends on the
custody arrangement.
exactly.
But
No,
you're
it doesn't depend.
presuming that
If your mommy and daddy don't live with you anymore, right? You're ripped away from one of them or the other of them at any given time. So if you're with mom for 2 weeks and then you're with dad for 2 weeks, or you're with them every other week, right? You're missing time with one of them. Necessarily. It's a necessary condition of divorce. You're ripped away from your parents. Necessary condition. There's no way around it. For all cases, every single case, unless you were to have some bizarre case where the mom and dad divorce and then stay in the same home for the purpose of kids, that's happened before, and those kids even seem to have better outcomes, which is interesting.
I do have to move. Oh, sorry.
Like ultimately,
if the
condition.
Bill Pickles donated $200. Dear Granny, why are you so aggressive? This toxic femininity is very dangerous.
Quick response. Do you want to respond to that?
A granny? I'm not a fucking granny, dude. I've got a 15-year-old. Who's a fucking granny around here?
You are.
Excuse
sorry.
you.
Sorry, Andrew. I thought you were. Didn't mean to cut you off there, Andrew. Do you want to finish your point, but then we'll move it on?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like,
Yeah,
what
Wait, stop,
so often
stop.
happens.
Sorry.
What so often happens is the sum-all categorization, which is incorrect, and most people argue from this, which is just silly, right? It's like, if you say generally speaking, it is the case that the sun will be shining tomorrow in Santa Barbara. I am correct that that is true, but you could still have a sunrise in Santa Barbara and not see it because it's an overcast day, right? It's like, I wouldn't put it at anything in a monolith that way, but we can still look at outcomes, general outcomes of society, and everything policy-wise is a give or take. You're taking from this group, and this group is going to be disproportionately affected. That's politics 101. There's no way to placate everybody. but we still know exactly what's good for the social adjustment of a society. Like that's not even in question. We have 2,000 years of history to look at to know what are social goods inside of society and what aren't.
All right, we're going to move it to Julie. We'll come back to some of your other notes in a little bit, but going here to Jazz. So, Jazz.
Chair 3, Granny.
We had a bit of an extensive back and forth when you initially had asked to be on the show. Let me get that pulled up here in just a moment. There's quite a bit. Okay, sorry. One sec. Scrolling all the way up. Oh my God, how many notes do I have? Okay. Actually, one thing before we get into that, I was asking everybody to raise their hands before. Quick question for you, Jazz. We won't linger on it long. You're a feminist, but you raised your hand for almost every single one. When it came to men should pay for first dates, you raised your hand. Men should be providers. Men should be providers. Men should open car doors. Men should be chivalrous. Men should observe the sidewalk rule. How do you reconcile being a feminist and your description of this is how we got kind of sidetracked. We weren't really talking about equal rights, but you were making the argument that while societally, in terms of gender expectations, gender norms, there's like negative gender expectations on men, negative gender expectations on women. You yourself seem to perpetuate traditional gender norms in terms of your dating prospects.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you reconcile being a feminist, being in favor of sort of dismantling gender norms, gender expectations, but on the individual, personal level, you hold men to said traditional gender roles?
Yes. So we do exist in society, and men are the perpetrators in violence against women. So I do need a protector, especially how we condition gender to be. Men are stronger. Again, if you want to go the nature route and biological route, they have higher levels of testosterone, so they can gain more muscle and all of these things. So in a sense, yeah, when we live in reality, and I do need a protector because of the circumstances, yes, I would like somebody who fits that role personally. But I do think that it is negative to push that when it comes to wanting the outcome of gender liberation on a grand scale. It is negative to push roles like that.
Wait a second. You don't need that.
What do you mean?
Why do you need that?
Yeah.
Protection.
Why do you need that? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious if we look at the statistics when it comes
Isn't she
to
a strong,
violence
independent
between
woman?
genders.
You want us to believe that you're selecting men based on the fact that they can protect you, not because you find that attractive, but because you just find it to be utilitarian?
I think there might be a little bit of both. Sure, that it is
Why would
attractive.
you be attracted to that?
Yeah, you're gonna go like the biological and genetic route with this, and sure.
Yeah,
that
I read.
can...
Was it you who wrote the essay? Was it her who wrote the essay?
Oh, did you read my essay?
Brian?
I read it. Yeah, it's her. She
Yeah,
wrote
I
the
did.
essay.
I did. Yeah, I
Oh.
did too. It was forwarded over to me. I just want to let you know that you got to redo the last paragraph. There was a bunch of formal names there you didn't capitalize. But that aside,
Is it bell hooks? Because they're not meant to be capitalized.
no, there was actual. Yeah, there was.
Oh, real? Okay, that's my bad. Also, I didn't know anyone was reading it. It was just for fun. But thank you. Any other feedback is great. Thank you.
Well, your entire essay revolves around blank slate theory, which I don't even think that you believe. So
Go
the
on.
idea, well, when you make an appeal, you say that it's somewhat bad or somehow bad or should not happen that men don't show expressive emotion. That seemed to be one of the key points that you were pointing out in your essay.
Call her
But
Granny.
there's a problem there, which is I think you just kind of fundamentally misunderstand what masculinity and femininity are. And that's what blank slate theory is. It's saying that masculinity and femininity are just social traits which are conditioned by the environment. That's what you believe. But that's not the case. And here's why that's not the case. Masculinity and femininity revolve around the idea of virtues. The way that we assign what is masculine is based along virtues, things like courage, for instance. For women, maybe it would be along the lines of chastity, right? The reason you assign these to men and women is because if there is a lack of one in one sex versus the other, the social conditions of society begin to deteriorate rapidly. So if women aren't chaste, the social conditions of society actually deteriorate far more rapidly than if men aren't chaste. However, if women lost all courage tomorrow, the societal conditions would deteriorate less rapidly than if men lost all courage tomorrow.
Yeah,
That's
true.
why it's the case that femininity and masculinity must be tied to virtues and always have been. It's not just a matter of the blank slate social conditioning. It's you can't have a society without these very ideas of masculinity and femininity existing to begin with. Therefore, gender needs to actually have an assignment with sex for a good reason.
Well, I was just going to ask if you think that that means that it should be gender specific. Like,
Yes,
why can't
it
we
should
just
be.
hold these values within society?
Well, because I just explained why. If it is the case that men decided to not be courageous anymore tomorrow,
Yeah.
then the social ramifications in society would deteriorate so quickly that there would not be a society at all. However, if women stopped having the same courage that men did, let's say for perhaps confronting intruders or storming the battlefield or whatever it is, the social conditions inside of society would deteriorate far less. And so it's actually necessary for the sexes who can actually accommodate these goals and deeds to have these actual traits associated with their sex, because they're the only ones who can really accommodate them.
Okay.
Yeah.
My take is just that perpetuating those ideas is pretty limiting to the human experience, because then you wouldn't have women who feel masculine and go
Both
into
feel
male
foreign.
dominant roles, and I think that's just limiting to the human experience. I don't think that.
Yeah, but do you understand why it would
That
be
is
so
funny.
bad for us to take women and then try to make them masculine by moving them towards roles that they're not even biologically equipped
But
for?
I'm not suggesting we
And
do that.
Yes, you are.
I'm not
Yeah,
suggesting we do that. I'm suggesting that there are people, well, this isn't a suggestion, there are people who exist outside of this gender heteronormative binary
So
with
what?
these traits.
So what? Why do you think it's a good idea to take society and the social roles that are inside of society and turn them all upside down to accommodate 0.5% of people?
I'm not
Exactly.
asking, yeah, I'm not asking for those roles
Yes,
to be
they
completely
are.
turned upside down. I'm just
Yes,
saying, why
you
are
are.
we not accepting of women?
Because we
who-
have to accept men in our, I'm sorry, I will never accept a fucking man who has an Adam's apple dressed as a woman, say he's gonna come in my space as a woman and take over my shit. I'm not. You know what? My mother and grandmother burned their bras for women's, and I don't, what the fuck is this waves of feminism? Feminism is 1965, man. Okay? When we and we have the laws, Title IX.
You sound like a very loud
You're gonna keep fucking men in your spaces. You're gonna keep men in your bathrooms. You're gonna keep men in your spaces, and we're gonna keep women in our spaces, and that's it. I'm sick of this bullshit. Stop it. You know what? All this is liberal fucking propaganda bullshit that we have to accept a man being a woman. Really? Does your little Adam's apple go away when you decide you want to have tits and a fucking pussy getting your fucking dick cut off? No. No. You're still a man, and you always will be. That's it. And you know what? You're not going to come in my rights. You're not going to come in my spaces, and that's it.
Sorry.
You got mental illness, and get help for your mental illness. Enough with this bullshit, this propaganda crap. That's all it is. I've had it, man. I'm 52. Yeah, I know. A lot of shit has changed for a lot of years. But you know what? This crap, no. When it gets down to brass tacks, yeah, I don't need this psychobabble. Okay? No. A man's a man, a woman's a woman, that's it. And no man can have a fucking baby, and that's it, man.
Yeah, but so that actually makes the best point for the lack of.
I don't care if it makes the best point. That's the common logical point. Okay? We're getting back to common sense. Enough of this bullshit. Okay? Oh, you want to twist the fucking psychological around to make a man be a woman? Really? Can they? Can you?
I don't think he's not disagreeing with you.
We
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Well, thank you.
We were about to hear his response.
Well, thank you.
Can we hear it? Go
Yeah, I don't know, considering that I'm one of the largest anti-trans proponents in the fucking United States.
Well, thank you. So am I.
I don't know why the fuck you would associate that with me, but okay. So anyway.
Why are you yelling at him?
I'm not yelling at him. I'm sticking my head in the microphone is what I'm
After
doing.
you've read my essay, I think we can just both agree
All of a sudden,
that
I'm
we
yelling
have,
now.
that we have fundamental
I mean,
differences
you were yelling. I just I don't care if you want.
I put my mouth in the microphone, just like Brian said. Yeah, put your mouth in the microphone.
So yeah, back to this. She makes one of the most valid points that she makes is the idea of reproduction, right? Like only one sex can reproduce and has control over reproduction. That's women. You agree that that's true? Since that's the one role that they can do that men can't do, you would think that you would want to socially be promoting reproduction, unless you were an anti-natalist and you didn't want reproduction.
It's
and it
not
is the case
that
that most feminists I've talked to are very much anti-natalist. It's baked into feminism itself.
Yeah.
Can anybody give me a definition of a woman? I can give it. I can.
Can we listen to them speak? I don't mean to be rude.
I just had a moment, a silent
they're
moment.
In the middle of,
but-
of a discussion.
They're debating
Yeah,
something.
I would
Go
say
ahead.
it's an adult human female. Yeah. That would be a woman, an adult human female.
I just think.
Well, there is a definition, but anyway, go
I
ahead.
just think we
That's
fundamentally.
the actual definition, adult human female. That's the actual definition of a woman. Yes.
No, it's a human that menstruates. Because any human that menstruates from the age of 9 to about 45.
No, so
yes.
you're saying that women who can't
Now, you can't have a baby. Maybe you can have a baby. That's whether. But you do menstruate. No fucking man menstruates.
You won't be able to menstruate. Well,
Does a man menstruate? Does a man menstruate?
No, of course not.
Of course not.
Of course not. But lady, the reason the definition is silly is because in a few years you probably won't be able to menstruate. Well,
I already do. I'm 52. I'm menopausal. See, that's natural.
Oh, so then you're not
that's
a woman
natural.
By your definition?
Yes, I am a woman. It's called natural.
Well, but you just said you have to menstruate to be a woman.
Well, from about 9 to about 45, yes.
So
and you
you're
know
not a
this to be
woman, but
true.
by your
You're married to a
definition, you're not
woman, right?
So by your definition, you're not a woman because you don't menstruate.
You know what? Come on now. Biologically, stop twisting the biological. You know, I mean, to about 50. Yes, you are, because menstruation, yes.
The biggest problem is like, even when we have...
Because if a woman can't have a baby, it doesn't matter if you can have a baby out of that menstruation. You are still a woman.
Like, for my side of it, even when I have people who agree with me,
Yeah,
one of the biggest things that I have to deal with is that you present the argument...
Oh, I'm supposed to agree with you? And yeah, I'm arguing with you.
But you're not letting him speak at all. You're not even paralleling what he's
Well,
saying.
stop putting that cigarette up to your fucking face.
Are you drunk? There's something wrong.
She's drunk.
You don't, I mean, are cigarettes that offensive to a prostitute?
I'm not a prostitute, bro.
You're on OnlyFans. Are you on OnlyFans?
So it's not OnlyFans is a prostitute. There's a lot of other things that goes on OnlyFans than that.
Yeah, are you doing those other things, or are you showing your boobies for money?
Well, why don't you subscribe and find out?
Yeah, so you're doing that, exactly. So that's the thing is don't lie to me and say you're not a prostitute when you're a prostitute.
That's not a prostitute. A prostitute is
you want
somebody
it happy
fucking
for
somebody
smoking
for money,
cigarettes,
actually
it's
having
happy
sex
for smoking
somebody for
porn,
money.
you know?
You know what? You guys want to twist narratives. That's what this liberal bullshit is. That's why the liberal bullshit took over the media. Yeah, that's why Sponge Brain Shit Pants was hidden for 4 fucking years. You know, because the liberal media, all of a sudden, we got to be programmed to what we say on fucking socials. Hello? Hello? I'm sorry, I'm 52. I don't give a fuck, man. I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck if he is liberal.
I don't think he's liberal whatsoever.
You know what? I should have been on here when Charlie Kirk was on here. I wish I should.
He's literally
Oh my
not-
God.
They have the same views. They're both conservative.
I love you, but he's not liberal whatsoever.
Well, at any rate, yeah.
What the fuck?
It's an
That
open
got-
discussion, right?
That got hijacked.
By definition, a discussion means you speak and you listen. And I don't.
And
think
I've
you've
been
heard
doing
what-
that. I've been silent the whole fucking time.
Yeah,
man.
but I don't think you know what Andrew's position is. It doesn't seem like you know what Andrew's even saying.
I responded to him.
But you
Oh,
guys are in
boy.
agreement, and you're responding as if you disagree with him.
I do disagree a little bit. A little bit.
About what? What
About
could you
what?
ever disagree with me on?
You did kind of call him liberal, and he's literally
Yeah,
not
and
liberal.
I'm not a liberal. Well, I'm
No,
not a
he's-
liberal
He's
either.
actually not liberal. Have you watched the show?
You know what? Really quick, Mary, pull up that
Granny
photo
just
that I
sucks.
or actually, wait, shit. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Keep going.
Stop yelling, Granny.
Keep going. My bad. Keep going. Go ahead.
Cheers, Andrew.
All right, Andrew.
Anyway, everyone go read my essay. Go read my essay. Rockies on TikTok, ROCKEYS.
Oh,
and
yes.
It's linked in the bio.
It's a short read. It's about 6 paragraphs.
Yes, I wrote it just like randomly. I'm like shocked that it was ever found.
I want to read it.
Okay. What? Okay. Wait, really quick, Andrew. I want your reaction to this. I noticed on your Instagram, and are you wearing a cross right now?
Yes, I am.
Can you show that to the?
Yes, and the reason
And
why.
are you a Christian? Or?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And this is very special to me because I got out of rehab for
Oh,
this.
God,
like
rehab?
25 years ago.
That's fine. Really quick, Mary, pull up the photo really quick so Andrew can see it.
Yes.
So this is on your Instagram, and you have a lot of photos that are just like this. You're always wearing this cross necklace with quite a bit of cleavage, titties popping out. And you also on your Instagram, there's a link to your OnlyFans.
This is OnlyFans.
What denomination of Christian are you?
I don't have one.
She does
I'm
look
just
old for
Christian.
52.
I just follow Jesus.
Non-denominational?
Non-denominational.
Okay. One quick question, then I'm going to pass it back over to Andrew. Do you think God wants you doing OnlyFans?
I don't care. I'm on this earth to do what I'm going to do, and He accepts me. I pray every day, and I pray if He likes it, my forgiveness, and that's it.
And I guess a follow-up question. Oops, let me fix this. Hide that, Mary. Hide the Discord. No. Here, hold on. Go back. Hide the Discord. Scroll down. Sorry. One. There it is. Yeah. Okay. If God wants you or is fine with you doing OnlyFans, what do you think Satan wants?
Satan wants me right where I'm at.
Where does God want you?
Where I'm going. Where I keep doing. What I keep doing. My day, every day, I wake up, I do my thing.
No, related to the sex work. Related to the OnlyFans.
I mean, sex work.
Yeah,
See, when you talk about sex work, am I fucking somebody?
What kind of content do you do on your OF? Is it boy-girl content? Are there?
No, it's just me.
It's solo content.
It's all me.
Okay.
Whether it's masturbation, whether it's dildos, whether it's naked, whether it's not sex.
Would you agree that through your OnlyFans you're inducing men to lust?
Men are going to lust anyway. It's a natural
But would you
thing
be
to do.
inducing them to lust?
Maybe.
Well,
Menopausal sea egg.
You are.
Please chill out.
So again,
and I'm enticing it too on my OnlyFans page.
Well, okay, even if you're a non-denominational Christian, how would you reconcile this with your faith? And then again, I'll just ask the question
Because my faith doesn't come into it.
Do you think God wants you to be doing OnlyFans? Yes or no?
I don't know.
What do you think? Do you have a personal relationship with God?
God, it's called. He gives us free will.
Is prostitution. Yep.
And if we feel good with it, and we don't feel anything wrong with it, as long as we're not hurting anybody or ourselves. And yeah, I think He's cool with it.
Isn't there a phrase from the Bible, "Go and sin no more"? So I mean, God gives you free will, but
that's if you go to Jesus and say, "I have sinned so badly, just please forgive me."
Okay, really quick, then I'm passing it over to Andrew.
Well, I'm doing
just
that.
a yes or no, not an I don't know. Do you think God wants you doing OnlyFans?
Yes.
And then what does Satan want?
I don't give a fuck.
Well, okay, if God wants you to be doing OnlyFans, then you would say that Satan doesn't want you to be doing OnlyFans, just so I have that clear?
Maybe. Probably doesn't.
That rascally devil.
I guess. It's called a fucking choice. We were born with a choice. We either do or we don't, okay? There's either doing or there's no trying in life. There's either trying or doing,
Yeah,
and
calm
that's
down
it.
there, Master Yoda. Calm down.
Well, there it is.
Come on.
Master
Yoda. You ripped it off of Star Wars.
You know what? That little Yoda's a
Wait,
really
stop. Hey,
fucking smart
Look,
guy, man.
Make your point without yelling, please. Make your points without
I'm sorry,
yelling.
that little Yoda guy is a really smart guy.
You can speak in passionately, but try not to, like, in terms of your volume.
There is no trying in life, only doing. Because when you're doing, you're
How
trying.
you must.
By the way, I want to give, I have to give credit to Andrew. I have to give credit to Andrew for that argument, the question about what if God wants you to be doing OnlyFans, and then of course what does Satan want? All credit to Andrew Wilson there. Andrew, I'll pass it over really quick. I did want to make an announcement, and Andrew maybe has some thoughts on this, guys. So Andrew had a fantastic debate with a woman named Kylie. This was our debate that we had. I believe it was on Sunday, Saturday before our last Sunday show when we had Andrew here in person. Kylie has messaged me, and then pull up the Discord so you can pull it up. I should have left it on the page. Kylie has threatened me with a lawsuit.
Wait, which one was she?
Crash Out Kylie. That's the nickname I bestowed upon her. Crash Out Kylie. Crash Out Kylie is her new name. She's.
Can we see her?
Yeah, I need to see a visual.
Do you have it pulled up on this? Discord full screen?
I call her.
Yeah, go ahead, pull it up.
Kylie. But,
All right, so if you guys want to see the messages, you're not going to click on that, but if you want to see the messages, it's in my Discord, discord.gg/whatever.
I posted. Here with the notepad?
Stop.
Sorry.
I posted the threat, her legal threat. She said she hired a law firm, so a lawsuit is probably imminent from her. I fully blame Andrew because Andrew so thoroughly demolished her worldview that she was so upset that she's really a poor sport. What's it, or a sour? What's it
She's
called?
a fucking cunt.
Sore sport. Sore loser. She's suing me because Andrew just dog walked her.
Wait, what
the
is she
entire
suing
debate.
you for? Like, what's the claim?
What's the charge?
Yeah.
We all signed the consent.
Well, she's alleging that
being a big stupid beanie head.
She's alleging
love you,
that
Andrew.
we harassed her and that we set her up. And then there was here's the lead into this. We were gonna cover her airfare and her hotel, right? But there's a couple components here. She was in breach of contract. She got up a whole bunch of times. She wasn't participating
you're
in
starting way
good
too
faith.
far ahead in the story. Listen, go back to when she got to the studio and told you about how she was engaged in a lawsuit with another show.
Was she that hot? Because you paid for it. You said you were going to pay for her to come. That's what I heard.
She was like popular in something else. So that's probably
It was a 1v1 debate, so it's a little different format.
When she got to the studio, she wanted Brian to give her all rights over all clips or something like that because she was engaged in a lawsuit against somebody and never really described how it was that she was suing them or why. Something about AI or some shit. Something. You remember that, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, she was basically like, and this is never a request that would ever be granted, but this is what she said, Andrew. She said, I want to have final approval before any clip that you publish or you push out, which no production company would ever agree to, at least for like an internet-based production. So she wanted essentially final cut, like to have. We would have to be like, is it okay if we post this clip? Are you okay with how it was edited? Nobody does this. This is never granted in any sort of production. So she wanted that. She was like arguing over whether she had to sign the appearance release. Mind you, in a prior agreement that we had, it incorporates in that agreement that she has to sign the appearance release. And she's like, well, what happens if I don't sign the appearance release? I'm like, we can't do the show. And then we do the show. You guys can watch it to see the whole back and forth. She's a bit of a Karen. She walked off a bunch of times, insulted Andrew in various ways, and just kind of being a bit of a brat, a bit of a Karen. But the really big thing was, where there's a dispute here, is that as she was about to leave, she said that somebody contacted her, a third party contacted her, and offered her essentially what we were going to pay her for her to walk off and just leave early. So this would essentially...
What a good deal.
What?
I guess. But that then calls into question, basically, if some third party is interfering with a contract that I had with her, and she's benefiting from him enticing her to breach her contract with me, I believe on that basis alone, granted, there's a lot of her other conduct that I think would constitute breach of contract, but on the basis alone that she agreed to be paid from a third party to sabotage our production and walk off the set before the agreed upon time, and our contract stated she would be paid for her full appearance, that would be breach enough to fully relinquish me of my duty to pay her under the contract that we did have. That's my interpretation. So she's trying to say that we set her up. She's probably going to say there's defamation. She's going to say some other bullshit. She's going to say there's breach of contract on our part. She said that this California law firm is going to whatever. So she's probably going to file a lawsuit. So if you guys want to support the show, join the Discord. You can see all the legal stuff that I posted. I sent her a scathing response. If you want to see it. So, yeah. What the fuck is going on back there? What the fuck are you doing? What was that? What spilled? Hello?
She was just pushing a bottle into the trash.
Oh. Why? Okay. Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. We got way off course here. We need to get back to this stuff. So, I was asking you, Jazz, you raised your hand for every single thing. How do you reconcile your feminist positions?
I honestly believe.
And your feminist positions almost strictly relate to, like, not laws or anything. It relates to, like, gender expectations and a rejection of traditional gender roles. Yet in your own life, you don't hold up to your own sort of relinquishment of gender roles.
Yes. So, my focus in education was on political thought and theory.
Kylie.
So,
I honestly believe that she was
I think I can
Coca-Cola on her
hold
many bathroom breaks.
ideas and an ideology that I don't necessarily participate in the present because those circumstances aren't a reality right now. So, and again, we live in society. Men do exist in a certain way. Women exist in a certain way and have certain roles. We aren't equal physically. So there is that standard. The standard exists, and I am someone that does participate in gender roles. But it's just an interest of mine. Like the idea of gender liberation and just political theory was my focus. So
my question to you is, because I assume that when it comes to like the traditional gender roles or expectations as it relates to women and dating. So you would say, for example, there's certain components that women should be able to escape from, like being submissive, right? Or being equal partners and not having the man make all the decisions in the relationship, right? You would reject that, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Like in your own romantic relationships, do you want to be submissive?
I don't think so. I'm pretty independent, and I mean, I'm not speaking in sexual terms, but pretty dominant too in certain ways. And I think in my personal relationships, and this is why I think it's dangerous to perpetuate a certain idea and roles onto people, because everyone exists in a bunch of nuances. And in my personal relationships, I would rather just have a partner. So any characteristic that I lack, they should have. And if you're a man who exists as the role of a man in society and you need that counterpart to be a woman who exists as the way women exist in society in that role, then that's your prerogative.
Okay, so how do you believe in gender liberation? Hold on, Mary, let's get the cameras going, okay? Do you believe in gender liberation only for women?
No.
But okay, if all women, even feminist progressive women are like you, insofar as you like say, well, it should be the case that men are allowed to, maybe men can be stay-at-home dads. Yeah. But if women, especially feminist progressive women who perpetuate that men should be allowed to do this, but none of them actually adhere to it in practice, in reality, then how can men ever explore these other kind of gender dynamics if you yourself, as a feminist progressive liberal woman, you don't even want that in your own relationship? And I think this would also equally apply to the vast majority of other feminist women who, despite their own proclamations of wanting gender liberation or gender equity or equality, they still demand chivalry and men paying for dates and men being protectors and providers and all these things in their relationships. You want to escape from your traditional gender roles in relationships, but you basically want to be 1950s bachelorettes and still maintain men to their traditional gender roles. How do you explain that?
No, I think everyone should just feel free to exist as they should. And I think perpetuating these roles is dangerous. And although I do look for men who have to protect me physically, I think first it needs to happen on an emotional level where you have a partner who's completely open with you emotionally and maybe matches you intellectually. But as it exists today, men are stronger than women physically, most likely. And
okay, so if I go ahead and just grant that, fine, it's okay for feminists to want men to be protectors, how about paying for first dates?
yeah, I think when women go out with men, it's a risk it's a risk for assault. Let's be honest. 33% of adult women are assaulted by men. So it's not like it's a rare occurrence.
This is a completely dubious statistic. You know
it's
that,
just
right?
my opinion, though.
The statistic is your opinion?
No,
or
my
it's
opinion that, like, if you're already fronting the risk.
You know, the statistics you reference include, it's really kind of a disgusting, egregious thing, what they do with these feminist statistics. Essentially what they'll do is they'll lump in things that are perhaps we would agree like shouldn't be done, but are like not nearly as bad as like full-on violent stranger essay. For example, in these studies, they'll include things like catcalling. And
I think that statistic is like way more. It's like 9 out of 10 women experience.
Right, but they'll say, so here's what they'll do. They'll say that they'll create like this sort of amalgamation category, a catch-all category called sexual violence. And in the sexual violence category, they're going to say that things like catcalling, that falls under it. So when they give these questionnaires to these women and the women mark, well, yeah, this one time this guy catcalled me, or if a woman's ever been called a slut, that also is under the sexual violence.
Yeah, I don't.
So it totally skews the statistics.
Yeah, I don't know any valid research or academic that would post any sort of data that would represent catcalling as violence.
Sounds like that would be in the harassment category, not the violent
sexual
category.
harassment.
They
not
consider it. They consider
well, that's
it
an
under that
inaccurate
category.
data page.
Yeah, but if it is the case that all these feminist institutions and RAIN, for example, like that's pretty much the number one institution, as far as I know, that's advocating against SA.
And you think they skewer their data?
I've literally pulled, like I've actually looked at their statistics and they make the 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 claim. And then if you look at the actual, most of it is from the NIS, but they've done other studies too. If you actually look at like the questionnaires that they're sending out to these women, it includes things like, have you ever been catcalled? Have you ever been called a bitch?
And this is considered reputable, or is this just like you're saying it's just feminist data points that they're pulling?
It's literally what they're citing to these, like RAIN. It's the studies that they're citing to come to the determination that it's been 1 in 4 or 1 in 3 women are victims of these crimes. And then you're gonna say, oh, it's 1 in 3 women are raped, but it's actually no, it's they're factoring in.
No, I get what you're saying. I just don't know who would consider that to be. If what you're saying is true, who would consider that to be like accurate data selection?
I can show it to you if you'd like.
No, I get what you're saying, and that is what it's representing. I'm just wondering, like, there has to be someone who has countered their data and been like, this is a skewed data set and is inaccurate.
It's the data that these institutions that are
but it's
reporting.
an inaccurate data set.
Oh, shit.
Right, but I mean, if these are like
the talking points.
If these are the ultimate organizations that are dictating
that
basically the cultural zeitgeist of 1 in 3 women are being SA'd, but it's including things like catcalling and getting called a slut. Yeah, that seems very misleading.
Yeah, I would completely agree.
Well, Ryan's just pointing out there's a lot of methodological issues, like defining and measuring violence is really difficult because you can only measure it by your definition of what it is. You understand? Like, if you consider catcalling, for instance, to be sexual violence, then that would skew your numbers extremely high when they're really not as high as you're claiming, right? Lifetime prevalence versus annual violence would be another one. Types of violence, inflated sense of prevalence right? Could be another issue. There's a lot of data biases which happen. When I look at these numbers, I look often at how these things are defined, and I find massive discrepancies which are absurd, just absurd. Like the idea of catcalling, for instance, being sexual violence is fucking insane to me.
Yeah, it is.
I would agree.
I'm going to let this chat come through, then we're going to move it on a little bit. Thank you, Pasty George. Appreciate it.
$200. Chair 1, can anyone be what they want? So, according to your logic, which other feminists also share, a person can be like Jason Voorhees or even Michael Myers. So, is mental illness a right? LOLXD.
They're asking if I support... Yeah, if I support like serial killers, maybe? Is that the suggestion?
I think that's what he's asking.
I mean, obviously there's a balance of morality that you have to consider when you are talking in conversations like this, and I think murder is morally wrong, and I think academics, anthropologists, political scientists, normal people on the street have all collectively agreed as a society that murder is wrong and serial killers.
Getting back into the notes here no, it's fine. Jazz, so like I said, there was a bit of back and forth. You said that our ideas, so I suppose me and Andrew, our ideas about gender are fundamentally
that's funny shit, man.
so different that it would be a waste for us to have the conversation that I suppose we are having, have been having, and are about to have. Can you clarify what ideas about gender are fundamental that me and Andrew is so fundamentally different?
You guys define gender as biological, and I disagree on that baseline, so we fundamentally disagree on the idea of gender.
That's incorrect. Neither Brian nor myself would define.
Oh, what is your definition of gender?
Yeah, so I'll explain.
Also, it's nice to meet you. I haven't seen you. I've seen like a clip recently, but...
So her criticisms were just towards me, I guess. Well, Andrew's part of the convo, so we'll... Go ahead. Sorry, Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, so we would say that sex was a biological category and gender would be a socially constructed category.
Oh, okay.
Gender is trying to allude to some type. Now, I would disagree with the descriptive of what you consider gender to be. That's true. But no, we would be able to separate these two concepts with ease.
Okay. Yeah, I agree as well that gender is a social construct, but you think that the way it exists, maybe not today, but a couple of years ago or decades ago, that men have a role in society and women have a role in society based off of their
role. Yeah, well, by necessity. So can men reproduce?
No.
No. So which sex do we have to count on to reproduce?
Sure, but why are you harping on reproduction so much?
Because you claim that there's no gender roles, right?
Yeah.
That these are... that it's a blank slate, that people can do whatever they want, but the truth is that we have to have a society, and that's going to require reproduction, right?
Do you not think that there would be some sort of balance when it comes
Before you ask me a question, can you do me the service of answering mine?
Oh, sorry, repeat your question.
Yeah, so is it the case that women are the only ones who can reproduce?
Yes.
Okay, so if that's the case, then help me out with this. If we want to have a society, we need women to reproduce, right?
Yes.
So if we need women to reproduce, why wouldn't we tailor society in such a way which was conducive to female reproduction and men who can't reproduce, not reproducing, but providing the services in which their body archetype is designed for? Why wouldn't we do that?
Well, do you think every woman should reproduce?
And hang on, answer my question first.
Well, I'm getting there, though. You're asking why wouldn't we...
You don't answer a question by asking one. You answer a question by answering it, and then I'll answer yours. Yeah. So start with this. Why is it that you don't want to tailor society towards females reproducing, since they're the only ones who can, and men towards doing the hard labor jobs and the dangerous jobs, which basically only they can do as well? Why would you not want society conditioned that way?
Because I think it's extremely limiting to the human experience. I think women are more than just birth givers.
Okay. And can women have an experience if they're not fucking born?
No.
Okay. Now I'm willing to listen to your line of inquiry. Go ahead.
Do you think every woman should reproduce? Do you think that if the roles weren't the way that they are or the way that you want them to be, where you need a woman
Yeah,
to
so
reproduce.
again, so when you ask a monolithic question, the answer to your question is no. I wouldn't say every woman on planet Earth needs to reproduce. But that's kind of beside the point. The truth is that we still need to have reproduction in order to have a society. So even if it's the case that like women without uteruses can't reproduce, or women who can't menstruate can't reproduce, or women who can't have eggs can't reproduce, or even some women just are so untailored towards motherhood they can't, I would still think that you would want the social conditions for reproduction to be the thing you focused on, because otherwise you don't have human beings.
Yes. So do you think that reproduction wouldn't occur anymore if the roles weren't as they are now?
As a matter of fact, I don't. And here's my proof. What's the birth rate in every single Western country and most of the world? Is it above or below reproduction rates? So you need to have, mommy and daddy need to have 2 babies in order to replace mommy and daddy, right? Are mommy and daddy having 2 babies to replace mommy and daddy right now?
No, they're not.
Well, that's really weird. It's almost like when we apply your insane ideology of non-specific gender roles and moving the social conditioning to move women into the marketplace workforce where they're fucking miserable, it's not conducive to reproduction. Now, under my worldview, which is the right worldview, I would tailor society towards females and reproduction, which would include staunch gender roles. And then we would actually have a society.
Would
Right
you?
now,
And
what's
that
going on
excludes
is
men
your society
pretending
is
to be
being-
women.
Your society, hang on. Your society is being replaced, literally replaced by immigrants because our societies can't reproduce themselves.
Would you not suggest that maybe women should just have more resources to help them?
Resources, wait, you want women to have more resources?
To help with childbearing,
yeah, so
and then
here's the biggest resource I want to give to women that'll help them the most with childcare: time. The ultimate resource that every rich man will tell you is the one thing that they can never get back. It's the one thing that you spend and never comes back to you. Yeah, I would give them time. And you know how you give women lots and lots of time? You try to move the social conditions so that they can stay fucking home with their kids. And then what do they have the most amount of abundance of? Time. The one irreplaceable thing. So if you want to give women resources and stuff, right? I don't think stuff is going to do it. I think that time is what does it. If you're going to spend most of your day away from your child, how is that conducive to reproduction? How does that help us reproduce exactly?
The government did that to keep us separated and segregated to get more tax
The
money.
feminist
and
movement did.
To indoctrinate our children.
Actually, the feminist movement did.
Okay, fine.
It did.
Whatever. you
It
know
did. It really did. The original, it did. And that's why we're here now.
Sin Magic 14 donated $200.
Thank you,
You
Sin.
are gorgeous, girl.
I think you are gorgeous.
No, wait. One. I'm so
Chair eight.
one.
Wait,
It's chair
this is
8.
for you.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought you were 8. I'm so
there it is.
sorry. You were gorgeous too.
Did you have a response to Andrew, or?
yeah, again, I just think it's a really limiting stance. Me personally, I don't think I would find my ultimate purpose and value in having children. I really want a career
But
myself.
You wouldn't have to. Like, don't you understand that through the illusion of you thinking that you're promoting choice, you're promoting prison ideology? The very idea that you have is because you would not be happy being a mommy. You want to go in the workforce or some shit like that and go work for a boss in a cubicle and complain about how cold it is to the HR lady. Because that's your dream. The assumption there is that all of society should be tailored towards this thing that you want. You can still do that shit, but why wouldn't you try to move society towards the idea of reproduction and the cross-generational or nuclear family? The backbone of all societies, the family unit. Why would you not want to move society towards that?
Yeah. Well,
even if you want to go have your cushy little air-conditioned job and not reproduce.
I hate that women have to choose between raising a child and having a successful.
They don't.
Yeah,
career.
exactly. But here's the thing, right? But what you're saying right there is that you would prefer to limit. You would prefer to create limits. I hate that they have to choose, right? Guess what? They didn't always have to choose. That wasn't always the case.
Yeah, they didn't have a choice before. It was just their
but
children.
why is it such a bad thing to tailor society towards the idea that society can reproduce itself, even if it limits choice?
But reproduction
we limit
doesn't-
choice for everything. It's a good idea to limit choice.
Reproduction isn't going to stop happening. There are still plenty of women who want to bear many children, more than one, more than two.
I would like to read for you something here.
Yeah.
I would like to read for you the birth rate in South Korea. The birth rate in South Korea is 0.78 births per woman. 0.78. Not
That's
one.
fucking low, man.
It's not one child per woman on average. It's less than one child per woman on average. Now, you can watch this on a flowchart from 1960 to 2000 completely bottom out into next to nothing. South Korea isn't going to be there in 200 years or even 100 years. If they continue on track, it's going to go, they're estimating it goes as low as 0.38, right? That is civilization ending.
Do they happen to have
what? For what? So that you can make a fucking sandwich for a boss somewhere? Like, what is that? So let me ask you this. I'll just ask you that. I've asked many feminists this. I already know the answer, but I'll ask you anyway. If it were the case that we limited women's rights in some capacity, but ended up with a thriving reproductive society, or the alternative is that society just ceased to exist because it could not reproduce itself, but women had no rights limited, would you select for the society being wiped out or for rights being somewhat limited for women?
I just don't think that's what's happening. I do have a question.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
I mean, it's a question that wouldn't realistically happen. I have a
It's
question about your
hypothetical.
previous.
It's designed to test your logic. I know it's not
Well,
going to
I have
happen.
a question
I know-
about your previous statistic.
Listen. If I asked you if a meteorite struck right next door and started a big fire, would you evacuate the building? You say yes. It's not really going to happen, right? But the point is to test what you would do. So I'm going to give it to you again, the hypothetical again. If it were the case that we limited women's rights to some degree, but saw an explosion in reproduction, or we didn't limit women's rights to some degree, and society ceased to exist in 50 years or 60 years, which one would you select for? Which one would you prefer?
I don't think.
Answer the question.
I am answering the question.
All right.
I don't think what you're saying, like limiting women's rights, would, or taking away their rights, like saying that they should just be homemakers.
Yeah,
I
the
don't.
conditional is if it were the case that, so if it were the case that limiting women's rights slightly, and men's even, you limit both their rights slightly, right, led to a more reproductive and happy society, or you limited their rights in some capacity, would you prefer, but that led to society ceasing to exist in 50 years, which would you select for? I'm not asking whether you think that that would happen or not. So which one would you select for?
I would go with the first, but I also don't think
Which is
that
what?
would be
What's
the
first?
outcome.
Tell us what that is.
If you're, it's just like extreme absolutes that wouldn't happen. So I really can't make a decision.
You don't know. You can't decide on whether or not the human species ceasing to exist and your society ceasing to exist would be preferable over slightly limiting some of your rights. You don't know the answer to that question, and you wonder why it is that so
Because
many
I don't
people
think those are
gravitate-
necessarily the exact outcomes that would
Do you
happen.
understand why so many more people gravitate towards my ideology than they do feminism? Because when you ask a person this question, it's such an easy answer, but feminists can't actually answer it because they know that the truth is that rather than be limited one iota, you would rather see society not fucking exist anymore.
But if roles
That
were
actually-
reversed, if men were limited to just the house and they couldn't have passions and success, you would
You're not
feel
limited to just the house. I didn't say that. I said if you had some of your rights slightly limited. We have our rights slightly limited right now. I have limited rights on free speech. I can be drafted. Brian can be drafted. The men all watching can be drafted. We have all sorts of limits on our rights and all sorts of duties associated with us. So tell me, since, and it would be preferable for me if there was a slight limit on men's rights, but it led to a reproductive society, I would definitely prefer that. So, like, which one for you?
Again, I think these are absolutes that just wouldn't happen. Like,
Yeah, I know, but if they did happen, which one would you select for?
I would want, if those were the absolutes that I have to choose from, I would want society to continue to exist. So limiting women's rights. But I do not believe that restricting their rights and would stop reproduction completely. I think we wouldn't have an issue. And I know you give that statistic in North Korea, but I do have a question: is if they have a limit to how many children that they can have?
Nope.
There's no limit.
Nope, it's not China. And China got rid of the one-child policy as well. There's no limit.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering because I was trying to conceptualize that.
So here,
statistic that
let me
you
give
gave
you an easy thing that you could do to tailor this that would make a massive rebound for reproduction. Let's see if you would actually go for it. Now that you've agreed you would rather see society thrive. If it was the case that we promoted that women did not go to college, right, but used those childbearing years, which is their 20s, in order to have a family and reproduce instead, we would see an explosion in reproduction in the United States. And I know this because the correlation between women going to higher education and the birth rate dropping, you can literally draw a line parallel to each other. Because they defer their childbearing years until they're in their 30s, that's why they have so many less children, right? So would you be against a campaign which said to women, hey, you can still go to college, but you should do it later in life, after your 20s, after your reproductive years, and instead you should use those reproductive years to try to settle down with a family? Would you be against a campaign like that?
If we're in a reproductive crisis, maybe, but again, I don't think every woman's
we are in a
dream
reproductive
or,
crisis.
Value is in the fact that they can bear a child, and that's just a personal opinion, and I don't
What
think
other,
we're
well, okay.
necessarily- yeah, I know you
Let's-
don't agree.
In fact, let's just dive down that road. What other value, what do you think is more valuable a woman can
I mean,
bring
we're
to the table?
humans. We're like the most.
Yeah, I know, we're humans, but what is the more valuable thing that a woman can do rather than give us children? What
Well,
is the
I mean,
more valuable
just
thing?
in a broader sense, our existence. I don't think we can.
Your existence is more valuable than giving more
Well, I don't
existence.
want to limit it to just reproducing. We're
Yeah, I know,
humans
but
with
what you
experiences
said
and
that
nuances.
women's only value is not reproduction. Name a single thing that's more valuable a woman can bring than reproduction. What is a more valuable thing a woman can do than reproduce? What?
Sure, one doesn't know shit.
I'd say take care of their community. I don't necessarily think that their
Taking
only
care of
value.
well, is there a community if the women aren't reproducing?
I don't think all women are going to stop reproducing. This is just like an outlandish absolute that
They're
wouldn't ever
already
exist.
stopping reproduction.
Yeah, we are in a
But it's not a
I just showed it
crisis.
to you. It's
Sure,
not
it
just
doesn't know
there.
shit.
Do you want to see what it is in the United States? It's dropping like a rock here too.
Sure,
They
it
are
doesn't know
not
shit.
reproducing. That's one. And two, if it is the case that taking care of the community is more valuable than childbirth, then why wouldn't you advocate that no women gave birth to children and instead just took care of their community?
They're probably not reproducing anymore because men think that their only value is in giving birth, which is just not true.
Oh, gee, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, hey, you have this really, really valuable thing that you can do.
But
And
that's
I
not
can't
all
do
we
it,
are.
And neither
What?
can any male on planet Earth. Wow, that's amazing. How dare you say that that's the most valuable thing that I can do,
Oh,
even
my
though I
God.
agree with you?
She's screwing ahead.
You think that makes sense? Like, who here can
If
name
that's
a single,
all you think
a
women
single thing
are.
that is more valuable than female reproduction from a female? What is more valuable than that? Any takers? Nothing.
Well, I can think of some things, but I can't.
I'm not denoting its value. I'm not saying, like, it's a beautiful thing. And for the people who want to participate in that, that is great for them. Everyone says it's like, that's their meaning in life when they have children. And like, the love is just unconditional and all of these things. But I think it's just, again, limiting to the human experience. And if men collectively only view women as something to reproduce in.
All right, there's something I've been wanting to ask you since I've been listening to you tonight, and I'm going to give you the floor, right, for this, because I want to hear it in the worst way. Let's pretend that you're playing a video game where you have to organize society, okay? And you note that one people group in the video game are twice as strong as the other, right? And they don't have as much trouble with hormone regulation. The other sex of the video game, or the other people group in the video game, they happen to be the ones that can have the babies. and they're a weaker sex, right? And they have a little bit more trouble with hormone regulation. Now, you want to see that society thrive. How would you organize it as the video game player? It's sim world. Those are your parameters. How would you organize this thriving society?
I think we're way more complex than a Sims game where you just want to create.
Yeah, I know, but inside of the Sims game, how would you organize the society?
Similar to how you suggest we should do it in our society right now.
Isn't that
For
amazing?
a video game where they're not humans and they're not complex and they don't
Yeah,
have
isn't it-
aspirations
isn't it
outside of
amazing?
reproduction.
Isn't it amazing that when you ask a feminist this question, they want to organize society exactly how I want to in order to beat the game?
If
Isn't
those are
that
the
fucking
parameters,
amazing?
you've given us the craziest parameters. Like these
The
are
craziest parameters, that you have a stronger sex that's twice as strong as the other and one sex can reproduce? You mean all of human experience?
But that
Those are
doesn't
the
mean
crazy
that's all we're meant for. Just because we're the only ones that can do it doesn't mean that's
What do
our
you keep,
only.
the reason you keep monolithically saying we're all only meant for X, right? Most women are meant for reproduction. Yes, you all have reproductive organs so that you can reproduce. Men also. Guess what? They're designed for reproduction. The reason their dicks get hard and they want to put them inside a woman's vagina is because they're biologically engineered to fucking reproduce. That's why. And so the reason they look at you and they're like, wow, she's got big old tits and nice little voluptuous hips or whatever it is that they say, it's because, right, they're looking at you as a vessel for a child from a biological perspective. That's how all of fucking humanity is organized and how all of humanity has always organized. Now, I would like you, as the video game player, to show me your new humanity and how it's organized. I can't fucking wait.
Have you heard about them reproducing or making children from potentially from the bone marrow of women and their egg?
Great. You know what? I wish to God that the test tube babies could actually happen absent female eggs. You know why? Because the one power that women do have in society is the power over reproduction. And I would love to see what happened if men then had the power over reproduction. I think that your ideas of being an equal citizen and things like that with men would completely deteriorate into non-existence if men had the power over their own reproduction. Imagine a man could just go and make the type of baby that he wanted, absent ever having to have a long-term relationship with a woman. Wouldn't they prioritize that? And what do you think happens to the rights of women then?
I think the case is that you still need the female egg, but in a
Great.
world you're
and
saying.
how many female eggs can you get? You can get a lot of them. Hey, if you'll sell your assholes on OnlyFans, I'm pretty sure you'll sell your eggs for a few $1,000.
Yep.
Anyway, I mean, my take is just that I think it's extremely limiting to assume women's roles in society, even if it, again, we're not in a reproductive crisis. Like, this is like extremes that we're discussing.
I'll tell you what. Show me then the society that you would organize and how it would thrive.
So screwed.
Absent those narrow gender roles where you have one sex which is twice as strong as the other and can't reproduce, the other is half as strong and can reproduce. How the fuck would you organize society better? How?
You're so screwed, man.
Yeah.
Feminism.
Nothing. Crickets. Because can't be done. Because the only logical thing would be to take the, oh, you're twice as strong as this sex. Let's put you in all the strength roles. And this sex, which is much weaker than you and can reproduce, we should probably put them in the nurturing roles. You know this. It's intuitive. Everybody knows it just by looking at it. But right now, you have the opportunity of a lifetime. You can make me look so fucking stupid. All you'd have to do is point out how you would organize society absent that. Go ahead.
I just think we're way beyond the necessity to have a structure that consists of what you're suggesting.
How are we beyond that? Do you think that women
Just
are going to go get hard hats
reproducing?
and start logging or what?
If that's their power. passion, sure. I don't see the reason in limiting
trucker,
their existence to just reproducing.
They're not limited right now, and they don't do any of those fucking jobs. They don't log, they're not linemen, they're not inside of the electrical fields, they're not inside of the trades, they don't do any of that shit. They get degrees in nursing and in psychology, and they work in fucking office jobs, and they work as servers, and they do the same top 10 jobs that they've done for the last 100 years. The same shit. Tell me how they're limited right now. How?
Because we exist in the roles that you're suggesting is the best.
Because why? Because those are the roles that you're capable of doing, and that's why women select for them. Why do you think women don't select to be plumbers? Why do you think they don't select to be loggers, even though they can? Why do you think they don't select to be linemen? Why do you think they don't select for jobs which fucking kill you? Which is why you see the rate of death from women in the workforce is basically 0%, and from men, it's overwhelmingly high. Why do you think women select for those jobs? Why?
Yeah, why?
Because of all the reasons you've suggested here.
Because those are the ones they can do.
And I'm just saying, as a counter argument, that I think that's limiting. I think a lot of women would find success in male-dominant roles.
Limited by your own existence. You know, when you
it's by your structure. It's not just our own existence.
You should go and you should complain to God that He limited your existence to how you exist. But the truth of the matter is that you couldn't organize society any other way. I just gave you the force so you could demonstrate it. You couldn't. All right, I asked you why it is that women, when they have free choice, still don't choose any of these dangerous jobs that men do. You couldn't explain that either, except to say it's because those are the ones that they can do. Right? How would you organize society differently? How?
I'm saying we have opportunity now to not have to force women to just reproduce or limit.
They were never forced. Forced to reproduce.
But you said
societal roles were set up where it was conducive. It's like, and you know what else is so funny about this? It's like, oh no, oh my God, I don't have to work and have to stay in this fucking nice house all day and take care of my, oh my God, oh the humanity, oh, well how could you do this to me? Oh, and women didn't have to, they couldn't get credit cards. Oh, but they got no debt. Oh my God, there's no debt. Oh no, not no debt for women. They didn't have to get drafted, right? They didn't have to join the fire brigade in order to vote. They didn't have to be subject to poll voting laws like men did. Oh my God, women, they're so fucking oppressed. Oh God, it's like, what are you talking about? When I look at the historical standard for feminism, I think to myself, you had it made in the fucking shade and you fucked it all up. What are you, stupid? Like, you took the same amount of men and you organized it so you could stay at fucking home all day, incur no debt, basically get whatever the fuck you wanted, and be subject to limited amounts of lawfare against you. They'd be like, yeah, I'm taking that fucking deal.
What cigarette is smoking, man?
Marlboro.
Andrew's jealous.
Marlboro. Oh, shit. With the filter. Hell yeah.
Here, let's make you feel better. Here. We'll get rid of the filter. There you go.
Just need to know.
Is argument over?
Man,
I feel like
back
that
in the
came
day.
To conclusion.
Yeah, I feel
Mom
like
and the filters.
there's nowhere to go.
It's just running in circles. Like
that was cool.
I feel the same way.
I love it. Yeah.
We do have some more, so why don't we, let's see if there's any, Clint, I'm going to let the chat come through, the TTS. We have others below the threshold that we're going to batch up.
But I did want to real quick, Brian, before you move
I'll just let this one thing, and then go ahead.
There are definitely many of you that shouldn't reproduce. Like 62.5% of this panel. Well, 12.5% can't. Chair 1 and 2, please do not pass on that intelligence, or lack thereof.
Wait, what?
Clayton, thank you. Sorry for the delay on that. Sorry for the delay on pulling that up.
I did want to give her an opportunity if she wanted to cross-examine my worldview. That's like, I'll just answer your questions without asking you any. If that was something that you wanted to do.
I am curious what you think of women who pursue work in male-dominant roles, and vice versa, men who want to find success.
I think that those women have always existed in a minority. But I think that tailoring society in order to try to be super accommodating to a very, very small subset of society at the expense of the greater society is a really bad idea.
Okay.
It's a terrible idea.
moving on in your notes, you also wrote to me, some opinions don't deserve a debate because it legitimizes the other side, which isn't based in any fact. Can you give me some examples of opinions that I suppose I or Andrew have that doesn't deserve a debate?
I recently saw a clip of Andrew debating whether rape is rape. And I don't know if this was out of context or not, but I'm just
from Oliver.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to tell you guys. I'm going to tell all of you because I haven't had an opportunity yet. Because I just got home to counterclip and destroy Oliver for his lying. And so he actually apologized on this podcast because he tried to infer that other people who were on the podcast were PDFs, even though they clearly weren't. He had to apologize for it when he was called out on it. But here's the truth. The reason that Oliver clips these things to make it look like everybody else is promoting SA or various things like this, which, by the way, totally disingenuous. That entire argument was based around grouping people as monoliths or not, and why you shouldn't do that. And I used SA as an example. But he clipped it and cut it as though I was trying to promote that SA was okay. Oliver has been involved in multiple scandals where he, when he was younger, was flashing underage girls. And so what he's done as part of his rebrand is be super feminist and pretend as part of his rebrand that never happened.
Yeah.
And that's why he tries to label his opposition this way. By the way, it's very common for leftists to do this. They are usually guilty of that which they accuse you of.
Yep.
Yeah, and I saw the clip, Andrew. I think I showed it to you originally when you were still in studio, and it's leaving out critical context. I mean, that was a 5-hour conversation. There was, I think
it's all over the internet. You guys can go look, but yeah, Oliver was basically run off of the internet for, without the woman's permission, the underage girl's permission, flashing her. And so that's why, if you look at all of his content, he always is trying to promote that he's like super ultra feminist as part of the shame ritual that leftists must go through in order to be accepted by their side for forgiveness or whatever it is. It's a literal shame ritual. But that is why he tries to clip his opposition as though he's trying to defeat that idea, even though that idea never came up to begin with.
Yeah, and Andrew, how would you just quickly, I guess, respond to, it's pretty clear to me that you were not advocating that SA is good, but that's the way people are.
The opposite.
Right.
What I was saying is, what Oliver did is any time I would make an argument which would have a large group of people, he'd say some people, but some people, blah. And I said, look, you wouldn't use that argument in reverse if I were to say, could there be one woman on planet Earth who enjoyed her own SA? Then if I said some people,
I gotta go quick washroom break. I'll be right back.
As an
Don't go
argument?
anywhere. I'll let this play for you guys.
Well, no, of course not, right? Which stands to reason, right?
Hold on.
Saying you can't group people monolithically that way and then look to the outliers in order to make your argument. That was the whole point of the exchange. But what he did was clipped it so that it sounded like I was saying, oh, SA's fine. That's great. More SA. Hey, if we could do more of it, great. You know what I mean? That's the fundamental dishonest nature of progressive scumbags.
And Andrew, let me ask you this question and tell me if this is essentially what he did. Let's say that Jazz here said the following. It is wrong to say that black people are bad. And what Oliver did is he started the clip where Jazz would have said, black people are bad. Is that essentially what he did to you? So he just
because he left out the critical context before where I was explaining to him, why do you keep saying, but some people? If I use the same argument, right, to say like, could some people enjoy their own SA, right? You'd have to concede that logically that's at least possible. And so he was like, the second that clicked with him that he would actually have to logically say that that's possible, he was trying to viscerally change the dynamic for me just trying to explain that's not how you logically debate into me trying to actually advocate for this fucking crazy thing.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out the obvious that from your worldview, right? You can't just say some people X and that's an argument. That's not an argument.
I do actually, really quick, I just want to give a shout out because Myron looks like he finished his stream and he sent us a raid or a host. So I want to thank Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit. Thank you so much for the raid, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
That's very nice. So moving on to the next thing here. And mind you, though, you brought that up, that exchange with Oliver, although you sent me this
A long time
prior
ago.
to your statement again is some opinions don't deserve a debate because it legitimizes the other side. But you sent that to me before Andrew even had that debate with Oliver. Can you give me examples of opinions that I've stated or whatever that doesn't deserve a debate?
Yeah, I don't necessarily know exactly what I was referring to, but I will say that I think the idea that women are just meant for reproduction is something that I don't agree with. So I feel like we couldn't have a decent debate when we fundamentally disagree. And again, it legitimizes your idea or your take.
Isn't that
that
how
is
you
all
have the
women's.
best debate? Is that two people disagree? Like, what do you think a debate is?
Well, sure, that's why I'm
We
here.
agree? Hang on. Do you think a debate is we agree on the topic and then shake hands and go, oh, yeah, we agree?
Well,
like, what do you think a debate is?
If we can't agree on like very baseline fundamental ideas, then I feel like it's very hard to get anywhere. Like I think
Then you
after
debate
this,
the fundamentals.
well, I think after this, neither of us are gonna have a different opinion.
It's
is
not
what I'm
for you
getting
or
at.
I to have different opinions, for the hundreds upon hundreds of thousands.
Yes, and that's why I'm here, and that's why inevitably I decided to come.
But the thing is, like, that's what a debate is. I have the opposite view. I think that debating practically anything is, generally speaking, a fairly good idea for the health and welfare of society. And I think it's due to the fact that we've had people who try to oppress certain views. That's what makes those views prominent. I think that if you didn't contain those views, leftists did this, progressives did this all over YouTube. They did it all over every platform like X when it was Twitter. We don't agree with your views. You're kicked the fuck out. Well, what those people do is they band together and they create brand new platforms and they propagate the view completely unopposed. Basically, most of the cringe-ass views that you probably hate, you're probably the most responsible for by refusing to actually confront them. Just saying.
Sure, weren't the restrictions on Twitter originally hate speech, not necessarily restriction
Yeah,
of
but
free
the problem
speech?
is like, if I say I don't believe that a man could be a woman, they consider that hate speech. However, that was the prominent idea of the time. The prominent idea from most people was that that was true. And they still considered it hate. Yeah, and they still considered that to be hate speech and removed you, even though that
Hate
was the
speech?
prominent
There is no
idea.
such thing as hate speech.
The thing is like...
There is no
when you
such thing as
get to-
hate speech.
Hang on. Well, okay, but hang on. The idea here that you get to arbitrarily define what is hateful and what is not hateful, even when we're talking about...
It doesn't matter. Constitutionally, there's no hate speech.
Just let him finish, please.
Yeah, I'm almost done, and then I'll turn it over. I know I've been monologuing a bit, and you guys want to get involved, and I'm totally fine with that. I'm just saying, from your view, right? When you get to define what that is, like let's just imagine for a second that like Twitter was run by like a white nationalist, and he was like, well, anytime a black person says anything negative about white people, that's hate speech, right? Would you be for that? Probably not, right? So, but the idea is, for some reason, leftists thought that they could contain the right by just deplatforming them, and the opposite happened. What happened is that they just went unopposed. It was very stupid. It was a tactical mistake. So no, I believe 100% in debate. I've seen leftists wipe the floor with right-wingers and vice versa, and it's like some of those views change people's minds. And what's happened instead is like dumbass leftists are like, no, we're just not going to give you a platform. It's like, well, they just go make their own.
Like I said, there's no hate speech. That's it.
So to get back to it, you said some opinions don't deserve a debate, which aren't based in fact. Can you just like quickly rapid fire list out which claims have I made that are not based in fact, that aren't worthy of debate or and shouldn't be legitimized?
Yeah, it was, I just referenced this, but his idea that women's value is only in the fact that they can reproduce, I just don't agree.
Anything else?
Why?
Anything
no,
else?
No.
I know I'm giving you a headache, I'm just saying.
Why the fuck are you lying, though? Like, why do you people do this to me constantly? Why do you lie so much? Did I actually say that women's only value is in reproduction? Or did you just make that shit up?
That's what I thought you said. If you want
Yeah,
to
right.
read.
You only heard what you wanted to hear. I said the most valuable. Does that
Well, you
mean
asked
that
me
they
to
don't have
suggest
other
any
things which are
other.
valuable?
You asked me
Huh?
to suggest any other value, anything because.
No. Anything that was of higher value than that.
Oh, okay.
Do you see the distinction?
Yes.
It's
yes.
like, do you think that I just think that women are only valuable for the purposes of reproduction? Or do you think that I can still hold that could be the most valuable thing a woman can do and still hold that they have many other values as well?
Yes. Then
Yes.
I would agree in a.
So why did you instantly take the most negative connotation? Andrew only believes women's value is that they can reproduce. Why?
Because when you want to structure a society based on the fact that women reproduce and to exasperate reproduction, then I feel like that fundamentally means that you think that that's their only use is reproduction.
Why? That doesn't even make sense. I would also like to structure society where some of the strongest men are firefighters. Does that mean I think men's only use is fighting fires?
Oh. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. We got Jungle here. All right. Back to back. I'm going to do all of them.
Jungle donated
I need 3
$1,000.
champagne bottles, please.
Yay!
Three.
Wait, is this the crystal?
Yo, Jungle's a freaking legend.
Thank you, Jungle. We love out. Wait, is this
You also
crystal?
have the choice to do so or not.
No, it's
That's
just
it.
champagne.
Thank you, Jungle.
Brian, are you hungry?
Are you going to order us pizza?
I would order. You want me to order you pizza? I will.
Yeah, we can arrange that.
Okay, what kind of pizza you guys want?
Hold on. Don't talk about it on stream.
Sorry.
Donated $1,000. Pop champagne.
I just want everyone to be happy, honestly.
Yeah, we can get food.
I can just tell you're hungry.
There's a lot to... I'm good. There's a lot to get through.
Really?
though.
You were so happy at the
Can
beginning.
we involve other people potentially?
Well, yes, but just because Andrew has limited
Love you,
time,
Andrew.
I
Wait,
want to
where's
get through
your
all the
wife?
notes. Hold on. What you want? You want Rachel? You want the smoke from Rachel?
She'll smoke me. But I was just saying, where is she?
What about smoke?
Jungle donated $1,000.
What about smoke?
Pop
Yeah,
champagne.
Jungle, you're a legend.
Last
Wait, hold on,
Yeah,
Andrew.
Jungle.
time with the Crucible crew.
Andrew.
Cheers, boys. Chair 3, you're annoying.
Yeah.
Chair 2, you're dumb.
Andrew, I think you know.
You forgot chair 1.
You got to have a little bit of some hard feelings towards Jungle here because he is the architect of the pickle.
Oh no!
I shouldn't.
The olive jar.
The jar that shall not be named. Oh my God! Now I'm
He
gonna have.
suggested
The feminist debate.
The labia jar.
Wait,
The
can I get it?
feminist
Big
debate.
labia jar.
Here's the thing, right?
It's the grip.
If
not
God wanted me to always take the W, right? Then how could he keep me humble?
Sometimes you gotta take an L. Thank you. Sometimes you have to take an L. Look,
But here's the thing. I've taken an L from an olive jar, but I've never taken a fucking L from a feminist. I ain't never taken no fucking L from a feminist, and I ain't never gonna take an L.
Wait,
from a
and
fucking
rights.
feminist.
there's so much misinformation about this clip. I should have spoken up more. That shit was greased. It was slippery. Andrew, there was a moment where I touched the top. It was greasy.
Did you guys grease it? I'm confused.
No,
I figured
No,
that you
I think
tightened. Did y'all tighten it?
The top of it could have been from the store, but it also could have been because the chick was wearing hand lotion. But I don't know if she was.
Is that a twist? No, it's not.
But women wear a lot of hand lotion.
Everything's a twist.
But
I have no
basically,
idea how to do
Brian
that. I can't.
Brian couldn't get a grip either.
Oh,
Sweet.
good job, Brian.
Jake came over. He had a damp paper towel because that assistant.
Wait, we get 3?
So he was able to pop it.
Oh my God! Wait, who was the guy that donated that?
Jungle.
Love you, Jungle.
Yo, W's in the chat.
$1,000 for Andre.
Love
by the
you,
way.
Jungle. You're the best.
Oh,
Get me drunk.
Just saying.
We have a
We can
we
get a
have a
little-
ball of crystal for 1 Ethereum. If somebody
How
wants.
much is
No,
one
don't.
Ethereum?
I feel like
Honestly,
the
I wouldn't
feminine
let you.
level has dropped drastically through this whole episode.
The what?
Feminism.
The what?
The feminism level has dropped.
It's dropped.
Yeah, like
Well,
we
What do you mean?
started at
Are-
90, and
are-
I feel like we're at like 69 right now.
Are you saying that Jazz?
That's a really.
Well, I'm like the only.
I'm not attacking you. I hear you, and
I'm
you're
the only one with
validated.
this, yeah.
Because I used to be young and cute and like be a little democratic too, but.
Oh, I'm not a Democrat.
Okay, so
Who
what
did
are
you
you
vote
then?
for?
So what are you then?
Oh my God, I hear it's not gonna pop.
It's okay.
I don't like
it's
these
okay. I
tops.
totally hear you. Like I used to feel the same way.
Was
like,
that Andre?
You're not wrong. You're not. It's nothing.
It's
No,
just
she's
different ways of
definitely wrong.
thinking.
Oh, okay.
Definitely
but
100%
listen,
wrong.
she's young. She's young, and
Young and dumb.
Too. I'm 4 years younger than her.
But,
Yeah.
but hang on.
Wait, how old are you,
Let me ask you
19?
this.
Yeah.
Like, this is actually important.
Like,
You
point.
I
carry
don't-
yourself very mature.
Thank you.
I am
No,
impressed.
no,
I used to feel the same
gal,
way.
to the gal in white who's speaking. I'm sorry, I wasn't here at the beginning, so I didn't catch all your names. So if I call you by your clothing,
It's
it's not
okay.
because I'm misogynist. It's because I just didn't
It's
catch your
fine.
names from
It's
the
fine.
beginning.
No,
Okay, so
I hear
you in
her.
the white.
No, it's okay. Yeah, white is right.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, so you in the white. She can vote.
Right. I mean, there's
And
no
she can
no.
destroy
We
your
have more
well-informed
rights
vote.
now than any woman has ever
Mm-hmm.
had in like time. Like no one's taking away anything from you. You can work. You can have kids. You don't have to have kids. You can do whatever you want as a woman.
I don't want to do any of that.
But like.
Do you want to work and have
I mean,
kids?
let it go, let it I hear her and I understand where she's coming from.
Oh my God, if
whatever,
I could
but-
not work, that's great. I love that.
Wow.
I love my job. I love to work, but I also love being
No
a stay-at-home
kids, no
mom, too.
work.
So
Lounging.
it's a little balance. That's it.
Amazing.
Who
I work
wants
part-time and I
champagne?
mom full-time.
Are you?
That's it.
Champagne?
Andrew.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm
champagne?
talking to you.
Yes.
Fuck everybody else.
Champagne?
Yeah.
Andrew, I wish you were here to take a
Champagne?
shot with us.
Andrew.
Underage.
But I'm
right?
not.
Yeah, can't drink.
I was
champagne?
very scared of you, but like over.
You trying to lace my shot?
Okay, so.
What the fuck?
No, Andrew. I wish you were here so I can like,
Make Ashley
Be
take your
gluttonous
shot.
together.
Yes.
Gluttony.
Ashley.
Like have a degenerate a little fest.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You think that socially drinking's degenerate?
I did not say that. I just said that I think your perception of it is a little skewed, and you like to. It's kind of like my sister is very religious, so.
Oh well, then that must make you an expert.
Oh, it doesn't make me an expert. I just will find like fallacies in like her beliefs.
That's
and
like
I say
when a chick's a medical expert because she's fucking a doctor.
no, Andrew. I've been watching you for a while. Trust me. I'm like a internet. I watch the internet, and I noticed that you indulge in alcohol, and then you like will say other
I'm
things.
sorry. What are you even prattling about?
I'm just saying we're both Jejans.
You know, drinking isn't a sin. It's.
I never said it was a sin. I just said if you're indulging in overindulgence
What value
of
does
drinking
she
like
have
more
in
than one
society?
drink, then
What
it's
does she offer that helps
gluttonous.
society?
Oh, I know what I'm talking about.
It's not
Trust
even
me.
gluttonous. It's drunkenness. But if you're having one or two drinks, that's not drunkenness.
How would you know? You're 19.
I've drank before. My husband's 23.
So
I've had a drink
your
before.
20-year-old husband who married you when you were 17 has also drank with you. Grooming. Hello.
That's not.
What?
That's not.
Babe,
What are you talking about? How's that
No,
grooming?
you have been groomed. And I feel like you don't even realize it.
I think you're drunk out your mind.
Oh, I'm so.
I don't think
I'm
that.
highly inebriated.
I'm
yes.
not gonna yell. I'm not gonna yell or argue with you in
Am
this
I
way.
yelling?
You take.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
argue
I
with
want
you.
me to drink
You
it all.
What do you mean she was groomed? Are you happily married, ma'am?
Do you want
I'm happily married. I got married at 18, and she thinks I was.
Andrew,
groomed.
I know that you're all for age gaps, but
Shush OnlyFans hooker. Shut up.
I've never been on OnlyFans.
I'm talking to the.
Don't call me an OnlyFans hooker. I'm not an OnlyFans hooker, baby.
I'm talking to the nice lady in the back.
Oh.
Nice married lady in the back.
You know she got married when she was 17 to a 20-year-old.
Stop talking, lady. To the nice
Oh.
girl in the back. From the entire Crucible, congratulations. I'm very happy.
Congratulations on getting married while you were a
years
teenager to an
bliss.
adult. Congratulations.
I can't even hear what he's saying.
Oh, because I'm so inebriated and drunk. Yes.
I think you
sounds
are
like
drunk. I got married at 18. I was an adult.
I think you've been very
You take that
privileged and you don't understand other individuals.
Privileged. Oh, she's privileged.
Yeah, no, she.
So privileged.
What?
Yeah.
You really are privileged.
Yeah.
Define
What's her
privilege.
Well, so when we had our discussion earlier, you were talking about abortion. I asked if you were from a two-party household. You were. That's a privilege, is it not?
Sure, that's a privilege, but you're going to throw around the word privilege as in
I think you
I'm the way I am because I had a 2-parent household?
You haven't experienced a lot of other life, and like, babe, you got married at 17 to a 20-year-old. Like,
I didn't get married at 17. I got married at 18. So let's not like throw rumors
okay,
around.
a year later. My bad.
So I was an adult.
Oh my
first of all.
God. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
You want some, right?
What would me, experiencing life? Would that be me being single until I'm 30, hooking up with a bunch of guys,
Yes.
getting on drugs, going
Yeah.
to rehab, sleeping around? That would be life experience for you, and that would.
I wouldn't call that a life experience, but you had a predisposition towards me because of what you have not experienced, basically.
How did I have a predisposition towards
you? were basically saying that like abortion was wrong because you were from a type of household that you're like, oh, you should keep the baby type of thing because you've been from like 2 parents that raised you.
Well, that's not what I said. I said that when you have sex, there is a chance that you will get pregnant, and nobody wants to take
No,
responsibility
you said that
for
they
their
should keep the
actions.
baby even
Yes.
if they're from like broken households.
Yes, because when you have sex,
But you were from a 2-party household, so how would you know?
That has nothing to do with if abortion is wrong or not. Nobody wants to take
It's
responsibility
not
for
even
their
about
actions.
that. My argument was that people who have come from households that are broken, they can't raise a child, cannot
That's not
properly raise
true.
them. Yes,
That
it
is
is.
not
Yes,
true.
it
All right,
is.
hold on.
Hang on.
Okay.
Can I ask a question briefly?
Really quick before you do, though.
And
I
then
need
you're
to
calling me
do-
drunk,
hold on,
which is
stop.
so like,
Stop.
it's such
Shut
a,
up, Chair Two,
it's
shut up,
such a
Chair
low
Two.
blow because like you're 19, you can't even drink with us. You can't even drink this Andre.
I don't drink anyways. I don't.
You
want
can't
she's more
drink.
of an
You're
adult than most
19.
of you at the
You're
table.
not 21.
Jesus.
Don't judge
Chair
her
Two,
personal.
shut up.
I'm not judging you. You're right. You're right.
I'm
That's
actually
an
so
ad
proud
hominem.
to
I'm not going to be
say
ad
that.
hominem
I think you
towards
should
you.
be.
You're right.
You have strong
All right,
morals,
really
and I
quick
think
before
you're
you
a good
guys
person.
continue your bickering and arguing, we need to do a cheers to Jungle. Cheers to Jungle. Welcome to the jungle. Salud. Salud.
I can't do a cheers because my wife just spilled my drink. which-
Cheers, Andrew. Love
She
you.
gets demerits.
I wanna
but,
judge them.
But here's the thing: to the girl in the back in the center who was talking, I had a couple of questions. You and your husband, you got married at 18. You're 19 years old, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys have a nice honeymoon?
No, we're like kind of unconventional. We got eloped like 3 days after getting engaged. We haven't done a honeymoon yet just because we're saving up for that later in the future. Like our priority is having kids and buying a house. So that's not really.
Yeah. Are you religious?
I am. I'm Christian.
Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that why you got married young?
Yeah, I would say that's the main reason for sure. Like, I don't think that there's really any reason to date.
Well, I want to show this chick what privilege actually looks like. So the Crucible is going to send you $3,000 so that you and your husband can go on a honeymoon.
Nice, nice.
Scumbag. Her only crime was that she's happily married. You can't fucking stand it. Fuck you.
I never said that. I never said that. You weren't here from the first portion of the argument.
I'm glad.
Do your
Sorry.
air
Did she say
horns,
that you shouldn't kill
Brian.
your babies? I know it's terrible. She told you can't kill your babies.
I think. Wait, I'm sorry. Wasn't your wife formerly married like twice before you and had kids before you?
Yeah, so what? So what? She wasn't killing them.
So how are you gonna come at me and say I'm jealous of her when your wife has been with men before you? Your wife has been touched. Your wife is not a virgin.
so jealous.
And you're so religious and holy, and you're coming at me, baby. Your wife has been with multiple men before you.
Yeah, so what?
And
So what? You've
she
been
has
with multiple
kids with
men.
other men. How does it make you
She's trying to get a
feel?
reaction.
Rachel's gonna
She's
go
trying
off
to get a
on you in
reaction.
the chat. She's gonna go off.
Okay, let her go off. I love it.
Rachel cameo?
See, while the nice lady goes out on her nice honeymoon.
I never said she was not a nice lady. I think she's beautiful. Like, she's one of the most beautiful girls. I just think that
We
you know,
summon Rachel.
we have
And she's
different.
gonna make lots of beautiful babies and not kill
Yeah.
them, unlike you. I'm gonna go
Oh,
grab a
I've never killed a baby. I've never had an abortion.
You're a fucking liar! You're a fucking liar!
Wow, that was interesting.
Yeah, I've never had an abortion.
You summoned Rachel Wilson.
Andrew.
Would you?
Probably, Mike, is it?
I've never
below the
been
threshold?
up
Because if
for
it is,
that. That's never happened, so I don't know. It's never happened.
I'm asking
summoned
this like,
Rachel
just
Wilson.
respectfully because I'm curious.
Yeah.
If you got pregnant right now, accidentally, would you get an abortion?
I don't know. It's never happened. If it's up for who it is.
Wait, isn't
It depends on who the father is.
It depends.
And
I
Rachel
only
Wilson.
sleep with wealthy men, so I'd probably keep it.
It's a fucking joke. That's ridiculous.
What?
I just don't even know.
What? I don't sleep with broke men.
I know, but this nice lady though.
I never said she wasn't nice. I think she's beautiful. We just have.
At 17, she married a 20-year-old.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. At 18, she married a 20-year-old. And you're so fucking butthurt about that.
Oh, I never said I was butthurt. We were just.
Her husband, her poor husband, who's not even here to defend himself, fucking groomed her.
I do think it's grooming when you.
Psychopath.
Oh yeah, it's a psychopath. It's psychopathic to think that a teenager should.
How she defends her husband?
Yeah. Oh.
That's why she.
Yeah, sure, it's great.
That's why she has one, because she's here defending him.
I've been proposed to.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you act like I'm like some amphibian.
Andrew.
Are we gonna get a Rachel cameo, by the way? Here,
I don't. I'm actually scared of your wife. I know she's gonna demolish me. Like I already know.
Here, let's get back to the. Let's try to get through it.
Rachel
so
Wilson.
We have got some more notes here. Going back to you,
I think you're
Jazz.
beautiful, by the way. We just have disagreements.
No, you are too.
Yeah.
So Jazz, you said.
Feel free to jump in.
No.
Whenever,
We need
even
to
if
get
you
through all the
disagree.
notes here, Jazz. So okay, Jazz, you said about me and Andrew. Maybe it was just about me. I don't know.
Yeah.
You said the following. You spew misogynistic, pseudo-intellectual, red-pilled bro ideas and care about stressing traditional gender roles when gender is extremely complex, and anyone in academia understands the evolution of human society and gender. We are much more advanced than animals. Not sure you've caught on to that. Now, before I have Andrew jump in, a few clarifying questions. Misogynistic, pseudo-intellectual, red-pilled bro ideas. I'd like to first maybe define our terms. What is misogyny?
Hating women. I do think y'all are misogynists.
Okay, so how?
I think it's if you think that women have a certain role in society, and if they don't fit that role, then they're deemed inadequate as a woman. Then I think that's misogynistic.
Before I respond to that, actually I'll respond to that, then I'll get other examples of the alleged misogyny. Didn't earlier you raise your hand 7 times when I asked you, should men do X? And they were all related to male traditional gender roles. So by your own logic, then you would be a misandrist.
Hey,
Okay.
Rachel Wilson. Hey.
But I'm not saying I hate men.
Okay.
If I say I want them to walk on, I respect when they walk on that side of the sidewalk to protect me. Then that's
From what? What are they protecting you from?
the cars passing. I
So
don't
you
know.
would essentially, I actually.
But I'm
think
not
it's-
saying I
hold on.
hate men.
Well, actually, but I think it's you might not hate men, but you have a misandrist view towards men. Stop fucking talking, lady. So you have a misandrist view towards men, and I'll explain it as follows.
Sure, too.
You think men are disposable because you think, a man can protect me from an oncoming car. He's disposable because he should die on my behalf.
No, personally, I just think it's like a respect thing, and that they value me and care. If they're willing
Sure,
to
too.
put
I'm your
themselves in a
Huckleberry.
position like that, it's not necessarily. I think they're disposable. My world would be shattered if my person, if that accident happened with them, if they're not disposable.
Right, but you're
I'm
saying
your
men
Huckleberry.
should sacrifice themselves for women or for you.
No, I'm just saying I think it's a good characteristic for someone to be like, I'll step on this side in case of some sort of event that's
So what's stopping me from saying I think it's a good characteristic for
Nothing.
women to adhere to their traditional gender roles? You seem to say that that points to misogyny, so then surely it must point to you being a misandrist.
Okay, if you want to draw that conclusion.
Okay, so we're just going to call each other misandrist and misogynist, or are we going to actually
I think the
back
way
up
that
these
you-
assertions with actual evidence for the claims?
The way that you talk to women on this
ain't no
podcast,
Daisy.
I think
What's an
is
example of
disrespectful.
how would...
Calling someone like a prostitute in a
I
derogatory
didn't say
way.
that. That was Andrew. But if she is actually a
You
prostitute...
gotta
But you're
admit,
saying
it's
in a
pretty misogynist to pay for a young couple's honeymoon.
What's a huckleberry?
That's very kind. I'm not taking away from that.
Your
at
wife
all.
called me a
No,
huckleberry.
That's
What is
very
it?
misogynistic, right?
It doesn't mean that everything you do has to be in the vein of hating women. I'm just saying.
But if I hated women, why would I assist women?
I mean, you're giving them their honeymoon, but still,
wait. I'm
Again,
sorry,
she's a
I'm-
woman that agrees with your idea.
So if it also benefits a man, then that means I
No,
must
but she's
also
also
hate
a woman that agrees with your ideology.
No, you know what? I don't know. if she agrees with my ideology.
Oh, she has. You've seen it.
No, actually, no. If you're a stripper, excuse me, if you're a stripper, that doesn't mean you're a fucking sex worker.
This woman for the crime of being happily fucking married because you're nutcase.
I completely support
I did not
her.
viciously attack her. We were having a discussion.
Bullshit. You're lying through your teeth. Revisionist.
Tell me, give me verbatim how I viciously attacked her.
Yeah, here's how you viciously attacked her.
Okay.
You said that her husband groomed her.
Yes.
And that her marriage was invalid because of it.
I never said it was invalid. I said she was groomed. I never said invalid.
What do you think that means? That means to the audience, you shouldn't take anything that is said here with this marriage seriously because this guy groomed her. It was the worst, most scumbag, horrid thing to do to a young couple because you fucking people are so anti-natalist you can't stand to see a woman happy. Unbelievable.
That's your perception, but I never.
She's gonna go on a honeymoon and have 50 fucking.
I hope she does. I hope she has a great honeymoon with the man that
You gotta go have 50 kids while you're riding the cock cacarousel.
I love the cock carousel. It's a
Make
great
sure
fucking
she has that
time.
honeymoon
I
ever.
love dick in my mouth. It's fucking fantastic.
All right, hold on. Let me bring it back here. Get off the meta conversation. Mike Davis, I see this. We do reads in batches. I see your 100. It's going to be batched. So, getting back to this.
Oh God.
Can you provide actual examples of misogynistic statements that I've made?
I think the
Not even tonight. Any show.
Yes, clips I've seen, how and what I've witnessed today, where you say you prostitute, you sex worker, how many dicks have you had in your mouth?
Just me. Just
well,
me. That's
you're more
Andrew.
of a moderator and a host. I feel like I
mean,
don't
I
really
engage.
see you.
I engage in the debates, but you again though. Just to be clear, you sent this before Andrew said that tonight. So let's push that off to the side. What have I or Andrew said previously when you originally sent this that was misogynistic?
Every clip I've seen and other people's perception.
Okay, so there are clips you've seen. What specifically in the clips was misogynistic?
How you speak to women and talk
Be
down
precise.
upon them. Yeah, because of their life choices, like with so much judgment
Give me an example.
about people doing OnlyFans. How is that not an example?
Give me an example of what I've said.
Oh, like specifically
Sure.
verbatim?
No, well, it doesn't have to be verbatim, but it could be sort of capturing the essence of what I said.
Saying that they don't have like decent morals or values because they participate in that sort of occupation is,
I don't think
is
I've-
the consensus that I have come to.
Sure, I don't think I've ever actually said that or something approaching that.
Okay.
But
Again, I don't have anything verbatim. It's just kind of the essence of.
yeah, but how would this being engaged in sex work? Men can engage in sex work. How would this be specifically?
Yes, but you
misogynistic?
demonize women way more for doing it. You have a podcast where you have 8 women come on who usually have an occupation in sex
Usually?
work.
Oh, usually have an occupation in sex work. Well, I would contest this. The majority of our guests don't do sex work. 15% of our guests have OnlyFans. And this actually isn't that 15% of all the guests we've had, and we've had over 2,000 guests, only 15% of them have been involved in OnlyFans. So that typically the way
maybe we can demonstrate it just in an easy way. Raise your hand at the table if you're involved in sex work.
Not anymore.
Okay then.
Well, there's
Chair
she didn't
one,
raise
do
her
you
hand.
judge women that
So
have participated?
about
He calls girls that engage
First
in
of all,
sex
I'm
work.
52. I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck
I've judged
anymore.
women that
See?
participate in
I earned
sex
my
She doesn't give a
not only
fuck.
give a
Like,
fuck
have
card.
She does not give. She does not give a
women
fuck.
that do that type of
50
work.
plus, yes.
I don't mean to have judged.
I'm just
anyone.
I
asking
love
the
that
question.
card.
Okay, it's
Yeah, no, I don't judge women who participate in sex work
I
at all.
love that card.
Okay, but how would, even if I grant to you that I've made judgments about women who do sex work, how would that be misogynistic? Couldn't I just have criticisms of sex work specifically?
Yeah, and you can have criticisms. There are valid criticisms.
Like, aren't you against like sex work and OnlyFans?
I think that it's a false sense of free will that women participate in. I
Wait.
feel like the structure of.
Earlier in the conversation, and I also think in the essay you wrote, you said that women are like, you mentioned hypersexualization. You think the sexualization of women is wrong. So by your own admission, I assume you're against sex work to some degree.
I think it's very dangerous for society, and I think it's kind of a facade of women empowerment. I think, if anything, it's reaffirming our role in society as just sexual
Oh,
beings.
okay. So we're both misogynists together then, because
No,
you
I
have-
don't disrespect women who are in that occupation. I don't speak down to them on being in those roles.
Okay.
I don't like the structure that exists that
Sure.
that says women
So-
should go into those
sure.
occupations without. But at the
Okay, but
same
you're
time,
gonna
I'm
need to
not
be-
demonizing anyone
that's
who's
fine.
participating.
You're going to need
in
to be specific about what I've said that has been
Again, I don't have
specifically
anything-
misogynistic as it relates to women who come on the show who do sex work.
Yeah, I don't have anything verbatim or a quote.
Well,
it's
then-
just
sure, then-
I think the public perception is that you are disrespectful to women and that you do.
Okay, well,
engage
the
in-
public perception of you is that you're a man-hating misandrist.
She's not.
And you think men are disposable, and you're kind of a hypocrite as it relates to traditional gender
And I
roles.
denounce that, and then you denounce that you're a misogynist. So I guess that's fine.
But
or that you're.
Hang on. I gotta weigh in just briefly.
Go ahead.
Right. I agree with you that some of the things which I say or Brian says can be perceived as being misogynist towards certain women. But misogyny, definitionally, is a hatred of all women or some type of oppressive mentality towards all women. You would have to agree that that's true.
Agree.
So the thing is like, you can't possibly believe that because some women are fucking nasty bastards to us, and so we're nasty bastards back to them, that means we're misogynistic, meaning that we have some sort of ill intention towards all women. You can't actually believe that, do you?
No, I think there's nuance there.
That was misogyny, by the way. Well, I mean, that
Sorry,
would-
I had to mansplain that, but
I mean, I would just say if you're not able to provide, like, again, you don't need to
I
be
didn't
like.
do homework for this. I thought it was a dating show. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
Literally,
you aired your criticisms, but
these are pertinent dating issues.
Yeah, very pertinent.
Where's like
But hold on. So, look, I'm not asking you to quote something verbatim, like if you.
Well, I've given you the best answer I can
If you give me the essence of what I've said, but you really haven't, and so essentially that which is asserted without evidence, I'm going to go ahead and dismiss without evidence.
Okay.
Can you give me one example, though? Just one example of something I've said that's misogynistic.
I think the ideology that you guys hold, that our gender structure should consist of women's main value being reproduction and men doing these things, are very limiting, and I think that is dangerous to both genders, and I think a lot of the times it comes off as misogynistic.
I have a question for you. Do you think in society, men or women are more limited in the roles that they can have when it comes to like romantic partners?
What do you mean when it comes to romantic
I'll just
partners?
lay out my argument then. So here's my position. I think women have choices. So a woman can be a career woman. Some women pull off both, although it's quite difficult. And I think Andrew would argue that it's suboptimal for a woman to be working and having children at the same time.
I would agree.
But also women can just be stay-at-home wives. They can find a guy who's okay with that dynamic.
Yes.
However, I would say most men don't have similar options. So I would say very, very few women would be okay being the sole breadwinner and being okay with that relationship dynamic, even if they're feminists like you, even if they're progressive liberals like you. By your own admission, despite your political leanings, being very progressive, being very liberal, very leftist, or feminist, it sounds like you want, at least on the male side of things, you want him to be falling pretty traditional when it comes to what he's bringing to the
But
table.
I want him to also not make me a homemaker, not to think that I'm, you know what I mean? I want a partner, and these are the characteristics I want in a partner.
But I would say that if you want, you can find a guy who's going to do 50-50 with you. You could also probably find a guy who's well off or he makes good money. And if you had a conversation with him, you could say, hey, I want to just stay at home, take care of the household. I don't know if you want kids.
But you're saying men don't have an option.
Men really don't.
I completely
like they
agree.
really don't have, like, the majority of men who could get away with saying, yeah, you know, I have a job right now, but maybe a year into dating or a year into marriage, I just want to stop working and I just want to be a stay-at-home dad. I suppose some women might be okay with that. I'm not going to say no women would be okay with it, but I think it's a very, very, very small minority of women, even liberal, progressive, feminist women, who are not going to be okay with that sort of arrangement. Whereas there are certain economic realities where, look, even if a man is traditional, maybe he's not making enough money. So the economic reality is, even if he is traditional, his wife might have to work. But he's going to be open to it if he does make enough money that he's going to be able to say, hey, you don't have to work. I'll be the sole breadwinner. You take care of the kids. Stay home. Men don't have that choice. So this idea that women don't have choice is ridiculous.
Why does it have to be the liberal women? I mean, I know all of a sudden the conservative women have to stay at home and that's what they portray. No, man.
No. I suppose there could be a conservative woman that, well, most conservative women wouldn't want that sort of relationship dynamic.
Well, that's what you think on social media. You know,
you're not
stop
conservative.
about.
I don't think you're conservative, though.
You know,
I think you're a Republican, but I don't think you're conservative.
No, I am. I don't give a shit at this age.
All right.
Okay, I was born in 1972, and I don't give a shit.
I was born in the 80s.
And this is, you know, and I just had my kid at 37, man.
Just the cutoff.
Okay, man. And she's got a little septum. She's got a little snake bites. She's everything that I didn't have when I was a kid. And I used to have my little hair like Madonna. And in fact, my mother used to get called to the school like 3 times a week because I used to have my hair like pineapple.
14
I'm sorry,
Yes.
a chat just came through. I don't know how that
The right
happened.
side of the table is disgusting.
Hey.
The woman in the middle, congratulations. Chair 8, you're still my favorite.
Oh, that's you. Say something nice to.
Hi, thank you so much.
You're kind of
still love
sinking, though,
you.
Magic. You got to pay the sim tax. What? You got to pay. By the way, she's got a boyfriend, bro. What are you doing? You're stepping on toes.
You're talking about
You're stepping on toes.
You're not discussing. You are faceless.
Oh no, he's sexy. We love you.
Asshole.
Thanks, Brad.
There's
DM
one more coming through. One more coming through. Pasty George.
DM me, babe.
Pay the sim tax in
All
Magic.
my girls are
Pasty
beautiful,
George
man.
donated $200.
Pay the sim
Andrew
tax.
is correct 100%. Once, Chair 2 suggested that Chair 5 was groomed. That statement implies that she was not an adult and was taken advantage of, even though she was legally one of marriage.
I stand by that statement for sure.
Yeah, you stand by the
I
horrific
stand with my
statement
pussy wide open,
that
Andrew.
This woman who's sitting there was groomed by her own husband. Who she
Yeah,
cares
groomed by
about.
the man before he was her husband. He groomed her when she was 17
I
at
think
20.
You're grooming all the rich guys you fuck for their money. That's
What
I
did you?
think.
I'm sorry, it cut out. What did you say?
I think that you're grooming all the rich guys you fuck for their money.
Oh, wait, why? Elaborate. I'd love to hear like what your opinion is on that.
Isn't it the case that you only are having sex and dating rich guys because you want their money?
No, I see. I don't have
Then why do
sex
you
for
only
money.
date rich guys? Then why do you only date rich guys?
They only date me.
Wait, you said I only date rich guys.
Yeah,
Why do you only
exactly.
date rich
Men
guys
who
unless it's because
men
you want
who
their money.
No, men who ask me on a dates happen to be rich. Broke guys don't ask me on dates.
Oh, how convenient.
I know, it's amazing. I hit the luck of Andrew.
And no men who don't have lots of money.
Andrew, honestly,
Wow, that's incredible.
I was very unlucky in other aspects, but I happened to hit the prime fucking lottery in that part of my life.
Wow.
Like, I had a very tumultuous childhood, but therefore...
Not a single guy who's not rich who you're attracted to has ever asked you out. I just want to make sure that that's
No,
clear.
broke guys have never asked me out. It's actually insane.
It's never happened.
It's never happened. It's like I hit the look of the, no,
who
I hit
wants
the look of the
pizza?
straw.
Who would like some
I
pizza?
don't, can I order some for everybody?
Pizza.
Can I buy it? Like, oh, sorry.
Everybody want pizza? Or
I'm okay.
No?
Andrew,
Pizza?
by the way, I love you.
Pizza. Okay.
Good girls are like.
And your wife. I think you guys are honestly a dynamic
I feel
duo.
like you owe that poor lady an
She's not gonna.
Hold on, I do have one. If I was groomed, do you think I'd be sitting here right now on the internet live in California when my husband lives in Florida? Do you think somebody who groomed me would let me fly out here and do a podcast?
100%. So, do you know about Bad Baby?
That's not how control
Do you know?
works.
Have you seen Bad Baby's whole situation?
I don't really keep up with degenerate
So
stuff
she
like
was
that.
groomed, and she's still. Oh, Brian, don't you go? Oh my God,
I don't know if we can compare my situation to
I'm
Bad
not
Baby.
comparing, but you're asking for like. Okay, yeah, I guess we'll like make a. It's not like a distinct comparison, but it's like you guys are similar in age, somewhat, you know, and.
Your fucking mouth.
But we're like, Brian, do you not like this discussion? I'll
That's
stop
really
it.
weird.
What?
How is it
Do you
that
have
they're
cash
similar in age, but she was
for
still
the pizza?
groomed? That's super weird.
I have cash, yeah.
Okay, give me cash.
Wait, why do you want cash?
That's cash.
Why can't I just Uber Eats it?
Hold on. No, I need the cash because we'll order it.
Need the cash.
I need
How
the
much
cash.
do you want?
Well,
$100.
$100.
I mean, I gave you $100
It's
already.
the cost of living in Santa Barbara. Actually, you know what's funny? There was recently a report that Santa Barbara is the least affordable.
Are you serious?
I believe
Yeah, it was the number in the United
I believe it,
States.
yeah.
In
Yeah, I
the
believe it
entire
too, man.
United States,
Just
Santa
being
Barbara
here is-
here is the.
That's why Brian's asked me to move out several times, and I've thought about it.
Wait,
But,
what state do you live in? I'm not trying to like.
15-year-olds running around.
If I moved
I
out
have
to
two
Santa Barbara, I
15-year-olds
could
running
buy
around.
for
I
$2
don't even
million
know where they're
a
at.
2-bedroom house.
But there are.
Yeah.
What state
Well, you
do
don't
you live
buy.
in?
You're gonna have to rent. It's
That's why.
it's just you can't buy in Santa
Yeah,
Barbara.
don't
It's
move
totally
out
fucked.
here.
Wait, Andrew, what state do you live in? You don't have to answer. I'm just like curious.
Michigan. I live in Michigan.
Oh, you're from Michigan. That's so random. Okay.
Shout out.
You're
Great
next to Canada.
Kid Rock's from Michigan. What the fuck?
All right.
Is he really? Oh my god, I love Rock and Love. Those are my favorite shows as a kid.
All the best musicians came out of Michigan.
What's your question, really quick?
Yeah.
It's because
Witchburn grooming because
How's your governor of Witchburn?
Okay.
Negative.
Okay, so going back to this. Again, I'd like to ask for an example of something that
Yeah, I don't have one. You're not a misogynist. You've wiped yourself clean of that.
you're walking back the.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll accept that. Do you concede the argument then?
Yes, all of it's conceded. I
Okay,
take back
so
everything. I'll
do you-
unsend it. I don't know.
I'll even say this. Everything we've talked about, and in fact, everything we're about to talk about, I identify as the correct person on all issues, past, present, and future, related to this podcast recording and this conversation. I want you to affirm my identity as the correct person about all that.
I don't want to be rude, Brian, so I'm going to start by affirming your identity immediately.
Thank you.
Very rude
That
if
you're
want
just
to.
correct. You're
Yes.
identifying as correct.
Also, what are your pronouns, please?
You can call me whatever. I also identify as
No,
correct.
we can't
so
call
this
you
is
whatever
difficult.
because that would be
Oh
very
wait,
confusing
yeah.
'cause the show-
I'm just co-opting your whole shit. I'm whatever now.
No, but what are your pronouns actually? Just she, her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. My pronouns are you okay?
If I'm doing pronouns,
Yeah. So my pronouns are His Royal Majesty or Your Royal Majesty.
Okay, and I will respect that.
But every time you address me, I
Yeah.
need you to say Your Royal Majesty, and you need to do a British voice too. So go
Okay.
ahead.
I have to address you all of a sudden. We'll
Yeah,
just have
every
it
time you
happen
talk.
naturally.
And you need to avert your eyes because it's rude too.
Avert? Like
Avert
not
your-
look at you?
Avert your eye contact. You shouldn't look down when you're
Oh,
talking.
I can't look at you anymore?
Yeah.
Is this some sort of fetish? Has he done this before, chat? Let me know.
No, it's just like as a royal, like I identify
As a royal,
as royalty.
correct person, yeah.
That's my identity.
Yeah.
So I
Some
need
people would
you-
say I'm the same.
Okay. So but you haven't been addressing me. So repeat
sorry.
after me. Your Royal Majesty.
Your royal correct majesty.
Wait, what?
Thank you.
No,
Non-misogynistic.
don't do that. What the fuck? No. He's not royal.
Are we gonna like
Which-
have a?
Yes, we'll get more people in.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what I'm
bitch,
saying.
do
I'm just
not-
trying to
do
move
not,
on.
No.
Oh, by the way, we have. Would you be willing for another champagne pop to wear a MAGA hat for 10 minutes?
No.
That's
I don't get the money.
Oh shit.
I'll cut you a $2 bill.
oh,
Do you know how much a $2 bill is worth?
It's like $5.
No.
No way
What
it's
are they
worth
worth
something.
now?
I'll be so upset. I used to have so many.
that's
I
a
will-
$2.
$2 bill. Will you wear a MAGA hat for $2?
Obviously not.
Wow, that's sad. Okay. So
This
no
doesn't represent my
examples,
values.
no
I want it on
examples,
my
just
head.
calling me a misogynist, no examples, nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the pseudo, okay, so moving on to the second, what is pseudo or pseudo-intellectual? Because that's separate from the misogynistic accusations. You say me and Andrew are pseudo-intellectual, or
Yeah.
I guess our ideas are pseudo-intellectual. What ideas are pseudo-intellectual?
I didn't know Andrew previously. He seems to at least do some sort of research. But again, I just think it's a bunch. I just feel like it's all a workaround to make like belittle women. That's how I feel. about your stance.
Yeah, but what are the ideas that are doing that?
That women are meant to just reproduce and to exist as a certain like sexual.
That's not
roles.
Your wife had a whole fucking. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to say this F word, but I watched the whole discussion your wife made last night about how women need to reproduce, and that's like basically their ultimate purpose. And yeah.
And
okay.
Does that mean that their only purpose or value is reproduction?
Well, she went on this whole discussion about how women shouldn't pursue their dreams because it's gonna contribute to population defamation, basically, or what's I don't know that. I don't know a lot of. Yeah.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, I don't know what I'm talking. I literally watched this last night. How do I not know what I'm talking about? I watched it.
Tell me what she actually
said that women pursuing their dreams is like concluding to population.
Basically, it's what his argument was earlier. That yeah.
Wait a second.
It wasn't
my wife.
Rachel. Yes, your wife, Rachel. I can.
The feminism movement is the blame for this.
I'm not even calling it feminism. I just watched. I watched one of the whatever podcasts. Yes, nod your head. And your wife won this whole like monologue about how basically women are contributing to population declining.
Yeah, she's right.
Ha 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 ha.
If Rachel came on and said the exact same thing as Andrew, we'd probably all agree with her.
Yeah, no, because like she's
That's the argument.
And like I'm not.
That's the whole thing.
But it's the tone, you see.
I know. I don't believe in tone. I don't believe in tone.
It's the wrong tone.
I don't believe in tone.
It's the wrong tone over here.
I don't believe in tone. I just said what you're
fucking tone.
You and your wife are on the same level. I'm not saying one is higher than the other because of tone. No.
All right, moving it on then.
Well, that's not precisely true. My wife's actually much smarter than I am.
I love that you say that. Good for you. That's cool.
Why I only say that because it's actually true.
That's cool. I fuck with that. I fuck with you saying that. That means that, yeah, that's cool. I like that.
That's why I married her. I wanted fucking smart babies. You see?
Yeah. Good for you.
I wanted smart babies.
That's valid. I like that.
Continuing on, Jazz, you said you think the pod would do better with a different demographic of women in addition to who you've been casting. You pick OnlyFans and internet women who probably aren't well versed in debating or have a nuanced understanding of gender roles. You potentially get an easier own that way. I think the pod would do better and bigger if you had real conversations, less pointed questions. At a certain point, you stopped caring about listening to others' opinions and experiences and conceptualizing that into new thought and deciding how you think now is the end-all be-all. You should be open and willing to learn every day, no matter your age. It will be your downfall. You're welcome for the unpaid advice. And I mean, really quick, just on, I already kind of addressed the OnlyFans thing, but it just bothered me. It kind of bothers me a lot because I get strawmanned with this, with the, you only bring on like room temperature, IQ, OnlyFans, streetwalker, illiterate. Like I get totally strawmanned on this. I have a huge diversity of guests who come on the show. 15% of the guests we've had on the show, like I said, do OnlyFans. So that means on average, 1 or 2 of the panelists have OnlyFans. Sometimes more on the panel do, and sometimes we have no OnlyFans girls on the panel. And then also, at least from my perspective, I'm a community college dropout. I'm not exactly like an intellectual or academic titan. English is my second language. I have brain fog due to severe neck injury. I like mumble, or not mumble, I stutter, and half the time I forget what I'm about to say midway through the fucking sentence. So like this idea that these matchups are unfair, I'm not sure if that's actually the case, but, and I actually frequently have women on who are more educated than me. Like you, for example, you have you have 2 bachelor or 1 bachelor's degree?
No, bachelor's.
And you're going for your master's degree. We've had other women on who have bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, PhDs, professors, lawyers, doctors, nurses, etc. Plenty of smart, educated women. Women who are, I suppose, on paper, more smart or more educated than I am. But even if they're smart and educated, it doesn't mean that they don't hold retarded beliefs.
Damage.
Yeah, you could definitely argue that. And I think me and Andrew both agreed that we are coming on here arguing our points and that we are not going to change our ideas, but it's just the audience.
I think we can fix you.
No, hang on.
I think we can fix you, Jazz.
I will change my ideas. Based on good, solid, foundational argumentation, I have changed my ideas.
I've
had leftists destroy me in debates before and had to reevaluate why it is I believed some of the stupid shit I previously believed. Debates are good for doing that. They're good for helping us adjust our worldviews as well. Now, not many leftists, and this was early on, but the point still stands that, no, I take every opportunity I can to learn from the opposition. Every opportunity.
2 chats coming through. We got our guy, thank you.
Donated
2 chats. Sorry for the delay on this, man.
Choices
My
are
bad.
within the confines of our duties, or we face consequences.
Yep.
Women are conditioned through feminism to reject their duty to reproduce and instead compete with men.
Yep.
Thank you, our guy, for that
Truth.
message. I appreciate it. We have Pasty George coming in here in just a moment. Guys, I know there's quite a few that have been batched up, so we'll try to get to the batch soon. But I do see you guys, and just give me a moment to get to that moment where we pull up the lower threshold
Pasty
ones.
George donated
Thank you, Pasty. Appreciate it, man.
$200.
Thank you, thank you.
Shares 1 and 2 represent many feminist women who are voting both Canada and America down the drain and into collapse, which is less than 2 decades away because of the birth rate crisis.
I can't vote. I have a felony.
What was
Why does that not surprise you?
Yeah.
I know, Andrew. I know. I told you I was already
If I licked
degenerate.
my finger and stuck it in a light socket, I would be less shocked.
I know.
Wow.
I know. You're right. You're right, Andrew. I agree. I know.
That's a good one. That's good. All right.
I'm not-
Back to the notes. Back to the notes. Jazz, you continue by saying your ideology isn't as common as you think and totally frowned upon as society progresses.
Yeah.
What specifically? Like, what is my ideology, I guess?
Again, just gender roles.
That's it? You've got gender roles, though.
It's just exclusive of a lot of gender identities, and I think that that's obviously anti-progressive. So we just disagree there.
How many genders are there? Just curious.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
The exact
How many?
number?
How many?
Yeah, or
I mean,
just
fucking
an
how many?
approximation.
Yeah, I don't know if there's like a specific number.
Are there more than 2?
I mean, people identify as like non-binary.
Yeah, what do you think, though? Are there more than 2 genders?
Oh, God.
Like socially, like like gender identity.
Well, I'm not a doctor, but
There's more than 2 gender identities, yes.
How many do you think there are? Just curious.
I'm gonna say like, I think it's a crazy-ish number, but I say I'm probably aware of like 5 or 6.
And you also wrote how your ideology and perpetuation of the gender binary is ruining society. So how's it ruining society?
I feel like we've talked in circles this entire time. Like me and Andrew had the discussion where you think that the best form of society is the structure that you guys perpetuate, and males' roles, women's roles. And I just think it's very limiting to the human experience. I think women, I mean, again, I'm repeating myself for the 100th time. I don't know if you want to hear it again.
Well, I guess I kind of laugh or scoff a little bit because you say can you just repeat that last part you said there, how it's very limiting to the, what did you say?
The human experience.
But you yourself place limits on the individual level on your own romantic partners that adhere to traditional gender roles. Why don't you be the change you want to see in the world? And if I scroll up,
and many other
pay
aspects.
for first dates. Pay for first dates. Don't look to a guy to be your protector.
Yeah, and in many other aspects, I do allow men the space to exist, not as a manly, like, put on the front, like, type of deal, but I just think it's a nice characteristic personally, and I think it's dangerous to perpetuate the idea that men should do these things all the time. But personally, I think it's
You perpetuate them.
Just personally, I think it's nice when a man's like, "Hey, let me step on this side of the sidewalk."
But you're
I'm like,
perpetuating.
"Oh my God, thank you."
Wait a
You're
minute.
perpetuating.
You can't get rid of that patriarchy if you're doing this.
No,
You're putting men back in the women's society and allowing us to shut up for the wackos to get back in our. Yeah, there it is.
I think pushing that idea.
You know what it is? Is Democrats going into oligarchy. There it is. You guys are the matriarchy oligarchy. There it is. You know, Bernie Sanders, AOC. There you guys are. There you guys are. Yep. And oh yeah, Hillary Clinton say, oh yes, us women, oh, we're the matriarchs of patriarchy. Oh, I guess you liberals are matriarchs of oligarchy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Did any of your medications say not to mix with alcohol?
It doesn't matter. I don't care. I spoke the truth right there. I'm 52, man. I don't care.
Oh,
hey, I'm 41, man. I
don't care.
don't take medication
10 years older than you, man.
All right.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah.
Wait. Can you do the Macho Man Randy Savage? Oh, yeah.
What? Oh,
yeah. Wait, can you say, oh, yeah, brother?
Oh, yeah, bro.
Nice. Okay.
Right?
Good talk.
Point out that I bought this piece of shit lighter in California. I've never seen a brand
that's
on planet Earth.
you got a Bic,
except
right?
in fucking California. No, it's not a Bic. It's called a Scoopto or Soupto or some shit. It's the stupidest looking fucking lighter ever.
Oh, those
Get
are
a
the ones.
Bic. That's your problem. Get a Bic, man.
Did you get it at the gas station?
Yes, get a Bic, man.
Yeah.
And don't get one of those see-through ones that
Oh
you
my
know.
God, the TTS just came through.
Yes,
That's crazy.
those stupid shit bags.
I can't believe that came in
There
there.
are only two genders, a man and a woman. Anything else is just mental illness and or delusion.
Okay.
Men have Xi chromosomes while women have 20 chromosomes.
20.
There are no other ones.
What?
Thank you for that, Pasty George. Do you want to do a quick response to this?
No, thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, Pasty.
Good.
But women are
She
so
believes.
smarter than men.
By the
I
way,
thought
you
you
haven't
guys
been,
also, you all
you haven't
guys.
been addressing me by my pronouns.
Hang
When
on.
it comes to growing weed, it does.
Hang on. Casey sent in $200. I am going to clarify what he's saying there.
Yes, go ahead.
He's saying that when it comes to chromosomes, women, what he classifies as women is XX.
Yep.
And for men, it's XY. He's saying that there's only two phenotypical pathways which you can develop reproductively.
And that's
and
it.
your chromosomes
And
are going to indicate that even if there
that's
is
it.
XXY.
That's it, man.
Or, yeah, some other variation.
That's it,
well,
man.
$200.
No.
The guy is a great supporter of the show. It's $200. I'm
Yeah.
obviously going to clarify his
Yeah.
fucking view, okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thanks,
Granny.
Andrew.
All right. Is that all right, Granny, that I...
No, shut up. No.
Pasty
I'm
George.
telling you, no. Don't
Our
break down
our
the
Canadian
scientific
friend.
stuff. No.
Oh, Canada.
Telling you no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jazz.
Wait, what? Oh.
Jazz. You also wrote, you're outdated and it's a dangerous, uneducated position. How so?
I think it's outdated because it's like obviously it's very exclusive of other gender identities. I don't know how many more times I can repeat myself, but I feel like
Okay, you're talking about like the gender pronoun
Yeah.
stuff?
oh no, not the pronoun stuff, just
The gender role stuff?
yes.
But you have really outdated views when it comes to your own romantic
But again, I think,
preferences
I think you
related to men.
I think you saying that the structure should be this way is dangerous. Not me in my own personal relationship thinking that like a certain characteristic someone has that happens to align with the role of men in society. I don't think that
if
perpetuates.
liberal progressive feminist women on their
We have
individual
to-
on the individual and collective level, they say, well, it would be great if men didn't have to adhere to their traditional gender roles, but if all of them or vast majority of them won't enable men through their own individual changing of their own individual preferences, then de facto, even though it sounds nice for you guys to say, well, men should be able to do this, but in application, in practice, in reality, you still hold men to traditional gender roles. You're just blowing a bunch of smoke and it means nothing.
Can I
So
add?
I want to issue a call to action to you and a challenge to you. I want you to dispense entirely with your completely sexist gender expectations of men. You can no longer, from this point on, have any traditional gender expectations of men. I want you to put your money where your mouth is. If this is how you want society to be, where men should not have to adhere to traditional gender roles, why don't you be the change you want to see in the world and dispense entirely with your own traditional gender expectations of men? Why not?
Me doing that in my own personal life isn't going to dismantle the structure that exists.
Not with that attitude.
But women uphold if women shifted and they're like, you know what, we want soy boy, we don't want providers, we don't want protectors, we want soft, feminine soy boy guys. We don't want them to ever do any sort of chivalry. We don't want them to be protectors, don't want them to be providers, don't want them to initiate anything, no steps of initiation, asking for your number, asking for the first date, moving things forward, going for the first kiss, moving things forward physically from there. How is it ever going to change?
Again, I think that you guys think my take is that that shouldn't be it in any scenario. I just think everyone can have their personal expectations of their partner, and that we shouldn't perpetuate ideas onto other people's relationship that wouldn't necessarily fit them.
I didn't hear her promote that kind of society, which does sound like it would suck pretty bad, actually. It sounds horrible.
I just wanted to circle back because you keep using the word dangerous, and I feel like we didn't get to finish our conversation. Why do you feel like pushing traditional views is dangerous? Like, how is that dangerous?
If you want to have that in your own relationship, I think that's completely fine. But I think if you're forcing that ideology on other people who don't feel like they fit into that binary, it can be deadly and costly and really restrictive.
I don't think, and again, I think in our society, we're actually forcing the opposite right now. Like, we're telling women that their values in their career and their degree and their title, and we're telling men that, no, you can be sensitive. Everything's toxic masculinity, right? So we're actually not pushing traditional values anymore, and our society has gone so far downhill because we're not pushing those traditional values.
You live in an echo chamber.
So the way I see it, if we were to push those traditional values, like Brian mentioned, like Andrew mentioned, like limiting women's rights a little bit, so that for the furtherment of our society, right? Like, I don't see, I would see our society getting better, because right now it's going downhill because we're not pushing those traditional values. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just disagree. I don't think that we're losing. I just don't think if we lost a sense of traditional value on a grand scale, like if people decided to exist outside of that binary, I don't think that there would be a crisis of reproduction.
Yes, there is. But because you know what? There is a woman and a man, and that's it. And there is no other thing. I don't care what propaganda is feeding you. I don't care what your college is feeding you. I don't care what your professor is feeding you. There is a woman and a man. That is it.
That we're not talking about.
That's it. Man, and we're not going to do this transgender
She's talking about something else.
I'm hearing this transgender thing.
We're not talking about transgenderism. Hold on.
Let her talk.
But the birth rate is going down.
Yeah,
like
it
it's
is.
plummeting. So how can you say we don't have a crisis?
Yeah.
I don't think it has to do
Oh my God,
with
that's
us being
crazy.
too
Pasty George
progressive.
donated $200.
Oh, thank you, Pasty George.
Ryan, I am Indigenous Cree or First Nations Cree of Turtle Island, which is now called North America. While I live in Canada, I am not Canadian. The government classifies us as Aboriginal.
Is that Dave?
Higher.
Shout out Dave Ho.
Hiya.
We love Dave Ho.
For sure.
What's it called? Like, before a speech is given, you do a land acknowledgement. So
Cover page?
land acknowledgement example. I should start doing land acknowledgements. We acknowledge here at the Whatever Podcast that we are on the traditional land of the Chumash people. I would like to acknowledge. Wait.
This is a good idea.
And the Chumash were the original stewards of this land, and the land was. We honor their long history and stewardship of this land, and we pay our respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging.
Hiya.
Talking shit, he tweets it, and then he thinks we can't see.
There's a
What do
lot.
you
Anyways,
see?
okay,
What do you
whatever.
see?
Pasty George, thank you for that. Thank you, man. Pasty, I'll do a land. I should start doing a land acknowledgement.
But it would be the same.
What nationality are you, Brian? Can I ask?
Nationality or
kind of-
ethnicity?
That's out of the blue. Why?
Wait, what was your
I don't
first
know, I
language?
just
I want to know your first
wanna
language.
know.
Let us guess. Can we guess?
If you don't want to
is
answer,
that-
it's okay.
Well, if you're asking ethnicity, he would be American and white, depending on which criteria you have.
Okay,
Right.
it's not that
And of course, Democrats like the hyphens.
like your ancestors. You know what I mean? Like your blood.
I'm like Eastern European and French.
What
or
was your
French
first?
something.
So your
French.
first language
you
was
French
French.
Canadian?
Fucking
Parlez-vous
French. Stop
français?
It's a
lying.
mix.
Right?
I'm a mix. Eastern European and French.
So your first language was French.
Hang on, Brian.
Yes.
Do you speak any Eastern European language,
Oh my God.
or do you speak French?
I speak French.
Parlez-vous
Why is he
français?
erasing your
You're
your
French,
history?
Brian.
This is erasure. You're right.
Wait, I'm just confused. Why does he hate
Sending in a white flag right now.
Mike Davis donated
Did the volume?
$200.
Is the volume max?
I'm seeing a ton of messages coming through.
Oh, that's weird.
Can you read the other two? My bad, thought it was 100 to be read out loud, not 200. So here's the 200.
We'll try to get to it, but there's a few other things before we got to do some reads. But I promise you, I have them here. We will read them, but we got to wait until we do the batch reading. So where were we? A few more things here, Jazz.
No
few more
way.
things here, Jazz.
Fun stuff like, would you rather meet a bear or a man in the woods? Or
We'll get to that. No, trust me, we'll get to the other stuff.
Good idea.
Jazz, you wrote, I'm not scared of a
I
debate.
know it's been like chronically like serious.
Jazz, you said, I'm not scared of a debate. You got your bachelor's in political data analysis and minored in economics. You're not going to argue if women's body count matter, LMAO, not legitimizing your position because it's a joke. The body count thing.
Yeah.
And then you said, sure, preference for dating is fine, but you bash women for having high body counts. Point blank, not because all of a sudden they're undateable. I actually, I actually almost give props to women if they reveal their body count, especially if it's high, because that takes courage. I don't agree with their decisions, but I don't bash them.
Can we point out your argument that
you're not going to be with
About
those
30.
women with the high body count?
I'll be honest, 30.
Wait, did you?
Last 30.
Is that
at
drool?
least.
Is that
Yes.
drool on your shirt?
No, that's just.
Okay, don't. Oh my God. God, put it over here before. All right, it's all good. Sorry, go ahead, Jazz. Go ahead.
your argument was like
Yes.
Is it? Something about
Stop. Just move it on. Okay, go ahead.
women having a higher, you don't want a woman with a higher body count or an equal body count to yours because it's correlated with infidelity.
Oh, you're
That
talking
was
about
your
when
argument.
we actually argued about it.
Yeah, that's
over
where this
text,
conversation
over the
is
messages.
from, right?
Yeah, well, I think that was your first thing that you went to when we were having the back and forth.
Yeah, I also do think it is hypocritical to suggest that you're allowed to have as many partners as you want, but women should be monogamous and only have one partner.
I don't really argue that, so I don't
That's
think...
what you argued previously. I don't know if...
Well, so I don't think promiscuity is good in men or women.
Okay.
But I do think that there's a couple differences. I do think men... I think if a woman doesn't want to date a guy who has a high body count or he's a player, I think that's totally justified. Okay. No qualms whatsoever. But I do think it is the case that women, generally speaking, seem to care less about it than men, or they might not even care at all. Maybe if it's like an insane body count.
Men care more is the
Yes, men care more.
Yes.
And I think there's reasons for that. I think there's... societal reasons, cultural reasons, but I think primarily it's biological reasons. Men have a greater disgust response to promiscuity in women. So there's that. And then I would also just say, in terms of the differential, in terms of why, again, I don't think promiscuity is good in men or women, but I think the difference is that you might hear from other people where if a male's promiscuous, it's kind of big upped by some men. They're like, oh, you're a stud. But if a woman does that, she's a slut. Well, I would argue that that's viewed differently because it's really, really easy for a woman to be a slut, whereas it takes some degree or perhaps quite a bit of a degree of skill to be a slut as a man.
Yeah.
So as a woman, every single woman here, if you wanted to, you could probably even, it's 10:30 on a Sunday, you could hop on Tinder tonight, get laid tonight. Vast majority of men.
Not true. Not fucking true at all, man.
Yeah, I
Not
think even
fucking
you
true
could
at
do
all,
it,
man.
but-
Not fucking true
Wait,
at
I have
all.
a question. Do you think it's biological for men to want to
Bullshit.
sleep?
Bullshit, man.
Do you think it's biological for?
What, you don't think you could get laid tonight?
Hell no.
Not with that attitude.
You know what? If I wanted to fucking just sit there and, some ugly
Okay, let's get you
asshole.
on Hinge right now.
Some ugly asshole.
Let's do a.
Wait a minute. Some ugly asshole?
No, some decent.
All right.
Whatever.
Wait, Brian, I have a.
No.
What's up? What's
Do
up?
you think it's biological for men to want to sleep
Hell
with
no,
more
man.
women than women to want to sleep with more men?
Yeah, I would say that there's, I mean, you can make an argument. just
Why
because-
so?
Do you think there's more
Her
social
old ass
pressure
is the
because you get
exception.
the big ups? Like,
Or social conditioning?
Well, hold on, I'm getting a bunch of different questions here.
Go on.
So, I mean, I think that there could be a different sexual strategy because men don't get pregnant, so they can men can impregnate multiple women in a day. Or, I mean, there's not women, whereas women, you can only get pregnant for 9 months at a time, right?
So how is that biologically ingrained in your brain to want to sleep with more women because
men want to spread their seed and
they want to
their
raise their
lineage.
seed.
Yeah, it's literally biology and science.
I would say there is like an evolutionary or biological component of men wanting to spread their seed, but I don't think that's good for society.
Yeah, no, I didn't ask if it's good for society. I just asked if you think it's biological.
Yeah, sure. I'll grant it.
And also,
I don't think they should do it, but yeah, I'll grant it.
do you think that there's societies that believe otherwise?
Well, hold on. Now
Like-
we're getting away from
You're saying
biology and
that because
evolution.
it's not a-
Yeah, Christian societies have valued
talking about
monog-
Christian
hold on.
societies.
Well, you're asking if societies. Christian societies throughout all human history have valued chastity and monogamy in both men and women. Both men and women were supposed to remain virgins until marriage.
I wasn't talking about Christian societies. I'm just saying
But you're
I don't.
asking about societies.
No, I'm asking if you think it's biological and if you think that there's actually so my argument is that it's social conditioning versus it's not biological. And so do you think that they're
yeah, because I feel like women are it's frowned upon for them to have multiple partners, whereas like you were saying with men, so I think a lot of it is socially constructed too. That
Yeah, I agree that there's a social construction.
I can name multiple societies currently.
With more than one other man.
There's societies in southwestern China
Most
that
things,
they
there are
allow
multiple contributors.
Yeah,
You know, there's the biological and there's the societal.
Exactly.
I don't think it's biological. I think it's social
Well,
conditioning.
one doesn't have to rule out the other.
Yeah.
There can be the biological argument that Brian
I don't think it's
stated.
biological at all.
Okay.
What's
Why do you think more
There's
men?
actual proof. There's multiple societies who.
What are you looking for, a virgin man? You're not going to have it.
Which societies? What do you mean?
So there's a society in southwestern China. I believe it's called the Muasa. Something like that. Yeah.
What are they?
So they believe that the women can have open courtship where they can have multiple partners, and the men actually come home at. Why are you why are you saying? Oh my God, this is actually factual.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna grant the
But
example.
are they still going?
And then there's also a society in Papua New Guinea. There's also societies in Africa as well.
But-
so
but what?
it's
Well,
she's
no, go
trying
back
to
to the
prove.
Chinese.
I'm
Go
basically
back-
saying that America has. We just look at America oh no, these certain.
And Western civilization is superior.
Okay, elaborate. Why is it superior?
First to industrialize, most of the inventions created are from Western countries.
I would
Most of
argue
the-
not. That we are so behind in technology and have you been to Asia? It's so much more advanced. Here we are nothing
though?
compared to
Hang on,
other
hang on.
countries.
Name an Asian nation which is super advanced that was not significantly influenced by the West for those advancements. Go ahead.
Not significantly advanced. What do you?
Some young guy.
There is nothing comparable to we are living in the 50s compared to
Can you repeat back my question?
Yeah, you said name a society that's not influenced by Western civilization
No, that's not what I
advancement.
asked.
Okay, say it again
I
then.
asked?
Say it again then, Andrew. This is your shtick. I've studied you. Trust me, I know you.
Well, if you studied me, here's the thing that's interesting.
Okay, what's
Studying
interesting?
a debater and studying his rhetoric doesn't actually give you any defense from it.
I'm not trying to defend you.
So
I'm just
here's-
saying that
Here's the thing that's interesting. It's I asked you a specific question. I asked you which Asian nation can you name that has all this advanced technology?
China.
It was not which was not heavily influenced by the West for these technological marvels. Name
China.
one.
So don't say China.
No, not China. China is literally the entire industrial base and all of technology which exists in China was ripped off from the West, especially from our businesses, from GE, I can give you tons, Boeing,
Yeah, okay.
Chrysler, they rip all of that technology off from us. And by the way, they're not more technologically advanced.
Cállate la boca, puta.
Hang on. They're not more technologically advanced in the United States. You got another example?
Hey, she just called you.
Hang on.
puta.
Let her answer. Do you have another example?
I'm not just talking about Asian societies. You didn't let me keep going on. So Qatar, have you been to Dubai? Have you been to Dubai? It's way more advanced than here.
Oh, Dubai. You mean a Western?
That's not Western. That's not Western.
Yes, it is. Dubai is the most.
Babe, that's the Middle East.
Airport which has ever existed in history.
It's the Middle East.
Even Baghdad Even Baghdad, when it was all influenced by the West, it was considered a central trading hub of the world, is not as westernized as Dubai. Westerners literally live in high-rise buildings there.
Dubai looks like Disneyland. He makes a good point.
It's not, but it's not. Why? So why? Tell me why
they have what's called the Palm Islands, lady.
Tell me why. No, lady, don't stop calling me lady. It's so like arbitrary. Like stop that shit. You keep mentioning.
It's arbitrary to call you lady, or it's specific?
It's just like it's kind of like and like you're trying to insult me, be like lady. Like no, I don't fuck with
I just don't know
it.
your name. I wasn't here for the beginning for the names.
My name is Erica. People also call me E.T. So hello, Andrew. Nice to meet you.
E.T.
Yeah. Hello.
Well, Erica,
Yes.
Dubai is heavily influenced by what? Not
Really? Did they tell you that?
by
Did
Western money.
Are you the mayor of Dubai?
He is, actually.
Oh my God! I want to know your affiliation with Dubai because apparently you know everything that they're involved with the
Oh, I
U.S.
see. Because I make a valid point.
You don't make a valid point. Where so your whole argument all the time is like, what is your statistics? Like, what is your arguments? Like, you have no like credentials with that.
Oh, I know. That's crazy. I need credentials.
I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm making an actual factual argument, and you're trying to say, oh, they're influenced by the okay, sorry, you said this. They're influenced by Western society. They're not influenced by Western society. Like, what are you talking about?
1,000% Dubai is influenced by Western.
No, it is not. Because tell me why the U.S.
literally an American sport,
So
basically.
then, why does the U.S. not have the technology they have? Tell me.
Okay, what technology do you think the U.S. doesn't have?
Have you been to Dubai?
Can you name the technology you think Dubai
It's
has
way
that
better
West
than the
doesn't
U.S. Let me tell you that. We look like we're living in the fucking 50s here.
Okay,
like,
so real quick, can you repeat my question?
no, I'm just saying. I'm sorry. Right?
Can you repeat my question to you?
What is your question, Andrew? Please
Can
repeat
you
it.
name the technology Dubai has that the United States
The
does not
architecture is technology.
What?
The architecture is technology itself.
Their architectural technology.
Yes.
What architectural technology do you think Dubai has the United States doesn't have?
Have you been to Miami?
Yes.
They're living in the fucking 50s compared to Dubai, and basically every city here. Like, have you been to all the cities across America? They don't even measure
tell
up.
me what architectural
And like also like
Dubai has the
Qatar,
United States doesn't have.
in Asia, like it's not. You can't even compare.
You think that Miami is more primitive than fucking Asia?
Yes.
I'll let some chats come through.
You're trying to make me look stupid, but I'm way more.
Hold on.
I don't even think you've been to Dubai.
Sorry for interrupting. Chair 5.
Thank you.
She was discussing the birth rate crisis with Chair 1 and how she believes it either doesn't exist or is not that bad.
There's two other chats I need to let come through. We have Sensei, and then we have Pasty George. Sorry for the delays on these guys. I try to get them in as soon as possible. There's a little break. We have Sensei coming in here in just a moment. Thank you, Pasty George.
Sensei
donated $200. Chair 2 is higher than a giraffe's rainbows.
Thank you.
Oh, and it changed. It was ass. Normally I hear
Wait,
this.
what do you mean? It was what?
Wait, what?
What'd you say?
Oh, the Streamlabs, it'll change bad words to other words. So
So
it's
what's it
giraffe's
called?
ass. But it changed ass to rainbows for some reason.
Cheers.
Thank you, Sensei.
Higher than-
Sense.
Thank you, Sensei. Appreciate it.
I wish I was high.
We
Fuck.
got Pasty George.
Pasty George donated $200. All indigenous peoples in Canada and America lived in the Stone Age until European settlers came to North America and brought their technological inventions. Now, all reservations have internet LOL.
Actually, no, I'll go a step further. Almost all societies, except Far Eastern societies, basically lived under primitive conditions.
You probably have ChatGPT in front of you. Like, actually, Andrew. Like, you have the benefit. Like, you're in front of a computer screen.
Oh, God. It's all in his brain.
I don't believe that.
Listen.
Because why didn't he have that argument earlier?
I agree. There's actually an olive branch I'll give you.
Okay.
I do agree that you would be at a disadvantage to me.
Why is that?
The only time, though,
Yeah.
that I source information from the internet, I will
Yeah.
always tell you that shit.
Okay.
I will always tell you that shit.
Okay, thank you.
That is fair, right? That's fair.
Facts, okay.
I always do want to be fair, right?
Yeah.
So even if I'm in a live debate, I'll tell people, like, go ahead, look it up, pull up your cell phone, look that
Why are
shit
you
up,
shaking your
you know,
head?
things like this.
There's a lot of notes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We'll do a few more from Jazz, but Jazz, have you ever been on a date with a guy who you really like, who you're really attracted to, and then you disclose that you're like a woke feminist, and then you see the soul leave the guy's body when you tell them that you're a feminist?
No, I don't necessarily identify as a feminist, so I would never claim that, but I do let my ideologies be known. You can categorize it however you'd like. But I don't know. I think a lot of, if they are conservative or whatever, or they have ideologies that don't align with mine, they usually like get energized. I don't see them get like drained.
I mean, I think it's in your link tree or whatever, dissecting power, race, and gender norms. I feel like most guys, they see that. Well, I suppose if they're more conservative leaning,
off-put, you think?
the eyes just glaze over. They're like, oh man, she's kind of cool and like good looking, whatever. And then it's just like
defeat.
Oh no!
I'm telling you, I'm looking for a very specific man that probably.
Would you date Destiny? Do you know who that is?
Oh God,
I've heard of him.
Okay.
Like streamer.
In your essay that me and Andrew thoroughly kind of didn't really go through. I read it.
We were back to grab a drink.
I thoroughly went through it, honestly.
Thank you, Andrew.
But it was only a few paragraphs. So.
Yeah, it was easy. I went through it. You said patriarchy refers to a social structure in which power is disproportionately held by men. Historically, this is indisputable. Only men were allowed to own property, open bank accounts, vote, and participate fully in public life. Over time, women have gained legal rights such as equal access to employment, pay equity, credit, military service, and protections against discrimination. Andrew would probably dispute quite a few of these as it relates to owning property, open banking accounts, voting. I don't know if we have a bunch of time to dive into each of those specifics. I don't know if like women being able to join the military is necessarily like some sort of like a privilege necessarily, but I don't know. You also wrote, modern Western ideals often present gender roles as natural, making much of the manual labor both historically and currently fall onto men. While some might argue that biology justifies this division, the deeper consequences of such a structure are far more troubling. But so do you disagree that men are more capable and able physical laborers?
No, I don't disagree with the predisposed biological and genetic differences between men and women. I disagree with the fact that we should structure and force every man and every woman to participate in those specific roles all the time.
Yeah, but is that actually the case? Because even under basically the most patriarchal systems that I can think of, there's always people who are outliers who don't participate in the normalcy of society. Like that's just always the case. So I like this is why I never understand what feminists are actually advocating for. If you agree with us that the health of a society is going to be based primarily along the lines of gender roles, meaning men are going to do most of the destructive labor jobs and the protection roles, and women are going to reproduce society, what is it that feminists actually are arguing for here?
I just don't think that our predisposed genetic traits should be the end-all be-all, even if you think that that is the most beneficial structure for us. I just think it's, again, exclusive to a lot of people who, like you said, are outliers in this case. I don't think it's a good idea to force those roles on the outliers. I think the outliers
Yeah, but so what should we do with the outliers?
I think they should feel free to exist and not be demonized or frowned upon or emasculated in a sense.
But then what would make them outliers?
The fact that they don't exist in the realm of the binary as you described
Right,
it.
they don't exist. Like if you were going to say what a mental illness was, if I were to ask you, how would you identify what a mental illness is? Isn't the only way to actually identify it is to look at behavioral patterns which go against the norm of society? Isn't that really the only way to even identify mental illness?
I think a mental illness is classified as it causes impairment in the individual's life. So it's not so much that it goes against the norm, it's that it causes impairment in their functioning.
How do we know what impairment is?
An inability to function at work, at home, in a variety of settings.
So not normal?
Well, not being able to function.
So not
And then
normal.
force the rest of us to
Well, I'm
give
sorry,
in
I'm sorry.
to
Do you agree
what
with
you
me
guys
that's
are
normal?
doing,
Hang
right?
on, hang on. Hang on.
Do I agree
hang on.
with
Let us have
normal?
hang on. Let us have the exchange. Hang on. She's barely spoken the whole evening, right? Let's give her the floor for a second. Do you agree with me though that the idea of can't function is abnormal?
It goes against mainstream, so I'm not going to argue with the word normal.
Yeah. So if it goes against the mainstream being what we
Right.
would consider broadly normal,
Yeah.
isn't that how you identify mental illness? Is by looking specifically for behavioral patterns which aren't normal?
Sure, you could say normal. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure, because you
Yeah.
say atypical, right.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't even know how, since psychology is the study of the mind, which is just the study of behavioral patterns. How is it that you could ever judge something was mental illness or an issue, other than to say, when we compare this to the sample size of other people who aren't you, this isn't the behavior we see?
I mean, yeah, that's one way. I think impairment in functioning also indicates an inability to function. So if you can't work, if you can't sustain a relationship, if you can't perform tasks or function in a variety of settings, then it falls under the category
no,
of mental illness.
that can't be the case, because if a person had a leg that was like cut off.
Well, you're talking
during
about
an
mental
industrial-
illness.
Hang on. During an
That's what it
industrial
is,
accident,
mental illness.
you wouldn't consider that to be a mental illness, right?
No, that's a physical disability. I'm talking about if it's a mental.
But that would definitely inhibit a person's ability to function, right?
Of course, but that's not
So
what.
we're looking at behavior. We have to be looking at behavior here.
Well, yeah, we're looking at behavior.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if it's behavior,
So we're not
how do we
talking
judge
about
it's
your
a mental-
ability to walk. We're talking about.
Yeah. So how would you ever judge that the behavior was mentally ill or wrong or this or that, unless you were able to compare it to a sample size where you said most don't behave this way? How could it even be done?
I'm not arguing against normal. You want to use the term normal, that's fine with me.
Well, in this case, when I say normal, I just mean we would attribute that these behaviors over a sample size which is way greater than this one subset, we would call that normal.
Yeah.
Like if we were to say 60% of men like big
A man want to call himself a woman normal?
Yeah,
No.
Anyway, yeah,
No.
without you drunk, hang on, drunkie.
What
But
the
anyway,
fuck? No.
real quick, back to you.
Drunkie?
If
Hell
if
no.
I were to say that, like,
I'm telling you,
60%
no.
of men,
There is
yeah,
no
percent-
man
yeah,
gonna call himself a woman. I don't give a fuck what he does.
Yeah, I know. No,
No.
nobody's talking
No.
about that though. Nobody's talking about that. But
That's-
anyway, so
that's what it
so if you
is.
say, yeah.
That's
So-
what you're
so
trying to talk about.
Oh my God,
Yes,
this
you're
fuck-
trying to
fucking
dance around it.
insufferable. Can anybody talk except you? Good Lord. Anyway, the nice lady hasn't even said 2 words. She's engaging in good faith. I'd like to finish my conversation. If that's okay with you, your fucking majesty. So, anyway, back to you. If you were to say like 60% of men
Yeah,
like women
speak,
with big
asshole.
breasts, you would say that's normal, right?
If over 60% of men liked big breasts, then liking big breasts would then be classified as normal, sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So what I'm saying here is that the way that you would identify mental illness is to take behavioral patterns over the large group and say this doesn't fit in with those behavioral patterns, so therefore it's odd, weird, abnormal.
Yeah, I agreed with the use of the term normal, sure, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just clarifying. It.
Okay.
So, kind of back to her when she's talking about outliers.
Yeah.
Right? She's trying to speak to people who generally, I would say, have abnormal behavioral patterns. So I would consider them
Outliers, not normal.
mentally ill, right?
Well, that's still subjective.
Well,
Yes.
psychology's pretty
Yes.
subjective.
Yes, it is.
Psychology's pretty fucking subjective.
I think it depends on how they're an outlier and how they're defying the norm. So
Yeah, well, I don't think so.
well, I mean, you can't just say
I'm not
everybody
sure.
who goes
Yes,
against the norm has
yes.
a mental illness, but sometimes.
No. Not everybody who goes against the
Because
norm.
I'm
We're
sorry, a
talking-
dude think he's a woman?
If we're, hang on.
No, man, no. No, I'm sorry.
You're still fucking insufferable. You can't get 3
No.
words across to each other without you freaking out. Yes, we get it. Men can't be women. Yes, I understand. I totally agree with you. Was there anything else that you wanted to add
really?
that was
Oh,
useful?
that's what we're talking. Really?
Really?
I'm not even.
Andrew, how do you
I
feel to
know
be a
you're not
sugar
even-
daddy? How do you feel to be a
Anyways,
sugar
so-
daddy?
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
How do you feel to be a sugar daddy tonight?
That's not. You think that it's sugar daddying that a nice young couple who hasn't been on a honeymoon, who you berated her husband, that the Crucible is going to send them off on a honeymoon? That's sugar daddying?
Yeah, you and the Crucible are sugar daddy.
Who do I get? What do I get?
No, I love it. It's like, it's such good energy. You're like on the sugar daddy energy. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, how does it feel to be completely insufferable and use words when you clearly don't?
Why don't you tell us, man?
How? I don't think I'm insufferable. I think I'm valid.
Shit.
I love that you're participating in the culture that I partake in. Like
What's
you
that?
just
What
you
culture is
you
that?
just
Come on,
like
man.
you sugar to the couple over here, the Christian couple, the cult. I love it.
Oh, wait. So to get this right, anytime you call into a radio show and you win a sweepstakes, they're being a sugar daddy?
Fuck yeah. How?
Okay,
Wait.
so
I'm sorry. Is
so-
this
so
a
what you're
radio
saying is that
show?
you're just
Did you
objectively
call into a radio show?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What was the question?
See, I think you've been the sugar
I
daddy
didn't
of the
hear the
night.
question.
You
What
just
was-
paid
what was the
$3K.
question?
That is like equivalent to what sugar daddies do. You just did it. You're like, oh, I'm gonna fund this Christian couple because you're a cult leader, and so there you go.
Oh, so if I'm a cult leader, can you tell me what a cult is?
A cult, it's. I don't know the actual definition, but
You don't know, but I'm the leader.
See, this is your thing. You love to ask people, what is the definition of this? Like, what is your definition? So my definition of cult, you like to push your belief onto others. That's like essentially what you do in most like arguments.
So
Like,
the government's a cult?
yes, 100%.
Oh, okay.
100 fucking percent.
Take that. Brilliant take that.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that because hi, love the government, but like, yeah,
The government is cult leaders.
fuck
Yeah,
yes.
I know all these assholes
This-
shut me
yeah.
down.
But,
But
call
like,
me
wait, I'm
grandma
sorry,
and
wait,
shit.
Andrew, hold on. Are you the government? You're not the government. Are you the fucking senator? No, you're not.
No,
you're
these
not the
assholes shut me down, calling me grandma and shit.
girl.
man.
We're not even talking about you right
fucking
now.
grandma. But no, that's what they do.
Girl, I'm not even talking to you right now. I'm sorry, not to be a bitch, but like, let's be real here.
Whoa. That sounded like she was being kind of a bitch to you. Not gonna lie. She sounded kind of rude.
No, I'm just trying to tell you right now, like, you're giving me shit, and you also call me an OF model. I don't do OF, and you're calling me a prostitute.
Hang on,
No.
hang on.
You call me. No,
Did
you
you
call.
prostitute?
Oh no, you called me.
I have in my
You.
notes-
So
I have in my
let's get
notes
this
that you
straight.
were an escort.
Baby, let's get this straight. You called me an escort, whereas you essentially were a sugar daddy to this couple over here. So you're trying to be a swinger. Like, hello, you're trying to like swing this couple with your
how am I trying to be a
3K
swinger?
and your Christian cult.
So to get this right, you fucked men for money.
Oh, I never said I fucked men for money.
And that
Oh,
makes
I
you
never
a
said I
cult
fucked men for money. I never said I fucked men for money. I said I have relationships with men, and they give me gifts and donations. I never said.
Do you have sex with some of those men who give you gifts and donations?
I never said that.
Yeah, can you answer my question?
I never said that though.
With some of the men who give you
But
gifts and money?
Andrew, you're asking me, but I never said so.
Do you have sex with some of these men who give you gifts and money?
No, I haven't lately.
No, you fucking lie. Oh, you lately?
I haven't lately. No, I have not. But you wait, Andrew. Wait. I love how you're trying to like totally like make the argument go another way and call me a prostitute. No. Your defense mechanism is to call me a prostitute and say I have
Because
sex
you're a
with men for money when I literally called you out for giving this girl money when you're being a sugar daddy. That's what a sugar daddy does. Like I literally go on dates with men and they give me money just for like existing. That's essentially what you did to her. Is it not? Is it not? Did you not give her money for existing and having a relationship with someone? You're like, I'm gonna give you 3K. That's what sugar daddies do. So congratulations, you're a sugar daddy. Congratulations, whatever podcast. Andrew is a sugar daddy. We love it. Yes. Yes,
So
smoke
just to
that
make sure-
cigarette, baby. Glutinous.
No, you're just not
You
gonna let me talk
gluttony. You're indulging in your gluttony.
Mhm. So, any of those men that you went on dates with who gave you money and resources?
What does that have to do with
Did you
what I
sleep
just
with
said
any of
about your you're totally like disregarding what I said. You're a sugar daddy. I love it though.
I want an answer to my question. Did you have
Yeah,
sex with any
you
of
and
those
your
men?
wife are swingers, sugar couple. We love it. Swingers,
Can
yes.
you answer my question?
I
then? Did you
love
have sex with any of
swingers.
those men?
Ooh, your wife should swing with me. You guys can like go hang out with
Got
me.
it. Yeah, got it. But
Yeah.
did you have sex with any of those men though?
I never said that.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking you.
I never said anything.
Yeah, I know. Can you answer the question though?
I just received donations from people who want to give
Did you
me
ever
donations.
have sex with any of those men or not?
Why should I answer to you actually?
Because you know what the answer is. Just
Oh wait,
answer the
really?
question.
Do you know what the answer is? What do you think the answer is? I want to know what do you
The
think?
answer is yes.
Okay, then I
I believe the answer is yes because you said that it was.
You're
yes
entitled.
earlier,
You're
but
entitled
now
to
you're
that
backing
answer.
Away from it.
Wait, what'd you say?
Earlier, you said I don't do that anymore.
Anymore?
Which means that
What?
you
But I never
did.
said sex.
That means you did. No. That was specifically to the.
Anymore.
you
Sex.
had
Sex
sex.
doesn't mean. What is your definition of sex? Define your definition of sex, Andrew.
If a man ever put his penis inside of any of your orifices,
Am I orifices?
your mouth, your ass, your vagina, or you put your hand around his penis for any elongated period of time, or he ever rubbed his penis on you consensually at any time.
Man.
Did any of those things ever occur? In any of
I don't know.
situations?
Chair 2 is dumb.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Really dumb.
I don't know. Maybe it
So you
did.
just don't remember if you were a prostitute or not?
I was on Xanax. I don't remember. I used to be a drug addict. I'm sorry.
Oh, not surprised.
I'm sorry that you don't.
I know. I'm the total definition of what you think I am.
I can actually see how you could make the equivocation and the comparison that me funding a young married couple's honeymoon.
Drug addict,
Oh no, you're a sugar daddy.
You having
You're a
sex
sugar
with
daddy.
men for money.
Oh no, baby. I go out with men for nothing. I just sit there, and that's essentially what you did to her. You just said, "I'm gonna give you $3K because you're a young couple." I've gotten money just for being a young girl. That's what you just did. So you and your wife are sugar couple, and I fuck with that. I think you guys are so like. I think that's sexy. So you should like really rep that. I think you should like
Wait a minute.
put that in your bio and your crucible. Be like, "We're sugar couple. We will give you money for like just being like a hot young couple." You know?
I
So
think when
anytime
women
you give a So just to make sure I got this right, anytime you give a homeless person money, you're a sugar daddy?
Fuck yeah. Wait, is she homeless?
Okay.
She's not homeless.
Well, with your logic, that's what you're making it sound
No,
like.
it's not.
Yeah.
Girl, you just got $3K from a couple that gave it to you because they're a sugar couple.
Can you stop talking
sound
over
very
me?
jealous
I'm not
about it.
talking over you. I
yes,
let you
you
speak
are.
what you said. I just said what I said, and I speak a little louder. That's not talking over you. So speak what you have to say.
When women do this, when they attack another woman and like go
How am I
off.
attacking you?
You're attacking Andrew. You've been attacking me this whole time. I feel like I've been
I have
very.
not been attacking you.
Let me finish talking. I've been very respectful of you this whole time.
That's
I
right.
have not
Let her
said
fucking
anything
finish,
to you.
lady. Let her fucking
Girl,
finish, lady.
I have not been attacking you. That's a crazy statement.
You called You said I was groomed by my husband.
How's
You
that
said-
attacking?
Stop talking. You said my.
How's that attacking?
You said.
Define it.
Can I continue speaking?
Sure,
or are you
go
gonna keep
ahead.
talking over
Go
me?
ahead.
You said I was groomed by my husband. You said my religion is a cult.
Yes.
And now you're accusing Andrew of being a sugar daddy for
Yes.
doing a nice gesture just because.
Oh, that's
no,
not-
no.
yeah.
When women act like this, it comes out of a place of such jealousy and unhappiness.
Oh.
And
Yep.
you wouldn't have to attack me like this if you
This
were
isn't
happy
a
within
taxi.
yourself.
Your type of
Her husband's in a groomer isn't an attack. Really?
you're taking as an attack because I don't think you can handle the truth.
Your husband's a groomer. That's not
You've
an
literally lived such a sheltered life. I don't even think you know what like real life is.
What? How do you
Yeah.
do you know my entire life? Really?
I don't know your life, but what I'm seeing, like what you're displaying, like it's very sheltered because you already kind of
my
like
God.
somewhat attacked me earlier.
When
So
did I attack you?
you basically attacked me in saying that like I'm trying to kill babies too.
I never said you
Well, I
were
mean,
trying to kill
but
babies.
you
I said
are,
you
though.
believe that killing babies is okay, which you do believe killing babies is okay. So I made a factual
I never said I
statement.
believe killing babies is okay.
Yes, you
a
did.
baby is a baby. A baby is not a baby if it's in the womb, like in the first month.
Okay, well, it is. Like life
No, it's
begins
not.
at conception. So, okay,
Eh.
agree to disagree, but you did say you're okay with killing
Science
babies.
is up for negotiation. It's actually not that proven.
Oh
All
my
right.
God.
Well, it's not that proven.
So, Andrew, you actually said that psychology and science are not that real.
Science? No.
No, you've said this before.
I don't believe that psychology is a soft science, though. It's not real science.
I know, but
Like,
you
here,
you
let
don't
me- here, I'll just-
you don't believe science is that real.
What are you talking about? Tell me something. I know you're trolling now, but it's still.
How am I trolling?
Just let me ask you this. What's the scientific method again?
I don't know what the scientific. You can call me drunk or whatever the fuck you want to say, bitch.
Yeah,
like
no, I
didn't
know.
say anything about you.
You're whispering to her. If you have something to say to me, say it to me.
She just said you're not being serious.
You don't even.
I didn't say anything
Sylvie,
about
you don't even fucking know me like that. So shut the fuck up.
I
Shots
think
fired.
you have. Do you have a relationship with your father?
What is the significance of that?
I'm just asking.
Okay, so
Yeah, go there, go there.
That's actually leads to my argument earlier. You were trying to say that people should not get abortions, and my argument was that you come from a two-party household. So how can you make that argument when people come from broken households that they like
I
can't
definitely want to
really,
get my science info from
support
Sarah,
a child? So like you would not know. You came from. You're very privileged. I can tell. What you've said this whole night. You've barely talked. You're very submissive to men.
She
No.
never even sucked any dick for money. Not even
Andrew,
once.
like, you're not even here. You're not even here. You're in a box on the fucking computer screen. Like, shut the cállate.
From my perspective, you're in a box in a computer screen.
Oh my god. My box is hotter than yours.
She never sucked.
My box gets more money than yours, baby.
That's funny.
But you're right. She's sheltered. She never sucked dick for money. You're right.
Oh, I never said I sucked dick for money.
Did you ever suck dick for money?
Have you sucked dick for money?
No.
No, I'm asking.
Oh my god,
you.
I love that for you.
Answer the question, lady. Have you?
Lady, answer the question, lady.
Answer the question.
Lady.
You're not gonna answer it, are you?
I'm not, I take the ladder. I don't,
I'm
unemployed. I'm unemployed. I don't have a job. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, when you did have a job, was it?
I've never had a job in my life.
When you did have a job, was it ever a blow job?
I've never had a job. I'm a civilian. Yeah. I'm a broken child, you know? Anyway. Can we get the fuck out of here?
Man, if I feel like you're just trying to like dig your way up from China at this point.
Dig my way up where? I don't want to dig my way up in your vagina. Hell fucking no. That shit sounds like tumultuous. Where's your whiskey at, Andrew? Let's take a shot. Come on. Let's take a shot with your
She's
whiskey. I know
fucking
you
ahead.
love whiskey.
I have some drunk cherries at the bottom. They've been.
Ooh, cheers, Andrew.
Here,
Cheers.
there we go. Cheers.
Cheers to being a degenerate and gluttony. Eat those whiskey cherries.
Vodka cherries.
All right, well.
Were you going to finish your point?
What?
It kind of got interrupted. I asked you if you had a relationship with your father, then you proceeded to go off on me about
Why is that relevant?
Just asking. I'm just curious.
But why is that relevant? Can you answer my question? Why is that relevant?
Because I'm just wondering what your
Do you
family...
tell me about your relationship with your father. I'd love to hear all the
I honestly didn't have a great relationship with my dad growing up.
What was it like?
Very distant. He's an alcoholic. I mean,
So you came from a broken family.
I don't know if I would use the term broken. There were definitely flaws in my parents and my family, and I think that's with every family. What I did, instead of making an excuse and being like, well, I come from a broken marriage, whatever it may be, like I actually learned a lot from it, and I said I don't want that in my husband.
Yeah.
So I asked you earlier if you came from a broken household, and you said you didn't. I said
it's my parents are still together. I mean, they have a house. They're successful. I don't.
But why are you now saying that you came from a broken household when I asked you earlier?
Because you're defining my dad being an alcoholic and me not having a good relationship. You said broken, so I'm bringing the term broken household back in. It's not broken in the fact that my parents are still together. And
That
they
is
have
broken. You're
a
now
family.
you're actually like you're being real right now, and I
Oh my
appreciate
God, a
that.
super chat just came through. That's
No, I appreciate you being real right now because
Shut up.
earlier you were not being real. Now you're being real, and I can see why that you would go for an older man. Like I get it now.
It's okay.
Now,
It's
get
okay.
in the
Okay.
kitchen and make Brian a sandwich or
Oh, wait, what? Wait, chair 2, calm down.
Is it Dave? Is he pacing?
Make Brian a
George?
sandwich
I
or
feel like he
burrito.
is pacing. Dave, home. Shut
Sorry
up,
for the
Dave.
delay on these guys. I stepped away from the. I stepped away. So.
Now get, it is Dave.
Yeah, she said older.
Dave, ho, shut up.
Hang on, lady. Isn't your husband only like 2 or 3 years older than you?
Yeah.
She met him when
Chair
she was
two.
17. If you don't ask me, that's predatory.
I looked like this at 17. I didn't look like a child.
That's even more of like a debate argument.
Thank you, Z.
How is that?
You looked like that as a child. So
Chair 2, hang on. Just a quick
my name is Erica. Please address me by my name. I'm not chair 2. I'm an actual human being.
So, you know what? You're right, Erica. But can you
no.
just answer one question for me? And tell
Bitch, I'm more poppin' than you.
Tell the actual truth. When you were 17,
10,000 in Bitcoin.
did you ever fuck a guy in his 20s?
Nope. I didn't lose my virginity till 19.
You're fucking coping.
I swear to God.
Fucking dog shit.
I swear to fucking God. I was literally in band all throughout school. I was a nerd.
I don't care.
I know you don't care,
I don't
Ryan.
care.
I know.
Don't care.
We get it.
Claim donated $200. Chair
Thank
2
you,
has
Clay.
been
Appreciate
plugged
it.
more than a submarine with a leak. She ain't got no reason behind her argument. This is the first time she got to speak without a pin
Yeah,
in her mouth.
totally. Thank you.
swallow.
Without your dad's penis in my mouth, you're welcome. Your dad's cum tastes like fucking.
Oh my God, shut up. Okay, Mike Davis.
Actually, do you think that that's insulting to the guy?
Do you think that's insulting, Andrew?
You think that's insulting to him?
I feel like your cum tastes disgusting because you seem like you eat fast food all day.
This is like such a vile combo.
All right, Brian.
Fucking delicious.
So
Kick me out?
Mike-
Okay, bitch. Kick me the fuck out.
Next subject.
Stop. Just stop. Relax.
No, she literally just said kick me out. Do you want me kicked out? Kick me out, chat. Hello.
Well, okay. Mike Davis asked the following: how much to kick her?
Yeah. Let's do 2K. 2K.
$9,999 in Bitcoin. My
Let's
Bitcoin.
do it.
My
Kick me out,
Bitcoin-
chat.
My Bitcoin wallet is in the description.
Kick me out,
if you
chat.
want her kicked out.
Also, you called me an OF girl. I don't do OF, Andrew.
Shut up. Shut her up. Holy
No, but he
fuck.
said that earlier. He's like,
Hold
you're an
on.
OF
Oh my God.
prostitute.
Jungle's donated
All right.
$1,000.
Do you know how to mute the microphone?
Champagne. I hereby bring back the muscle.
Okay, your microphone's
Chair 2,
muted, so-
Dum Dum and Chair 3, Granny deserved 30 minutes.
Good.
Muted.
Bitch, I'm
We
getting
are
an Uber
losing
back. I
brain
don't want to fucking be
cells.
here.
Oh, good. Get out of here.
You're not Ubering back right now.
I will Uber
Wait,
back.
there's really good stuff we still need to get into. So why don't you do this?
You were being rude
Look,
to me just now.
you're not yourself.
You called me lady. Like, be nice to me, Brian.
Well,
Like,
you
I-
haven't- hey, excuse me, you didn't use my preferred pronouns. Hey,
Girl.
sit down, sit down, sit down. Or
Don't even. You're like you're taking, you're letting these men like take your whole like. I see your game, dude. And this is why you were in a groomed relationship. You
Oh,
let
God,
men
here
just
goes.
like dictate you.
you're like you're doing a little thing.
One man.
I'm not doing anything.
Oh my
this is
God,
me.
you're doing a little thing where you're trying to get under her skin by.
Yeah,
I'm
and we
not.
know nothing about her personal relationship.
So
like,
let's,
very-
Don't even start. Don't even start on you.
okay.
You've said fucking words. You've said word
Hold
sounds
on.
all
My bad.
fucking night, girl.
Hold on.
All fucking night. I've gotten text messages from people that actually have intelligence. You've said word sounds all fucking night that don't make sense. I don't agree.
Jazz, are you gonna let her talk to you like this?
Oh no, you don't know. You literally like.
She
I agree
can't
with
be
half
safe.
what you said, then half what you said. I'm like, girl, what the like. Actually, like.
Yeah, we don't have to agree.
Yeah, I know, but like
you can be respectful towards her and not
respect. Girl, we're on a podcast. What do you mean respect?
You
We're
can
here to have a-
respectfully debate. You don't have to call people bitches and say that their husband groomed them and say I don't know what that
How
is.
is that wrong to say bitch and your husband grooms you?
That's condescending when you don't know anything about my
You
relationship.
called me drunk as an argument earlier.
This
You're like, are you
conversation's
drunk? Are you drunk
boring.
as your fucking argument? So no, don't even get there. You literally thought you were having a. You were being
can you
condescending,
shut
like,
up,
are you drunk? Are
Cherokee?
you drunk
Oh
just
my
because
God.
you noticed I was drinking tonight?
But you were drunk, pal.
Girl, I'm always drunk. What's the argument? And she was trying to act like I'm like inebriated in a way where I'm like, no. Oh, she's gonna.
Chair 2.
Hi everybody. I was groomed by my fucking 20-year-old man when I was
Oh my
17.
God, Chair 2, shut up.
Hello. We love it. Actually, I don't love it. Bitch, I'm Ubering back. I do not like.
You should stay for your notes. ET.
No, bitch. Like, this is. See, like, you think I was calling you a bitch?
Bro, you're the one beefing with everybody. You're the one chirping everybody.
I'm not chirping.
You're chirping.
We should just
No,
settle
because
down.
I'm finally saying what I have to say because I heard what she said earlier and she thought she was being all like.
Speak. If you're gonna speak, at least do it into the.
I know. I'm sorry, Brian. I forget. We don't
All
have
right,
headphones. You should invest in headphones. Like, hello, you make how much money?
But you had some things to say. Go ahead and say them.
Oh my God, that's crazy. There's chats coming through. Hopefully we can redirect the conversation away from this.
Donated 200.
Lulu, thank you, appreciate it.
This is what you want me to say? Okay, cool.
Develop self-esteem.
It's all right.
Money isn't everything.
It's all right.
Going to Dubai
You're doing
and letting
great.
rich
You're doing
people crap on you will mess up your
gone to
psyche.
Dubai. That's the
It's
funny
not
thing. We
too
talked
late
about
for
that on the way
you.
up here.
Have you been
I
to
have.
Dubai? Have you been to Dubai?
You don't know my fucking life.
Well, okay, then you lied earlier.
You don't know me.
She's ringing
You guys
the
are
show.
friends.
No.
Why are you beefing your
no,
friends,
like
bro?
actually, like be quiet, please. Like you don't.
You're absolutely right.
You don't know a lot
Are
about
you gonna
me.
let her talk to you like that? You gonna let her talk to you like that?
Brian?
I'm not gonna engage. Whatever.
Wait, into the mic if you can. You're a little far. Okay, we have Beachmaster Chad. Beachmaster Chad. Thank you, bro.
Chair 2 is saying she should have been aborted because her childhood wasn't.
I never said that. Beachmaster Chad.
No, that's what she's.
You probably have a little dick that's like this.
Oh, man. Thank
You probably have the little dick
thank
you jack off.
Beachmaster.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's the top 3 feminist arguments.
I'm not even a feminist. I don't
want to control what men do with their dicks. Men are trying to.
Wait, she got muted.
Men, or men have small.
Oh yeah, I can't even respond.
Shut up,
Right,
bitch.
Why am I saying if I can't respond? That's
Please shut
crazy.
your mouth
I can't even
when
defend
the TTS
myself.
notification goes off. Thank
Oh,
you.
I'm finally.
Also,
I'm not
what
even
was your
drunk at this point. I'm
relationship
way
like
too
with your
sober, and I
parents?
want to get the fuck out of here. Like that's the vibe. Oh god.
Yeah, Chair 2, please shut your mouth.
Wait, we haven't even gotten into your amazing TikTok videos. You just gotta wait.
I want to see the TikTok videos. Let's
Yeah, you just wait. You are muted because John. Hold on.
Content.
Just wait. We'll get there.
Big Sass Energy.
Are you my Caucasian?
$200.
I'm not
Are you?
Caucasian.
How much?
Okay, are you my
Chair
homie?
5, faith,
I don't know.
loyalty,
Are we homies?
love.
I don't know you.
Chair 2,
Look, enjoy your
$50.
pizza. Enjoy your juice. Take a little breather, okay?
You're giving me anxiety.
Why am I giving you anxiety? Look, you got some delicious pizza in front of
I
you.
wish it was not.
You said you were hungry.
I really
Eat
wanna
your
say
pizza.
I should be back on Xanax in this fucking situation. This is crazy.
You're stressing yourself.
Does anybody have some spare?
Girl, literally shut the fuck up. I don't fuck.
Bro, okay, stop.
No,
Your
I don't-
mic's muted. Your mic's muted. Nobody can hear you.
She's literally like, you need to like
Brian,
actually experience a little more years.
Unmute the mic.
You want them? Andrew, only if Jungle.
Hey,
We
I
have
asked
more
for
views
Silver
tonight than any
Unmute
other
the mic.
fucking.
Jungle will understand.
How many
He's
views
good.
are there right now?
Andrew, do you
69.
speak as
100.
Andrew?
Let's all get ourselves.
Stop. Andrew, do you speak as the agent of Jungle?
He backs me 100%, guarantee it. Unmute the mic.
Okay. Well,
Unmute the mic.
yeah, but bro,
I wanted to hear what she's saying. I can't hear what she's saying.
you don't want. Trust me, you don't want to hear this shit. You don't want to hear
I
this
want to
shit.
hear it.
Oh, really, Brian?
Now you're beefing with me now? What the fuck?
You're acting like we don't have beef, but you just said you don't want to hear what she has to say. The fuck?
The fuck?
Yeah, the fuck?
The fuck?
Yeah, you're crazy.
The fuck? I need to.
Oh my
there's a
God.
lot to get through, guys. This is gonna be. I need to get through it. Eat your pizza, lady. You asked for pizza. By the way, where's the cash? Where's the cash? You said you were gonna give me
Yeah,
cash.
where's the fucking cash?
Where's the
You
money?
promised $100.
Where's the fucking money?
My sugar daddy was gonna buy it. You wouldn't let me buy it. You wouldn't let me Uber Eats it.
Down.
You want cash because you're a stripper.
All right. Listen.
You're
let
a
me do
stripper.
let me get through a bit of the show.
Brian wants cash because he's a stripper.
You know what? This would be like the ultimate full circle thing where you have all these sugar daddies and you just send that shit to me. You should
I already had a sugar daddy
Pony
send me
up.
money to even be here.
pony up. Send that shit. Send the money. Okay, all right. We're really late on this one, so we're gonna do this. This is everybody's favorite segment here. There's a lot. Okay, after this, we'll do a super chat break because there's a lot. Stifler, ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7. Starting with you.
Why can't we pick 7?
Because-
Everyone picks 7.
Yeah. So if you got to lean either towards a 6 or towards an 8.
Looks? I don't know.
Eternity.
You're an 8.
This Beba, who knows?
I mean, her opinion, I guess.
You're an 8.
No, what's your
An
what's your opinion though?
I mean, if we're factoring in other characteristics, I would.
Pull the supers. I'm
But-
talking to Mary. Go ahead.
But just looks, I don't know. I don't know. I have a different opinion on beauty. It's
Who the
all
hell are you?
subjective, and I think I'm confident in how I look. So,
So just what, 8? You said? Or what is it?
yeah, sure. Room for improvement.
Morin or Norin, thank you for the shop.whatever.com purchase. Hold on. We have
What?
Jungle F. He says to unmute. But here's the rule, though. He does get to assign you. You have to wear this for the next 15 minutes.
Jungle
Me?
Yeah, you
1,000.
put it on.
What do I get?
Pop champagne.
You get the privilege of wearing the hat.
Give her
Put it
the
on. It'll look good on you.
No, I want something in return. You need to put my Instagram in your bio for this video.
Put the hat on.
Can we make an agreement? You're gonna put my Instagram in your bio for this video.
I
Do you
don't.
not link their Instagram?
He doesn't link Instagram anymore, so you need to link my Instagram now.
negotiate with terrorists, okay? I don't negotiate with terrorists. Put the hat on.
Hold on.
Put the hat on. Put the hat
What
on.
distinguishes me as a terrorist? Please, I'd love
Are
to
you trying
hear.
to make this like?
You just called me a terrorist. That's a huge accusation.
This girl's like trying to get me on like, oh, because I look.
No, you were telling me to wear
I
hats,
like-
so then put
I-
my
I
Instagram
look-
in your
She was
bio.
going there.
Yeah, you called me a terrorist.
I think wearing this
somewhat
silly hat
amber.
might be anxiety reducing, actually.
I feel like
Put the
that would
hat
be
on.
fun.
How many people have worn that? Is there lice? Is there bed bugs? Like,
What's the hat
Brian made a
for?
joke. I know. Brian made a joke.
It's a joke. I made a
that
funny.
means it's true. He made a joke.
You
Like
gotta
the United
put
States
the
of
hat on.
America
so are you gonna put my
doesn't negotiate
Instagram
with
in your bio for the video?
I don't negotiate with terrorists. Put the hat on.
How am I a terrorist?
What's the hat mean?
You've terrorized this entire panel.
Oh,
You've caused me terror. You've caused.
do you feel like actually
I
like
actually can
victimized?
I do feel victimized.
You feel personally victimized?
I think you need to apologize.
What did I do to personally victimize you? What did I say to you?
You, before the show, you looked at me, and I was a little scared. I was a bit frightened.
no.
Not
I
gonna
have
lie.
big ass eyes.
Hang on, Brian's being way too modest. So me and Brian have had in-depth conversations before I've been in the studio, and he has told me that nothing irritates him more than when a chick goes after a young, happily married couple because she's fucking jealous.
Oh,
and
no.
since he saw that, it irritated him. He was very upset by it. I understand
My
completely
feelings.
why that is,
Yeah.
Brian. I get
The
it.
projection is crazy. I think you're the one who's irritated because you have a wife that was married like 2 times before you and has like multiple kids with multiple baby daddies. And I think that's like a projection from you. How does it feel to have a wife that's not pure?
What you're saying is that I'm a really good person?
You have an impure wife and you're over here preaching purity.
Talking about his wife. Your wife, and how am I preaching purity?
What does your like input have to do with what him and I are discussing?
What does anything you're saying have to do with anything?
What does anything he's saying have to do with what's happening?
You're just talking to talk at this point.
Am I? I think what you said at the beginning of the show was, wait, let's discuss what you said at the beginning of the show. You have a ministry where you prescribe OnlyFans
No,
people.
that is not what I said.
Let's discuss it. Go into depth. I'd love to hear it. Keep going into depth.
After the show, if you'd like to follow the
Oh
page,
no,
I'll
let's do it
share
on the show.
information.
Let's go. Andrew, did you hear what she said at the beginning of the show? She has a ministry where she has OnlyFans girls.
I do not have a ministry.
Okay, then I'd love to hear because maybe I heard it wrong. Let's hear it.
Hoping she tires
we do
herself
investment
out.
with
That's my goal.
investment.
Tire myself out. Oh, I'm just getting started.
great.
I'm way too sober right now.
That's cool.
Why don't you keep
I
talking?
need a fucking shot at this point. Jesus Christ.
You got to put your hat on. Jungle insists you put the hat
Are you
on.
gonna put my Instagram in your bio?
I don't
I
negotiate
need
with
views on my music because no one listens to my music because no one fucking likes me.
You
Oh my
had your
God.
chance to sing your song, but
I
you
can't
didn't
sing.
the song.
I've gone way too much hate for my voice on that. I can't sing straight.
You're
I
on
don't think
American
you're getting
Idol.
hate for your voice.
Well, yeah, put it on. Go
Actually, I
ahead.
listened
Put
to
it
it on Spotify. It's actually decent.
There we go, boys.
Which one? Pop it?
She's gonna do it.
Yeah.
Brian, what is? Who's worn this?
Mostly
Is it so fucking
Felicity.
fuzzy?
Mostly Felicity has won.
Felicity, she's Taylor Drift. She's the star. Everyone, Taylor Drift is the star of the show, actually.
Here, can
Brian, you're lucky to have her.
Jazz, can you spin the helicopter on the top of her hat?
She would be way more popping if she was in LA. She would leave your ass.
That looks great.
If you were in LA, you would literally be popping as fuck. You'd probably be with all this, like, the top streamers. You're here with fucking Brian. Just came Brian. You're my clout sugar daddy tonight.
Yep.
Cut the show. We're just getting started.
This is going to be a doozy of a show. All right. So here, let me, you know what? Wait. Oh, yeah, we got, okay. Pasty George. Pasty George. Hold on. Got a chat coming
leaving?
through. One
I was
second.
dead about to get an Uber.
Pasty George donated $200. Calm down, Chetu. Calm down.
Suck those pops?
Shut up and suck those
It
pops.
is David. David, you donate so much money. Give me that money, Dave. Dave Ho, give me that money.
No, shut up and suck those.
Are you good? Are you okay?
Oh my God, I'm so fucked up right now. Wow.
Okay.
This is just my personality,
down,
Brian.
sure, too. Calm down.
Here, tone it down. Like, you're up here right now.
I'm
Just
sorry.
bring
I'm
it
sorry.
down. Just bring it down a little
This
bit,
hat
okay?
is so ugly. I can't.
It fits. It actually works for you.
Like
one of those hot dog on a
Shut up
stick.
and suck those pops.
Like a hot dog on a stick.
I know. It looks like we're getting hot dog on a stick right
Hot dog
now.
on a stick.
A couple people. How much to kick? Guys, it's you got to do $9,999 via Bitcoin. The wallet is in the description if you want to kick somebody. Okay.
Oh yeah, we're gonna rate ourselves.
Yes, that was what we were doing.
What's your rating?
I would like to get to that. Kat, thank you for the 50 memberships. Thank you, Kat. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I guess to hear in New
Scale of 1 to
Zealand.
10 really quick, guys, if you can, just so we aren't here all night. Give me quick answers.
Thing's fucking ugly.
Jazz, quick answer, please.
8 because someone else said it and it's subjective.
Okay.
4.
Intel, leave that one up from Intel. Oh, too late. Intel, you'll... 4?
4. Freaky 4.
Okay, what about you?
What was that?
Oh my God, bro. What the fuck is going on with this panel? On a scale of 1 to 10, what do you rate your physical looks?
Oh, my physical looks?
On a scale of 1 to 10.
Me?
Goddamn, answer the question,
6.
please. Thank you. Appreciate it.
5.
Thank you.
6.
8.
8. Oh my
5. In my prime, I was an 8. Today, I'm a 5.
All right, what about you?
6.
Okay, got it. Going around the table, super quick answers, please. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time?
Yeah, I think so. I have good genes.
Okay, 20 years' time?
No.
Better looking than
Yeah.
I do now?
Yeah.
How old is that? I think 40 will be my
43.
prime.
40 is your prime.
I
okay.
think so, yeah.
All right, what about 50?
After that, maybe
Okay.
a little downhill.
You're 30, better looking in 10 years' time at the 40.
I'm gonna be rich as fuck in 10 years, so yeah.
Are you guys done with your
Okay.
pizzas, by the way?
I didn't eat pizza.
Done.
Why? What are you gonna do with
I
it?
didn't eat pizza.
Are we taking it away?
Put the uneaten ones, Felicity, if you can, in the refrigerator.
Can I take it home?
No.
Okay.
You want a to-go box for the studio pizza?
Yep, I do. I box that shit, Andrew. Do you not?
All right.
I know you're like manorexic
That's cool.
over here.
Cool. We need a
I remember when Brian offered you food, you're like, I gotta go. I had a flight. I haven't slept.
Okay. Better looking in 10 years' time.
I don't remember that.
Oh, I remember everything.
Yes.
Yes, I will. Hell yeah.
Okay. So you're 52. And then if we go back in time, will you be better? Like, were you better looking at 42 than now?
Hell yeah. Hell fuck yeah.
Okay. 32?
Hell fuck yeah.
22?
No. About the same.
Oh my God.
What the fuck?
Okay. 20 years' time, will you be better looking than you are now?
In 20 years?
Yeah, so 72?
Yes. Hell yeah.
Wait, how can you simultaneously be better looking in 20 years' time, but you were better looking 20, 30 years ago?
Yeah.
Because I decided to get off my ass and work out and do everything that,
Okay.
you know,
All right, what
some
about you?
little
Into the mic.
youngins didn't want to
Into
do.
the mic, please.
In 10 years?
Yeah, you're 40.
No.
Better looking in, and were you better looking at 30 than now?
Yeah.
Better looking at 20 than now?
Yeah.
Okay. Savannah, what about you? Better looking in 10 years' time?
Yes.
20 years' time?
Yes.
30 years' time?
No.
Okay, so better at 29, better at 39. You're 45, better looking in 10 years' time, 55?
No.
And then you're 45, were you better at 30, better looking at 35?
Yes.
Okay, better looking at 25?
Yes.
Okay. You're 50, will you be better looking in 10 years' time at 60?
Delusion.
Obviously not.
And then you're 50, were you better looking at 40?
Oh, yeah.
Better looking at 30? And then 20?
Yeah, yes to 30. 20, I'm going to say no.
Okay. And then for you, better looking in 10 years' time at 29?
I think I'll be better until I'm around 60.
Better at 6. When's your peak?
Until 60.
So wait, just to be clear, 59, so in 40 years' time, you'll be better looking at 59 than you are now at 19?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we've AI advanced all of you.
I hate this so much.
AI advanced.
I can't. It gives me
It's gonna give me sun damage that I'm not gonna have.
Walk away from
Or
this.
we can actually, just for the sake of time, I can come back to that because maybe Andrew wants to jump in on some of the more of the topics here.
She's got to look old as fuck.
I'm cool with that.
Okay, that's fine.
I do very much appreciate it. It was very nice to meet all of you. To Chair 5, enjoy the shit out of your honeymoon. You have to make a promise.
Nice to meet you,
though.
Andrew.
Hey, you're not going to spend it on any bills. You're just going to go.
I
have a
promise.
Nice fucking
I'll send you guys photos on
You're
X.
sugar
Thank
daddy.
you
We
so
love
much.
it.
All right.
Sugar
You guys
Daddy
have
Andrew.
a wonderful evening. Yeah, thank you for
Awesome.
the last
Thank you,
night
Andrew.
promise.
Appreciate
Sugar
it.
daddy.
You're fucking awesome, man.
Never allowed to do a kind deed for people. Otherwise, you're going to make it overtly sexual because you're a prostitute. Have a wonderful night. everybody. I appreciate it.
Good night, Andrew. Andrew, thank you for
You're an incel. Good night.
What? He's married. Are you
He just
fucking
called me a prostitute.
Right?
How can Andrew be an
You
incel?
are
He's
a
married.
prostitute, and I'm not
Yeah.
an incel.
Only
Him
fan.
and his wife both.
Oh wait, Andrew. One quick request. Rachel cameo.
No, thank you.
No, she's
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't want
Give
to.
me a,
Andrew,
give me
good
a
night,
party.
man. Andrew,
Can we
you
have
have a good
party?
night. You're fucking legends,
Please?
guys. W's in the chat for Andrew. He's a fucking legend.
Yeah.
All right, you just hide it in the sources. You see where it says Discord? Yeah, you just hit that. All right, we're gonna blast through the rest of the show. We've got quite a bit to get through. There's chats that we're gonna do. Yeah, or you know what? Do we do the AI now and then the chat? No, the chat's been waiting a really, really long time, so we're gonna do the chats because they are. They've been waiting way too long. So, hey, are you my Caucasian?
I'm not.
You're part white, right?
No.
Okay, well then, are you my
You're our
ambiguous racial homie group?
You're our girl.
Brian, you were being rude to me earlier. Now you're like trying
I wasn't
to be
being
nice.
rude. Was I
Lady, shut it. That's what you said to me. Okay, it was
Yeah,
keep
you
going.
were
Proceed.
interrupting. You were interrupting. All right,
Okay.
let me get through this, guys. Okay, I gotta scroll all the way back to let all these chats come through. So, one moment here while I get these chats pulled up. And we're gonna have, who here has a good reading voice? Okay, we'll have you read them if you can see them. Okay, from Josh Brooks. It's right here. Can you read that?
Not a life at conception biology denying is not going to make the truth that women can only birth other human lives not true. High mitotic, highly differentiated, cells rapidly dividing is life.
Yep.
Yo, Josh, thank you for the message, man. I do really appreciate it. I want to apologize for some of you. Some of you guys sent this in quite a while back, a couple hours back, but we had to batch them all together just because Andrew had a limited time and I wanted to not get to give him as much time as possible. Read this one if you can. Thank you,
Andrew
Clan.
has had less alcohol in its mouth than you've had dick in your mouth. Chair 2.
I highly doubt that.
Can I have you tilt your mic down if you can? Tilt it down. Can I have you tilt your mic down?
I
too?
highly doubt that.
We got this one from Creamy Seagull. I feel
And I
weird
wanted to
saying that.
ask if you could help me find an Orthodox church near me that can guide me through the process. I picked up Rachel's book and very much am looking forward to getting into it. Cheers, Brian.
Creamy, I apologize that Andrew did have to leave here, so I apologize that he didn't get to respond to this. But I'm sure if you DM him and you say that you had sent in a super chat while he was live with us, he will, I imagine he'll give you the answer privately. You can probably also reach out to Rachel for that. Thank you, Creamy. That sounds weird fucking saying that, but
I said that
thank
before
you, Clan.
Andrew said it.
Gracias,
Damn.
Katie.
Conception begins at the erection. And yes, no one believes you are the smartest one at the table chair too.
I never said
From
I was the
Plain.
smartest one.
Erection?
I just probably am the most awake person here.
A boner?
She's the most awake woman at the
Yep.
table. There you go.
I agree.
Thank you, Just Gerald. Appreciate it.
Chair 3 giving major lot lizard vibes, but once the lot lost interest, she has to move to only grannies.
What?
Only grannies? What is a lot lizard? What is a lot lizard? I don't know what that is. You know what it is?
Truck drivers.
Like, yeah, exactly, man.
They,
And
like,
hell
travel.
no, right?
Oh, sorry. They
No,
travel,
no, man.
and truck drivers go to like different lots.
Yes,
and there's
and
ladies
hell no.
that provide services.
Okay, that
I've
makes
never
sense.
done that in my whole life.
We have Mike Davis,
I'm not
not
saying
the
you.
Burger King,
Hell no.
different Mike Davis.
Chair 1 by far 10. I make 1 million a year, been all over the world, so trust me, I have seen a lot. She's intelligent, beautiful, talented, humble, optimistic, a must-have, and very rare. You're perfect. Don't change.
Was he like joking?
No, I think
He's been donating the whole time.
No, I think he's actually trying
Well,
to shoot a
thank
shot.
you. Hit me up.
Oh shit, she
Yes.
is single, newly single, right? I think the guy you were dating. Wait,
You're saying
I
there's
was
a
seeing
chance.
him. We weren't dating, but yeah.
you're seeing him. Yeah. We have Mike Davis again.
Wow.
Chair 1, coming from $1 million
There's no way.
man, you are an absolute angel.
Here, you
You're
gotta say
intelligent and very rare. I would let you stay home and do you. You would always be my number one. You deserve anything and everything.
Simp.
Do you?
Oh my God.
I think these are jokes.
Simp.
No, it's
Simp.
not, bitch. You should actually
I'm waiting for
Simp.
the next.
drain his bank account. That's
Bro.
a pay.
Hold on,
It's
Mike
not coming to
Davis.
me.
Send in a champagne pop as a simp tax.
Yes,
you say
man.
you're a millionaire. You know what? Hold on.
Venmo?
We,
No,
Tell me
send it
Venmo.
to me, man.
no,
Tell me your Venmo
Hold
right
on.
now.
No,
Simp.
zip it.
No, that's your PayPal.
She's not going to be a sugar baby like
That's
you.
called PayPig status.
So, well, that's even worse.
That's better. Even better. You don't have to do shit.
We need a bottle of Cristal Popped. It's 1 Ethereum. My wallet is in the description. Mike Davis, you got to pay the sim tax. We'll do a cheers to you, and yeah. So
Shout out though.
that's the sim tax. 1 Ethereum for a bottle of Cristal. We have Klein here. If you can read this one.
I drank enough. I have decided I can fix chair 2.
Yeah.
Totally do everything for her. House, car, food. Only stipulation, she has to change her body count to less than 50.
Nope, it's 468.
Okay.
Every year it's
Sorry. Sorry. What? One more time.
My body count is 468.
Damn.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
No.
That's congrats.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
for
you very much. I'm not like.
Stop it. Get
I'm
some
just being
help.
honest. You want good faith, Brian. I've been good faith
No,
this
I
whole
believe
time.
you.
I've been like actually like.
Read this one.
I've been sincere this whole time.
3 marriages. I can't believe 3 dudes were that stupid but fake. It makes sense. 4 filters from a blind man still wouldn't touch you.
plain.
3 marriages.
Oh, were you married
Must
3
be
times?
me. Yes.
Oh, is it you or?
It must be me.
Must be you.
Right?
Wait, did we do this one? How much to kick this ring pop?
Sucking loose butterfly.
Did we
know
read
you
that
want
one?
me, baby.
Not nice.
It's always the guy that's saying
Klein,
Hell.
Be like a
Klein,
nice,
can I set you up with
respectable
ET here?
podcast.
Is your name Erica? What's your actual name?
my government is Erica, but everyone calls me ET.
Okay. Because
Extraterrestrial.
Yeah, but I don't think it's directed at her though.
of
What?
that? Okay.
I don't think it was directed.
Now we have to get through the super chats.
That one was directed
You're
at
gonna read these
me.
too?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Emotional damage.
Oh, you know what? Why don't we have Jazz? Can I have you read these
Yeah.
into the
Yeah.
mic if you can?
As a medical professional, I have some questions about the abortion argument for these smart women. 1, clump of cells. Name one thing that has cells other than living organisms. 2, conception and DNA. New DNA of a baby isn't mom, only a host, and baby not part of body.
Anybody want to bite on that or quick response? I guess emotional damage. Thank you, Emotional Damage. I don't think anybody wants to bite on the abortion debate. I do appreciate it. Really quick,
he's
guys,
the medical
reminder.
professional.
Guys, Reed is 100, TTS is 200, and if you, hold on, yeah, TTS 200, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod. Let me do a couple shout outs really quick on this. Thomas, thank for the 2 on Cash App. Pow, thank for the 5 on Venmo. Tim, thank for the 5 on Cash App. David, thank for the 10 on Cash App. Brendan, thank for the 30 on Cash App. Do appreciate it. And then also a couple quick shout outs. Guys, like the video. Like the video. If you enjoyed the stream, it's been a pretty fun stream, pretty lively. So like the video, guys. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. If you can pull it up, Mary. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Guys, hold on. Whoa. There's almost 1,500 viewers on our Twitch. I know some of you aren't following. Just hit that follow button really quick. Vaccination shots fired. I like your name. Thank you for the follow. Guys, it's been 1 minute since we got a Prime sub. I think it's bugged. I think it's broken. Can you just check if you have a Prime sub available? I think it's bugged, boys. Check if you have a Prime sub available. Show some support. It's a quick, easy way to support the show every single month if you have Amazon Prime. Thank you, guys. Also, join our Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Post behind the scenes, all that kind of fun stuff. Also, shop.whatever.com. Guys, if you buy something...
I have condoms for everybody.
Bro, don't put it. Don't.
They're
take
my
it out.
custom
No,
condoms.
No,
Okay,
don't
fine.
show it on stream. Don't show it.
Fine.
It's like TOS. Okay, guys, shop.whatever.com. Let me do a couple shout outs for you guys. Supporter, he bought a t-shirt. It just says supporter. Thank you for buying a t-shirt. It's shop.whatever.com. Someone else bought a t-shirt and somebody else bought what looks like a t-shirt. So thank you guys. Really appreciate all your support. Get yourself a Big Labia Matter hoodie. Shop.whatever.com if you want to support the show. Also, Big Labia Matter. And then we did this one from Stifler. Now we'll get back to the super chats, guys. If you want, get a Streamlabs message in, streamlabs.com/whatever. YouTube takes a 30% cut, so they're taking 30% of this. So if you want more of your patronage to go towards the show, streamlabs.com/whatever.
He's clearly not rich if he's donating $100.
Are you calling Patrick a broke?
I'm calling you a brokey.
Okay.
You would have donated the $900.
He's being very generous.
Oh, I don't think
I
you are.
appreciate the support,
$100, baby. You should have donated the $9,000 to kick me.
Seat 1 and seat 2, any life is better life. Is better than no life. Just because you are poor doesn't give you the right to murder. Your arguments are absolutely disgusting, and may God have mercy on your souls. Your testimony will certainly fall short when comes your day of judgment.
Yo,
Broke ass
Patrick.
bitch.
Hey, don't be nice to Patrick. He's the homie. Thank you, Patrick.
Patrick,
Appreciate
slide
it.
into my DMs and argue me then.
Oh my God, this girl is something else. Go ahead and read this one from Lucas, please.
Oh God, he's your biggest fan.
I can't claim to know if you're here for comic relief. If so, I guess you succeeded. My wife is convulsing in delirious laughter every time you open your mouth, and all she wanted was to chill out and watch the podcast, not the sharpest tool in the shed, are you?
The only time she
Thank you.
convulses, she doesn't get off on your dick.
Okay. That's it. You don't want to shoot
From
shots
me?
back? Yeah, you want to respond.
It's a compliment to call me funny. I mean, I think I'm funny.
Okay. Thank you, Lucas.
think you're
Appreciate
funny,
it. We'll read this from Rachel.
Me?
Yeah, if you can read
Oh,
this
yeah.
one.
$10 broke.
The solution is if the woman keeps her mouth shut and doesn't fight, there won't be fights. If you submit like you're supposed to, there's pretty much no fighting.
Yeah. Raise your hand here at the table if you agree with Rachel Wilson.
She's got veneers.
What does that have to? Okay.
It means that
All right,
she
Liz.
acts like she's not she doesn't care about that shit, but like you clearly care about looks if you went and got veneers and like she like posts pictures like she cares about losing
Menopausal
weight.
sea hag. Please chill out. You know nothing. Andrew is right. There are a shit ton of studies that confirm Andrew's claim. A recent prominent study is by the Brookings Institution's economist Melissa Kearney called The Two-Parent Privilege. Do your homework.
Yo, Lucas, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. If you can read this one, thank you, Lucas. W's in the chat for Lucas, man. Thank you.
Chair 1, guys avoid this kind of women. No substance, just repeating nonsense. Chair 2, absolute filth, doing the only thing she's capable of. Classifying women like this one as germs. Chair 3, we can feel the hot flash through the screen.
Hold on.
You couldn't even afford to touch my asshole.
Oh, fuck.
Is that a
Yeah,
thing
the
you
vulgar
offer?
I'm a virgin in my asshole.
Okay.
I'm saving it for my second marriage if I do get married.
Wait, you've been married?
I've never been married, but if I do get married, I'd save it for my second marriage.
got plans.
She's already thinking ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, she looks to the future. I gotta call you out emotional damage.
man?
The first sentence here. Now you've either fucked up this and you meant these kind of women, or you meant to say this kind of woman, WOMAN. Emotional damage. You have to pay the fucking up the woman thing.
Oh,
you got to pay
yeah.
the tax on that.
It's a common mistake.
You messed it up. Emotional damage. If you can read this one from Rachel, please.
I'm so tired of the mess that women didn't have a choice other than to be homemakers prior to feminism. This is historically false. Anyone who says this is not educated on the subject.
Don't you have 3 baby daddies?
Oh, is this Andrew's wife?
Yeah,
I didn't know that this whole time.
She has multiple baby
Yeah,
daddies, and
that's,
she's out here trying to preach. Oh my God,
Oh,
women
hi,
should be like
Rachel.
this. Girl, be fucking for real.
Wait, you're calling her out on that?
How fucking yeah.
Hold on. Wait.
She tries to like go off on women, and it's like, girl, you've had multiple baby daddies, and you don't even have.
All right. Go ahead.
Talk about life on easy mode. Chick can literally set a guy on fire and the media will use a photo of her smiling, laughing, cheesing. I doubt that I'm wrong, but I can't imagine any media outlet using a photo of a guy smiling if he admitted to setting a chick on fire.
It's facts.
Who's he talking
Well put,
about?
Christopher. Thank you for your super chat, man. You're a legend.
The guy on
Is he on a train? Are you on a train there, Chris? Is that a train or a bus? Where are you going, dude?
On the train
Where's he
wreck.
going? Where's Christopher going? All right, thank you, Christopher. Kaiser Saws, thank you for the super chat.
The media has shown a serial killer smiling from his bathroom selfie. That would be Brian Koberger, who was documented taking a selfie of him smiling after washing them.
Well, he's not convicted yet, right? I will just
the
say
alleged murder. I'll
But
just say
come on.
that if they are smiling, they're gonna show it. They're usually not smiling.
He bought the same knife with the same
I'm
sheath.
just saying that if there's a photo of them smiling, male or female, there it is.
Do you want to read this one, Jazz?
What's with the chick suking on that pop?
You wish it was your little peen.
The hell? Okay.
Just a ring pop.
All right.
They do.
We got this one from Rachel. If you can read this one, please.
Chair 1, stop lying. Neither Andrew nor Brian ever said that the only thing women are good for is having babies, which, yeah, we discussed. They both say women can
Rude.
do plenty of other things, but should prioritize having babies,
Oh,
which I disagree
So
with.
rude.
Which I disagree with.
Very rude.
That shouldn't be the priority.
She literally has
Before-
podcasts where she's
wait.
literally.
But I definitely see
No.
you guys' points
Did he?
as they're told.
You say prioritizing having babies.
Bring me back.
Yeah, I
and
don't
I'll
know what
argue
happened
that
to
woman.
the audio. I'm not sure what happened to the audio, Coastal. For some reason, like towards the end of the show, the audio from the speakers just gets scuffed. I don't know why. I'll have to look into it. There's a few more super chats before I do them, though. Okay, I always get. I don't know if I want to ask a question about. Should I ask the question? No. Okay, I'll just ask
the
it.
next time. I'll come back, Brian.
Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Hold on. Maybe a different show. I'll do it. Okay. If you can read this, Jazz. I always say stupid shit.
It's funny how every time Andrew or Brian ask for a specific example of their supposed misogyny, the response is, well, meh, feelings perception from your tone when you talk to the women's is misogynistic. Yeah, again, I came unprepared. This was kind of like...
What the? You gotta prepare.
I was told... Well, I wasn't...
You gotta prepare.
I wasn't told that my receipts would be brought up and we'd be debating. I thought this was a dating show. Because, anyway, I was just under false pretenses.
All right, we'll have you back then. How's that sound? Round 2?
Yeah.
All right, she will come back. If you can read this one, please. Thank you.
Chair
One shot,
2, you never got preg because of chronic VD.
What is
Ain't
VD?
no...
Venereal disease.
Ain't no rich men gonna
I've
sleep
never
with
had
a
a STD,
baboon
surprisingly.
looking drunk like you. You're just jealous of real women.
These are just incels.
You're just jealous of the real woman sitting in chair 5. You can never be her no matter how much Clorox you use.
Clorox? She's a Lysol girl, first of all.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, totally.
Thank you, emotional damage.
I use condoms. I have custom condoms.
Nope. Nope. Don't
Why can't I
do it.
Why won't you let me fucking?
Chair
my
one, you
merch?
live in an echo chamber. Your worldview has been categorically rejected. I get that it's traumatic, but do you recall election night? What worldview are men gravitating towards / voting for? Your ideology is an outlier
That's
and
your
on the
biggest
cusp
issue.
of the dustbin of history.
Thank you, Lucas. Well, Lucas raises an interesting point because you said that in our conversations, you said you don't want to like legitimize
I gotta go for a quick
these
washroom break. I'll be right back.
worldviews,
I'll leave this right
But
for
I
you.
mean, these worldviews have been legitimized almost literally through the election of Donald Trump.
Sure. I don't I mean, we don't have a true democracy. There are many obstacles in the way of certain demographics of people that don't allow them to vote. Yes, we have equal opportunity to, but we don't have equal access to opportunity to vote. So a certain demographic of people tend to vote more and show up to the polls more. Is much research done on this. And if everyone were to vote, they've done polls on this as well, the election wouldn't have been as skewed towards that kind of ideology or specifically Donald Trump.
Sure. Okay, we got this one from Maga Rambe. Thank you for that $200 super chat. Thank you so much, man, if you want to read this one.
In 30 years, chair 1 and 2 will be chair 3. Chair 5 will be watching her grandkids learn how to walk at their country home. Who is happier?
I'm in one of my sugar daddy's wills, so I doubt that. Oh, sorry. Are you in a sugar daddy's will?
Oh.
You're probably not. You need
I know you're not a natural beauty, but I think with the right clothes and the right look, you could be very striking.
The right wit and the right mouth does you well.
She was the mouth that got away.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Maga Rambe. Appreciate it. Thank you. Intel, if you pop a champagne, can you give... you know what?
You have multiple sugar daddies tonight, girl. Congrats to you. You're a sugar baby. I love it. Welcome to the club.
Intel, do you have Ethereum? Intel, do you have Ethereum? Pop a ball of Cristal, and I'll give 500 of it to her.
Well. We have a new initiate in the Sugar Baby Club, everybody.
That is generous.
500 of your 10K.
Come on,
It's not 10,000. That's not the ETH price. But if I can have you read this one from Lucas.
Yes.
This is
Chair
literally your
5,
biggest
you are a
fan.
wonderful young lady, hands down the most beautiful on the entire panel, and undoubtedly your husband is a handsome, virtuous man. You both have bright future. Pay no heed to this insignificant bottom feeder.
I agree. I think you're beautiful, but I also think you're groomed, which is a difference
Do you
in
want to
opinion.
respond to that, Savannah?
Thank you, Lucas. That's really sweet.
Thank you, Lucas. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. We got Kat, big $200 super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you, Kat.
No!
Chat doesn't claim Mike Davis. Do better, bud. Oh, man. Kat.
And she outbid him, like she gave so much more money.
And by the way, Kat, thank you again for those gifted 50 memberships from earlier. Really appreciate it. And then we have this one from Hey You. If you can read this one, Jazz.
Chair 2, Rachel has multiple children who love her and appreciate their mom. Chair 5 has a loving husband and will build a loving family with him. You had a man who saw you for who you are and doesn't love you anymore. How does it feel to have so little love in your life?
He loves me, bitch.
Hey You, thank you for the soup chat. I
Just
really
because he blocked me
appreciate
doesn't mean he
it.
doesn't love me. Fuck.
Oh, read
Wait,
this
what?
one. Read that one.
Wait, oh my God, besties. I
I'm
love
back.
you guys. Those are my best friends. Wait, Brian, I'm going to have him come on.
Yeah, have him come on.
Do you know Hayden Rochelle? Oh, you don't? No.
It's kind
I love you guys. Shout out to the Blackout Girls. We're the Blackout Girls, yes.
More sluts.
Ring Pop and Betty White need their... thank you for your super chat,
Wait,
man.
we should
Appreciate
start
it.
a show, bitch. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, that's so nice.
Guys,
My
if you want to
friend
get a
sent
chat in,
me.
$200
Oh my
TTS, 200. Oh, let's do the AI. We're going to do the AI.
Shout out Blackout
segment.
Girls.
This is one of our favorite segments. So we've aged advanced all of you. A lot of you said you're going to be better looking in 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. So we've AI
It's terrible. I'm
aged
scared.
all of
It's
you.
going to give me sun damage that I'm not going to
Dear Mary, if you could so kindly pull up.
More
the
304s.
nicest I've ever been to you, by the way.
fucked up.
Right? She already knows it's bad. Oh, fuck.
Can we do Brian too? There's no way you don't have
Brian?
We did Brian.
No, he uses
We
an
did
old
Brian.
photo. I've watched the podcast.
An old photo where he's really young.
She's an OG watcher. She knows.
I watch.
She watches the
I'm
shit.
chronically online.
Why don't you send in super chats? What the fuck?
I gave you.
E.T.
I give you all. If you want money, I'll give it to you.
Bro, we got pizza for her. She was like, "Yo, can we get?" Anyways, whatever. Pull it up.
Do you want me to be your sugar mama, Brian? I will.
God.
I know you don't like
She's
when,
all
you don't like to buy dates.
Also, when was that taken? That's crazy.
I'm not trying to date you, but I'm not trying to date you, but I'll take you out.
Old.
No way. 70?
40 in the middle.
Stop.
Oh, okay.
Stop.
I'm so scared right now.
70 in the last one? I won't make it that long.
Please don't.
You become wider somehow, like that.
I don't
Whiter?
I don't
Whiter.
like this. I'm so scared.
I guess I don't know.
No, you
No,
don't.
this is horrifying. It won't
Brian,
happen
you
to me.
don't. Man.
You can't say
No, you don't.
Where are you looking?
No, you don't, man.
right
I'm
here.
already fucking 52, man. You can't do this.
I
to
don't
me.
feel bad at
You
you.
can't do this to me, man.
I have really bad body dysmorphia. I can't see
You
this
can't,
actually.
man.
Like I
Brian, you can't do this
No,
to me.
well, you have to see it now.
It's really.
Wait,
It's gonna fuck me
No,
up.
man.
tab over, tab over,
Oh my
tab
God,
over.
I'm so scared.
Go over it.
Yeah.
Wait, make.
No, you're cool. You're cool. You're fucking cool, man. Now see me. Man, let me see me.
random.
Come on, Brian.
Old ass
Are
toe.
you gonna need the size adjusted on all?
Mary,
Okay.
Yeah,
Huh?
can we not? I want to go.
just.
Are they good?
I should have just
Are they
gone
good?
a fucking Uber a while ago. This is crazy.
Wait, Mary, are they good?
Going anywhere.
Okay, I'll give you 1 sec to fix
Oh, God,
those.
can we- wanna go to
Guys,
LA?
like the video.
Let's go out.
Oh boy. Wait, question. Did
Cherokee
you
looks old ass ugly as fuck.
You know, like how there's in high school, there's like alternative schools.
No, I never did that.
Were you suspended?
When you get. In
Oh,
Were you like ever suspended, or
a few times.
were you a troublemaker in high school?
It was only because I had a you can't say the word on the podcast, but I accused him of being of the thing that goes for children, and he ended up being right, and he went to jail for it. I was right.
Okay, all right.
Oh,
Are
she's
they
a
ready to go,
false
Mary?
accusation too.
All right. Here, we'll leave it though on this one. There's another look.
That's
Take another
crazy.
look.
Can we go on? Yeah, next person.
All right.
Next person.
Tab over.
It gives me actual anxiety. Oh.
Wait.
Oh.
Is there a difference?
Oh, I don't like that. Oh my God.
Girl, it's not accurate. You look good. You look good.
Hell no.
All right. All right.
Sylvia, what is he?
Next.
Nope. Look at that, Bernie.
Oh my God.
You look crazy, man.
Getting old.
Me either. I'm like confused.
Yeah, when did we take it?
That's story.
Okay, I'm gonna go
It's
walk
from my
up the
story.
cliff now.
Oh.
Next.
Are people
I'm gonna drive home. I'm gonna drive home
The
now.
chat is seeing this?
Yeah, they're seeing it.
Dead.
Listen, if
Yes,
I work
I'm
out,
gonna drive
no.
home.
I'm done.
You really look good, actually.
I am done.
I'm gonna
The
drive
middle
home.
one's not awful.
You look good.
Did you
I'm
do
driving
Brian though, Mary?
You'll be.
Man,
We'll get there.
Yeah,
We'll get
she'll
there.
be fine.
Yeah.
man.
All right. Next.
You look good, girl.
You look good
You
too.
look good, too.
Everybody
Yeah.
else looks good.
I'm going home.
Cute.
To be fair, I actually want to pay you a compliment. You're 45. You look younger than 45.
I agree.
She looks amazing.
Yeah.
You look really good.
Uh, next. Carla.
Doing, I know I look.
The middle looks good. The last one looks crazy.
No one looks that bad to me.
The middle looks really good.
All right. Next.
That's the wall.
Whoa.
That reaction.
What the?
You're sweet. We're
Oh,
all
you look
beautiful.
crazy.
That's actually exactly how
All
you're gonna look.
beautiful.
Wait, didn't you say you were gonna be better looking at 60?
Yeah, I think that like
Bro, that's
with the
60 right there.
She's gonna look
Yeah,
better.
but I
That's
think-
crazy.
But aging is beautiful.
I believe that with the right
Put it on the Asian
skincare
filter and
and
it'll be, like,
also
better.
yeah, and also like I wasn't really thinking about just the face. I was thinking about the body itself.
Body's
so,
gonna be better at 60?
Yes,
Do
because
you want
works out.
kids?
yes, I do.
She's a fitness
But so
instructor.
after kids
Yes,
and at
after-
60?
It's possible. It is
Even
100%
if you
possible.
didn't have kids.
It goes back.
She does fitness and she eats
I'm
well.
sorry, there's no 60-year-old that's like out competing their body at
Have you tried it?
I
What does
think
that even
like
mean?
when you're 50 to 60, you can still look really good. I have a fitness friend. I don't remember her name, but she was
Asian people are tight.
Me?
No, not you, her.
Oh.
Here, you know what? I'll even make the argument. I was better looking when I was younger. Mary, you gotta pull up.
Better you.
Mary, pull
Wait,
up.
Brian, how old are you again?
36.
What year?
I'm not gonna say my. It's chill.
Jesus.
Pull up there's in the tabs. There's a photo of me. Young Brian or something.
Get me. What year is this?
It's like, do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, you're at 89.
What? A lot of.
Shit, man. I'm 52, man.
Do you have
so
it?
Go ahead.
You just look
I
like
don't
you go
know.
to the
Here,
sun,
it's
Brian.
like one of
Do
the
ya?
earlier tabs.
Do ya?
Earlier tabs is like
Do
Young
you have it?
Brian.
You need
Just
to go for
tab
a
through
little
them.
walk in the sun,
I'm wearing
Brian.
a blue shirt. You're gonna see it. Just tab through. Tab through.
You look
from the
that
beginning.
good.
2010.
Huh?
You look that good. We have to see this. Young Brian.
I'm not saying I
He's
was
like,
good.
find the
I was
picture.
better looking. I was.
We don't
I'm not
doubt
saying-
that.
Someone's better looking 10 years ago.
Oh.
Who is that?
Oh, there you go.
That's you?
That's me.
Is that your
How old are
brother?
you?
Oh, I was like 22, 21. Or
Really?
something.
Brian, you're still in your prime,
right?
You've been
No.
36.
You look like the
ultimate
Thanks, thanks, Jazz.
Yes.
And then hold on, pull up my Instagram. Pull up my Instagram.
Yeah, it's getting fuckboy.
The
Wait, do you
fuck?
have a golden retriever,
Yeah, cat
Brian?
called you.
Yes, Brian.
I did. Or I did.
Big Brian.
This is scroll to the very
R.I.P.
bottom. I need to
Oh
hide
my
this.
God.
Scroll to the very bottom. Scroll. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. We'll look at Young Brian.
Who was younger?
What happened to your golden?
Nice slut.
Let's see here. Scroll down.
Yeah, I know, right?
Scroll down.
It's giving like fuck
Scroll down.
boy.
Okay, scroll
Right?
up a little bit. All right, that's like 18 with the 18, 19 with the green wetsuit. Scroll up. 18, 19 the wetsuits. That's me with the donkey. That's me as a kid. That's me when I started my YouTube channel. Scroll up. Wait, scroll down. Scroll down. That's me. Some kid thought I was a famous soccer player. So, young Brian. Scroll up. That's me. Oh, click on the girls are gonna love this one. Click on the angel one.
Oh my.
In the middle
Look
there.
at that.
Yeah, click on that one.
Oh God.
That's young Brian.
Halloween 2001.
Getting catcalled here. All right, X out of that, and then scroll up a little bit. Scroll down. Scroll down. Young Brian, still young Brian.
Oh,
Somebody
young
scroll
Brian.
up.
Oh,
Scroll
look at
up.
that. Oh.
Scroll up. Scroll up.
Oh, Brian.
Scroll up. All right. Anyways, whatever. You get the idea. I was better looking when I was younger.
Usually guys look better when they get older.
I agree.
Not the case for
I
me.
think you
Yeah.
could get back to
Oh,
that.
thanks,
I think.
Jazz.
Well, I think
love it. I love
I'll defy that. Normative too.
Okay. We were doing the rest of the. Oh, we got to do the age thing. Go back to the AI thing. Let's see the rest.
That's all of them.
No, there's more.
Oh God.
Don't ever do this again.
Oh, we do it all the time.
She's so pretty, and it made her look so haggard. Oh my God.
This is just like
Don't ever do that. Yeah, right?
My
Yeah, everyone looks terrible.
Good
on
word.
this.
Good word, by the way.
Right?
No.
Haggard?
Haggard. Good word.
It's true.
No, I know. Next.
That word is offensive.
Wait, where's me? Oh, okay.
Oh
Next.
my God.
See, he looks better.
Wow.
Oh, Brian.
Nice.
Jesus.
Look, I'm gonna lose a bit of weight, so it's gonna be good. It won't be that bad. Trust me.
Just salt.
Next. Oh, now here's what we're doing. Here's the next segment.
Right? Just salt.
Next segment. Would you date the male version of you? We've put you guys through the most advanced AI.
It's off the same picture. This
Yes.
is so annoying.
Oh my God.
Crazy.
Just so.
Probably fuck no.
Okay.
I'm so curious what yours looks like.
Hold on, let me see. Oh my, wait, Mike Davis. I missed the Streamlabs. Hold on, Mike Davis. One sec. What? Oh boy. Okay, well, he paid the sim tax.
No, we did not.
Oh.
This is a long
Mike
stream,
Davis
Brian.
donated $1,000.
All right.
Pop champagne.
I'll pop
Share
a
one.
Does anybody
You are a
want
true
champagne?
beauty. I bet you wake up with no
I
makeup.
free
Champagne.
I want a champagne.
Exactly.
Can you give me the final bottle? I think that-
Champagne.
Mike, pick me up.
Yeah, champagne. Yeah, champagne.
Sorry, no.
Champagne.
Extreme pain.
Champagne.
Yeah, no.
Wait, where did you find her? Like on TikTok?
She DM'd, I think the whatever
Me?
TikTok.
Do you TikTok?
Yeah, I had a TikTok page.
You should. You'd be popping. You should get more into like the streaming like kick.
Bro, what?
Well, I'm coming back on the show. Apparently.
Oh, sorry. I'm a
What a waste of a
silent manager
champagne
over
pop
here.
You know what?
on the idiot
she's gonna
feminist.
become part of the.
The lore,
Jazz is
the
gonna
whatever
become,
lore.
She's gonna become part of the team.
I agree. You fit the
She's the reason why
Wait,
I
what happened to
watch-
Maddie?
Oh,
Whatever.
she passed
you,
away.
you.
Or no,
She's the reason why I watch whatever.
Wait, sorry,
yeah, you. Because I watch her and like watch what she's gonna do. Yes.
What's going on?
You.
Yeah, I
The
want her
reason
to-
why I watch
I didn't-
whatever. Her.
Slay.
Yeah, she's my little.
What's this?
L.
yes.
Mike Davis.
Champagne pop? Well,
I love
Can you
you.
Do you have a lesbian crush on her?
No,
Yeah, babe.
yes, I do, but maybe.
We got a
but
lesbian crush over here.
I love her.
All right.
But see, she's my. Yeah, she's my.
You
yeah,
didn't say what
her.
happened to Maddie, Brian.
Oh,
I love her. I love her so
she's
much.
no longer with us.
Okay,
You're
I
gonna
can
pour?
say less. I feel you.
I love her so much.
I don't want to.
Also, why don't you like go down to LA? Like, why are you in Santa Barbara?
Can you reach it? There you go.
I'm in mad.
Huh?
Why are you in Santa Barbara? Why don't you go to
Because I've been doing content for over a decade.
Okay.
And LA is the most degenerate
smoking
city.
experiment.
Degenerate city, and I like to stay grounded, and I do that by staying in small Santa Barbara. It's a quiet town, not too big. It's beautiful, safe, good weather.
Yeah.
LA, you get caught up. A lot of people go there. They get caught up in a bunch of shit. To be fair, even if I did go to LA, I wouldn't get caught up in all that shit.
I think you would. You'd be
No.
popping as fuck.
I'm not a drinker. I don't do drugs.
You don't need to be a drinker or do drugs.
Let's do it. Cheers.
Anyways, cheers.
To Mike Davis. Salut.
Cheers to Mike Davis.
Cannabis, yes. Oh.
What? Sorry.
What a waste. What a waste.
Okay.
I grow. Man.
So tell us about.
I grow.
You must have seen some shit in Guam. Did you see the shit? You saw some shit in Guam, huh?
Well, that was like
Vietnam and
maybe
Guam.
like
you were in the
25
shit.
years ago.
Yeah, you were in the shit though.
Yes. And actually, there was some little guy that came out of the jungle, and he was like, "Oh my God, the war ended." And we're like, "Yeah, the war ended. The war ended a long time ago." No, literally.
No, I've heard
this
about
little
this.
guy.
Wait, really? Yeah.
Seriously, man. And he was like, "Yeah," and yeah, the fucking war ended a long time ago, man. A long time ago, and.
In
Guam, man.
There was a
The-
war in-
yeah, that little tiny, yeah. So
I've heard,
this
like, a
was like
Have you ever been? You ever been to
93.
Bosnia, son?
This was
you
in-
ever been in the shit?
No, this was in 93.
You ever been to Bosnia?
Man, Bosnia.
You been in the shit?
No,
Okay, cool.
no. But this
Anyways.
was in 93 when I was over in Guam. And this little old man, this little old man, he was a little Japanese guy. And he was like,
That's
"The
Iwo
war's
Jima.
over?" Yes, man, the war's over.
Isn't that Iwo Jima?
I'm telling you. I'm telling you, that's I was there, and that's what he said, Matt.
Would you rather take Brian or 3 Ring Pops?
Young Brian.
And fuck,
Young Brian?
you know, I like to smoke.
Honestly, I'd
And
rather
this
be
little
your
guy,
friend.
this little Japanese guy, he was like, "Oh my God,
We're
I
homies.
thought the war,
think we're
I
meant to
thought
be
the
friends,
war was going.
honestly.
I thought the war was
I've been
going."
manifesting our friendship.
We are meant to be friends, but it's like the dynamic would be I friend zone you. That
no,
would be
there's
the
no
dynamic.
sexual energy. I like
No, I
actually
agree.
feel a genuine
I agree.
friendship.
There is definitely no.
No, I know. I
yeah,
know.
whoa, that's crazy.
No, like no. I just like Loki. I know I put off that I'm like a sexual person.
I
Like
didn't-
I'm very asexual.
That's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. But I
yeah.
like you as a friend. We're
Yeah,
friends.
yeah, no,
besties.
it's-
Brian's my bestie.
Ditto. It's reciprocated.
Oh my God, really? You know Adam's 22.
You were
I've
talking
had him on
about
the
the
show.
guy in the
I've had
war,
him on
and
the
like,
show.
Oh, I know. I watched it.
whatever.
I think this girl is a fan of the show.
Oh, I know everything on the internet. I'm
She knows
chronically online. I know everything about everyone.
That's good. The AI thing. Yeah, we didn't even do it. Okay. AI, guys, if you want $200 TTS, get it in. If you like, get it in. And then we're going to get into some more juicy debate conversation. By the way, if you're watching from the Crucible, I think Andrew sent over a raid. Andrew, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Guys, we're going to get into we got some more juicy stuff to get through, but we're doing like a little fun segment here.
I don't want to know.
Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Wait, Selby, do you want to go?
No. We need to do your stuff. Chill out. Relax.
Bro, we got to drive back to OC. The OC, bitch. Wait, do you want? I can't drive a DUI, but like I would.
All right, let's do this segment. We're gonna do the segment.
Wait, are you gonna drive?
Stop.
Wait, are you? Are you actually? Do you want me? I can.
okay.
Should we get a hotel?
It's okay, Erica.
Should we get a
Get a hotel. Get a hotel.
What are the best hotels here?
Go to the
Get one of my
Ritz.
sugar daddies to
The
pay for
Ritz?
it.
The Ritz.
Have you been?
The Ritz Carlton.
Have you been?
Yeah, I've been there.
The Inn
Back
at
when
East
there were
Beach.
fires. When there were fires, I
Should we?
okay, whatever. I
Like
stayed.
I don't know what to do.
Figure it out.
Okay.
Apparently, Mary.
having anxiety
Are you sure,
about it.
Mary, about that?
Don't. We'll figure it out.
Oh wow, Mary's very nice there.
In East Beach.
Mary's okay.
figure
We'll talk
it out.
after the show. Hold on. Let's do the segment, guys.
Let's.
Would you date the male version of you? Right. That's what we're gonna do.
Oh, dude, bitch,
wait,
you're hot.
bring it back up.
You're fine shit. Okay.
In a heartbeat. They did me well there.
So you would.
He looks better than me.
Oh wow. Okay. He would be
Where's
settling.
mine?
Sorry.
Where's mine?
Yes, I'm punching.
He would be settling.
I'd
for
be
you.
punching,
Okay.
and that's fine.
Oh,
I
thank
only
you,
said
Kat.
you're
Appreciate
8
it.
because you yap a lot, but you actually like looks are 10. No, you
Because they
just
are
like you
bad
say a lot
faith
of
and
like
stupid.
word salad, but like you're
don't
a
know
10
how
like
pretty
looks
you are.
wise.
Yeah, she doesn't know how pretty she is.
Yeah, like
okay.
I don't think you really notice how you're actually gorgeous.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, you really are.
Do it!
I-
Do it!
No, yeah, you are prettier than the
No,
guy.
you're beautiful as fuck.
I wouldn't even have a chance with you.
You might be the hottest girl that Brian's had on his show.
Where's mine, man?
Well, I mean that's
It's true.
possibly.
Where's mine?
She's natural as fuck. She has no
Gorlock,
plastic
where's
surgery.
mine?
She's beautiful.
You drink.
She
man.
does have lip filler.
No,
No,
she
I don't.
doesn't.
Gorlock
She
was
does
I
not.
remember.
Swear to God.
This girl's
You-
natural. I can
You
tell.
had lip
She's
filler.
no, she
No,
hasn't.
she hasn't.
4 years ago,
Oh,
and then
you
I had
did?
an allergic reaction. Yeah.
It's
Okay,
not
that doesn't
like
count, though.
it's not over
gone.
Yeah, it
like
doesn't say.
emphasized. No.
All right. Let's do. So okay, you
Next.
would date your male.
The fact that you know that is crazy, by the way.
wait,
How
how
far
looked at your
down?
TikTok.
How far down? That's
was-
like
I sorted through
insane.
popular.
Years. Oh, okay.
I sorted through popular.
Okay, yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Next.
Next.
It didn't look good.
It
Oh,
Wait, okay.
she looks like a. Holy fuck, she looks fucked up.
Shit. Wait, you dated that guy?
That's Eduardo.
I am dead.
That's crazy.
I would hit you, not that.
Bitch, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you coughing on me? Don't cough on me. That's crazy.
You gotta she's got to cover her mouth.
No, that's crazy. Don't do that shit, bitch.
Picture looks fugly both as a man and as a woman.
Yeah,
Erica's funny. Erica's good people.
I'm just waiting for that.
Brian, I thought
Someone
you
more.
were gonna hate me.
I mean,
I'm not confident.
look, there's moments. It's a love-hate.
not everybody
It's a love-hate
cares.
relationship.
You're like,
my
lady,
God.
shut up earlier. I'm like, fuck.
It's a love-hate relationship.
Honestly, I'm so sorry for being rude to you earlier. Like, I genuinely, no, I really am. Like, now that we're like, now,
Sweet girl.
now that Andrew's gone, I'm like, okay, I'm actually so sorry for being
shit,
rude
yeah.
to you. I did not mean that.
Wait, you did that just because Andrew was here?
He gives me the. I told you before the show started.
But
He's
why
just
are you
riled
taking
up.
that? Why are you taking that on
Because,
Savannah?
Andrew, okay. To be fair, I did start before Andrew got here, so you're right. You're right. But I did mean what I said. But I am sorry for being rude to you.
Will you give me my sorry?
I meant what I said, but I'm sorry for being rude.
picture?
I'm sorry for delivering it in a rude way.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes,
Saying I
that's
was rude is still rude.
no. I think you're a
regardless. Take
beautiful
what you can get.
person.
Will you give me my sorry picture? And
Hit me up in 10 years and let me know what's going on in your life, and then
Go.
we'll talk.
I'll have 5 kids and
Nope.
be on a
Okay.
ranch.
Yeah.
Ah,
Okay.
fuck off.
Yeah, we'll see.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, that was rude. That was rude too. That was
Okay,
rude too.
okay,
That was
back.
rude. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Savannah, bitch, I'm so sorry.
So you
That Eduardo's not the vibe.
I love you.
is it?
But
Would you date that guy?
No, I would not. That he's crazy. That looks like someone that stalked me. I went on a date with a fan once, and
Wait,
he
who's-
looked like it.
Wow, that was crazy.
Yeah, he looks like Eduardo.
Yo, whoever is it?
Eduardo,
Mara?
if you're watching, you're fucking weird.
All right.
You're weird.
I'm done.
Bye, bitch. All right, next person.
Next.
yeah, right. Oh shit!
Wait, what?
Wait a minute. Like JoJo Siwa's boyfriend.
Wait a minute.
Wait, Negro.
Wow. She's fucked up as
They
well.
did.
She's like,
It's JoJo Siwa's boyfriend right now. No, it's cute. It's a
Like
vibe.
a Backstreet Boy.
yeah, that's cute or something.
I fuck with
Like a
it.
goddamn Backstreet Boy, man.
Yes.
Scared.
Wait a minute.
I'm literally.
You're
It's
Wait a
good.
minute. Backstreet Boy.
Please give me a big beard. Just a big beard with tattoos. Beard tattoos.
Oh,
that's actually good, man. But
no, you're cute.
You're like this is, hold on.
That's like kind of
You're like
cute.
a mid-20s
honestly, I
Swedish
might
guy.
hit that.
Yeah.
How did you become
You're
Swedish?
how did I do that? How did I do that, man?
I don't know. It's crazy.
Fine shit.
Technology. Next.
Barbara.
I fuck. You look like a fuck boy, Selby.
That looks like.
Into the
You look like the HB fuck boys.
Into the mic. Into the mic. Into the mic.
Yeah, I might hit that.
There you go.
All
I'd fuck me.
right. Okay. All right.
once.
Next. Wait.
Ooh,
Yeah, you're
he's
cute.
nice
You're
looking.
Wait, what? Oh, this.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I guess we skipped. This is.
Yeah, wait, what?
Is this
Oh,
AI?
this is you. Okay, this is you. Hold on. We'll
looks
do it
good.
then.
Wait, what are you?
We'll
She's
go.
cuter as a girl.
We'll find
Wait a
Sarah.
minute.
Would you date the male version of you?
Nah.
Into the mic?
I don't
Wait,
even know if
why
I
didn't
date
you do
myself,
it?
so. Oh, sorry. Probably not. Right.
Okay.
You're hotter as a woman.
Maybe if
I think he looks good.
I low-key like the male.
our teeth, then maybe.
Next.
Fugly either way.
Oh my
Yep. Yeah, you skipped 5.
We'll have to come back to it.
Okay.
Would you date the male version of you if you were single, of course?
Oh my God, that is so funny.
Weird.
I've met someone that looks like
She's like, that's my brother.
I love that.
Looks like your brother.
That's my brother.
Okay.
You're both cute, honestly.
I love that. I actually love that. I love that picture.
These gender swaps have been pretty charitable.
I love that.
extremely.
I love
I
that.
think there's a
picture.
hot
I love that picture. I
If
actually
he
love
has
that
a
picture.
really good personality, then yes.
I love it.
It's
I
like it
love
could go
I
either
love it,
way.
right?
Yeah.
You love it? I love it.
She's cute.
I fucking love that picture.
I can't wait to
man.
see Brian. Okay, here we go. Share 7.
What is that?
Sorry, I noticed.
It's all good. Oops. Next.
Next.
Oh.
Looks don't matter for me,
that-
so I would honestly give anyone a chance.
Oh, I kind of like the last one though.
You're cute
Would you
both
date-
ways.
you'd give him-
Yeah, last one
I
is
love it.
fire.
Yeah, I
actually
give
love it,
anyone
man.
a chance. It doesn't matter like how they look or how much money they have or
I
where
love
they're
it.
at.
I actually,
like honestly,
I love that picture.
That's sweet. I like that.
Next.
Oh my god. Dude, she's cute, okay? Like, low key.
It looks crazy.
Fucking hot as hell.
Oh my god. Wait, no. Go back. Okay.
Would you date
yes.
her?
He's like the hometown girl from Kansas. Like, she just
She's
moved
fully
here
related.
from college.
I don't like the short hair, but long hair, sure. I would.
No, like, she had 2 partners and, you know.
girl.
Yeah, you're sweet.
Bro, honestly, that girl looks like she looks sweet, but she ain't. Like she, not
Yeah, she
in a
is.
freaky way, but she's crazy.
She's in Sigma.
Like she's that
going
chick.
crazy.
She got crazy. She's got BPD or
No,
some
she's
shit.
not. No, she's not. That's what you want. That's what
do
you
we have
want.
Savannah's?
That's low-key you.
Yeah, if you can check for Savannah's. All right, that was the
Mary. Mary, where's
gender
Mary's?
swap. Maga, thank you for your super chat, guys. Appreciate it. Guys, if you want to get a message in, Reed is 100, TTS is 200. Now, we're going to blast through some of our notes here because I'm going to try to do it quick because reasons. Okay. Let's see. Oh, we got TikToks too? Shit.
TikToks?
Wait, what time is it, Brian? It's late, isn't it?
We're going to...
Wait a minute. We
goes.
don't have to do TikToks.
Just have us back.
Oh yeah.
Hold on. Let me do the notes, then we'll do the
Mary's
TikToks.
AI?
What's the notes?
TikToks.
Who's Mary?
Hold on.
Oh, Mary! I'm so sorry, girl. Oh my God,
Shelby.
You're not invisible.
Shelby.
It's Selby.
Selby.
Lauren Selby.
You said that, is it realistic to want a modern traditional relationship, meaning gender roles from the 60s, yet not stiff or set in stone? We talked about that, kind of, the traditional gender role
I'm
stuff.
like up for the old school shit, you know, but like,
Jasmine. Who's Jasmine?
whatever, like, it's... Me?
Oh, no, there's a different Jasmine, but she was a no-show.
Oh.
Avery, that's also, okay. How do you say your name? Nausicaa?
Yeah.
Okay. You said you have no dating experience. You're literally fresh. Well, you've been in a relationship for a year, you said.
Yeah, but it was like an online, so I don't really know if that counts.
Wait, have you guys met in person?
Yes, it does.
And you're still with them?
Wait.
No, wait, the one I'm with right now.
Currently?
Yeah.
Oh,
But like
you've-
the previous one
okay.
I had, no.
Do you guys live in the same city?
Yes. I'm 19. Sorry. The
Okay.
one
Have you been, like,
I'm with
intimate?
right now, we live in the same city.
Have you been like intimate at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a relationship.
It is a
Rock and roll.
relationship.
Good for
And then you said even though you're 19, you're a mix of traditional values and new. What does that mean?
Got a headache.
I think I'm like, honestly, before, because I grew up in San Francisco, so there was lots of people that were telling me, telling me like certain stuff like that. But also I like explored the other side of, like things that I didn't find normal. So, like I value traditional values, like, the man providing. And I would love to be a housewife. I would love to stay with my man. I would love to have lots of children with him. Yeah, stuff like that.
Good for you.
But when you say you're a mix of traditional values and new, so what are you kind of laid out the traditional values, what are the new ones?
Yeah, so like I guess the new ones, it also goes into talking about like abortion and stuff like that. When I first heard about it, I was pro-life because, like, to me, when there's a baby in you, there's a baby. There's no, like, life is at conception, like what we talked about. But actually, I don't remember like what new values I have right now. I can't think of anything at the top of my head.
So you're pro-choice now?
No. I'm still pro-life, but like I was pro-choice when we talked.
Oh,
or,
you
like,
used
when
to be
people,
pro-choice.
No, the first thought I had was pro-life, and then when people talked about rape that happened to a certain woman, I was like, okay, that makes sense. And then I talked to some of my friends about it, and they were like, yeah, but that's such a small percentage, and even though because of that happened, like you can make something better of it. So I went to like the Charlie Kirk event, and I also saw like there was a woman who had a bad experience with her father, but she had a beautiful child, and everything is good now. So I would never like jeopardize any life. Like I would
What's she playing?
have life over anything. And I think like what we were talking about earlier about the possibility of the child not growing up in a good household or whatever, or if you don't have enough materials to provide for them. We said there's adoption. We said we can't like jeopardize the life because of probability and stuff like that, which I agree with.
What are the new values, though? You said you're a mix of traditional values and new. I think it sounds like you've just listed a few of the traditional ones, though. What are the new ones?
I can't think of any right now on the spot, so maybe it's just traditional.
Okay. Erica Perry. Erica, you were on American Idol. You refused to sing for us. Very disappointing.
Yeah, can we see her American Idol clip?
They'll probably like copyright it or
copyrighted.
something. Let's see.
Just sing.
That's fine.
I can't. I literally have anxiety. That's the only time I've ever performed publicly. That was the first time I ever.
Katy Perry.
Did you make it to Hollywood?
Yeah, I got the golden ticket.
No way.
Yeah. No, but it was actually one of the worst.
Let's do this. We're going to do some TikTok reacts. We have TikToks from you. We're going to try to blast through them quick. Savannah, you describe yourself as feminine. Hold on.
Sorry.
You describe yourself as feminism's
Who
worst.
said this?
I gave it to you earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, shut up.
Oh boy. Okay. Feminism's worst nightmare. How so?
I would say everything that feminism stands for, I disagree with.
Good.
And my social media tends to make feminists upset based on what I promote.
Good.
You said you'd love to talk about how modern feminism has destroyed the dating mindset and marriage. You want to, I guess, elaborate on that a bit? Or?
I would say as far as the way it's affected dating is I'm not going to say nobody, but most people don't date with marriage in mind anymore. I think that dating apps have taken that over. Social media has taken that over, and they don't go into relationships with the mindset of like, okay, this could be my husband. So what are the things I need to do to prepare for marriage or to prove to him that I am wife material? So I would say that that's the main thing.
Okay. What are your top 10, like rapid fire them, top 10 hot takes?
Anti-feminist hot takes?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, well, number one, I would say that the patriarchy actually values and protects women. I believe that no-fault divorce should be illegal.
Yep.
I believe that abortion is not healthcare, it's murder in all circumstances.
Yeah.
I believe that husbands are the head of the household and wives are supposed to submit to their husbands. I believe also that submission is a beautiful thing. It's not slavery. It actually gives you freedom in your relationship. I also think that all waves of feminism were bad, like first wave, second wave, all the other ones that came along with it. I believe there are two genders, male and female. There's no other genders.
Yep.
How many was that?
I think five or so.
That's like 8.
That was a good-
I think it was like
Yeah,
8.
that's good.
Also, I would say OnlyFans and any sort of sex work, porn is not empowering. It's prostitution.
Yep.
Okay. I
think that was around 10.
On your Instagram, I saw you have something called Submissive Society. What's that?
That's my subscription community that's launching Wednesday.
And what is it, though?
So it's going to be an exclusive community for women. They can be unmarried or married or just like looking to kind of live in the same lifestyle. But I just talk about biblical submission and how modern feminism has told us that submission is slavery and that we're not supposed to bow to any man. But submission is such a beautiful thing because it's the only thing that like shows the world our relationship with Christ. Like Christ loved the church. So we're supposed to submit to our husbands the way we would submit to Christ.
Okay, cool. And one question, and would you categorize yourself as submissive to your husband?
Yes.
One question for you.
Mhm.
So you do this, the social media stuff, you produce content online. If your husband came to you and he said, hey, I don't want you any longer out there on the internet. I want you to private everything. I want you to stop making content. Would you do it?
And drop it in a heartbeat.
Okay. All right. And would there be like a negotiation or a convo about it? Or would you just be like, okay.
I mean, of course, he would come to me with a reason.
Sure.
I mean, we've had many conversations being like, I don't know what that's going to look like when we have kids. I don't know if I'll just drop it completely or what that would look like. But if he said to me, like, for the priority of our family, I would like you to stop social media for whatever reason, I wouldn't argue with it. I would just drop it.
Got it. And then I'm curious, actually, maybe a question for Jazz. If you were dating a guy, no, you're married. Or did you say you don't want to get married? It's the love of your life.
It's not a priority, but
You
yeah,
want
like
kids?
I'm not a priority either for me.
Okay, so you're on the fence, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I do, it's all later in life.
All right. If you were
So
making
stupid. Oh my God.
TikTok content and you were dating a guy,
So a lot of
and
these
he-
feminists
let's
are
say he
stupid
was
like
like
that.
taking care of everything, so he's like paying the rent, bills, whatever. You guys are living together. He's like, I don't
Not
want you
surprised.
to make content anymore. I want you to private everything. Would you do it?
If it was my passion,
Is it your passion?
if it was my passion, no, it's not now. But like, if it was my passion, like if he's telling me to put my passion aside, then I would say no. I would choose my passion.
What is your
over-
passion?
I think I'm looking for it, but I
Think you're
just
looking for it.
love learning and being involved in academia and not being the smartest in the room. I like when there's a bunch of people smarter than me around and they're
Okay.
talking and I'm listening and yeah, so I thrived in school and that's why I want to go to a higher level of education because it just stimulates my mind. So I think I'm passionate about that.
Let's say this summer you met the love of your life and he was very wealthy.
Mhm.
He had a high paying job and he was like, look, and you have a good feeling like I'm going
This
to,
is the one.
you're not going to break up. He's loyal. Maybe he's even the perfect guy. But one of his, I guess, criteria for, or maybe not criteria, one of his what's the term? It's evading me. His ultimatum?
Standard requirement.
One of his requirements of being with him is that you don't go to school.
Forte.
Yeah, I would
Feminist.
leave him and I
Yeah.
would
The
continue.
perfect guy. You'd break up with the perfect guy
Yes.
if he said,
Yes.
he's perfect,
course.
treated you well.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm going to spend the rest of my life with this
Maybe
guy.
it's easy to say because I haven't come near in contact with my perfect man. So maybe
What's your
I'm
perfect
just,
man? Describe him.
We agree ideologically.
Okay.
Yeah, we probably share a similar passion, or if not, like he can be involved in my passions and pursuits and stuff like that.
Any physical traits? Do you have like height requirement or preference?
No, I've dated all sorts.
Any racial preferences?
No.
Any?
All sorts. That sounds like
all sorts.
That sounds like slut behavior to me.
Like short, tall.
When they say
muscular,
date, they actually
not
mean they
pudgy.
go hang around
Is there
with them and they
anything
slept with.
you would compromise on, or anything you would, or I mean, actually, compromise is the perfect word. Is there anything you would compromise on for the perfect man?
I don't think so. And I do think that's to my detriment at some points, yeah. I do put myself above.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put myself above like a potential partner because I just, that doesn't seem like that's my.
What if in order to get with the perfect guy, once per day, you had to do 10 jumping jacks that you otherwise didn't want to do? Would you do the 10 jumping jacks?
Yeah.
For the perfect man?
Sure, but that's not even
not a big
close to a
ask.
comparison of giving up my passion.
Mm.
There's not much I would give up for a man, even if he's the perfect guy.
But like, so your passion is going to school to get an education in furtherance of what? Eventually having a career one day?
Yes.
But if he's really wealthy and making a bunch of money.
But it's not about the money.
What's it about then?
It's the passion behind it.
The passion?
Yeah.
You want to?
I want to work in.
You want to be a professor? You want to work with high school kids?
I think
What do
I'll
you want?
probably work in like economic policy or monetary
What is
policy.
Okay, so you want to work in a cubicle? What do you want to do? Some office?
Maybe at the start I will have to, but then eventually I kind of just want to be like an economist.
Sure,
who
too,
has
is destined to
theories
become
of-
successful in the career.
Well,
but
you're going
live
for your
alone
master's degree, right?
And
Yeah.
with
There is.
cats or dogs or
And
both.
so
It's
you're
not facts. Theories is not
Yeah,
facts.
theories are not facts.
Theories is not facts, man.
Yeah.
Theories is fucking theories, man. It's like bullshit. And then you tie your old fucking shit and oh yeah,
Well, all of
facts.
economics is
Macho
theories.
Man Randy Savage.
Yes. No.
The cream
I'm telling you.
rises to the top.
You're what, 19? I'm 52. I'm
the
sorry.
cream of the crop.
And you're actually
Experiences, yes. Experiences, oh, the cream of the crop, yes. Yeah, you want to do your fucking little,
There's not much I would give up in pursuit of a man, but I don't frown upon a woman who is willing to do so and who also believes that it's
Nothing
their
means
duty.
nothing.
Oh, what? Yeah,
Nothing
I know.
means nothing.
I know. A woman wants to get married,
I need his
have babies,
big glasses.
Jones, get mad at a man, and you know, that's what it is. A woman wants to get
But the
mad at a
cream will
man.
rise to the top.
You know,
Ooh,
yeah.
brother.
I know.
Macho
'cause you know what?
madness. Sorry, keep going. No, good. Sorry.
Seriously, every fucking woman wants to get mad at a man for the
Let me tell you
reason
something right
that
now.
they're fucking pissed
Cards
off.
stacked against the Macho Man Randy Savage, WrestleMania 3. Sorry, keep going.
Seriously, right? Every fucking woman wants to be fucking pissed off at a man. They really do.
Talking about submission to men is a good thing. And she believes that's her worldview.
Not only
and
the
once in a while, not all
intercontinental.
My fucking marriages and everything else, yeah, I think I can say that.
But Hulk Hogan, yeah, I'm the cream. Yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. And there's
the
no
cream
one
of
that
the
does
crop.
better than me, the Macho Man Randy Savage. On balance, off balance, doesn't matter. I'm better than you, yeah.
No, you ain't.
Oh,
I'm
shit, I can't
talking
say
to
anymore.
everyone in the.
Ain't shit, man.
Nothing's gonna stop me. I've been maligned from the top to the bottom.
Yeah.
Mary, play the crickets.
You ain't even funny, man.
I think he's funny right now.
They
Start
can't,
being funny,
I
man.
they can't handle the Macho Man Randy Savage.
Anyway,
Can you be funny?
what was the
You're
topic?
right.
Keep going on. Keep
I'm
going
just
on.
cringe. All right. So, anyways, let's see. Where were we? Here? I don't even know what. It's talking to Jazz. We were having a great moment. Me and Jazz were talking about something.
No, you're funny as fuck,
Randy.
Mike Davis donated 200.
You gotta pay another sim tax.
Gorgeous. Chair 1. Don't let anyone tell you diff. If it ever was to happen, you will get used to petty people trying to put you down. Want to know what true beauty looks like? Go find her and smile.
Yeah, Mike Davis.
Facts. Mike Davis.
That's fucking disgusting.
What?
Bro, Mike Davis, pay another syntax.
No,
That's crazy, dude.
I agree.
That's crazy. Come on, man.
No, girl, you got a bright future. You're meant to be a star.
Wait.
Bright like diamond.
Oh,
Mike Davis.
Shine bright like a star,
L,
bitch.
big L.
But I don't understand this whole like. Wait, okay. So you're going after your master's degree, then you're going to start working, or what's the plan?
Like in the field that I want a career in, yeah.
Yeah. So you go get your master's degree, what, another 3 years, and then you go work?
I think a master's is a year if you do all 3 classes. Like as many as you can do.
I don't know. Sometimes I guess it takes people longer.
Yeah, I think it's like 2 years. Probably like 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years. Okay.
Yeah.
But and then you're gonna go work so that you can make money.
That's
and you're gonna have a
fulfilling for
boss,
me.
And then you're gonna be but you're gonna be submissive to your boss.
I mean, I think everyone's goal down the line is to not work under someone, and that's kind of my goal too.
Yeah, but you're
Again-
gonna be a slave in some capacity.
Yeah. And you're saying that's how it should be, or I just don't understand.
No, what I'm saying is this idea that like your career pursuits or your career success or your career achievements are going to be the ultimate
Randy Macho and
satisfaction
That was
or source of happiness in life.
Yeah, that's what's fulfilling to me, even if it means I'm submitting to a boss, just
I
the
think
same
you
way it's
say that.
fulfilling to her, even if she's submitting to someone.
Well, even if you're self-employed, then you're self-employed, and that comes with a whole
Macho
bunch of
Granny-
benefits, but
Macho
also
Man Granny
a
Savage.
corresponding bunch of annoyances and
shit.
potential pitfalls. If you're going to start your own business, there's all kinds of headaches there. So, I mean, I just reject this idea that even for men, I kind of reject it, but even for women, that your career is going to be this sort of ultimate source of fulfillment in life. I think a lot of women, when they hit 30, 40, 50,
fulfillment in life. Who the fuck are you telling anybody?
Right now, like.
Can you tilt your mic down? Tilt your mic down.
No, I'm just trying to fucking.
Can you just tilt your mic down a little bit?
Fulfill. No, really? Fulfillment. Really? Fulfillment?
Oh, Granny.
Fulfillment. Really? Fulfillment.
Well, if
Really?
that's the point
Maybe
of having
are
a
you
career.
are you having like an anti-capitalist take here, where you're saying it's
What the
not,
hell are
it's
you
not-
talking about, man? Fulfillment. Man, I just want to be happy in life. What the fuck you want to be happy in life? Okay, some dude? What? You're some dude?
Oh, Granny just
yeah?
Randy goes off at any moment.
That's all I'm talking about, man.
Shit.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I want to.
Yeah. You know what? Here, we gotta play the bow video. We need the bow video. E.T., Erica, we need you for the bow video. We need you to sit.
Oh, I know. Shut me up, right? Shut me up, right? Shut me up. Is that what you're doing? Shut me up.
Oh my God.
Wait, you weren't even talking?
Shut me up, right?
up. You're
No. Shut up. Shut up. See? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
No,
Shut
like,
up.
shut-
Everybody's telling me to shut up.
Shut the fuck up.
Everybody's telling me to shut up, right?
No, like shut up.
Everybody? Yeah, I know.
Oh my fucking
No,
God.
like shut the fuck up. Like actually.
And it hurts my ears.
I know.
I don't care about ears.
Obviously, I know you're yelling.
I'm fucking
I'm
glad.
serious.
I'm a
Oh, really?
I'm one. Oh, what are you gonna say to me, bitch?
Everyone's don't start. Don't start.
Hey,
Actually, do you want to like?
okay, what's up?
Erica,
Oh, see?
Erica,
That's what I'm saying. Shut me up. No, you're
morning.
not.
Shut up. Like actually.
No, you're not.
Stop, wait, stop yelling. Stop yelling. Stop.
Oh my God.
Everyone's
No,
either
Granny.
tired or drunk.
Why don't you shut up, man? Yeah,
Yeah. Like,
you're the one over here.
She just randomly goes off on you.
Stop.
Old Granny.
It's my ears. That's it.
I can lick me shit all I want, motherfucker.
Daddy Dante, thanks for the subscribe.
What's going on tonight?
Fuck, man.
No, what are you like going on about? Shut the fuck
I shouldn't
up.
have done the Macho Man Randy Savage bit. That's probably what.
Like literally.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
You're the one over
I
here.
like, what the fuck
Especially-
are you doing? Like, shut
especially
the
with
fuck
that old
up,
lady.
Bitch.
Shut up. You shut up.
Guys, chill out.
You're the one fucking everybody's talking about.
hey.
Shut up.
Oh.
Hayden Rochelle.
Wait, stop
She's going
screaming.
crazy.
Stop screaming.
Hayden Rochelle. This bitch is going crazy. Like,
fucking stupid ass, man.
Oh, she set her off.
Wait. Hey.
Guys, she's
Wait, look at me right here.
Yes,
I got you.
Hayden Rochelle.
You're my homie.
Yeah, her.
Wait,
Her.
wait.
Yeah,
look right
fuck
here.
her.
Yeah,
Just
fuck
right
me,
here.
bitch.
Erica, stop.
Fuck me,
Erica. You're homies, right? You're my homie, right?
Yeah, I am.
This is Brian's consolation. He doesn't
I'm from
look at
Canada.
you.
It's okay, Erica. It's okay.
I'm just kidding. I love you.
Erica, relax.
I love everybody. I'm
Erica,
just a
Zip it.
psychopath.
Erica,
I say love you to everybody. Bitch, I love you.
zip it. Okay. We good? I think we're good. Let's just.
Gary Busey's a
I
trans woman.
guess. Is she?
She's good. Hey.
Is she?
Hey.
Is she?
Get the fuck out of my face. Like, I'm she. No, bitch. Get the fuck out of my face.
Bro, what the fuck are you?
Don't fucking,
really?
don't fucking in my face, bitch. I can
Next to me.
I can drop your ass on the fucking.
Wait,
I can
stop.
drop
Wait,
your ass
hey,
on Isla Vista.
guys, stop.
Damn it, Jones, shut
Erica,
the fuck up.
Erica, stop antagonizing her. Stop provoking her.
You're right.
Just stop. Both of you stop. Let me get. Do you guys want to get out of here?
Yeah.
Let me. Just let me.
So badly.
Stop. Just stop so I can do the show. Okay, bow video, please. All right. Shit. This is a video I took of my ex-girlfriend.
Is this the ballet? This is Sue.
This is my ex-girlfriend.
This is
This is my ex.
Girl, I'm not. Why are you grabbing? Don't give me your fucking hand.
Stop. Shh.
Don't touch me. Like, actually.
Yeah,
don't
he is.
do that.
Andrew
No,
Wilson is
like,
awesome.
Don't be like that
He's
with
an
me.
awesome
Don't
guy.
touch me.
He's a master
That's
of logic
crazy.
and debating.
We're crossing lines, touching.
Pretty cool guy.
Shit.
And same
Guys,
as
stop.
Brian's
No,
alright
she's
too, but he still
fucking
needs a lot of
nuts.
practicing with his debating.
I was talking to Sylvia.
Oh my God, Granny and chair number 2.
I was talking about
Oh!
Wait. Erica, just walk away for like 5 minutes. Just walk away for 5 minutes.
I'm aware.
Just walk away.
This bitch is crazy.
Really?
Yeah, if you touch me, I'll
Here,
sue
Erica, just walk away for just 5 minutes. Walk away. Let it.
you. Dumbass bitch.
No.
Uh-oh.
I just want to see the bow video, boys. Yeah.
How long ago was this video?
I don't know. It's hard to
Also, I was
say.
going to say is before that happened, for old Granny knocked drink on that chair number 2.
How does she feel?
Richard
about
Wilson's
this
pretty
video?
awesome too.
Reoccurring.
Whatever. We're on good terms.
Richard
I
Wilson's
guess.
book, also called Occult Feminism,
Right.
The Secret History of Women's Liberation, is awesome too. I got it.
Are we what?
I don't know.
Get it on
I've
Amazon.
never been
Just
here, and I don't know her, and she knows you, man.
I don't know anybody here. I only
Well,
know
obviously
Felicity.
she knows you. So I don't know
is our first time
anybody,
meeting.
and I don't know anybody, man.
Yeah, chair 3, Granny is drunk.
Yeah, I don't know anybody.
Okay.
What the hell's she going on
Yeah,
about?
Jerry.
The fuck she knows.
Stop. Just stop. Look, stop. Let me.
Right? Oh, stop?
Yeah, just
really?
be quiet.
It's me?
It's both
me?
of you. It's both of
It's
you.
me? No, it's not me.
Yeah.
It's both of you.
I don't even know her.
You're yelling. Stop yelling.
Can't. She's intoxicated.
I don't know her or her either.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're
You
yelling
good?
in my fucking ear, and I'm like up to it. So just calm, take a breath. Let's step back and relax. Okay? We're adults.
Chair 3 is just annoying.
Yeah, I know. But you guys came together.
Okay. Question for you, Amy. Question for you. You have one kid, right?
Yes.
Does she? How old's your kid again?
15.
Does she know that you do OF?
Yes.
She knows.
Yikes.
What does she think about it?
She don't care.
Hey guys, please don't talk back there.
Sorry.
She doesn't care?
No.
Question, when your daughter becomes an adult, like 18, 19, 20,
daughter's gonna
and
do
if she
OF,
were to come
watch.
to you and say, I'm thinking of starting an OnlyFans, would you tell her
She
not
don't
to?
care because she knows my OnlyFans page. See, you guys
no,
are
but-
all about, assuming about how everything's a page are, and OnlyFans. If you go on OnlyFans, there's a lot of things that go on.
But that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if your daughter, once she becomes an adult, if she came to you, she's like, hey, I want to start an OnlyFans,
Yes.
would you say, totally
I
sweetie,
will
that's
tell
fine?
her that I do it.
But she already knows that you do it.
Yeah, she does.
Okay.
She's fucked up.
All right. I'll read
Does
the
it bother her? I don't know. She hasn't told
You
me.
said that you had a sugar daddy 30 years your senior for 4
Yes.
years. How old were you when that was?
Jesus, Mike
I
Davis,
was
stop
29.
simping.
Okay, cool.
I was 29 years old. And
So,
he was
question for
60
you.
years. So this was like, I'm asking you guys, like, how far you want to go back? Like 30 years? Yeah. Fuck yeah, man.
So, question for you, Amy. Seems like, I finished your notes. If you...
Jeepus H. Cripes, Mike Davis, stop
behave
simping.
yourself?
Yes, I can. I'll always behave myself. What the
I'm
fuck?
giving you one more chance, Amy.
What the hell are you talking
Amy,
about,
I'm giving
man?
you one more chance.
What are you talking about?
I need you to behave.
Okay.
No more
would like
yelling.
this make
There
me
can't be any
question
more yelling. You
legislative.
can't
Yeah,
be getting
no
in
kidding.
Erica's face.
It's feminism, man.
Can't get in
It's
her
just
face.
I
fucked
was
up a
never
lot of women
getting
in both
anybody's
Canada and
Hey,
USA.
you got in her face a little bit. You getting in her physical bubble, her physical space. You got to knock
if
that
you want
out.
to kick me out of here,
Feminism has
kick
made them
me
really
out of here.
stupid.
I'm not going to sit here and fucking do this shit with you. Okay?
Oh my
I'm
God.
on fucking vacation. I'm going to go to Pismo tomorrow and enjoy myself. That's it.
Okay.
Well, hey,
So, what the fuck?
I think
God.
that
That way I can get out of this fucking chair and go home.
that
Or go back to my hotel, back to my fucking
I
kids,
think
man.
we should
You
drunk
don't need
drive.
his permission to kick you out. If you want to leave, you can leave.
If you want to leave, you can leave.
Well, what the fuck, man?
Okay. Well, thank you for coming on. Good to meet you. I hope you have a good rest of your night.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It was good to meet you.
Thank you.
Amy, it was a pleasure.
Thank
you,
Old
Amy. Thank you.
There she goes. He goes old.
This is
Granny. Macho Man Savage.
Peace out, you too, homie. Great to see you. Glad you can make it.
Sorry.
There goes old Granny Macho Man Savage.
Yeah, it's good. It's good, you know.
Oh my God. Well, there you go.
One sec, guys. We're dealing with the situation. Anybody want to talk momentarily? Keep them entertained while I step away for a brief moment?
Well, I was gonna say something funny, but I don't want them to hear me.
Something funny.
Say it. They're
Whisper
busy.
it.
Yeah.
Who's listening?
Cool here. Oldest woman on the show acts like a 12-year-old.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Freaking
exactly.
insane. And they called 19 and 20-year-olds immature.
Exactly.
She's obviously
I
intoxicated.
think everyone on the
She's
show
drunk.
tonight
But,
is
like,
super
bro,
beautiful
learn how to-
and like super intelligent, and
You
this
gotta
has
learn how to
been
hold your alcohol
something.
at 52. Is that all she had, though? Like, I think tequila and champagne.
Knows, yeah.
Well, we're
That's so
yet to see a
embarrassing.
group of women
This is, like,
resolve
on
issues and have
YouTube
civil debates.
forever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, too. Yeah.
I'm not talking about you, Eric.
Yeah, pretty much. Like from what I've seen so far, with Andrew Wilson debating, well, he's debated a couple of feminists that are okay, but still, yeah, they.
Talking, guys. Talk.
A lot of them are
Okay.
bad faith,
Say
unfortunately.
something funny.
5 seconds, and you guys can't even keep convo. Come on, what are you?
I
Screw up,
forgot where
Cherokee.
we even left off.
People.
Yeah, I don't know.
The smart ladies.
I'm just like annoyed.
Come on, say something.
Thank you.
The doctor, Dr. Laura.
Promote the book, maybe.
Beautiful,
for a second.
lovely
Laura.
doctor lady.
I hope she's not driving either.
Okay, yeah,
Hyatt.
we have nothing else to talk
She has a
about.
hotel,
So
she's
I wrote a
fine.
book about how to deal with the most toxic people. It's called Outsmarting Egomaniacs, How to Respond to Narcissists and Master Manipulators. It's available everywhere. It's funny, and it'll help you deal with the most impossible people in your life.
Written by.
Like the
Written
woman
by
that
me,
was sitting
Carla Lito.
Okay.
It has a red balloon on the cover.
Okay.
Are they able to chat without like paying for it? Are they able to leave
I think
something in
so,
the chat?
but I think to read them, it has to be like $100.
I think for the the regular chat, it's like $6 a month, like $5.99. I think.
What's like a deep burning question we could ask and go around the table?
What is our dream? What is our goal? Our 5-year goal?
Y'all can start.
Let's do
I feel like I already
5-year
started
goals,
talking
girls.
You talk so much
I
during this whole
know.
podcast.
Yeah, you gotta be exhausted.
They kind of attacked me.
Share one.
Yeah, leave you alone.
Okay, 5-year goal.
5-year goal. I really like doing content creation, and I'm in the fitness niche, so I think I still want to do it.
What kind
So
of content?
I do fitness stuff, so I post
Okay.
like workouts and like motivational stuff. But I've been doing like creation kind of everywhere since I was like 5 years old. So yeah, it's like my little hobby. If I could make a living out of it, that would be awesome.
I like that. That's nice.
And I want to get married too.
Yeah,
like,
that's
now,
exactly. When they prattle on like that, fucking prattle's so annoying.
Wait, I have
You
a
try to talk
question,
something
if you
about
don't
it,
mind
and
me asking.
it's just a simple
How
answer,
did
but then
your
they go on
parents,
and on.
like,
They use
react? Like, were they
anecdotal
supportive of you
evidence,
getting
which
married
is
so early?
just their word,
No.
their story. There's no fact behind it. Like you
I
can't verify if it's
I
true or not.
originally had a lot of
They
academic
just go on and on
scholarships.
and on and on and on.
And
you're saying,
I
"Oh,
was
come on,
actually going to go to
just
Oregon
give us a yes or no
University,
fucking
which
question,
is like
man.
really
Come on.
random, but I turned all of my scholarships down and ended up not wanting to go to college, and that was like the first thing that they were like, what are you doing with your life? And my parents always told me I had to get a college degree before I ever like moved
Yeah,
on to
same.
the next thing. It's like marriage.
Yeah.
They're like, you have to have a college degree or we're not going to bless your marriage, basically. So I said that, and then like 2 months later, I was like, by the way, I'm getting married at 18 as well. And they took it better than I think most, like a lot of modern parents would.
Yeah.
But I'm also just very strong-willed, and like when I want to do something, I just like do it.
But aren't you
regardless.
like afraid? Because I kind of want to do some things that you've done, which is I love that. I love that you're like married and like
Thank you.
have this like not. I don't know if it's perfect. Like I think every relationship
Yeah,
is
nothing's
kind of
perfect,
you know. But it seems like really nice. But like
Wholesome.
aren't you
That's the
afraid
word she's
of
looking
what
for, is wholesome.
happens with
Wholesome.
your value with your family and stuff like that? You know what
so
I mean?
do you mean like my relationship with my family?
Yeah, yeah.
Now it's better than ever. I think like getting, because I never like lived on my own. Like I moved straight out of my parents' house
Yeah,
and with
yeah.
my husband, of course.
Yeah.
So I think actually like moving away and starting my own life made our relationship better, because now they see like, first of all, they love my husband. Like he's
Which
the
one?
best.
Chair Yeah, 5? yeah.
And also they've seen that we can build a life together and like create something really beautiful. I'm sure they had doubts in the beginning of like, how are they going to do this?
I
Like
think
they're
Chair
just two
5
kids
said she
who
was
didn't go to college.
20
and,
something.
Like, it's not normal.
Do you have
but
friends that are our age that like support you?
my best friend is 20. But outside of that, all of our friends are older, as in like 24 to 28 range. So nothing too crazy different, but no one is married in my friend group yet. So that's
Oh,
only-
wow.
Well, actually, no. There's one couple that is, but in my like immediate friend group, we're the only married
We
ones.
should be friends.
Yeah, we totally should. Yeah, I know. We need to connect after this.
Why
Is the whole
everyone
panel
leaving?
leaving?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a one-woman show.
One-
Well, since
Okay,
Brian,
your plan.
since Brian doesn't put our Instagrams in the description,
Go
it's
ahead.
Savannah
Go.
Faith Stone on Instagram.
Oh my God.
A
okay, so
southern
there-
gal.
there's
That's what
drama.
that is, you guys.
There's drama outside.
Subscribe, follow.
Mine is Nausicaa_LYF. If anyone knows the Miyazaki anime, that's me.
Oh, cute.
You are super cute. You're not
thank
cute.
you.
You're beautiful.
Oh, thank
We
you.
not
I
exotic.
appreciate
You're
that.
beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
I think
Wow.
everyone here is pretty.
Yeah, you too.
Chair
We
1
sat
and
on the
Everyone
plane
on the
together
panel
this
is
Yeah,
beautiful.
me and Savannah were on the plane together this morning. Like
Sitting right next
Did
to
you
each
guys
other.
Yeah,
Oh,
Chair
were you
1
guys, like,
is an
like,
indoctrinated,
talks 'cause you
indoctrinated
saw her
idiot.
She was watching
She's
whatever
indoctrinated,
podcast it was.
brainwashed
She's
with
either a
feminism.
fan or
She's
she's
on
going
it.
to the same
Yeah.
shoot right now. Yeah, very interesting. And you got to pick your seat, right? Like,
Chair
like-
2
No, I didn't
is
pick
just a
my
big,
Oh, so
big
like
idiot.
I like selected a seat.
I did.
She's
randomly,
just
and
she's
then
an
you just
idiotic
got
party
randomly
girl.
put
Just
I
the
never
goes
select my seats.
partying
I don't know why,
around.
'cause I always end up
Like
in
she
the
said,
middle when I do
she
that, but
she
it's
wants
like
to
whatever. That
find
wasn't that bad,
and
but
have
yeah.
kids
No.
and marry a millionaire and have kids with him.
I literally
Such
know
a
nothing.
stupid woman.
Can you see how many viewers are on here?
I don't think we.
I'm gonna tell. Is this gonna go down as
This one right here,
most chaotic?
Chair 4 is
Has this ever happened? Like, he's just
well, she's
upset. Also, I can't imagine.
she's still a feminist. She's all banged out and she has kids, so
I'm just wondering
she's
when we get to
hit
go
the
to
wall
bed.
like quite some years ago.
Yeah. My body has.
I don't know too much. This one's supposed to be. This one's a doctor, and this one right here in red is she wrote a book or something. I don't know, some bullshit like that.
It was a live stream up. It was amazing. Oh, sorry, not me.
You're fine. Not me directing.
I know,
Into
right?
the mics, you guys.
All right.
yeah,
I
for
wonder if
sure.
anybody's still watching.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't even know how
Too
many
late.
live streamers they usually have, like views.
They get like.
Well, this one, Chair 1 right here. This one in red. Like this one right here. Just
Well,
she's brainwashed already.
The therapist asks.
She's gonna end up alone,
Thank you.
old and alone with cats or dogs or both. Her, I don't know. Either she's gonna OD because she does drugs and she drinks a lot, or she's gonna die in a car accident from driving drunk, or she's gonna end up like her, old and alone and with cats and dogs or both.
No, we
Better than everybody.
We just flew in.
we're just from the East Coast.
Stop being younger, hotter, and better than everybody, okay? Like,
Huh?
we already know. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'll shut up.
He's better than me.
No, we've been up for like 24 hours probably.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it's
Chair
4.
2
It's
is
4
fucked up and disgusting.
Eastern
you're
time
from
right
Georgia
now.
as well?
Obnoxious.
I'm from Florida, so like literally right above
Yeah,
her.
so we've
Okay.
been awake for 24 hours right now.
We're in
That's
Florida.
cool.
Do you know who Jimmy Levy is?
Where? What city is he from?
Oh, like you seem like you'd be a part of like his thing.
Jimmy
Love you, Jimmy. Shout out Jimmy Levy.
fuck
Love
is
him.
that?
Dave Ho.
No, Jimmy Levy's legit. He's like
Michelle
I think you would
Wing.
fuck
Where
with
does he
him.
live?
Florida.
But do you know what
He
city?
does content.
Yeah, but it's like
Who the hell's that,
he's a
Jimmy
singer
Levy?
and
Who the fuck that
he
guy is?
promotes like Jesus and Christianity. But he's really
I've
talented.
may
hell's
have
taking
seen
Brian
him
so
on
long?
He's really
social
talented.
media.
Jimmy, you're so talented. Love you, Jimmy. If you're watching this, he's probably gonna see this and he won't.
If anybody scrolls to the very end of the podcast, this is what.
No, Jimmy's gonna be pissed about everything I said. Everything he says I shouldn't.
Wait, I have a question.
WTF is
Is it
taking
not
Brian so
common
long?
where you're from that people marry young?
It's common.
Just not in your friend group?
Not in my like. I would say not in my family. Like my mom got married. At
Yeah,
28.
fucking right.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, the background
and then
dolls
she
do
had
have
me
more
at
brain
30.
cells.
So like considered later in life,
Yeah.
but yeah, I just
Oh
think
my God.
my parents
That's funny.
and my immediate family were always very career driven, and so that just got passed down to me. But the
Yeah.
smaller towns in Florida,
the ones in the
and
back,
like North or
They
South,
never
Georgia,
give you any trouble. They never
definitely
argue with you.
Chat, these are the girls.
They never say no.
Shout out Hayden and Michelle, my besties. The girls, blackout girls. Shout out blackout girls. Okay, bye.
More
Love you guys.
more slut besties, more sluts. All our
Gotta
friends are
shout out
sluts.
the homies. I know. I'm sorry, Mari. Oh my god. Wait, is it Mari?
Oops.
Oh my god.
Fucking married, bitch.
I am so sorry.
Married for 8 hours.
I know. I'm sorry. It's a little wet on this seat. Look.
3 friends.
Okay. Wait, I low key feel bad, but I don't because I don't have
Sleuts.
sympathy for like people. So
All Chair 3's friends are sleuts.
you are your own villain.
How's the conversation been? Have you guys been?
We have
You'd be
been
disappointed.
chatting. I mean, like it's not like controversial, but we've been chatting about each other's lives.
Oh boy! All right, guys. That woman, I don't even know where to begin. I don't think I
Was
recorded.
she crying? I feel bad, but I don't.
Yeah, and then it was just
Whatever.
what the fuck, Mike Davis.
Forget Mike Davis.
Still simping, man. Still
6'3".
simping.
Okay, so he's 5'10".
Plain. Thank you.
Send me the money, Mike. What's going on?
All right.
Oh,
All right, Clayne, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Here, I kind of want to try to finish this up here soon.
Yeah, it's like
Karen's mad.
I don't think that's a Karen. That is not a Karen. That's
Oh no, that was something else. That was something
Fucking Mike
else.
Davis, you friggin' sipping 3 or 4.
what happened when I left.
that was Bonnie Blue in 40 years.
Man,
That's me in 40 years, you said?
No, I said
By the
Bonnie
way, I just-
Blue.
Oh, like Bonnie
Dad.
Blue? Oh, wait, who is that? The girl that fucks
died
like
of
thousands of guys?
were you guys actually talking?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Super casual call.
The viewership ever since I left just went.
I'm so glad I never
I
had.
feel bad. I literally
Duh.
said that. I was
Daughter.
like, I bet you no one's
Brian,
watching.
you're the star. That's why.
I mean,
I'm so glad
Your
I never
fans
had
love
kids
you.
like
All right, I'm trying to see what else.
Now
we have
you're ready
get
to end it because
Like, if
your
I had kids,
views went down. I get it.
No, it's
I
not
just
that.
hope there'll be
Just
sons and
fucking
not
have to deal
daughters.
with that crazy fucking lady.
I think you should do a no alcohol rule on the show.
No, what?
Well, so like
For that reason.
we don't
She told us she was drinking Malibu.
we don't offer.
That was the sound in the trash can,
She
by
was
the
not
way. Was that
kidding. I
empty
literally thought
bottle
that was a joke.
of rum?
I've been drinking, so we're not going to end the no alcohol rule.
That was pretty early in the show to have.
We-
That's what Fresh and Fit
the only
has.
times, well, the only times we like we don't offer alcohol.
I know that.
The only time, like if there's a champagne pop on the show, yes, but like behind the scenes, no alcohol. We don't offer alcohol to the guests. And like there were 3 or 4 champagne pops, but I mean,
No, she had Malibu. She
I-
showed me.
She drank. Right, she drank an entire bottle.
And like,
of rum.
who knows what she was doing in the restroom?
yeah, because like the amount of champagne she had was like a cup
No,
of.
it was champagne.
No,
Doesn't get
right, that
you
was not
wasted.
champagne.
It was 2 glasses. She
That
went in the
sound
restroom
in
for a long
by the
duration.
way, was
Like,
her
no.
shoving
calm
the
down,
rum
dude, calm
bottle
down.
down
Calm
there,
down.
and that was in the first like 2 or 3 hours. So like right
So she
away,
got
she
drunk
drank a
on-
whole bottle of rum.
She got drunk on her own.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know. Fuck.
Yeah, no, she was drinking Malibu. She
Fuck,
said.
man. If I was on this show, I would lose my shit. I would fucking tell these ladies, shut up, shut the fuck up.
She said she has a hotel room.
I would lose my shit.
Okay, yeah.
I would
She'll be
just
fine.
all frustration would be out the
All right,
window.
here.
I mean,
Felicity, why don't you join the panel?
all my patience would be out the
It might
window and
be a
just
little
replaced
wet.
with frustration.
We'll flip the.
Yeah, he'd be full Chris Brown.
Just swap
Yeah.
get a different seat booster for Felicity.
Just chair 2,
All right,
comedian
guys,
casual.
let's get back
while
to the
typing
show.
Fireball Brown
Come on,
was going
let's get back to the
and went,
show.
it's crazy what
Patriot,
chat.
thank you for the soup chat.
Oh, it's gonna be
Appreciate
like
it.
that,
Appreciate it. Coastal Operator, thank you for the soup chat. Appreciate it, guys. All right. Let's do. We need to do the bow video. The bow video. Once Felicity's here, we'll do the bow video. As she's seen it.
All
All
right,
right, go
let's
ahead.
get to the
Play it.
bow
This is my
video.
ex-girlfriend. Check this out. Watch. This is my expectations of a girl. Boom! Huge bow. Fantastic. One of the best I've ever seen. Going around the table, would you bow for your boyfriend or husband?
No.
Nope.
Yes.
Of course.
Girl, what? I only bowed.
Can you move your mic that way, please? Move your mic that way.
Me?
Yeah, you. And then turn it straight, please. Go ahead.
I do it as a gesture sometimes, but I only bow to God. I don't worship my husband.
But I thought you said you'd be submissive to your husband.
But I do bow as a gesture. I think it's cute.
Bow on her knees.
But not in the way that I
Like
worship.
that kind of bow.
I worship you. Yeah, that was a
You
cute
do-
bow.
yeah, it was a cute bow.
Wait, was that actually your ex-girlfriend?
No.
No.
I was gonna say, why aren't you with her?
I say that though.
Yes.
You'd hit the bow for.
Yeah, as
okay.
a wise man once said, you make daddy a sandwich. Yeah.
But if he asked for it, would you do it?
Make her a
If he
sandwich.
asked me, would you bow right now for me, sweetie? I would just bow. Yeah, why not?
Okay. What about you? Would you hit the bow?
It's a cultural thing that we both already do.
Oh,
Nice.
you already did
Oh,
it.
wait,
So
what?
is that a no and a no? And did you say? Sorry, you said yes.
course.
So wait, no.
No.
Would you do it for the perfect man?
Fuck no.
The perfect man wouldn't ask me to bow to him.
Just a bow.
In my opinion, of course, my
He's
perfect man,
perfect
not
in
everyone's.
every other way.
Right, but why does he want you to bow?
Exactly. It's obviously indicative of another characteristic trait if
'Cause
he's bowed to
He wants
me
you. That
now.
makes him
Yeah.
feel that he's
I
respected.
don't think I think most really good men don't say it bow to me, you better worship me, but it's just
Bow to me.
I don't know.
How about a little bow?
It's an Asian
Cute.
culture.
Yeah.
Let's see
if
the
I was
bow.
Do you
an
want
Asian
that,
man,
Bryn? Is that
The
your
bow means,
main
respect.
one of your main
Yeah.
characteristics you
That's
want in
The
a
thing
female?
here,
Is what?
these women
Like
have
them
those
to
women.
bow to you like
what is
that.
it? One chair
You
one,
know, the
two.
thing is that
chair-
ultimately the bow's not that important. What it is though
Chair
is
7
a temperature check
and chair
for her
6.
agreeableness and then her cooperativeness.
They expect men to bow on their knees.
So
open
it
car
really,
doors for him, open
ultimately
doors
the
for him.
bow. It's not
But
about
they
the
can't
bow
give us one bow.
itself.
One
It's a
bow
check
is a
for
sign of respect.
is
That's
she
fucked up.
submissive? Will she do a totally
I
effortless,
say the bow is perfectly
completely
acceptable.
benign, harmless?
'Cause they expect
act
us to bow from
just
our knee
for the
to-
sake
for
of
marriage.
doing it because I ask for it.
They expect
And
us
that's
to
what it's
open a door
looking
for
for.
him, car door, any door.
Have you had someone do that for you?
Oh
expect
yeah,
us
all
to
the
put
time.
the chair frame
you-
behind
are
him
you
when they
actually
sit
serious? Are
down.
they?
If
Why
your
aren't
wife
you with
asked
them?
you, would you?
They expect
So
a lot of stuff from
if
us.
my-
So
no,
why can't
well, hold
we
on.
Like in
ask
private
for
at the
a
house,
simple bow
you know?
as a
Well,
sign
this
of
is the
respect?
compromise I'd be willing to make.
And
I say
appreciation.
for the perfect woman, even I would be willing to bow to her. But once a day. That's the cap. I won't do it more.
one time.
Once a day.
is enough, I guess.
But for the perfect woman, there's a lot of things I would be willing to compromise on for the perfect woman. So
Weren't you advocating for like a Western society and that doesn't really go along the lines of a Western society?
What would you compromise?
Exactly, yeah.
Thing you'd
I mean, they go on their they go on their
kings and
knees.
monarchs were bowed to, so it is.
They bow to the
it's
fucking
out of
bow their
fashion
heads on the
now, but
cock.
yeah,
So
it-
They don't do
I
it
don't know why
now?
they can't fucking do a
So,
simple bows of respect.
I don't
greeting
care.
their husband
You're
or greeting their
old-fashioned,
boyfriend.
man.
right?
Normal in Asia.
Okay. What part of Asia? Like all parts?
All.
More dominantly in Korea.
Interesting.
Oh,
okay.
Soo Young Kim.
I know, right? She
Yeah.
does, yeah.
And David. All of her.
know,
Yeah. All of her people.
Shout out Dave Ho.
Fuck is that?
But I guess
I
my
like it. I think
confusion.
it's very
have you
respectful and
question,
nice.
Jazz? Have you ever had a like a sneaky link?
Define sneaky link.
Like a guy who you just started seeing and it's just casual sex, basically.
No.
Yeah,
Have
she's
you ever
lying.
had a one-night stand?
Liar.
Yes, in college, yeah.
Have you had like more than one-night stand?
No.
You had one-night stand. Okay. Have you ever?
Sure, one.
It wasn't a one-night stand. Like you
Yes.
continued to see the guy.
Yes.
But you hooked up.
It's written
on the first date.
Not on like the first date, but there was situations where like we were hanging out, we were friends, we acquaintances, whatever, and then there happened to be a night where we hooked up, and then after that we were together. So I don't know how you would classify that.
Okay. How long had you known them? I guess.
How's she talking about?
A couple months, like 3
Okay.
months.
What I don't understand when it comes to the bow is you guys will.
Yeah.
Maybe this isn't the case for all of you, but I think if you ask a lot of women who refuse to do the bow, well, have you ever had a one-night stand? A lot of them would say yes. It's like you'll let a man put his penis inside of you. One of the most intimate things that you can really do. You'll let him. You'll S the D. You'll S the D. You'll let him blast on your face.
Yep.
In your fucking hair.
Exactly.
No,
yeah.
this
In the
isn't-
eyeball. Oh my god.
This isn't not regrettably, I will say, and it's a mixture of being overworked, full-time student, and a lot of alcohol.
Yeah, of course.
And regret.
Y'all will let a guy.
Sure. Blame stress and alcohol.
Do the bow?
Well, our standards are different now. Maybe if you asked me back then, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not asking you back then though. I am asking you now.
Sure.
Yeah,
Blame
my
stress and
standards have
alcohol.
changed. Like I wouldn't have a one-night
course.
stand now.
No,
Just
I know,
showing
but it's
mutual
like
respect with
you
gestures is
did,
not the
and
issue.
a lot of other
Good
women
couples
who
do
have
that without
objections
even
to this
thinking.
whole
The issue
benign
is the
bow thing.
context in which they mean. Yeah, like
they'll suck a dick within a minute.
They're just
2
hypocrites.
minutes.
A lot of the
Feel
women
less
today are just
than
hypocrites.
If you bow to a man, is that why you're like opposed
I
to
question
it?
why they're asking me to bow to them so that they feel
If you
superior.
ask a man to stop following women on Instagram, is it like the same?
If they do or don't. Like, what do you mean?
The question: if you ask a man to not follow women on Instagram, and then he's like, "Okay, bow to me,"
Aren't like
that's.
I'm not sure I should say this.
Clan, we're not at the roast. What? Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go
No,
ahead.
I'm not sure if I should
say,
say this. but-
say that shit.
But
Say
I find enjoyment in doing what I'm told.
Media.
Me too.
So
that's hot.
It's very attractive.
Maybe
It's a
that's
bow.
more
It's
correlated.
literally
bowing.
nothing. Like it's
bowing?
it's painless. You don't have to
Yeah.
change anything about
Can I ask
yourself.
why?
Hey, she's a keeper right here.
She is
she's
a keeper.
Wait, can I
not
ask both
even
of you?
not even the bow. I'm thinking of other things like
aren't
I don't
likes-
know, just not being told what to do. Yeah, I think it's attractive.
Well, you enjoy being submissive.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Have you pegged somebody, Jazz? Have you ever pegged a guy?
I have not.
Has a guy ever asked to be pegged?
I honestly don't want to talk about my sexual experiences on here.
I think.
Of course, you're a slut.
She's
No,
trying
I-
to get at. She pegged a guy once.
Inappropriate, but no.
You're so dirty-minded. Oh my
What the
god.
fuck? I'm not into that shit. I'm just saying. That's the kind. She
Wait.
wants to dominate a dude.
What's
she
the
wants
dirtiest
to
thing
dude
you? Oh,
over
you should
her.
want
Give
to
her 10 years.
No,
she'll
we're
come
back.
back.
Hold
She'll come
on.
back.
I want to
Sure.
answer her question.
Go ahead.
One.
You
is
said
a slut
yeah.
like
Sorry, you said I
Cherokee.
like submitting. Is that
Yeah,
what you
like
said,
why?
Jasmine?
Like why? Yeah.
Well, I don't think you should just submit to any man, right? Like, I don't think you should submit to your boyfriend. I think that that's reserved for your husband. So a marriage doesn't work without a submissive wife, and husband is head of the household. If it does work, it's much harder to make it work.
Wait, I have a question. Did you ever submit to a man before your husband?
Human
Was he
centipede.
oh, really? Okay.
No, never gave.
I think it's
shit.
also like naturally you want to do things for them. Like he doesn't even have to ask me of anything.
Right.
Like I'm already doing it, you know.
being proactive
This
and
idea of
anticipating your
submission.
man's needs,
Yeah,
husband's
like-
needs.
yeah, like
But it only
That's what
works,
marriage
you
is.
guys.
Yeah.
Submission only works, like you're saying, if he's a good guy who's taking care of you back. So this idea of just submissive in general, if you're
Yeah.
doing that with a controlling egomaniac,
That's how I feel.
and it's then you're being submissive is not. That's not creating a healthy relationship.
Yeah.
But what you're talking about, your husband's probably a wonderful guy because it sounds like you're very happy and it's working really well. I don't think there's any problem with being submissive to a good guy who loves and respects you and is taking care of you back. I think, like, if you want to be submissive and he respects you and takes good care of you back, and that's a dynamic that works for you guys, that's beautiful. But submission just across the board with any guy, he'd better be a good guy, is what I'm saying, because if you put yourself in that role with a guy who is comfortable taking advantage of you or is egocentric and not taking
brain
care
cells
of you
making
back,
the rounds.
well, then I can't imagine how that would be a happy, fulfilling relationship.
Well, it wouldn't be submission. It would be like a power struggle in that sense.
Yeah,
And I think a lot of women will say things like, my husband's just not a good leader. I can't trust him. He just can't make good decisions. But they've never actually let him lead and like actually submitted. And they think that submission is something that is earned when it is given through the covenant of marriage. So you just submit to your husband because you trust that God blessed you with that husband, and you trust God and trust that.
Well, hopefully he's a good one.
Yeah. Is there any
Of
reality
course.
where that man isn't living up to that standard of like leading actually, and like you're letting him do it, but he's just not?
Roast session
like-
already.
I will say that
roast.
beginning of our marriage, there were a couple decisions my husband made a mistake on, and I think that they're human. They're going to make mistakes.
What were the mistakes?
Off the top of my head, like one was financial, like we sold one of the cars and it, I don't know, in the end, like one of it actually ended up being okay, but at the time we were considering, but ultimately I gave the decision to him. That's like one I can think of off the top of my head, but the other one was probably smaller.
Bill said it best.
But
Chivalry
yeah,
is
I
dead
would say
and
that
women killed it. Yeah,
that the goal is
exactly,
for them to learn from that
Chivalry
mistake
is dead.
and then to grow from it.
And women
Especially
killed it,
like me getting
and
married
that's
so
because of
young,
feminism.
we're still figuring out life together. So I don't expect every single decision to be perfect, but I trust him to make that decision and then to pivot if it's.
Would there
if it ends
have
up being
ever been a
wrong
breaking
decision.
point for you if he kept kind of making those mistakes that and wasn't seeming to learn from?
What do you mean by breaking point?
Like, would you stick it out and just hope?
Like, like divorce, or what do you mean by
whatever
breaking?
you would consider like, you know, I don't know, taking time apart or sitting him down
No,
and being
don't
like,
suggest
hey,
that shit to
seriously,
her.
we need to consider.
Come on.
Making better decisions rather than just letting him mess up. Like, what would, I guess, what would be your divorce breaking point? Like, how
try-
many times would he have to?
Divorce isn't an option for me under any circumstance.
Yeah,
in
there you
my
go.
Marriage.
Even if he cheated on you?
Yeah, I wouldn't leave him.
Sure, 5.
Damn, that's crazy.
You know, my husband wouldn't cheat on me.
You're
That's just
okay.
something
stop.
You're a bad bitch. I will say that. Like, I called you a
Just
bitch,
stop.
but I meant like I say
Sure.
bitch to everyone. So I
Just
like
stop,
if you took it
I
derogatory.
wasn't that offended. It
You're
just-
like very bad bitch vibes. So like if a man cheat on you, you would tolerate?
Not my husband. If it was a boyfriend, I'd leave.
No,
but
I
my
feel like
husband,
you're.
I'm
I
not
know
leaving.
you're a man. Like you're a husband. If he cheated, you would tolerate it.
It would be extremely hard to get through. I think
And
that
then-
would be probably the hardest thing I went through in my marriage. But I don't believe in ending a marriage.
What if it was reoccurring infidelity?
Yeah, feminism killed the
I
family
mean, we'd have an issue
LGBTQ
there.
rainbow
like,
people.
But yeah,
is
I
the
wouldn't leave my
cleanup crew.
husband.
Even if he did it
Yeah.
multiple times.
Yeah, I
like-
wouldn't leave my husband.
Yeah, a lot of
I think
mentally
women
ill
should
people in
fold
the
laundry
rainbow
on
people.
the first date.
I think men should show that they're capable of folding an
Especially in the
article
trans
of clothing on
community,
the first
they're
date.
We
just
have a
mental.
per- I have a perfect girl.
I know how to
disagree
do
with you,
laundry.
Brian.
You disagree?
I disagree that women.
Why is that?
I think in a dating relationship, like boyfriend girlfriend, you shouldn't be doing too many wifey things for him before marriage because they're supposed to earn. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't do
disagree.
anything. I cooked for my boyfriend when we were dating all the time. Like I cooked for him. I maybe did his laundry once, but when you live as you're married before you actually get married, you're prematurely submitting to that man. And it's also like that saying, what is it? If you get the milk for free, why would you buy the cow? Like then he has no incentive to
Well,
to propose.
isn't that related to sex?
Yes and no, I think.
I guess she's relating it to other
You're
things.
I'm relating it to other
get
things.
married, so you're gonna practice being married.
I suppose it could be related to other things, but it's kind of that's really always that analogy.
When you
I guess,
speak
has always
about
been
That
about
comes
sex.
from sex, but she's saying it could be about that too.
Yeah, but I don't think like would y'all be cool if a guy? It's like this conditional femininity. So y'all will say, well, in order for me to be submissive and feminine and all these traits or whatever, I need to meet the right man first, who I feel safe doing that with. Now, I'm not saying that you should be submissive to
Covert feminist?
any
Maybe.
guy.
Maybe.
But this idea that you're going to be like this super masculine
more
woman,
than anything.
and
Yeah.
but
Had
then
issues with gay,
wait
lesbian people.
until
Well,
you're in a
gay, lesbian
safe
people,
environment with a guy to be feminine.
They're just who they are.
Crazy
like,
in the same
that's
way
their
that
preference.
if the guy said something like, "Well,
it's all right as long as
I am
as long as they don't try to
masculine man, and I am a leader, and
as
I
long as they
am a
don't try to
provider,
force
and
their
I am
stuff
a
on people.
protector, but
just do what they do. I guess like
I'm
just
only
do what their
that way
what their
until
purposes are.
I feel safe enough to do so
trans
with
people,
a specific woman.
like I said,
it doesn't make any
they could
sense
pretend to be whatever they want to be as long as they don't try to force it on people. Don't try to force it on kids.
My argument about like
Don't try to influence kids with that stuff.
Well, you're saying
because
like,
I believe it's a
need
mental
to
illness.
hold back
with those
certain
trans
things
people,
like
anyways.
being submissive, or
I don't
know,
know.
until we're married. And so, to me, it's just
Yeah,
this
yeah.
weird
Yeah, it's true, yeah,
But like,
gays
men
and
can't
lesbians
get
are
away with that. Men
getting
can't
unfairly
say,
locked
well,
together
I'm
with
really
the crazy.
dominant
That's
and
true.
masculine and a leader,
Yeah.
and assertive.
Crazy
But
ass people.
until then, I'm gonna be feminine, and I'm gonna be not assertive, and I'm not gonna be a leader
If she's
until I feel safe enough to do so with the woman. It wouldn't even get far enough. You wouldn't even get far enough in a relationship with a woman if you're not willing to do all those things on the front end, up front. So I think in the same way that women expect men to do these things up front, I think women should do the things up front too.
Well, let me revert it back to men real quick because I think the same for men. I don't think men should be providing fully for a woman while they're dating. Like, I don't think that he should be putting a roof over her head or getting her pregnant or whatever else, a husband does in a marriage. So I'm not saying hold everything back, but I'm saying there's something about marriage that makes it so sacred. And when you give pieces of yourself to people that are not your husband and wife, for women, of course, like it lowers their chance of pair bonding with their husband. And also, I think it creates resentment for women if they're prematurely submitting in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship because they don't have a ring on their finger, so they don't have that safety provision and protection that they would have in marriage. But it's like, oh, I'm already giving you, submission as your wife, but you haven't made me your wife yet. Does that make sense?
I mean, I think the trade-off would be giving him kids. I don't know if just... So what if you're not being submissive, what are you being? Quarrelsome and nagging and
No.
difficult?
When I say the word submissive, like submission, speaking boyfriend girlfriend, I mean like it's not the same type of submission you would have with your husband.
So
like
then
you can
why
still be
don't-
feminine, you can still be nurturing, you can still be a caretaker, but not living as husband and wife.
Sure.
Why don't you marry to date, since you were talking about like divorce isn't an option for you, and then also you're saying like if there's a boyfriend and girlfriend situation, he shouldn't be 100% providing.
Along with, yeah, I
and
know.
she shouldn't be 100%
I'm willing to help, but
submissive.
not playing along with the
What
delusion.
do you
Yeah,
mean by that? Oh, you
don't
mean
play
'cause I
along
said
with the
date to
schizophrenic
marry?
delusions. Why it is
Yeah, why
exactly?
isn't it,
Yeah,
like, in Islam
like
where
we
you
with
do,
schizophrenic people,
marry
those
to
we
date,
accept
where you marry and
that
you
they have a
stay with that
problem.
woman or husband.
And but we don't play into
I mean,
it.
I would prefer
We're just
it
like,
that
okay,
way. I
they have
just think that
schizophrenia,
this
so
is
just
how,
don't
like,
play along with
that's
what
how
they're
we are
doing.
in the West, where you
Yeah,
date
so why
for a
should we
long
do it
time.
with trans
when
people
I say
and
date
whatnot?
to marry and
Right?
that nobody dates to marry anymore,
That's
I don't.
mental illness.
I
Like,
think,
we don't
like especially around
encourage
our
it. We
age,
shouldn't be
it's just
encouraging
like,
it.
oh,
Actually,
just let me,
we shouldn't
let's
be
date
encouraging
for
it
fun.
at all.
Like, let me go on 5 dates a month and hook up with these
Yeah,
guys.
it's-
and
we live in a
let's just
fucked
have
up time,
fun.
that's for
But
sure.
To me, like, I was always looking for my husband through dating. Like, I never wanted just
Yeah,
to
I
waste my
understand that.
time.
So
Yeah.
And the reason why we live in a fucked up time is because of feminism. That's why.
And again, I think the woman should do the laundry, first date, do the laundry, clean the house, first date, immediately, hit the bow, boom. But everybody here raised their hand when they want the guy to pay for the first date, right? Everybody here raised their hand? Well, besides you, but you did. So what's the most expensive first date you've ever been on, Jazz?
First date?
Yeah, like maybe $50, $100. What do you think?
Maybe like 150.
150.
Yeah.
And he paid the whole bill.
Yes.
Okay. And you had an expectation that he paid it, right?
Yeah, but he's that type of person too.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't understand
course she would say
when
that.
it comes to this expectation. So if we're looking at it in practical terms,
I would have been fine splitting the bill, but he's the type of guy that is like.
well, you could
"No,
have
I'm-"
insisted.
In other words, she's just taking advantage of him.
Well, if he had asked, I'm not gonna be like no. Like,
Did he ask on the date?
No.
Okay, she's always taking advantage. Women say that they're actually taking advantage of men when they say, "Well,
except for her,
he offered,
all of you
so
have the
like, how could I say
expectation that
no?"
the guy should pay for the
In other
first
words,
date.
you're taking
Let's
advantage of him.
Say that a typical first date, let's just say it's $100.
Plus, it's only
right?
in these
You know,
first world countries
decent
that this
place,
exists. Yeah, that's
a
true.
drink or two,
In my country,
dessert,
wouldn't give
whatever.
this
Let's say it's
time of day.
$100. Maybe it's cheaper.
Yeah, first world
50
countries,
bucks.
that's
If the
where
guy pays for the
feminism
whole
is
thing,
thriving
here's
right
what
now.
You're asking of him.
It's fucked.
Let's say he works,
And
I know
that's
some of you are
why
probably dating
we
men
have
more
the
than
birth
this,
rate crisis
but
in a lot of
you're
first world countries.
23, right?
It's
not
because the
enough.
feminism
You could be
convinces
dating a guy
women
who works
to
a
go after
retail job,
careers
you could
and
be dating a guy who's
demonize
also in
motherhood.
This guy did own his
So
own
they're choosing not to have kids
Right,
and
but you would still have this
choose
expectation
to
on the other guys who are
prioritize
also
their
in college.
careers and
Maybe
also
they make
prioritize
$20
their
an hour. Let's say
sexuality
he
and
works
their
a construction
and
job,
exploring their
and he makes
sexuality, which
$20
is
an hour.
promiscuity,
When you women
screwing
say,
around.
I want a guy to pay for the first date. You're
It's
saying,
fucked, yeah.
and
So,
let's say the first date costs $100.
less than
I want
well,
you
in 20
to
years or
physically
less,
labor for 5
the
hours.
birth
so
rate
you can
crisis
pay
is
for
going to
my
hit us
shit.
hard because there's going to be
That's what you're saying
not
when
that
you
much
say,
young
I
workers
want
to
men to pay
replace
for
the
the first
old
date.
that in half, 'cause
aging
I
out
didn't
workers that are
you to do
currently
this,
nearing
and it takes you 3
um,
seconds to do. It
retirement
takes you no
right now.
effort. You don't break a sweat. You want men
it's
to
going
pay
to
for
hit
first dates.
society
A lot
hard,
of
and
men
we're going
are
to come
in,
close
they're in blue
to a
collar
collapse
jobs.
in a
They're
lot of
working
first world
dirty,
countries.
dangerous,
You're
disgusting
suggesting that doing
jobs.
the dishes and laundry isn't
It's
labor?
It's pretty fucked right now.
Well, I'm speaking specifically about the bow, but I would even further argue that doing the laundry takes like, okay, you put in the machine, then you fold it, 10, 20 minutes tops. Cleaning the house, that's a little different, you know, that could be a bit more intensive. But what I'm trying to get at here as it relates to the objections to the bow, that takes 3 seconds, no effort, you don't break a sweat. When you ask a guy to pay for the first date, and he works a construction job, gets paid
That's
maybe
true,
$20 an hour.
Yeah, a lot of people are
You're asking them to work 5 hours.
2.5 hours.
A lot of the reason why it's starting to
Fine, sure, because he's
hit negatively a lot of women.
Fine. He's working 2.5
It's because the MGTOW
hours.
is rising.
A
Men
bow
going their
takes
own
3
way.
seconds.
A lot of men are tired
So
of this
why is it
feministic
fair for
bullshit,
y'all to
so
say,
they're
"I want a
staying
man,
away from a lot of
assuming he
these
works a physically
women in first world
laborious
countries
job,
that are
to
influenced by
physically
feminism,
labor
and they're
for
actually
2.5
seeking women
hours?
in third
Why
world
is it fair
countries
for you
who
to say on the first date that a woman
have
should
never really
clean
went
the
on
house
internet
and
at
fold the
all
laundry? It's the
and
same-
have never been
it's the
infected with
same
feminism
standard.
yet or
Okay,
influenced
but
at
that's
all.
the same standard. I
Right.
That's
expect you
why
to pay the bill if
passport
you're
growth
expecting
is
you
on
to
the
do your
rise.
laundry and clean the house. We're putting the same
There's a
standard.
lot of
Sure.
men looking for women
You don't even know.
who are not
You have to
influenced
go
by
on a date
feminism.
to find out
They're
what
looking
you
for them in
like.
third world
Are you
countries.
gonna like take her home and say, "Do my laundry"?
No, here's
first?
what I did.
Weird.
Here's the move. Here's the move.
Right? He's single, by the way.
Yeah.
Weird, but that's
Here's
just
the move.
weird. I just
Yeah,
never washed my
a lot
fucking
of
socks.
us men, like
Really?
Canada, USA, we're getting tired of this feministic bullshit.
So look,
It's just
here's the move.
ridiculous.
I'll tell you the move. I'm going to put you guys on some game.
That's why Canada, America, and a lot of first world countries are going down the drain.
All right.
That's
so the
why
girl-
things
the
are
girl
fucked
comes
up.
over, The girl comes over.
Because you got
and
idiot women
you're
like
"Oh, let me get a
them
tour of the
voting,
house." And then
voting
the
everything
girl
into the ground.
comes in the laundry room, and then you just look at her. You look at the laundry machine. You look back
Yeah.
at her. Maybe you glance back at the laundry machine. Now I'm a nice guy, right? I've already put the clothes in, so it's wet. She needs to it was washed already. She just has to transfer it to the dryer. She's got to transfer it to the dryer, and then she has to fold it, right? So or you know what? Sometimes I'm really nice. I already put in the dryer. It's done. It's dry. It's ready to fold. So she just needs to fold it.
She has
And
to put your clothes in the dryer because you paid for her spaghetti and meatballs. That's what
Exactly.
you're saying.
That's exactly.
That's
Carla,
fucked up.
Is
You're
wild.
very, Carla.
A lot
That's a
of
good observation.
these women think
So-
that housework
Hold on,
is
hold
a
on.
full-time
And
job.
So here's what you do.
When in actuality,
and then
what?
you just look at her. You don't
They
even
do
need to say
laundry,
anything. And then
they
you
clean the
just,
house,
You look at the
they get groceries, they make
you
the
look
food.
back at her.
That's like what?
And then you walk out of the
That's
laundry
not 8 hours.
Right.
That's definitely not
And
8
the
hours.
first date-
Yes, on the
I know my
first
mom
date,
used to
you
do
start
that,
building
No one's how
like
long?
in
She's saying
for a
it's
house
weird,
of
like, she's like, I would
5
never
people.
go- well, first of all,
She
I
did
wouldn't
that
go to a guy's
in
house.
4 hours tops,
by
more or
her
less.
answer.
I am. She's like
Everything,
very,
yeah.
like,
4 hours tops or
from
less.
her answers this whole time, like I'm surprised that she's saying that. Like,
But I'm also logical. Like, I'm not going to go home with a guy on after the first date, and then he looks at his laundry, and I'm like, I'm touching your dirty underwear. Like, we
Wait, at
just
what point
met.
did you do that for your man?
Look, I'm a nice guy.
When
It
did
was
I do
already
that?
dry.
Yeah, like when
It's
did you
drying.
start doing it for your man?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I did his laundry a couple times while we were dating, but
Like at what point though?
I don't know, maybe
She
like
also
a
has to
few
make
months.
me a quilt.
What, Brian? What the fuck are these?
Wait,
like-
Brian, here's my compromise.
And some fucking moccasins.
How-
If she doesn't know how to make moccasins, she's
Okay,
not
now
Yo,
you're trolling.
hold up.
He's
Let me
trolling
put you on some
everybody.
game. If
Yeah,
she
he's
doesn't know
trolling.
how to
He's
make
gotta be.
moccasins, find someone who will.
Moccasins.
If she won't, find somebody who will.
That part.
Brian wants a
Quote the
unicorn.
moccasins.
Everybody, he wants
She should knit me a cardigan.
Brian.
If she doesn't knit me a cardigan on the first date,
That's the what if, here's my compromise. First date, she brings you homemade banana bread.
Yeah.
You pay for dinner.
does that
That's
have,
her, like,
little chocolate chips in it?
if you want it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm down with
I
that.
feel like that's more of like, I'm feminine. I know how to cook.
I'm more
Here's
of a
your banana
cookie guy,
bread, but
but
I'm not
sure.
coming over to do your
more of a
laundry.
cookie
Yeah, back in the day, before
How does your mom see that? Oh, sorry.
before the 80s, definitely during the 70s still, women used to actually bake stuff for men.
Yeah, so look, I'm just saying.
They used to do that, yeah, before the 80s, definitely in the 70s, but
How long does
70s
it
and
take you to
back,
get ready for a first
women
date?
used to bake things for men that they liked.
Hours?
Whether it be food dish or a treat dish like cookies or cake or whatever. Not anymore. That's fucking. That stuff is long gone.
This is premeditated right here. You think, there's a lot
Barely groomed.
Household chores should be shared. My friend got pissed because I told his wife
I gotta
they
get
should
the beard.
both be making the bed
Do you
when she
genuinely
apologized
love
for it,
big labia, or is
nor
it just
being
like a
made
troll
yet when I was
mechanism?
visiting.
I think you're fucking trolling.
Well,
I refuse to date
it depends.
So, like,
It
on a
depends.
first
Like
date,
the
you're
man,
hey, what are your labia length?
if he's working and she's a
Kind of like how a
homebody,
woman could be like, hey, what's your bank account? Is that
um,
equivalent?
husband's tired from a long day at
So
work,
asking
8-hour
a gr-
work,
a girl's
or 10 hours, whatever he's
labia
working.
length is equivalent
So
to asking
technically,
the
the
bank
woman
account of a
should be
girl would
doing all the
ask, like,
chores.
how much money
But
is in your
if they're
bank
both working,
Well, I'd actually
yeah,
be more
they
likely
could
to just
they could
ask
work
for
something out
bump
where
count.
chores are
the labor thing's
split
not a
in a
deal.
way.
Are
I
you gonna
guess
wear it on a date?
Probably not.
depends.
Okay.
I've only worn this 2 times.
Depends who. If they're working the same amount of time, then yeah, they could work it out who does what.
I wouldn't wear
Do
this shit.
girls know like what you advocate for when you go on a date with them? Do they know like what your
Do you link your podcast and your?
yeah?
if
Do they
you're
know like
online
about
dating?
you?
Bro, have not been on dating apps in a while.
I'm not talking about dating apps. I'm just talking about like general dating.
What about it?
Like,
You can't look at.
do they
the
know
thing
who
is,
you are?
what do you
Like, do you meet girls like on a like in
I
random?
don't reveal, so I'm not going to reveal my relationship status, but I
That's
can tell
not
you this.
revealing
Hold
your
on, but-
relationship status.
What I'll tell you
That's
this
true too,
is,
yeah.
so I'll just say this. I've been
Most
doing content
households
for a
are both
minute,
are working,
but
yeah.
since I've started the podcast, I don't date like normal people. So some of this shit.
It shouldn't
I
be
say
that
I
way
can
though.
Understand? Like
The only reason why it's that way
Don't
is
get me
because
wrong.
of
the way I used to date
the companies started the
What's the old way?
long time ago
take
the
initiative,
the
right?
rich
Be messaging them on
bigwigs
dating
when their
app, right?
companies
Like, you know,
wanted to
whatever,
increase
I'd
their
see
revenues and
girl,
productivity,
Like,
I'd
message
say, hey,
you.
what's up?
and to do that they
Not
had to get
girls
women into
message
the
you.
workplace.
Exactly.
They're
So
the
I
ones that
only
actually
picked-
started
I-
feminism.
I've only picked among the
And
girls who contact me
what's
first.
fucked too is since then,
kind of-
since they put women to workplace,
that's interesting.
men's
Okay.
wages have remained the same.
So
It
you
hasn't
don't, like,
increased
go out to a
since then,
restaurant or,
since
like, a bar
feminism
or
took
club and,
hold.
like, you don't approach girls.
When I was
It's
younger,
because it's
So the
going
girls
towards
you
a
only
woman
date
a lot.
now
Like
are
not a
girls
lot, but
that
you know,
hit you up.
all that stuff should be going towards the
it's a
men in
way
their
better
work. But
dynamic, trust me.
Why?
yeah, it's all
Can you, like,
about them
elaborate on that? 'Cause I'm
wanting to
well,
increase their
well,
revenues and their
they've,
profits and their
they've, like, just
productivity,
pre-selected
so they
for
can make
me.
more money and get
He already knows they're
more yachts
interested.
per year or more whatever
Yeah.
the fuck they're buying
And
every
it's
year.
just like it's
Basically, they're
this,
just sitting on money and not
interesting role reversal
putting it
because
back into
I
the
mean, when I was
economy at
younger, it
all.
was the
Really,
total
sure they
opposite.
do little
Most women
charitable
don't
donations
approach
here and
their
there,
girl men.
charities, but that's
So,
nothing. It's pennies compared
it's just a
to
way
the
better
money, the the amount of money that they're sitting on.
I don't.
It's fucked.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
Yep. So.
I can't relate.
So yes, the
People
girls
I've met like that
dated.
are weirdos.
They reached out to me.
You don't think they're weirdos though? Like
Some of them are, sure.
that's what I'm saying. Like
But
you
then
don't.
I don't date them.
You have to like.
But there are like plenty of good ones that are like, hey Brian, I really align with all your values. Here's like my girlfriend application.
Yeah.
That's a way better
Wait, what is
dynamic.
the? Wait, hold on. What is the girlfriend application?
I don't have
People
a
don't know how to
girlfriend
cook now
application,
anymore.
but
Yeah, a
they'll
lot of women
literally
don't know how to
tell me
cook
about
anymore.
themselves and be like, hey Brian, I've heard you say XYZ on the
These days they
podcast.
buy
I
space
fully
cars.
agree with everything you
Yeah.
say or most of what you say.
Love bomb.
I want to see one of these DMs. I'm so curious. No, I don't not believe you. I just I'm so curious what these girls. I was about to say hoes. What are these girls saying to you?
I'll just say this: before I started the podcast, I was on dating apps. That's how I was meeting girls. Shortly after I started the podcast, stopped the dating apps, and it was just people coming to me. So.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the conclusion is podcasts are a pussy magnet.
Well, no, I mean that's not what I'm
Man,
saying.
if you want bitches, start a
That's
podcast.
not what I'm saying, but in the same way
Brian here.
But like all you girls here, you get a bunch of guys that come to you. Like it probably doesn't cross your mind like, oh, okay, I'm gonna be the one to go out
Calm
to the
down,
bar
Lexi.
and
Don't
go
be a simp.
approach that dude.
Don't be
I'm
simp.
gonna make all the effort. No, so I'm basically
Gotta pay
doing
simp tax.
what y'all do.
You attract, you don't chase.
Maybe. Oh
I
yeah, you
guess.
attract.
I think you have
Get
to
it.
as a public somebody in the public sphere though, because otherwise, like you
Dating
said,
apps
it's
are
just
cancer. Yeah,
hard.
dating apps are
You have to explain
cancer.
your
They're
values
bullshit.
to
Yeah,
everybody
it's
But isn't chasing
it's stupid dating
masculine
apps.
trait?
It's
Isn't it masculine to
all the
chase?
women do is because they're influenced by feminism. They look for the top 10% guys, which are eights, nines, and tens on the attractiveness scale from 1 to 10.
One thing I found when women
That's another good site if you ever watch it. Is Homath. Check it out on YouTube. Homath is HOEMATH. Homath. He explains everything perfectly right now on how women think because of feminism.
And then, like a couple messages later,
It's pretty
like, oh,
fucked.
never mind. I just wanted to talk to you.
What?
So sometimes they're indirect with it, but
Do you fuck them the first time?
One thing I like about Homath's channel is that he shows detailed graphs and pictures and other stuff, illustrations that he draws himself. It's pretty informative, very good pictures and explanation and all that stuff. Like, it's cool. Just check it out.
And then the conversational burden basically immediately shifts
The best
back
relationships happen
to the
by
guy
chance.
anyways. So like, yeah, they send the first message,
Depends.
but I'm going to be the one
Depends.
leading it forward from there anyways.
Depends.
So, I don't know if that- yeah.
I'd say it.
Damn. Okay.
It's rare because of feminism.
Girls,
I don't think I've ever revealed that actually.
If you want to date Brian, just
You're saying
slide
there's
into
a
his
chance.
DMs. Slide into his DMs and tell him that you.
Oh, I wanted to
like
give
his
the
values.
girls some game though. So I know you hate the bow, but look, or at least some of these submissive things or whatever, or even the laundry. And it doesn't have to be the first date, but the first time you go to the guy's house. I'm fucking telling you. I know you're gonna hate this, but again, it doesn't have to be the first date, but the first time you're at the dude's house, just go and fold his laundry unprompted. Or ask him, can I do your laundry? I know that sounds bad.
Why are you giving?
But the guy will fucking love you.
No, he doesn't.
And if you guys are struggling as women,
He doesn't.
hold on. If you guys are struggling as women to lock down a dude or why not try it? Like, what actual harm would it do?
Yeah.
It,
harm would
it
it
won't
do?
do any harm.
No.
And I think it'll go a long way to getting the guy. And if that's your ultimate goal, to get the guy, be like,
Do you think women just like doing laundry?
it doesn't. Do you
It's
think?
service.
Do you
No,
think
it's
I
service.
like?
He thinks he's giving advice. It's not good advice.
It is good advice.
Really good advice.
No, it's not.
It is good advice.
It's actually really
to
good
get a man
advice.
that only
It is
sees
good advice.
value in you.
No,
folding
it has
his
nothing to do
clothes.
with.
They don't give a fuck. They think you're
hook
just
up
a
with a
doormat
guy,
if you
It's
do
gonna
that.
no. It's going to set
Yeah.
you aside from every
No, you're just
other.
gonna remember
Any
it.
girl can fold your laundry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Any girl
I
could fold
promise
your laundry.
you, they
Do
would
they?
rather have you fold their laundry than talk to them about what you learned in psychology class that day. Like,
Yep.
men are just very,
I'm
they're
gonna
simple
talk what they
creatures.
learned in
They don't look,
psychology.
they don't look down on you for doing their laundry. I promise. They're like, oh my
They'll be
god,
impressed.
this woman
My
is
female
from
doesn't
heaven.
idol.
It
Like,
doesn't have
that's
to be
how
they
their
look at
their
you as a
mindset.
mother.
You could try this.
No, they don't. And I
Just
think
suck
that's
their dick.
condescending.
They both.
No. You gotta understand.
Try to choose
You
fuck in
gotta
the head.
understand. For some dudes, if that's all they're looking for, you said S their D.
Oh, sorry.
That's not going to keep a dude around. Trust me.
Oh, it
and
does.
y'all
It
y'all
does
women
wonders.
have been there. Trust me. Y'all have been there dealing with a dude, and you're giving him
Chair 2
everything
is fucked in the
sexually,
head.
and it's not enough to keep him. It's not enough to keep him. You got to
think
do
men
some,
like
because
hearing you
all the
speak,
other
bitch.
women are offering pussy in their
Yeah.
mouth. You got to do some
they're
other
not.
shit if you want the guy. And look, you might not like it, but I'm just being honest with you, and I'm giving you some fucking game.
You are
I'm
not giving
telling
me
you,
game.
He
son.
is.
I'm
As
gonna-
sad as
I'm-
it sounds,
look,
I agree with
it doesn't
him.
have to even be laundry.
agree
Bring
with
him
him.
like, cut him some watermelon or some fruit or some shit.
I'll bake
I make
Bake
hummus for my
things.
house.
Yeah, bake something
Bring
is,
him some
but I
food.
like serving.
Yeah, you
Banana
could
bread,
do that.
yeah.
But I'm telling you, I'm putting you on some game. You got to
Yeah.
set yourself apart from these other ladies.
Yeah, I agree with
Man, the
some
first
part.
night,
You're right.
you make his bed, you fold his little boxers,
no,
and then you leave. That's it. Period.
No,
He's
no,
in
no.
love. Done.
No, but they can look at you as a
sounds so
doormat.
easy.
Like
That's
No.
not doormat activities. I that's literally my role in my marriage.
But like, did you do that initially for your man, like in the get?
If a girl
I'm saying
came
it's
over,
my role in my marriage. My husband
in the
doesn't look
get,
down on me.
Like for the
doing
first 2
laundry.
dates, did you do
That's
it?
y'all's dynamic, and it's
In the
fulfilling
get-up?
for
Well,
both
that's
of
why I
you.
told him I don't agree with first date, but like
Yeah.
doing that is an act of service, and I don't think a man is like, oh, she's my little slave, like she's.
Is that
know.
your love language?
Thank you, Arctic.
What?
Like your top? What's your top like love language? Like act of service? Sorry, I know you hate this
It's okay.
topic. Okay.
I'm just
Remember
saying,
that shit.
do
Shut up,
something.
Chair
Put
2.
yourself.
No.
Look, do
Ladies,
something different.
suck the
you
dick
wanna get,
so good that it fucking
God.
makes him go crazy.
Wait, no, I
you don't
would say
love us
Fucking
please
suck
don't
degenerate.
touch
I
that
don't
man.
think if you're single, you shouldn't be giving advice on.
No, because
And don't touch that man.
you don't fuck
on
them.
the
You
first
suck
date.
the dick.
But wouldn't
It's
that
very
make you
different.
more of a doormat?
No, because it's
Can I
through your
ask,
mouth, not
what's
your
the
pussy.
opinion
All of us
of a
can
guy
suck
being
dick.
super-
Chair
Come
2 is a
on, like,
fucking
seriously,
degenerate.
we're all grown
Fucking
ups.
degenerate.
It does.
That's a good
that's
question.
not-
I've had guys ask me to be their girlfriend after I suck their dick multiple
I need to
times. I'm
think
like,
about
I'm
that.
not
I
down.
need to think about
just
that
like
one,
want
Because
to.
you didn't fold their underwear.
No, they asked me to be their girlfriend. I just didn't want to do it. Like,
response is
fuck.
small.
But that
Yo,
doesn't make you
Natalia,
more of a
thanks for
Think
the
done
doormat.
for
membership.
us.
It's
Like,
good to see
I
you.
don't remember for taking.
No, 'cause
Yeah,
I like
exactly.
sucking dick. It's
Chair
Stop,
2's
stop,
fucked
stop.
head.
sorry.
She doesn't
Look,
understand.
you gotta
She's
look,
just fucked.
for some dudes. Maybe that's gonna work, maybe, but you got to be bringing. Because look, how long does like of the time that you spend with a man, unless he's just kicking you out
He's
right
gonna
away.
see you as cheap.
Like, okay, you have you oral.
If all she does is sucking
regular
guys'
sex,
dicks, that's
30 minutes.
why she's not
an
married.
hour, maybe.
They just see her as cheap.
And then what
Give or
about the
take.
other 7 hours I'm with you?
I would hope that there would be meaningful
What-
conversation
That's
and
usually
a
what I
deeper
look for.
connection.
On the first date, yeah.
Bruh.
That's just me.
girl.
You
What's
don't-
into
you don't know
me?
who
I
to
have the
listen to?
best
It's
advice.
me, Felicity. Trust me.
Don't listen.
I'll put you on some game.
I have the
Felicity.
best advice ever.
No.
Yeah.
I'll try
Bro,
both.
suck his dick.
Yeah,
that's
you
your
do.
advice. That's not advice, bro.
No, don't.
That's what the ladies
Don't do
You
that.
already
either
doing.
You either don't do anything. You just act like you do anything, or you do suck the dick so good that it's like what makes them go
No.
crazy.
No. Sees
And
you as
then-
sees
Don't
you as
forget
sees you
that.
as cheap.
That's like,
No, they don't. They
it's
literally
like a little
because it's
level
not like
to-
you're not having actual
Move
like
to the next level.
intercourse.
Yeah,
see
that's
you
like
as
folding
cheap.
clothes, but like to the extreme.
I think that giving a guy head would actually make you seem like more of a doormat than folding his
Yeah,
laundry.
exactly,
saying. It's way
exactly,
more extreme.
exactly.
I don't know. I love it. It's great.
But that's the thing is that
I'm just
women,
different. Yeah.
women more
I date
will,
different guys than you guys too.
women will
Base
more
share
readily
5.
have a casual sexual encounter, like immediately
It's
have
true.
oral
Single
sex,
shit-
immediately
shut the
have
fuck up.
intercourse.
Exactly, yeah.
But take 10, 15 minutes
Yeah.
to fold his
Chair
laundry.
1 and 2, they should
That's
just
so
shut the
much
fuck up.
effort.
Never.
I'm impressed.
But you'll literally put his penis into your fucking mouth.
Oh my god,
What
I love
the
that.
fuck?
I love
For
Yeah.
it.
her, it's satisfying. For her, it's
You
not
will
satisfying.
stop.
for
TF,
her.
man.
Mom, if you're watching this, I'm sorry. I like sucking dick.
These girls at the universities, I'm gonna do the fucking Trump hands. The fucking Trump hands.
Felicity, don't
These
listen to me.
girls,
I
these
don't
sorority
listen to me.
girls.
Don't listen to me.
Oh,
Scared.
Pike
Don't listen to me.
or Sig Ep. You're gonna go to the fraternity house, and that guy's
Sigma,
been
Sigma,
day
Sigma.
drinking all fucking
not
day.
at a frat
He's been
house.
sweating into his
Ew.
Calvin Klein
we love it.
boxers. Oh my god, I'm spitting.
You're putting diamonds.
He's gonna be sweat. He's been sweating in those boxers for
Don't-
days. So he's having
No.
the frat boys. Do you think they change their
Yeah, and
sheets? son?
samesies.
And
Don't
you're gonna be
suck
sucking
frat boy
that.
dick. Don't
give a
you're
shit.
sucking the dick. You're sucking the frat penis. Sucking the.
Chair 1
frat
looks
penis.
embarrassed to be there, yeah.
You're sucking sucking it. The fuck? And
You like that?
what the fuck?
She's gagging.
And what was I saying?
Was she
No,
gay?
don't suck frat boy dick. Frat boy
I thought
dick
that was
is
chair
dirty
2
and
for a second. I
gross.
thought chair 2 was
frat
going,
boy penis.
like she
Suck
likes
the
it.
rich dick. Suck
going,
the
"Oh,
rich
fucking
dick and know
nasty
that
bitch."
they have money, then you suck the dick.
You'll put That dude's
Yeah,
been
plus he
sweating.
sucked the rich
He's
chick.
been playing beer pong
Oh my God,
all
I can
fucking
show you
day.
rich guys,
He's been
yes.
playing, the frat guy,
But
been
don't
playing
suck
beer
their
pong
dick. I think
all
don't suck
fucking
their
night. Let me tell you
You're
this.
the type of girl
all night,
18-year-olds.
been fucking playing
What
beer
about
pong.
50-year-olds?
He's been,
I don't suck their
anyways, look,
dick.
I'm
Yeah,
just
don't,
saying,
yeah, don't
and
do
you
that.
will insert his member into your gullet, but
He's
you
still
won't do a
going.
motherfucking bow. That is fucking crazy to me. What
I
the
100%
fuck?
Have you ever eaten the girls
agree
like
with that.
nunu
I
on the
don't do
first
that.
time?
I don't do that. I don't go down.
Wait, do you know who Ash Trevino is?
Really?
Why?
Oh, sorry,
why?
guys.
Do you know Ash Trevino?
Sorry to disappoint you.
No.
So upset.
What?
Is that like
Never
an
mind, never
intimate,
mind.
like girlfriend
Look,
thing?
I have not done that. I've done it. I haven't done it since the Bush
Summer of
Bush
98?
administration.
I love that
When
you
was
remember that by it was an
What year was
Oh wait,
that?
hold on.
But what's the point?
You
of
don't
the
enjoy
shirt?
it.
Yeah, it was
That's
like
why he doesn't do it.
2000.
The shirt. If he's not gonna appreciate it, why do you?
I appreciate it in
Thank
other
you.
ways, not
don't know
related to
about
my
that.
mouth.
You don't like
Then
it?
how else?
Wait, when was Bush president? What year?
2000 to 2008.
9/11.
That's the last time.
Yeah, like-
Nunu since 2008?
Yeah, 2007, 2008.
Y'all, Brian and I haven't
Appreciate
seen
it.
Nunu in decades.
Painting.
It's almost been 2 decades.
No Nunu.
What?
Look, but by the way, let me make something very clear to you, Erica Perry. Let me make something clear. My philosophy when it comes to well, not that, but pleasing women, she's got to come first at least once.
She's got to come first.
She's got to come
Right by
first.
your
at
mouth.
least once.
Appreciate
No,
painting,
not by
but
my
he
mouth.
doesn't
There's
have
other
to lick
ways.
it.
The majority of women don't
So like finger bang?
finish by penetration.
There's other ways.
No, I'm mouth.
How did we get here?
I haven't.
I don't know.
Let's circle back.
There's an orgasm. There is an orgasm gap. It is true.
How do you do
What's
that?
the orgasm gap?
How do you make a girl orgasm, Brian?
Yeah, what's the
I'm just
tell
saying.
us.
What do you do?
It's not like I'm
it's getting
greedy.
fucked up
It's like her pleasure. She's got to come first.
Okay, so how do you do
And if
that?
she-
Wait, what if she's 10 out of 10 perfect woman for you, and she's like, but this
Are
is
you
the
gonna fold her
stimulation.
laundry?
Yes.
Like you
Gonna
have
fold
to
her up
like,
like a.
She's perfect.
perfect.
So she's a
burrito?
virgin.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Whatever your
You want a virgin?
she's a virgin. Yeah.
perfect in every way, but that's her one stipulation.
She's perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, sure. I'll do it. For the perfect woman, sure.
A virgin is perfection to you.
Well, hold on. There's other
Characteristics.
characteristics too. You want the list? I can give you
Yeah.
the list. I'll give you.
She's a
Wait,
virgin.
so
but she
you
gets
don't-
eaten.
We can probably assume.
You exclude a body count over 10, basically?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
He wants a virgin.
There
How
you
old
go.
are you again?
Find guys'
36.
traditional gender roles
1989.
Shut up,
motherfucker.
Cherry.
They
Fuck.
understand that guys also find girls' traditional gender roles attractive. They think we want talkative, independent boss
I
babes.
like a
lol.
quiet.
I don't think you want
guy.
that.
Quiet. You know.
No, men want
Lulu,
submissive,
Quiet woman.
quiet.
Yeah, I mean, we do want quiet women.
Virgin
You're not
laundry.
gonna find a virgin.
people.
Talkative, independent boss babe. I am not a
Yeah,
boss
but
babe.
it could be low body count.
Which
but
is
you
fine.
asked about perfect woman. So yeah, yes,
I
she
want
would
to see
be
the
a
list.
virgin.
A 37-year-old virgin.
I don't want a
or
woman that
what
prattles
age
on
range
like
are
fucking
you?
Cher 1 and 2. Oh my god,
in
it's
terms
fucking
like
annoying.
what would be the perfect
I'd lose my
woman?
fucking mind.
Sure.
8. You're asking for
8?
age?
Yeah.
I don't know, between 22 or 20 to 23, I guess.
20.
Yeah, sure.
Brian,
What?
you're in your
You're
30s.
37 or whatever.
So?
Actually, no, I don't. Yeah, no, because most guys I dated when I was in my early 20s were much older. So I get you.
I don't care what the age
Yeah,
gap
I
is.
don't care about it either. I date guys who are 70. Fuck.
What the fuck?
That's what young girls
I fuck
say.
guys
they
who are
are
70.
dumb.
I mean,
Joanna's
I actually was
Showing
thinking
through
about
their
maybe
dumb.
making the cutoff, like if you were born after 9/11.
That's a good
That's
cutoff.
so that's like what they would. Those
After
2000.
They're not 2005.
So that's like 24.
24, yeah.
So they're born
Ooh,
2000.
Too old.
2001. You want
The
this is cut out.
Afghanistan. When did we invade Afghanistan?
So girls who were born in
Right, right.
2000 are now 20.
Like
no,
97,
25.
At the
98.
cutoff.
I don't know. Good
Wow.
talk.
All
Why
right.
don't you like girls your own age?
Well, hold on.
Are we too old for you?
Hold on. I would date. Just
I
to be
fold
clear.
better laundry
hold
than
on,
these
hold on.
bitches.
Just to be clear.
I can make those creases sharp.
She's like, nope, I feel better.
Sorry.
So I've dated women older than me too.
WTF is a
I dated
podcast.
when I was
Sugar baby?
Yeah.
when I was 30.
Sugar baby Brian?
No, it wasn't. No. When I was 32, 31, 32, I dated a woman who's like 44, 45.
Oh, what happened?
I don't know. We dated like 6 months.
You went home with a Capri Sun.
Like, but
and
like, how
folded
did who
out.
ended it?
It was kind of mutual.
Why?
Why? I
He
don't
didn't
know.
go down on her.
She had a
Real?
No, she didn't care.
She did.
She had a yappy dog, and she always
God, here we
she
go.
always wanted to
Here
bring
we
the dog
fucking
over,
go.
and I was like,
That is a
fucking
deal
dogs
breaker.
are
I've
annoying.
heard that
It's
from
the dog's
guys.
fault.
Yes.
I've heard that from
Coco,
guys
like,
before.
crusty
Yes.
Dogs are
still
fucking
wanted to
Yeah,
see
it's a
her,
real
but she's like,
thing.
can I bring the dog over? I'm like, your dog barks the entire time.
Yeah.
That's gross.
I'm like,
Everyone with those little fucking
Yeah, I
dogs,
get
that's
you
so
on that.
annoying.
Wow.
It's like
I'm
the
trying to have
little.
a peaceful night.
But did you like her
Dog's fucking
outside of it?
Huh?
Outside of the dog, did you like it?
Yeah, no, she's cool.
Damn, what a deal breaker.
But Brian, do you want
Whatever,
kids?
relationships end. Yeah.
So would you say that's a big reason of why you want a younger woman?
Yeah, I want 7 children.
Oh, really?
7 sons. I want
Well,
7.
then yeah, you probably should go for.
I
Why
want
do you prefer
7
sons
sons.
over having daughters?
He wants a basketball team.
So I'm agnostic, but I have very positive sentiments toward Christianity. So I'd like to reference the Bible. Sons. Well, I'm no longer in my youth. Sons in a man's youth are like arrows in the hands of a warrior. Blessed is he. Fuck, I totally butchered it. Blessed is he who has many. What? Oh no. Blessed is he whose quiver is full. So yeah, there's just something about like if you have sons, if you ever need to go to war, figuratively speaking, not literally, there's just something about having sons, like
It's the lineage.
that you can go to war with
Yeah.
your sons.
Warriors.
No, it's dictated by sperm,
Figuratively.
I agree. I would
The
rather
sex
have
is
sons
dictated by
only.
that.
No, it's not. I wouldn't be upset if I had daughters, but I'm just saying there's something like a father-son connection bond is something different. And
Sons make a man a
father-daughter
better
bond
man.
is different too. But there's just I want sons
But you'd be okay with having girls too.
because I need soldiers. What's that? Yeah, sure.
Soldiers.
All men
But
want sons
we
because
keep
they're
going
so immature
until I have
and
at
they
least
have
want
3
problem-
sons.
have- well-
So if we have 10 daughters, we
grow
keep
up to be
going.
themselves.
I wouldn't
Yeah, so if she,
hate
yeah,
my
10
daughters. If I
daughters in a
had
row,
kids and I had like
You're like Elon Musk. you
one
just
son and
spread
3
your
daughters,
seed
I
to all the
wouldn't
hoes.
hate my daughters, nor would I pay more attention to my
Start now,
son.
then, like, you're
I'd just be
36,
worried
like, fuck.
that
But yeah, just to be
they'll be
clear, I've
infected with
dated women.
feminism, and I
it's
I
not-
don't know. It's hard to say.
it's
Like
not
you
like
could
I'm
try to teach
hanging
them all
out
you
at
want. Be
college
careful.
parties
Teach
trying
them to
to
be
get-
careful
no,
about
it's like-
feminism
You are in UCSB
and
too,
all that
so
other
this-
bullshit
I
that's
saw
out there.
so
But
many little boys out-
there's always you know how they always listen to other young women, so they'll get corrupted by feminists that are already out
woman
there.
my age, it's not like I wouldn't date her. If there's a girl
You know,
who
like
I wasn't older than
yeah,
me,
it's
I would date her. So it's not like
it's just you know what can you do, right?
college
Feminism,
parties
it's there.
co-ed.
And it's all around because of social media. So there's no way to protect them. Sure, you can limit their internet usage, but they're still gonna use Wi-Fi at a friend's house or computers at other friends' house. So yeah, it's fuck, I don't know, man.
Was this the longest and most chaotic?
It was pretty
Is it
chaotic.
chaotic? Oh my
Here,
god.
let me
I mean, what
blast
happened
through- I'm gonna
an
blast
hour
through
ago?
these. What would you
Oh,
want the minimum yearly
Grandma
income to be?
Jones?
Guys,
Sorry.
you gotta be quiet so I can get it done quick.
Okay.
What would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband? Quick answers.
I said 80,000.
Into the mic if you can.
Oh, I said 80,000.
What about for you?
I don't even know what incomes are. I just
Money.
date like
Men
they-
just pay for
wealthy
your
men just
life,
like
I
yeah. Honestly,
What about
I'm
you?
sorry.
Well, okay, no, actually, she's gone. So
What was her answer?
she says
35.
doesn't want a husband. So
I feel
had
her.
3, that's
Shout out
why.
Grandma
She's at
Jones.
it's probably for the best
Randy
that she
Savage.
left.
Simple, my house.
I said 100.
Set a good example, I
100,000.
think, to be-
Okay.
Damn. So
That's true too. Yeah.
How much does your
There's a door.
husband?
That's
or-
true.
Out of respect for
That's fine.
our finances.
What about you?
So sole provider or dual income?
So wait, what?
Just him.
If it's just him and I'm not working,
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
I had a hard time with that one, but 150 to 200,000.
Jesus.
Living in California.
Pure
Okay,
delusion.
per year, and then 80,000 if it's dual.
If it's dual.
How much do you make?
I actually haven't calculated it
You
in
do
a
work
while.
though, right?
But when I was teaching previously, I was making about a little over 90,000.
All right. What about you?
I don't know. I'm happy with the amount of money my husband
Sure.
makes. So.
What about you?
The delusion.
Okay.
How
How
about you, Brian?
minimum income for?
What do you want your girl to make?
Well, I would be willing to date a woman who does have a job, but zero. Don't care. She could be unemployed.
How much do you make?
She could work at Chick-fil-A. I'm not going to disclose that, but I'm doing
Okay.
I'm doing good.
Oh, I see. TTS,
I'm doing okay.
baby.
I'm doing all right. You know, look, I'm a starving college student.
got
you
you.
know,
Oh, yeah.
I spend a lot of money on popsicles for Felicity. She's actually bankrupting me. The amount of money
I know.
I'm spending
She's
here. So
fucking bankrupt.
The popsicle.
it's crazy.
It's
champagne.
How tall are you, and what's the minimum height of a man you would date?
5'8". I tend to go for people who are at least 5'10" now, but I've dated way shorter.
Okay, what about you?
All sizes.
You'll date a guy who's like 5'3",
I have.
even if there's no sugar, or sugar
Oh no, the sugar like if
has
they-
to be there. Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
I'm 5'6". I love 6 foot, but you know,
Okay.
I'll bend 5'10".
Sure.
I'm 5'8". My husband's 6'2".
What about you?
I'm 5'2", and I prefer 6 feet, but 5'10" and up is fine.
Okay.
I'm 5'2", and I like short hunks, and my husband's 5'7", and I'm good with that.
All right. What about you?
I'm 5'2", and anything above 5 feet is good for me.
Okay. Would you rather cross paths with a random man or a random bear on a hike?
I said bear, and this isn't an original take, but a bear will attack you because they think you're a threat. A man will attack you because he knows you're not.
Such bullshit.
Okay. What about you?
I'd rather encounter a man over a woman because I've been
over a bear.
A man or a bear?
Oh, sorry.
Stupid bitch. Very
Yeah,
stupid.
a man. But also, like, if it was like a man or a woman, I'd pick the man because, like, I've had more predatory girls
Thank you.
come at me than men.
What about a bear?
Oh, I don't want to encounter that. They can climb, they can run 30 miles per hour. Bitch, have you ever seen videos
No,
of
they're
bears? They're crazy.
At least she's smarter than that.
No, thank you. And also, like, I've seen girls on there like, oh my God, I'd rather die fast. I'm like, no, you be a slow death because bears just like rip your face off kind of like a monkey does.
Okay.
Yeah,
what
it's
about-
insane.
What about you?
I would choose a man because there is a chance that he might not kill me immediately. And if he tried to, I could at least fight back and then emotionally hurt him.
Sure. What about you?
I choose a
Emotionally
man. I
hurt.
choose to believe most men are good.
What about you?
A man.
What about you?
Absolutely a man. I don't think that there's like a high likelihood that he's a predator, and if he is, I feel that I can defend myself physically against a man over a bear.
Got it. What about you?
A man.
Into the mic if you can.
A man.
Really quick, I won't linger on this long just for the sake of time. So you said you pick bear essentially because the
There's
man could
tactics
essay
to-
you. Is that kind of how the...
What are the tactics? I'm curious.
To defend against a bear?
Yeah.
Like, have you heard like black bear this, brown bear this? Like there's.
Have you seen
it's not
videos
true.
of bears chasing after people? They're crazy. They can climb up
I
trees.
understand a bear can rip someone to shreds.
No, they can go 30
But
miles
men
per
scare
hour.
me. Like a random man in the middle of the woods, like I'm horrified. A bear, I'm just like hiding and like
You don't think you
hopefully
can-
that
What
he
if it
thinks
was
I'm a
like
threat
Brian
or
in the
something.
woods? Like,
She's
would
dumb.
Brian scare you in
Sure
the
one's
woods?
dumb.
Like
Like
if
a
you've
lot of
never met
feminists.
Brian before.
I mean, come
Yeah.
on.
What if like
Bears
a
will
white
literally
dude
eat you
that
alive.
voted
Yeah,
for Trump?
exactly.
I feel
yeah.
like I'd be like Brian, like
They
I'd
will.
see a bear and then I'd be like see Brian and be like Brian help me and then he would just
There's
like
difference
throw me
too.
to the bear.
That's true.
Like I grew up in the wild in the bush, you know, because of my people. I'm First Nation Cree, Indigenous Cree, and in Canada here, and like black bears, sure they take off most of the time. They get scared easily, but there's a difference between black bears that are deep in the bush and had no contact with people, compared to bears that live around cities, near or around cities. The ones that live near and around cities are used to people, but they're skittish of people, so they tend to run away more when they see you. Wild bears, though, they're very territorial. Like they will hunt you if you see them deep in the bush.
You guys have to take your makeup off.
No, I'm not doing
That's a lot. That's a lot of these feministic women don't realize about bears. There's a difference between city bears and bears deep in the wild, who've never come across people at all.
So, no, thank you.
Exactly. Take it off.
I think our makeup already melts it off. It's been 10 hours.
Yeah, this is, I will say, I'm not pro him doing this. This is dehumanizing and embarrassing and disgusting.
But
But
she will-
I
This
look
goes
good
against
without
all your
makeup.
beliefs, girl.
But I look good without
Actually.
makeup, and I can't wait to have the makeup off my face.
You're-
my
will
personal opinion.
participate.
You're just
nevertheless.
insecure.
No, it
Because I
actually goes
hate
against
the
everything you've been saying.
The
So I'm very
patriarchy-
confused
the
why you're. Yeah, I'm
patriarchy
confused why you're
where-
doing
Oh my God!
this.
Don't argue with her about it. Just
I
let
wonder
her
if my
make up.
husband's watching.
Well, I know you're beautiful without it, but like it goes
Insecure.
against like a lot of what you've been debating, actually.
Here, why don't you take your makeup off?
Women who wear
No,
makeup
thank
are
you.
insecure.
I know I'm
without your
I know
makeup.
I'm
Are you
not.
kidding?
I know
Insecure.
I'm strong. Like,
No, this is very
Insecure.
dehumanizing.
I'm actually very insecure about my looks. Like I know I know
Well,
I'm not cute.
well, at least
Yeah,
you
like
admit
you're
it.
just picking
Great
on
without
like
makeup.
women's insecurity.
No, I'm not.
I feel like personally, Brian, you might need some makeup.
Yeah. Just take off your makeup already, insecure idiot.
I'm so grateful
Insecure
you gave me a
hypocrite.
makeup wipe because
I
I
can't-
I
forgot
know,
mine.
this is like taking time out of my night routine.
It's
I
giving
know.
pick me energy, low key.
That's
How could she say that?
How is that
After
pick
I've
me?
been
Because you're
such
like,
a
I'm gonna take my
supporter
makeup off.
of
It's
the
like
itty-bitty
we don't
Stop
wear.
pick me. I don't
First
care
of all,
about makeup.
We don't wear makeup for men. We wear makeup because we want to make ourselves feel more beautiful. Yeah.
Because you're
oh,
insecure.
Yap.
Yeah, me neither.
All
I'm
right.
not even wearing makeup.
I do not wear
I got called a cake face in high school because I love wearing makeup and I don't give a fuck.
Here.
Like,
But I don't think it's pick me to take off your makeup because I don't have any negative.
Wait, read this
mindset
from Mike
towards
Davis. Read it
makeup.
from Mike
but like
Davis.
you're
quick.
down the
Chair one still here.
Shut up, chair two. Shut up, chair two.
You're beautiful without. I know you
Shut
are.
up, chair
Like,
two.
you're
Shut
actually
up.
pretty. These girls are ugly as
Ah,
fuck
fuck's
without
sakes,
makeup.
anyways.
Bro,
Fucking
Mike
shit.
Davis,
I don't
what
think
the
that.
hell?
Also, I'm
I
cooking
think
too. I
that
love
really
cooking.
makes
Send me the money,
Like
Mike.
because you
Shit.
can't
Yeah,
give
there's
the
some
money.
money.
That's
We're
crazy.
sending no
Ugly
money.
people.
Is
Don't
he
shut
fake?
up.
Is this a bot?
Don't send that hoe no money.
Does that mean we can go home and go Betty by now?
We
I know, I
got
gotta
a
brush
bit
me
more
too.
to we got a bit more to get through. You know what I mean?
I've got layers on. I'm not taking this shit
Take it
off.
off. Take it off.
I probably have like $2,000 on my face.
I highly doubt that.
Oh, you want to bet?
Sure, I'll bet.
You want to see the price of all my makeup products?
Do you actually want to bet
You're
on this?
underestimating.
You actually want to
Yeah,
bet on this?
because my makeup's expensive as fuck.
Don't her big teeth get
Oh,
no.
But just to be
photos.
clear, you're saying the amount of product that you have on your face right now.
The amount of all the different products I have are
This
expensive.
is such a bad argument.
I don't wear like Walmart.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but
no offense to that. You can.
It would have to be. You'd have to calculate that per use because each makeup container has
no,
multiple uses.
It's each individual.
These women
product.
who argue men should pay for first dates because here's all the makeup that I have to pay, but it's one individual use.
No, when we get ready, that's a bunch of money. Your clothes, your makeup, your hair, your fucking shoes. That's thousands of dollars
No,
all
it's
accumulated.
not.
Yes, it is.
Not. That's not how that works.
Yes, it is.
You're
yes.
expected to be presented a certain way.
Yes, and if you show,
No,
I've,
it's just that you're
I've done the
insecure.
test.
What?
I've showed up.
I'm gonna quote some Drake. Here.
I've showed up looking like
Sweatpants,
haggard
hair
vibes, and they
tied,
don't like
chilling
it.
With no sweatpants.
On a
hair
first
tied.
date, like a nice place.
They only want that if you're a side hoe.
The girl you're already dating.
They only want sweatpants, chilling with no makeup. If you're a side hoe,
Sweatpants.
sucking their dick.
Sweatpants, hair tied, chilling with no makeup on. That's when you're the prettiest. I hope that you don't take.
Yeah, when your dick is in their mouth, like no.
Only boyfriends think that.
Yes.
I don't think my
Nah.
husband.
I
would
tell
say that
girls.
that's
I'll
my
tell a
cutest.
girl. It's our first time meeting. Don't wear makeup. Don't wear perfume.
Perfume. Yeah. What is your like? Why are you against Baccarat?
It doesn't smell good.
He has allergies.
Doesn't
Yeah,
smell
perfume
good.
is gross.
You don't like expensive shit. You're low key a little bit bah humbug.
What the fuck is that?
Like I don't know. You're like the Grinch. You're the Grinch who stole Christmas.
Ebenezer Scrooge is who that
Brian
I am
is the Grinch who stole Christmas. He
Fuck
does.
yeah.
Did you have your heart broken?
Who hurt you?
Yeah.
That's a good
No, not
Insecure
who are you.
one.
Just like I'm confused. Like not confused. Like who broke your heart and how long ago was it?
It's like Shrek.
You did have your heart broken, Brian. Yes.
Insecure woman.
Oh, you're gonna do the fake yawn.
It's a real yawn.
Shout out to my ex Stefan. Please unblock me. I really miss you.
way.
Oh wait, we need a.
I miss you, Stefan.
$69 TTS.
Yeah, bitch. I don't care.
I think he's watching.
All right.
No, but he
finally.
probably will see like so like I have clips.
All right, guys, we're gonna do a roast session. We're gonna do just
Finally, the
for
roast.
time reasons. We're gonna do $69. It's gonna have to be $69 for the roast because otherwise we'll be here all freaking night and.
Yep.
This is the longest stream you've
This is
ever
a long
had.
stream, yeah. Like the video, guys.
Yeah, it usually
Venmo,
ends at like
Cash App,
12.
whatever, pod. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a prime sub. I honestly blame you.
Me?
I blame you. It's all your fault.
It's my energy. I'm gonna make you go bye, Brian.
Bye bye or bye bye.
Bye.
Oh, it was previous chair 3. What was her name?
Oh yeah,
Oh, that
Grandma
wasted-
Jones.
That wasted a lot.
Shout out Grandma Jones. We love you, bitch.
Okay, let me blast through a couple. We're not going to be able to do all the questionnaire. I'll just do a few. Jasmine, you said a man dating a transgender woman is straight. Why is that?
If they consider themselves, if they think that trans women are women and they consider themselves straight, then yeah.
Yeah, but let's say there's an outside perspective, right? So let's say I don't know the gender identity of the two individuals, and I see them engaging in a public act of intercourse, which I suppose is a crime, but there are, and it's there's two penises. I see two penises. Would it be fair for me, but the gender identity, which is not known to me, is one of them identifies as a woman and one of them is a cis man, I guess. Or yeah, sure. Would it be fair to me for me to categorize that as a homosexual?
Yes, if you were like calling the police, you'd be like, yo, two dudes are having sex right now.
Did you take off all the makeup?
Yeah. Why?
Felicity?
I don't have my phone.
no makeup on?
I don't have my phone.
Wait, can you guys hold
Give me
up
my
the damage?
Girl, you're pretty.
Wait, hold it up. Wait,
Again, this is extremely dehumanizing. And
yeah,
Wow.
I don't look like that without makeup. I look great. I know, right?
Are you gonna?
you're really pretty.
Here.
Dude, I am
You have like
so red
natural
without makeup.
freckles.
No, I'm not.
No, this is extremely rude to do.
Do you know the influencer Melanie Miles?
It's rude. I think
Yeah, I don't care what you think. Obviously, the majority of the women on the panel,
they love this. They loved it.
they're not participating in it.
I'm really considerate offering you guys complimentary makeup removal, like I'm considerate of your skin
Yeah,
care.
Jazz, you're really pretty without makeup.
That's rude.
Yeah,
I know. I saw her on the flight this morning. I was like, she's so pretty.
Same. You're young and beautiful.
I actually, voice crack. I think it's a sign of me being a just all around, just a very nice guy. Yeah, it's because it's like
No, it's like emasculating, but in the feminine way, where you're trying to like take a jab at like a common role women have to feel as though they have to participate in, like getting ready to go out. Or else if someone showed up tonight with no makeup, you kind of feel underdressed, like you're not ready. If you go to an occasion, you put on makeup. There's rarely anyone there.
Hold on. Wait, you're all about gender liberation. I'm literally liberating you from your.
You're trying to embarrass women by doing it, though. This is
I'm not trying to embarrass. Hold on. I'm
You're
trying
ignoring
to
the
liberate.
nuances
I'm a
of the
fucking
fact that-
gender liberator. You think you're welcome? I've just liberated you, Jazz. Min?
I think to me, makeup isn't something where I'm like, oh, I need to like change the way I look. I think it's very feminine, and I think that when you dress up and look a certain way, it just looks presentable.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Like
that's a standard.
It's
that's
almost
put
like an
onto women.
accessory to your outfit.
Yeah.
It's not so much like, oh, I have to wear this every single day, and I can't go anywhere without it.
And a lot of women do like cover up their insecurities that way and feel like they have to.
A lot of
wear
women are
makeup,
insecure.
And I think that sucks. But there's plenty of women who use makeup as a hobby. There's plenty of men who use makeup as a hobby. So
Those men
I don't
are
know. I
stupid
just
for
think
wearing
that you're
makeup.
kind of taking jabs at
God.
women's potential insecurities.
You guys
by
know
handing
you're
them a makeup
beautiful,
wipe.
Like, cheers. I look like a trog without makeup, y'all.
When it comes to the makeup thing, I want to say this.
She looks like a trug with
Many
fucking
of
makeup.
you are
That's what
so
she's talking about.
accustomed, so hopelessly dependent on makeup that you will fight to protect it.
Yep.
You are a slave, born into a prison that you cannot taste or see or touch.
Yep.
A prison for your mind.
Where are you reading this?
I'm not reading it. It's just
Chat GPT.
It's up here.
Drink.
And the makeup.
He's a poet.
It's a prison for your mind.
No,
Yep,
I don't
it
see
is.
it that way because I don't feel like I need it everywhere I go. I could have shown
But a
up
lot of
here
women
tonight.
do.
But you
yeah,
didn't.
But I think that's insecurities within themselves. And
Well, I think it's socially
Have you had plastic
constructed.
surgery?
on my face.
Yeah.
No.
Oh wow, you're really pretty.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, you actually are. Like,
Thank
you've
you.
never had a nose job?
No, I'm Eastern European, so it's like the.
Oh no, like it looked like you. Yeah, you look good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Everyone, she's natural, but she's married, so don't slide in those DMs.
I think I'm liberating women.
Slide in these
with this
DMs
makeup
though.
life here.
I think the
I
women
think
get
it's
to
gender
decide if they're being
liberation.
liberated
Well,
by
you're
this.
not like
It doesn't
making
feel
fun
very
of them.
liberating. It feels like you're
I don't think you're
stomping
making-
on
yeah.
women's insecurities.
I've given you an opportunity to remove the paint from your face.
Shave your beard right now on camera.
It's not the same.
Ryan,
Luckily,
let's do
I'm
it.
the host of this podcast.
And
Look, by
yeah,
the way,
luckily you get
nobody,
to trash women
just to be
on
clear,
your podcast.
it's not trashing women, but no woman is forced to do it. You all did it voluntarily.
social construct,
You did it
though.
voluntarily. What's a social construct?
No.
It's,
I was gonna say,
women
like,
are
I didn't. I'm not doing that.
taught that to be presentable, they have to.
And I'm fighting against that system.
You literally sent in the message, come makeup, hair.
Hold on, that's different.
Makeup and hair done.
That's
That's obviously a standard put
No.
onto women.
Hold
Come with your
on.
makeup and hair done.
But that's an indication that we don't want you to be doing your hair and makeup in the bathroom while we're trying to get the show going. We don't want girls
Or it
who
kind of
aren't
makes
ready.
someone feel
Have they done
pressured,
that?
like, oh, I need to like do my
No,
makeup.
hold
but
on.
They don't usually
First
wear
off,
makeup.
most women, even if we had nothing to say about makeup, they would do it anyways. The reason
Why? Is it-
Hold on. The reason we say
Facial
be
hair.
hair and makeup ready, which is a very common phrase
natural.
in the entertainment industry, is when okay, we
Part
want you
of
to
his
arrive ready to go. We don't want you
body.
each individually. There's like
I
10
understand
panelists.
why you said
We
that.
don't want you in the bathroom for 10 minutes and then the next girl's got to be in the bathroom. The next, come ready to go so we can
Makeup
sit down and get the
is not-
podcast going. It's not, if a girl doesn't show up with makeup, I don't care.
I
Don't
do
care.
agree with that. I've been in the
Both
entertainment
for the
industry.
podcast
It's
and
fact.
for dating. I prefer women without makeup. And it's
Good thing none of us are
slavery
trying to
for your
date
mind.
you, Brian.
Let me ask you this:
Okay.
if you were taking a girl to like a fine dining, like exquisite dinner, and she's like in a
these
dress and heels,
Mhm.
you'd want like no makeup with full gown and
Can you tilt
heels.
your voice down just a bit?
Yeah.
So it's like a fine dining place, but she's
Yeah.
otherwise dressed like appropriately for the thing?
Like Mastro's.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with
don't
it, but
care.
in my mind,
Well,
I'm like,
look, I think you underestimate the level to which I care about anybody else. So I don't give a fuck what like the external world. Oh, he's with a girl. I'm never going to see these people at this restaurant again. I don't have some ego thing where I want to go to a restaurant to be seen with a hot girl. Don't care. We can stay at home and order DoorDash. I don't need to be like, if I'm at a restaurant
Exactly.
with a girl, I don't care about the other people in the restaurant. It's me and it's her, and that's what I'm focused on. I don't care about the other people. If they want to judge because they want to judge me because I'm with a woman who's not wearing makeup, or they want to judge her because she's not wearing makeup, I think that's wrong, but I just frankly don't give a fuck.
I don't mean so much like the other people, but I'm saying, would you not want her to put makeup on, like ever? Or like
I would
your
be
wedding?
100. I would be
men don't care
100%
about
fine
makeup.
being with a woman. She need not ever put any sort of makeup on. Now, and I actually have a
Exactly,
preference against makeup. Now, there's different kind like lipstick. Lipstick, I don't like any of the foundation or the what is it, the cover up or
Concealer?
whatever. Concealer, don't like. Maybe I'm okay with eyeliner, but if she doesn't wear eyeliner,
You don't like
care.
makeup?
No, I don't
Most
really-
men don't like makeup, and
They
they
don't even know if you're wearing makeup half the time. I think though I've worn
can
makeup
tell,
around men,
I guess.
and they were like, "Oh my god, you look so natural." If I do have a light face, they're like, "Oh my
Is this
god,
your natural look?
No, this is fucking. We're done up
This
for
is
the
glam?
cameras. No, this is. I got so much powder on, but I have worn a light makeup look. And like, wow, you look so good without makeup. They don't even know. These
Okay,
men are dumb
but
as
yeah, I'm
fuck.
fine.
Yeah.
I got less comments about how much
Who are you
makeup I was
dating?
wearing when I wore full foundation,
Yeah,
full
pure
concealer.
coat.
And now that I let my freckles show
Pure
and I
coat.
don't use full foundation, I get comments about how I'm wearing too much makeup. So they really don't know anything.
Pure
yeah,
coat.
it's facts.
I think
Coke.
honestly, like I don't wear makeup at all.
Coke.
Like we shouldn't really care
put makeup
about.
on?
No,
Oh,
I don't. Yeah,
you
I
have
don't.
really good skin.
Thank you. I don't really like. We shouldn't really care about what other people say that much, because at the end of the day, like during your life, your family, your friends, your partner, those are the people who really care about you, and they're not gonna be like, oh, I'm not gonna like love you if you wear makeup.
I agree,
Like,
but I
it's-
feel like in professional settings, there is
Yeah.
some sort of pressure to get ready as a woman,
So
and
we
that
do another
includes
fucking
wearing
champion.
some
I
Probably
mean,
makeup.
Yeah.
I don't feel pressured though.
I think women wear makeup.
I'm saying
so
the
they like
majority of
wearing
women
makeup.
do.
I wear makeup because I
And that's
like
it.
the way I look
Yeah.
with a little bit of makeup on.
Yeah.
It's not that deep.
Women wear
Insecure.
makeup
it's-
for themselves,
insecure.
and men don't care. Would rather
don't
see
even
you
know.
without makeup and don't even know what's going on with your makeup. Men have no idea
Yeah.
what goes on with our makeup, and they don't care. But
Yep.
women wear makeup because they think they look prettier with it, and they like it.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving off of makeup, going to Lauren, you said women are just as physically strong as men. Why is that?
Said that?
Or you circled. So the statement is women are just as physically strong as men, to which you agree. And you circled.
Oh, maybe I.
Did you misread it?
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe.
All right.
Obviously,
They always
that's not
misread it.
Jasmine, you said people of color can't be racist towards white people.
Yeah, you used the other term correctly earlier, prejudice.
Oh, okay. And then you also said people of color can't be racist towards white people.
Yeah. Don't be racist.
Oh,
I might have
maybe you just misunderstood a little bit.
Yeah.
You would agree, though, that like, for example,
Sure,
a
what's
black
so annoying,
person
Simmons too.
could be, like, it's possible for them to be racist towards a white person.
I mean, you shouldn't be racist in general.
No, but that's not. I'm not saying that
not
they
asking
should.
should.
I'm just saying, can they or could they?
I don't understand really how that correlates because, I mean, like, I guess at the end of the day, anybody can do anything they want, so.
No, I'm not prescriptively saying that they should be racist. I'm just asking, can they be racist?
I mean, I guess everyone can, so.
Right, but you're okay, sure. So then I guess just to you, Jasmine, explain why is it that people of color can't be racist towards white people?
Because systemically, black people don't benefit from the idea of racism. Racism against black people, on the other hand, is a systemic issue that affects people of color.
You don't think there's like individual levels
There are
of
individual
racism?
circumstances, yeah, but
Like, for example, if I walked up to a black person and I called them the N-word,
Mhm.
you would agree that that's racist for me to do,
Mhm.
right? So then if a black person, and then like I committed a violent crime towards them, right?
Oh.
If a black person walked up to a white person, called them the C word, and then committed a violent crime towards them, would you consider this like a racist act?
yes, like a hate crime, yeah. But I think
Would it be racist though?
I mean, yeah, if he's like, I hate all white people and simply did it because they're white, yes, and he's using a white slur, then sure.
Okay.
But systemically, like, again, it doesn't affect white people the same that it affects black people.
And are you just, is this within the cultural zeitgeist of the United States or Western countries?
I'd say I answered that question just with the idea of the history of the United States, yeah, and the
But like,
experience that I've had
if
here.
you looked at South Africa, for example, where there's a
Yeah,
black,
I'd say there's a
black
cultural
majority,
difference,
There's a
yeah.
black majority, and they occupy the majority positions of power.
Yeah,
in the government.
socioeconomic differences there compared to here.
So black people in South Africa could be racist. towards
Yeah,
white
so then I guess
people. Okay.
if we're talking geopolitically and
Right. Sure.
yeah, including
All right.
everything, then yeah.
You said men are more privileged than women. Why is that? Also, Lauren, you said that too. Men are more privileged. Sorry, men are more privileged in society than women. Why is that?
Although the patriarchy has negative effects on men as well, again, that lead to death and suicide. They're the oppressors. They are at the top of the hierarchy.
We're the oppressors, okay.
Which ones?
Men.
Jeez.
Yeah, but how many?
All of us?
How many what?
Idiot.
Well, I think it would be inaccurate to state that men collectively are at the top. Only a small proportion of men are at the top.
And who are you suggesting that is?
What do you
Or
mean?
how many?
Oh, like
Who are the few?
0.00001% of men have any power or say in this country.
Okay, sure.
course
I
you
mean,
won't
if we're
read that.
talking about like owners and businesses and stuff
Mhm.
like that, but if we're
Sure.
talking it,
And like politics too.
yeah, I guess you could say that, but it is men at the top, right? In every sort of sector, business owning, politics,
Mhm.
men are at the top. They are the majority.
Yeah, but like myself, for example, I have no more say than a woman does. And that would apply to the vast majority of other men too. So
Mhm.
what you're doing here is an apex fallacy. You're looking at the top percent of apex of men, and you're
But they're the top in every category.
not necessarily.
What instances would you say women are
Oh, sure.
in the hierarchy?
Well, when you say every category, what do you mean?
Like, again, CEOs, businesses, politics,
females.
like creating
There's-
the laws,
there's
owning
female-
the money, paying the people, like
There's female CEOs. There's
yes,
female
5%,
politicians.
5%.
Is that the actual number? I don't
Yes,
know.
we can look
okay,
it up.
sure. I'll grant it. Sure. So
And that's not because women have less drive. It has to do with like the structure of.
actually, well, do you also believe in the wage gap, right?
I didn't put that. No.
Oh no. Do you think that there could be like an evolutionary or biological explanation for why men occupy these positions of power that wouldn't be related to like sexism or patriarchy or male privilege?
I think women
Our
are
hit
able to
confirmed.
succeed in positions in business or become a CEO because they are kind of tied down to these roles of being the homemaker and taking care of the kid. And of course, there are the biological factors where the baby feeds from the mother. So there is
all Chairwoman doing is just Chairwoman is just regurgitating feministic ideologies, rhetoric.
Responsibility, but we just kind of push those
Basically,
responsibilities onto women, even
feministic
after they aren't
propaganda. That's all Chairwoman is doing.
100% of the time. So then they're less likely to give their time to their career in business and becoming a CEO.
I mean, in order to propagate the species, you need to have women who are going to give birth. So obviously a subset of women are going to have children, and that does have an impact
But that's a
on their
large
career
disparity.
trajectory.
Just 5% of women are CEOs.
Yeah, I think that could be explained in a bunch of ways. I think one of the arguments I like to make that is related to dating actually is that this occurs actually to a mating pressure that women create in men that isn't created back at them. So let me ask you a question. Do you find men who are like at the top of their field attractive, or would you find them attractive?
Based on?
Do you think like
success?
Successful men, do you think that they're more attractive than guys who work at like McDonald's?
Yeah, I guess
Just
so.
looking at that
It shows
specific-
drive, yeah. It
Okay.
has some traits
and it would,
correlated.
You would find that attractive, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you want men to pay for first dates?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you want a guy to perhaps do maybe a majority of the providing if you're in a long-term relationship with him? And if you do eventually have kids?
Again, this doesn't necessarily relate to me
Because you're unsure about having kids. Okay.
yeah, and I'm not sure that I would want them to take care of the majority of expenses.
Would you want a guy to make at least as much money as you make?
I think we should be about the same
About the
financially.
same.
Yeah.
And then do you find men who are high status, do you find them attractive?
High status.
Yeah, so I mean, we could look at the entertainment industry, so it could be like a professional athlete, professional musician, or A-list celebrity, so actor, musician, athlete.
I think there might be statistics on
She's
this
fucked my
that
head, yeah. She's
people
like,
in
sure,
those
too.
roles and high status roles, as you're saying, cheat more.
Sure.
Or so I find that not really attractive.
You
I'm
wouldn't-
not
you-
necessarily into athletes and actors and
You wouldn't
so on.
specifically find that appealing?
No.
Okay. But you did say that you would find a guy who has status attractive. You want a guy to pay for first dates. So by women's own stated, unrevealed and revealed dating preferences, I think it would actually make a lot of sense why men occupy these positions of power more so than women, because you create a substantial mating pressure on men to want to succeed, to not just to make money, but to get status. And if having status means being at the top of the hierarchy in whatever field, that it could be anything, if getting status, being at the top of the hierarchy makes you a more attractive mate to women, then women's own dating preferences would seem to be a substantial contributor to why men occupy the top positions of power. Because I don't know about you, but I think one of the most heavily motivating factors for most people would be finding a partner, finding, if for women, finding a boyfriend, finding a husband, for men, finding a wife, finding a girlfriend. It's extremely motivating. In fact, I think men are actually more motivated. Well, at least they're more sexually motivated. So as a man, if you're not successful, if you don't have money, if you don't have some degree of status, it makes it harder for you to find a woman, whether it's just for short-term casual sex, whether it's a relationship, whether it's marriage, and whether it's to have kids. Women, you don't have that same barrier. As a woman, you can work a minimum wage job and you can still find a partner. Men really don't care about your status, your money, your success. So women's own dating preferences have a massive impact on this.
We have standards and you don't. I don't get
Right.
why you're upset.
No, I'm not upset, but I'm arguing the point that you're saying, well, why is it
He's
that
not upset.
5% of women occupy these positions of power, or have these CEO jobs or
You
whatever?
think most men are CEOs, or they occupy those spaces more because they want to attract women? That's the only.
Yeah, I think men
Or do
are
you think they
highly-
just have more access to opportunity than women do because women are
Oh, I would definitely say that. Well, I think there's multiple components for why people want
100%.
to achieve in life, but I would say that yeah, I think men are highly motivated by getting sex, and they're highly motivated by finding a wife.
Do you not agree, though, that
She is
the
stupid.
standards that we put on women to take care of children
Yeah. Yuri's like,
makes it harder for them to succeed in
She's
these
so
roles?
stupid,
It
yep.
slims their opportunity.
No, I don't think so.
It's like baseline 2 jobs, like overtime.
Yeah, but nothing. I mean, if a woman wants to prioritize her career, she absolutely can. And women who do prioritize their career,
They're that 5%, though. That's why there's this discrepancy.
right? Because not all. And I think there's like there's
Getting tired.
not an aptitude,
So
but there's
tired
a lack of perhaps desire. Men have this massive motivating factor. It's basically like I think men are more motivated and women are less motivated.
evil. And
you disagree?
Yeah, I disagree.
Men
Okay, but you would agree that, would you agree with me that the following is true? Men don't really care about a woman's money or her success or her career.
Yes.
Okay, so
A lot of
then,
men are
and
getting
would you
so
agree?
tired of
I don't
men
think
are
that
evil
makes up
and
for the
men oppress women
large
bullshit.
disparity that we're seeing.
I actually think it makes up for a
Like how they
significant
expect
amount of
black
disparity.
That's where we disagree, I guess. I don't know how.
Do you
it
think
works.
men
Yeah,
work
I know, right?
jobs to make money
They always do
just
that.
for the fuck of it? Like they
Feminists
just
always do that.
it. You know, like most men.
You know, I kind of assumed so because I crave success just for the fuck of it. So I kind of
well, this is the
assumed-
difference. This is a bit of a difference between men and women. So men work hard so that they can provide for their family. Men work hard so they can provide for their wife. They work hard so they can provide for their kids.
Really?
Yeah, men.
Yeah, they,
all
they
they're
could
worth.
sleep on the floor. Like men are so
Like-
simple.
Literally,
Like
that's
men-
all they're worth. They should.
Have you
they
been
should
to a
fucking
guy's
get
house?
To work
He doesn't
and-
have like
That's it. Period.
all these. I don't know. He
Why are
doesn't
we
need all
arguing
this shit. Like men do all this hard work for their family. So they can one day have a family, they can provide for their wife, and they can provide for their
Brian's
children.
correct.
Men want to work hard for that. When men work hard and make a lot of money, they think, oh, great, I can provide for a wife and children. When women work really hard and make a bunch of
100%
money,
correct.
they think, I don't need a man. And that's a totally different psychology.
100% correct. What's this?
So you think you're working
Plus-
hard for these TTSs for your girl?
Yeah, one day I want to have children.
Oh,
So-
Brian, that's really romantic.
Yes, I'm
Shut up,
working
you
hard.
Wait,
I've always wondered why
you
the
know
show
what?
does what it
Deep
does.
down, I know you're like actually a hopeless romantic.
Give them to people that they
Like, I'm
invite.
not really about.
Yeah, I know. Actually,
I'm not really about like
I
material
think
things. I still drive a
this
car
show is
I
good
bought
there because it
over a
warns a
decade
lot of
ago.
men
I
about
don't need,
the women
like, a super
that are
fancy
out there
car. Don't
and the
care.
mentality that
I
they have
wear
because of feminism.
sweatpants from Costco.
That's what this show essentially does. It
I don't need any of that superficial material.
it's
shit. I don't
educating
care.
and
I really don't care.
warning men about
And so,
the
look,
state of what women are in because of feminism.
But yeah, that's what I'm. It's to support my family. That can include my parents. That can. I want to make sure my parents are
I think
good.
you need to get out of Santa Barbara to find your soulmate.
Santa Barbara's fine, but
You're not gonna find your soulmate here. I really feel like your
there's that
soulmate is
soulmate
not
quote
here.
crap.
the fuck.
Soulmate
Okay.
crap.
Oh, yeah, so I'm gonna like detour, but like, yeah, everyone, Brian's soulmate is not here. Let's
Soulmate
get him to
crap.
get out of here.
All right, next.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on.
She's going to manifest
But
soon.
okay.
Adios,
Oh
amigo.
yeah. So how are men more privileged
Shout
in
out,
society?
Hater Michelle, love you guys. Block out girls.
How are men more privileged in society?
She's
You
going to
also circle that
manifest
one?
soon. God.
Shout out Dave Ho.
From like basic beginning of time, they make more money because obviously we get pregnant, we have to take time off, we have to raise the children. That's just literally biology, and I mean it's not. There's no argument there.
Okay.
Like there's no argument.
Sure. Jasmine, you said women are oppressed in the USA. How are they oppressed?
I also think that men are oppressed in some ways.
Are women more
I added
oppressed?
that. Men are the oppressors, but I don't know if we can
Men the
say on an
oppressors.
equal. I don't know how we can compare.
And are the
Which men though?
inequality.
That's what I don't understand.
Oppressed.
What if,
I don't know what you
what if
mean
it's
by
just
that either.
rich people, and it doesn't matter that
Right.
they're a man? It's just that they're rich and they have power.
But if we look at the numbers, like the richest people, majority are men. And there's a reason for that. Apparently for
For what?
women.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. Okay. So how are women oppressed, though? Like, what specifically? How are they oppressed?
Again, I think the patriarchy oppresses
Yeah, no, but
everyone.
how are women oppressed?
The standards put upon women that we have to be homemakers or feel social pressure to wear makeup every day.
But then I would
or-
just say, okay, men are oppressed because there's a social pressure
I
societally
agree.
and by women
Yes.
that we need to be protectors and providers.
But that's not by women, that's by men themselves. Men have created this system.
I think oppression is something completely
Right
different.
there.
Though. Like I would call
feministic propaganda.
I would call like countries in poverty oppressed. I wouldn't call anybody in America oppressed.
Yep.
I don't think having a societal standard pushed on you is being oppressed. It's just kind of like your expectation to create a healthy and thriving society.
Yep.
And if we were to say, well, nobody should be expected of anything and everybody can just do whatever they want, which is what's happening in our society. It's going downhill very quickly because of that.
I think when a certain demographic of people are disproportionately like disenfranchised.
How are women disenfranchised?
How?
Well, I mean, you can include race in this too. She's just talking about the existence of oppression. She doesn't think there is oppression in America. I think when there's like stark differences between demographics and success rates, that shows that there's some form of hierarchy, which then expresses there must be some form of oppression happening.
But do you think it's because of oppression or just simply because men are making more money because women don't, not as many women work as much as many men, and women take off time?
Yeah, I think
to
the
stay at
structure
home?
that exists under is oppressive. I'm not saying men are doing this, and that.
You just said men are the oppressors.
Well, they are at the top of the hierarchy. Would you not agree?
The people who are at the top of the hierarchy typically tend to be men, but it's not clear to me if they're there simply by virtue of being men. I don't think they're given it on a silver platter because they're men. And the 99.999% of men have no more power than women.
But I think men benefit from that top percent being
How?
men.
How?
I mean, because they're not having laws made
doctrine.
about their bodies.
Yeah, they do.
Well, sure, in the instances that you referenced before. But again, that's by men, for men, by men.
I don't
So
understand
they're
this
the oppressor
by
and they're
men.
also oppressed. I don't know how to
But
explain
what
that
if it
more.
has nothing to do with them being men? What if it's just they happen to be elites or they happen to just have power?
Well, why do you think that is? Why is there a disparity between
Because
the
there's
genders,
hierarchies
though?
in societies and some people are going to rise to the top of a hierarchy. It's inevitable.
Yeah, and mostly they're men. Why is that?
Why? I mean, there's a whole bunch of reasons. Evolutionary, biological, social, cultural.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I completely agree with all of that.
Why do you think there's never been a matriarchy?
Yeah, why?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You're saying there's always been a patriarchy?
Yeah, there's always been a patriarchy.
Patriarchy is inevitable.
Yeah.
But there have been societies where matriarchies exist, right?
No.
No.
Not in like Western.
There's been matrilineal societies, but there's not really a matriarchy.
Well, I wonder if the patriarchy has only ever existed or the matriarchy hasn't because the patriarchy has always existed. You know what I mean? How do we deconstruct the
You could-
patriarchy
you could
to then
wonder
create a
if you want.
matriarchy?
You shouldn't
Well,
deconstruct
exactly,
that.
but I think that we don't have a matriarchy because
Yeah,
we've
we
simply
don't.
always had a patriarchy.
Well, I mean, look, Andrew argues this way better than I do, so I'll give the super short version. So, I mean, it comes down to force
Yeah.
doctrine.
Force
Force
doc-
doctrine. You would agree
Yeah.
that men are physically stronger than women? Okay. So, who are the enforcers in society? Men or women, typically?
The enforcers?
Enforcers.
Men. Yeah.
Right. And all the laws that we have, if somebody commits a crime, who do you call?
911.
Right. And who's going to show up, typically?
Men.
Police.
And is he a man?
I don't know the statistics on that. I feel like there's a
It's
lot
men.
of
It's
female
men.
officers.
Female cops, but it's mostly men. More
Is
men
it
than
mostly
women.
men? It's
Yeah.
probably pretty close, right?
And then
More
if you
men
look at the
than women.
military, it's predominantly men also.
Yes.
So
well,
we
women
enforce.
women pretty recently got the right to
Yeah,
be
but
active
it's
in the military.
right. But I mean, I think.
So we're not really socialized to go in that direction as much.
No.
as
Right, but
No,
even if
no,
there was,
no.
let me ask you a question. Let's say you had a prison, you were the warden of a prison, and you could choose to hire, and it's a male prison. You could choose to hire all male prison guards or all female prison guards, which do you pick?
Yes, lower side. He got charged.
Honestly, the women probably pay more attention to like the locks being locked and stuff like that. Just the logistics stance.
They
But
pay
if we're
more
planning on like an escape and we need strong men, if that's the particular
God.
situation.
How do you keep? But okay, you know the inmates, they go out of their cells.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So what happens if the inmates riot?
You're saying we need men instead.
You need men. You need men because when it comes to force, you need men who are able to exert force upon other people and upon other men.
Mm-hmm.
I get the physical instance, but why do you think that they should be at the top of, I don't know, like...
I'm not saying should, I'm just speaking descriptively.
Okay.
I'm talking about, I'm not saying this is how it should be, I'm just talking about like what is descriptively true. So it is descriptively true that women need to appeal to men as it relates to their rights. For example, in Afghanistan, when the U.S. left, for example, the Taliban came back to power, and women lost their rights. So men give women their rights.
Yep. That's how it's always been.
And as women, you have to appeal to men for your rights.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I'm just speaking descriptively. I'm not saying that this is how it should be, but that's just how it is.
Mm-hmm.
So at any given moment, if men wanted to, they could take away and walk back women's rights.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So then you understand that shows that they are in a hierarchy position above
Yeah.
women, and they are therefore the oppressors, because at
They
any
wouldn't-
moment they
no.
could withdraw
No,
those
no.
rights, and it'd be more obviously oppressive. But now it's more hidden behind, oh, you have the right to vote now,
I
so it's not
disagree.
oppression.
It would point to the benevolence of men, not to the oppressive nature of men.
Yeah.
They're
yes.
so kind.
Yes, absolutely.
We're giving you that, is
What do
what
you
you're
mean?
saying. Like, men are like, you should be happy with what we've given you, is
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Well, I think women should be happy for all kinds of things men have given them. Through men.
So you agree that we only have what men allow us to have?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, one,
exactly what you're
you should be thankful for the men who keep you safe while you sleep comfortably.
Safe from who?
From the of invading foreign nation. You
Yep.
should be thankful for the soldiers.
She's so dumb.
You should be thankful for rough men who keep you safe while you sleep comfortably at night.
Safe from who?
Sure, I'll go ahead and say other men. What would that matter, though?
She's so
What would it
brainwashed.
actually matter?
I'm just saying, you're agreeing that women only have the rights that we have at the hands of men.
Yes,
They could roll it back at any time.
they could if they wanted to, yeah.
But we
I'm
don't.
speaking descriptively.
Yes, but you're also saying that that's not oppressive, that they don't have power. Like, they haven't given us
But
complete.
that's just factually true.
That's what I'm saying, though, that men are the oppressors, not that
It
they.
wouldn't make them oppressors necessarily.
If we only have what we have at the hands of men,
But that's an
And-
inevitability.
if, in your opinion, I think it's just the
No, it's
structure that
reality.
we live under makes it inevitable.
I think we need to define the term oppressed, because it's like, I just don't.
I think
I
oppression.
can't get behind that term in America. We're
Yeah.
so, like, all of us are privileged here, and I'll
Yeah.
use that word.
Yep, she's
for the
correct.
circumstance.
Sheriff Fry's correct.
Look, ultimately, I would say that this actually points towards men's benevolence, and you rely on men to be the protectors and providers of society. Everything that you see around you, like the roads you drive on, the building you live in, I don't know if you have a nice apartment that you live in, most of the comforts of modernity are all due to men's genius, ingenuity.
Yeah.
It all is due to
Electricity,
men.
roads,
Because men have only ever had
plumbing.
the opportunity to do so. Women
Bro,
haven't
if it
always had
wasn't-
the opportunity
If it wasn't
to
for
be
men,
inventive.
y'all would still be living in like grass huts and shit.
Why do you think that? What happened when all the men went to war in like World War I and World War
Because-
II? Women
because
weren't
in order, in order to
Yes, we
build,
were. It was the Industrial Revolution.
Men-
Women went into the
women
factories
don't
and took care
have
of
women don't
work
have
outside
the,
of homes.
Hold on. Women don't have the requisite physical strength for an industrial society. They just simply don't, for it to have ever even been a possibility.
What about ingenuity, like thought, like creating some sort of mechanism that can lift the thing that women can't lift?
The necessary, so like if we're going
like, do
all
we not
the
have
way,
the brain power either?
if we're starting all the way from agriculture and then moving into industrialization and moving into the technology era, there needed to be the physical strength of men as the foundation and bedrock for all the sort of
laborious jobs.
Sorry, they're fucking talking back. Guys, be quiet, please, back there. There needed to be that foundation of physical strength that even enabled the comforts that we currently enjoy and that we take for granted.
Labor.
Do you realize how 200 years ago, just 200 years ago, so that's like a couple generations back, right? There wasn't electricity, there wasn't running water, there wasn't showers.
Manual labor.
The things we take so for granted. You don't even think about these things.
But you think women wouldn't have invented these things if they were put in positions that men were put into? Like if there were a matriarchy?
I'm saying through the chronological order of invention, none of this would have been possible without the just brute physical strength of men. It's just wouldn't have been possible.
I think with the inventive and creative nature of women, it could have been possible. I mean,
Women
who's
just
to
don't
say, right?
like. So you're saying, okay, if women had bulldozers, then they could use the strength of machinery to do these jobs for them.
Women would have gotten it done. I don't know where you get this concept that it just wouldn't
there's
have been
like
done.
I'm trying to think of the specific word here. There's a bottleneck. There's a historical bottleneck that women, just based on their physical strength, would not have been able to pass through if it wasn't for male strength.
Yeah.
So there's a bottleneck that exists. Like, I don't. The Industrial Revolution, in order to build the machinery that would have even enabled women to do some of these tasks, that wouldn't have been possible without the requisite strength of men.
Yeah.
I think it would have taken maybe more women and other mechanisms to do so, but it would have gotten done. I think it's like blasphemous, really, to say that we wouldn't be as advanced as we are without the brute strength of men.
Well, it's not just the brute strength of men; it's also the
That's what you're
genius.
suggesting.
Well, it's that, but it's also the genius and the ingenuity of men.
And you think women lack that?
No, I actually
Or
think.
do they lack,
I
like,
think if you
access
look
to
at I think if you look at the average IQ of women, it's actually
Everyone's
women.
feministic brainwashing, hard at
There's
work.
more women who have I suppose, a higher IQ. Wait, let me frame this correctly. It's called the greater variability hypothesis. So essentially, what you have is there's more women who have a higher average IQ than the average man. But if you look at the extremes, so you have a bunch of really stupid men. But then you have a greater proportion of very highly intelligent, high IQ men who are geniuses. And there are women geniuses too. But because of the greater male variability, you're going to have more male geniuses and more men who have a higher IQ.
Do you think being a genius is genetically predetermined and tied to gender? Or do you think maybe men have that outlier of being extremely smart and inventive because they've had ample opportunity and time to do so because they're not taking care of a kid at home?
Oh, I would agree that there's nature and nurture. And women absolutely can be geniuses. What I'm saying is, and I don't know if it's just like, this is just how, the distribution when it comes to biology, evolution, whatever. Again, you got a bunch of stupid fucking men. There's way more stupid men than there are like really stupid women, but there's also a bunch of really, really genius, like high IQ men.
And you think that's because of nature mainly?
I think it's both. I think it's nature and nurture.
I think that disparity and like outlier only exists because of.
I got to move it on though.
Go ahead.
I got to move it on.
You're wrong, Sherman.
Can we have you guys rejoin the table, please?
Sorry, I'm fucking.
Rejoin the table, please. I got a question for the entire panel. Guys, I do see some of the chats that have come through. Lulu, I'm going to pull this up. $69 TTS. Can you pull that up?
How many viewers do we have?
We still have, we got about 5,500
Hi,
viewers.
viewers. What's up?
Okay, just sit down, please.
Oh, sorry.
Lulu donated $200.
I'm so sorry, Brian.
Shut up, chair two.
I'm a good candidate, but I'm just also, I'm getting a little delulu here.
Shut up. Fucking share two.
I'm getting a little delulu here.
I feel you.
You feel me?
I feel you.
This is a long street for you.
Shut up, share two.
Yo, Lulu, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. I'm gonna let 2 69s come in.
Hi,
We're gonna finish
Lulu.
up, then we'll get out of here.
Love you, Lulu.
I have the TikToks, but shit.
Thank you for the $200.
Yeah,
You should Venmo me. Send me that shit, baby.
All right. Oh, Klain, I think you triggered the spam thing. So 69, 69, 69. Sorry, Klain, you triggered the spam blocker. Thank you for the message, though. Appreciate it, brother. Wait, hold on. Did this one not come through?
I'm shaking a little.
Oh, I didn't change it. Can you read this one from Toast? Sorry, I need to change this.
Oh, is this mine? That's mine.
Fuck 6,
Jazz,
Brian.
can you read
Tell
this one?
Chair 2
Sure.
to shut up during
Bri-
PTS and roasts.
Or I'll replay it.
Fuck. So,
Brian, be careful with giving phones back when away. Might have a wiretapping problem. Chair 2 was on the phone with someone. Also, Chair 5, you're right. Men don't provide, protect women till married. Don't know them.
Why are you scared about me being on the phone?
Snitch too.
Snitch, we're on live stream, baby. What the fuck am I snitching on?
Going around the table on this, a woman's past should not matter. Do you agree? You agree with that?
Me?
Yeah,
Oh,
you.
Go ahead.
It clearly matters.
I'm going around the table.
It
yeah?
clearly
You
fucking
agree?
matters.
Okay.
A woman's passion doesn't matter?
A woman's
Past.
past should not matter.
I
Do you
mean,
agree?
It does, but if you don't tell them, then it doesn't matter.
Facts, period.
So you would lie about your body
that's why you
count,
shouldn't
basically?
trust
Oh,
Western
Who
women.
here has lied about their body count to a guy?
Yep.
You just don't, I don't ask and I don't
Should
tell.
body count matter?
They eventually find out. Because I tell them,
does.
I
That's
tell them
why
when
we
I'm
don't
really
tell.
fucked up. If I'm on like a good
Sure.
drug, I'll tell them.
Okay.
Oh,
What's your body count?
What's your body count?
No, what? Start here.
Oh, 468.
Okay. Jazz, what about you?
I won't be answering that. My parents are watching.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Do you
we know
wanna
your
give her-
horse.
well,
Shout out Jazz's parents.
It's a very normal amount for a 23-year-old.
She's a zero.
I don't know. Look up the average amount. Is that like a stat?
I think the average is like
Parents watching. She's a
You
zero.
have 33?
No, well under. Oh my god.
Do you want to do a range like 10 to 20, 20 to 30?
On the lower end of that.
Of 20 to 30?
No, the other. The
Of
first
10
one
to
you
20?
said.
Jazz,
Okay, so
you're a fucking star.
You're a star, Jazz.
You're a star as fuck.
Felicity? Body count? Huh?
No, you're a star.
Wait.
Two.
Oh,
It's 2.
okay. What about you? Body count?
Heavily into TikTok after this. 'Cause
Shh, be quiet. Stop.
Hi.
Well,
Not
what is it?
appropriate.
Give us a range.
It's not appropriate. You don't have to
Over.
answer.
What do you think
It's
is
okay,
high?
shut up, chair one. Don't worry about it. Don't worry what I think.
I'm worried.
Sylvie, just
You'll
lie.
probably never see me again.
Lie. What? That's rude as fuck, Brian.
Why is that rude?
Because you're saying you don't want to see her again.
That's not what I said. I'm
That's-
saying she's. I didn't say that.
Shut up, chair 2.
That's what you mean.
High enough to where people will judge me if I say the real amount.
Give us a range.
2.
Higher than double.
Triple
number.
digit.
Shut up, chair 2.
Maybe.
Quadruple digit.
No, not
She's
quad.
not triple digit. I know that. She's in the lower.
Is it
Just a
between
hoe, still a hoe.
200?
20.
No,
Still a hoe.
no,
19.
Under that.
100 to 200.
Maybe.
What's yours?
Okay. Savannah.
The low end.
2.
Oh, wait.
2.
how old
Why are you surprised by that?
11.
19.
Wait, guys, be
No,
quiet. Stop.
I'm sorry. I'm fucking getting
Sorry,
delirious,
repeat
Brian.
it. Stop.
I'm
we're gonna
so
wrap
sorry.
soon. Trust me.
I'm so
we're
sorry,
wrapping
Brian.
soon.
Shut up, chair 2.
Go ahead.
11.
I'm not answering this, but
Do you want
it's
to do
normal.
range?
It's normal.
She's a
it's
whore
like a
too.
normal number. It's
She's
nothing crazy.
What is normal?
I'm not answering.
I was
I'm not answering.
What about you?
You never even answer.
Huh?
1.
1. Okay.
Oh.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
No,
all of
I
you.
believe her.
For
I
all
believe
of you.
her.
All right.
I'll put my hand on the Bible.
She's a
But it
one,
also
I know
doesn't
that.
matter.
It does matter.
Brian, can you give your
It does
real
matter.
number? When are you,
Speaking of which,
how much money do I have to pay you to give your real number?
you have to. I'll tell you for a Bitcoin.
What is the worth of a
It's like
Bitcoin?
$120,000.
I don't have that. I don't.
46,000.
Fuck! I need to go. I need to go. Like, yeah, everybody, go cash at me 100 Bitcoins or whatever because I want Brian's real body count.
Shut up.
I feel like it's in the like
I'll say
50s.
Oh my fucking god.
Wait, what did you say?
She said 100 Bitcoin. And
Oh, I thought you
repeated that 100 Bitcoin.
Oh,
is
okay.
Like a lot.
Oh, I don't even know what that means, but I think Brian's body count is definitely in the 50s.
Definitely in the 50s.
Yeah, because I think
Shut
like
it,
there's
Cherokee,
whores that
shut up.
message you and they're
Santa
like,
Barbara.
Brian, I want your dick.
89.
You have the whatever podcast. Yeah, you said that girls message you, so you obviously have a high body count.
I'm a virgin.
No, Brian has a high body count.
I'm a
Girls
virgin.
message him.
I'm a virgin.
Every year it restarts.
No, oh yeah, that's what I used to say, but not anymore. The thing is, guys don't give a fuck. They don't.
Next.
No, they don't.
$69.
Oh really?
Brian needs
How do they care?
al fresco.
Because they don't want someone that's ran through.
Claim it's true. It's very
No
true.
tacos are open.
Guys, get
Claim.
last call, $69 TTS. Get it in before we get this
Claim.
wrapped up.
DM
here.
me.
We're getting this
Actually,
wrapped,
cash
guys.
at me.
Get it in. Final call. $69. You guys got to roast this girl. Roast her.
Roast me,
She needs
babies.
roasted.
I love being roasted.
$69.
Thank you, man.
Chair 1, have you ever considered that your idea that women lack opportunities is based on Disney and fictional shows?
Yep. Yeah,
History,
basically.
you know men have sucked up to women and simp after them, right?
It's true.
What's he mean?
Mike Davis.
Yep.
I don't even know what he
Is this
said.
Mary? Mary, did you send in one? Oh yeah, we're getting out of here soon.
All
We're
your
getting outta here
major fans fell asleep. These are fucking degens right now.
Shut up,
Brian, it's bedtime, go 9
Even your fans are telling you go to bed,
That's
Brian.
Mary. Mary sent it
Oh,
in.
Like, I'm cooked. Bye.
Mary's a
shut this down.
trooper.
Mary, I love you, bitch.
Mary
You're
and
hilarious.
Felicity are troopers.
I
They're
agree.
troopers.
They work 12-hour days and get paid 5.
Huh?
Wait, what?
Oh, okay, good.
I don't know how much they get paid for.
They're actually indentured servants.
This is
Oh, shut up, Chair 2. Shut up.
A man's beard is not the same as makeup, idiot.
This is Dave. This is Dave.
True.
Dave Ho. Shout out Dave Ho.
Shut up, Chair
Make-
fucking
I
2.
know it's Dave.
Beard is not the same
fuck's
as
sakes,
makeup. It's a very
fucking
good
Chair
point.
2.
It is. It's better.
Dave, but we know you're awake. Dave, take a
No,
shot for us.
Catherine.
man.
Man with a
Chair
beard
two,
is like
shut up.
plus 5.
No, I didn't even spill
Oh
it.
my fucking
Fucking God.
Sorry, Brian, I'm starting to get a little delirious. Like, I want to
can
get
tell.
fucked
Shut up, Chair
Like,
2. Oh my
Women
God.
who wear makeup are insecure and
strip
can't
club. Now we
accept the way
can't.
they
Bitch,
are.
it is too late
A
for the
lot of
strip
women
club.
wear expensive makeup to attract men who are high on the attractiveness
so
scale
fucking
of
annoying.
1 to 10, or the top 10% of men.
I won't take my makeup off. I'm ugly as fuck. I already said I'm a 4. I'm a freaky 4. I
She
do like.
has such good TikToks too. But I don't know if you have time.
Brian, just have me
Are you gonna
back.
come back? You down to come back?
I come back?
Promise?
Wait, can I?
Yeah, you can come
Brian,
back.
so I thought you were gonna hate me,
Wait,
but like,
wait. Let's
I
listen.
think
let's
we're
listen.
kindred spirits to be friends.
To cook food, not men. Come enjoy life with me on my lakefront
Oh,
house and
no.
we can talk about philosophy in my pool.
That sounds amazing. Based.
Chair one, you need to give your Venmo. You
Dude,
can make so
you
much money
base
right now.
for you.
No,
Send me the money.
You need to pay the sim tax.
Brian hates Sims.
You need to pay the sim tax base Thor.
Bro, I need
That
to teach you
was
me.
just.
You don't have to say
Bro, she's a feminist.
No, she's not.
She wrote an essay about
She's not a
feminism.
feminist.
It's literally called like deconstructing.
Dude,
how beautiful
she's
she
gonna
is.
trans your kids.
No, she's not.
Oh my god.
No, that's crazy statement.
She's gonna give your kids fucking puberty blockers,
What the
bro.
fuck are you saying,
Fear
Brian?
mongering. He doesn't know anything.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
period.
If you're
I'm
fucking,
gonna trans my kid.
you're gonna
Trying to start a fight right now.
She's one of the most beautiful
Bro,
people I've ever
you
seen.
look.
These two girls took their
Be
makeup off
honest.
and they're,
Be
they're the
honest.
prettiest
Let's say
girls.
you do
like,
have
yeah.
kids. Hold on. Let's say you do have kids, and your fucking 8-year-old, 9-year-old kid comes to you. Shut up.
So fucking annoying.
Sorry.
Comes to you and is like, "Hey, I think you have a son," and he's like, "Hey, I really like Barbie dolls, and I think I'm a woman."
Mm-hmm.
You're
So-
gonna put them on the pathway to transition.
No, I'm not gonna make them feel like liking Barbies is gender specific to begin with, so they're not gonna have this kind of like.
Okay, fine.
Oh
Ignore
my
the Barbie
God.
thing, but they're like, "I feel like I'm a woman,"
That's gay.
or wait, what?
Like that's them saying that like they're kind
You
of
got- you
like
guys speaking
that's
to-
kind of like
No.
the first step. Like I'm a little gay.
Genuinely
Like, it's
though,
not that big
your
a deal.
kid comes to you, your 10-year-old kid's like,
not
"Hey mom,
derogatory.
I think I'm a woman,
clicked
or I think I'm a
this.
girl.
Okay.
I want to become a girl." You gonna put them through the? You gonna put them on the
Well,
process?
no, I'm against like transitioning children. I don't know
Would-
anyone who's
well,
necessarily
hold on.
pro transitioning.
Yeah, but wait, isn't that the trans advocacy is puberty blockers to prevent puberty?
I'm not well aware of this.
This is
course
it's like
not, you're an idiot.
super common.
I don't know what to tell you, but my children, I don't think would get to that point because I'm not putting the
Surprised she
idea of
doesn't have
liking
children.
Barbies as a female
Yeah, you need
characteristic to begin with.
Yeah, disregard the Barbie thing.
Okay.
I said if your child comes to you and is like, "Hey,
I don't think
I
they would
think I'm
have
a
this
girl.
epiphany. They wouldn't describe it this way either. I would let them exist however they want to exist. They wouldn't have this like, oh, I feel like a woman. They would have just existed how they
but
do.
they're going to school, and the school is like teaching them about like trans stuff or whatever.
Which no school does that.
Pisses
There's
me right
definitely
off.
schools that talk about like trans people. So your kid comes to you though, and you've read the
Yeah,
literature.
I'm against transitioning children. Yeah.
Okay, so you wouldn't give them puberty blockers,
No.
even if the medical literature would seem to indicate that this is like
You can
the best thing
transition.
for-
Well, you can transition later in life, so I would give it time, personally.
Would you wait until they're 18 for any sort of
well, at that
intervention?
point, it's out of my hands, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah.
But would you do anything prior to 18?
No, I would let them dress however they feel.
Okay.
You know, that type of thing. Make them feel comfortable. Don't demonize them or make them think that they can't participate in the things that they feel like they can.
So you would prevent your trans kid from having gender affirming care?
As a child, yeah.
Okay, I mean, that's somewhat reasonable, I guess. Okay, good talk.
So she's reasonable.
Next.
I mean,
Oh my God, say it.
So she's conservative.
I mean, I still look. If my son comes
you
to
think
me,
I'm not
well, this is,
reasonable?
look. I think it's fair that at least it's a positive that you wouldn't allow them to get on puberty blockers. But if my son comes to me and is like, "Hey, I think I'm a girl," I'm not going to be like, "Okay, go ahead. You can start dressing like a girl." I'm going to be like, "Nah, just wait for a couple years. It's probably you're probably going to grow out of this."
Which I don't think is the
We're
worst.
not
Boys
gonna-
are coming to their parents
we're
and
not
saying, "I
gonna-
feel like a girl."
We're not going to socially transition.
Like, honestly.
So you're saying
Sure,
you
when is
would
it for
socially
kid- finish it?
transition your
I
child?
wouldn't force
Next
anything
question,
upon them.
please.
If they wanted to try it out, I'm not going to say,
Right.
no, you have to wear pants and a t-shirt, even
Right,
though.
you wouldn't force them to socially
But
transition.
they're going to get made fun of at school. So are you going to allow that?
But if they wanted to socially transition,
question,
you would be
please.
fine with that.
If they wanted to grow their hair out,
And wear
get their
dresses.
ears pierced.
And wear dresses. Yeah, I would not allow my son to do that.
Yeah, that's
When they're adults, I suppose they can do whatever they want. Obviously, I'd try to advocate away from that. But
yeah.
anyways, okay, a few
Next,
more
next,
things, then
next.
we're going to get this wrapped here, folks. Women do not have equal rights to men in the USA. How so?
Tequila? It's really strong.
That's for you. That's Jazz. That's for you.
That was the conversation we had earlier that we fully discussed about
Well, here,
bodily
let me-
autonomy.
I'll make it super quick then. Can you name one right that a man has that a woman doesn't? That's for you, Jazz.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Okay.
Man.
Of course
A right that a man has that a woman doesn't.
Did you do that or did Mari do it? Or Mari?
Mari.
It's called Mary.
Mari,
Mary.
yes.
It's
That's your new name, Mary. Mari.
I'm so sorry, Mary. I'm fucking yeah.
Oh my God.
No.
Anything? Here, I'll let the chat come through. You can read about it.
Okay.
There's still chat. How many viewers we have?
Brian.
$70.
Be quiet
Hey,
during the.
Brian,
I'm sorry, Brian.
Can you tell
He's
me
literally telling me.
the back up during the TTS and roast sessions?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up!
It's fucking Dave. Shut the fuck up, Dave. Suck my clit. No, actually
Shut up,
don't.
fucking
Actually, I
shit,
would
too.
not want that. No, thank
God.
you.
The fuck up!
Okay. You got anything for us?
I know he's facing
No,
George.
I think I've been awake for over 24 hours
Give me one.
now.
Give me something.
My brain actually can't
I
work.
don't know
Do you
fucking
understand?
Dave.
Her brain.
Sure, too.
Oh, it's literally.
Moron.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's 3 in the morning. You know?
And I've been up
Look,
since.
as a feminist,
1 in the
I
morning your
believe
time.
women have
Wait, hold on.
have the brain power. I think women.
Then let's ask the
Wow,
women.
that's really misogynistic of you.
Are you
I
a
think,
feminist?
I think women,
Are
even
you
when they're
feminist?
tired, I think women, even when they're really tired, have the brain power to just, whatever. But whatever.
Wait, are you a feminist, Brian?
Definitely not.
Definitely?
Klein donated $69. What is Eric S. of? Not for me.
I don't have OF.
As long as she doesn't talk, he is down.
I don't do OF. I tried to. I scammed motherfuckers on there 1 month. When I was on American Idol, I scammed people, and they're like, get naked. And I wouldn't get naked. Anyway.
There's another chat coming through. I
No,
think
not
we're
this
done
guy
with
fucking
the
Mike
questions.
Okay, now I'm starting to say bullshit.
I'm
That's why I got
genuine.
no. I got.
Not a sim.
Sorry.
That's why I enjoy number
okay.
one. Because I honestly think she is humble and is a decent person. Her looks just make it even better. It is what it is.
Bro, Mike Davis.
Mike, send me the money personally.
Hey,
What
Mike,
are you
no,
doing?
Mike, you need to send in another sim tax. You got to pay the sim tax. YouTube. Oh my God, this is so. Oh my.
It's fine, share one, and
That's
I don't have a
fucking
priority
disgusting.
for kids or marriage, so it works out. You still have time, I can fix you. What's your act? I'll send tax for chair one. Sorry, Brian, but help me fix her.
Everyone, go follow her Instagram. What's your Instagram?
I don't have Instagram, but
What
you
the
can follow
fuck?
my TikTok. Rockies.
What's your Venmo?
ROZKUIS.
Hey, story, you're
Oh, did you
fix
really
as well.
mute it?
It's shit.
Rat.
No, it went through, I guess.
Wow, you don't have a Venmo or Instagram?
All right,
what the
we're
fuck
done.
are you doing?
We're done with the questionnaire. There's show notes that you guys submitted, but honestly, it's late, so I think everybody
Love you guys.
would probably hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Get this wrapped.
I know, it's your show.
not, like,
It's not my
ending it-
show. I'm fucked up. Sorry.
Some of you, we didn't get into the show notes, but I'm assuming you guys
I'll
are
be
okay
back.
with us.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have you. We'd be happy to have any of you back here. Normally, our shows definitely don't go this long. We do have long shows, but they normally don't go this long. I'll do a final call out, guys. Final call out if you guys want to get a final. Base Thor and Klain and whoever else it is, Mike Davis. Send in the final 69 as a simp tax because you guys been simping, man. That's crazy. All right, guys. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Venmo, Cash App. Cora, thank for the $1 on Cash App. Joseph, thank for the 5 on Venmo. Brendan, thank for the
course,
third.
it'd be
Thank you,
fucking,
Brendan. Like the video, guys. If you enjoyed the stream, it was a really good stream. It was fun. It was kind of chaotic. We kicked a girl off the show. There's a bunch. I don't know where she's at. She was
really
in
passed
another
on to
dimension.
Other
Guys,
shit.
go to Twitch. Pull up Twitch really quick, Mary. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, it's been, oh my God, it's been 3 hours since we last got a sub. Guys, I think it's Bugged Boys. Somebody here, 1,000 viewers, drop us a follow and a Prime sub. I think it's Bugged Boys. Really quick, before we end the stream, one Prime sub. Just, check out. I think it's Bugged Boys. Help me fix my Twitch. Help me fix the Twitch. I think it's bugged. Okay. Guys, discord.gg/whatever. I think I'll have to look at the footage because it was kind of shitty, but I was recording the kick out of that girl and she was that was recorded. So if you want, I might post it behind the scenes, but that's not 100% a guarantee promise because I think the footage on my end might have been shitty. Shop.whatever.com. Big League Matter. Get yourself some merch. We also got some whatever merch too. So shop.whatever.com. Be sure to check it out. And then, guys, like the video, please. Are we forgetting anything, Mary? Was there any other reacts or anything? Yeah, unfortunately, fuck. It's almost 10 hours at this point. So we have to wrap, unfortunately. I would love to. I had TikToks from Jasmine, Jazz. Or,
This was her show tonight.
she was the only person disagreeing with me, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, no, I'm just saying,
We had TikToks
I'm not
from
even.
you, we had TikToks from
Anyways,
Savannah, but
thank you,
unfortunately-
everybody, for having us. We love you. Love you, whatever.
Mari.
Let me just double check here.
Love you, whatever
Yeah.
podcast. If you
He
hate
managed
us,
to
I still
monetize-
love you.
What are we forgetting?
Slide into my DMs
Shut
if you
up.
hate me.
Shut up, fucking shirt too.
Okay.
Yeah, he managed to monetize
Okay, I'd like to
a
end the
woman
show
while
with a call to
keeping their
action.
clothes on.
I'd like
Yeah, true, yeah.
To see if we can't use
It's
this as
true.
a moment, as an opportunity. Well,
Oh, she left. The OnlyFans girl left.
Oh, she's gone. Okay.
That was the only OnlyFans girl?
All right. GG.
Only fan.
GG, well played. Guys, last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show.
7.
Love you guys. You guys have been great. Jungle, everybody, Mike, Dave, all you guys. You guys are. There's too many people to name, but thank you guys so much.
Lucas, your number one
Lucas, thank you, Lucas. I don't know if he's still watching. Thank you, Andrew.
With his wife.
Your
I love you
guys'
and your wife.
generosity is unmatched.
fucking didn't even hear
we
my-
couldn't do without you guys. We
my
don't do
fucking TTS chats
sponsorships.
'cause
We're all
Cherokee
we're
couldn't keep
fan
her fucking
funded
mouth
here.
shut.
Half our shit gets demonetized on
fucking stupid
YouTube and
degen
TikTok, kicked out of their monetization, all this stuff. So we're fan funded. So thank you guys. We will be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific with another dating talk. Any girls who want to be on the show, you can DM out whatever on Instagram if you can make it to San Barbara. Let me just double check really quickly, make sure we're not screwing any over chatters here.
Shout out Hayden Rochelle, I love you. Blackout Girls. Shout out Dave Ho. Follow me on Instagram. Phone home baby
shout
ET.
Shut up, Chair 2.
Shout out, my boy.
Phone home baby ET is my
Yo, shout
Instagram.
out, look, I'm from the mean streets of Santa Barbara, and it's tough out here. Like
Blackout
I
Girls.
grew up fucking Cabrillo Boulevard, man. That ain't no joke. Cabrillo Boulevard, the fucking palm trees, man. You look at the palm trees, it's crazy, dog.
Hayden Rochelle, we're coming.
Sigma,
You're gonna come on
Sigma.
next. Love you, bitches. I'm fucked up.
Okay, all right, that's it, guys. Like the video, please, on your way out. 07's in the chat. By the way, guys, we're gonna get her back on. We're gonna get her back on, and maybe Savannah back on. They have some really good, great TikTok content. We're gonna have to react to it another day. I went through a bunch of their stuff. They have some great
reactivated
videos.
just for you, Brian.
They got some great
Fuck.
videos, but we'll have to save it for round 2, I guess. So 07's in the chat. Oh wait, final thing here, Julie. House of the Dragon. You don't think it's good?
Not compared to
I like it.
Game of Thrones.
Well, actually, season 2 sucks, so never mind. I said that before season 2.
Memorial Day.
Anyways, okay. 07's in the. Wait, let me double check. I don't want to screw anybody over.
07.
Is there? Oh my goodness, Charlie. Okay, Charlie, thank you for the super chat.
Charlie Kirk?
Memorial Day. No, Charlie Johnson. Yo, fucking legend. Guys, W's in the chat for
07.
Charlie for the big $100 super chat here at the end of the stream. What a fucking legend.
He's a brave and a decent man.
Thank
He's a
you.
pioneer.
A fucking pioneer. Thank you, dude. All right, 07's in the chat. Good night, guys.
All right.
Good night. Good night.
Love you.
We will see you guys next time. Good
Fuck
night,
off,
guys.
Chair 2. Fuck
Mwah.
you. Slut. Anyways, yeah, so that's that. So I'm gonna head to bed myself. Only fucking stayed up for a long time. Shit, so fucking tired. So I getting so grumpy now. But anyways, yeah. So I'm out there. I'll be on again tomorrow as well. Pretty much every day, from 9 p.m. Eastern time till whatever time. So yeah, thanks for watching. Until next time.